Where is this? Yuriuaki opened his eyes and looked around. Everything seemed so big. Wait, so big. Raising his hands, Yuriuaki was stunned by the sight of these tender little hands. How did I become a baby? Bite. Naruto achievement system has been activated. Is it bound? Yayi came back to his senses in an instant. Bind. Wow, I actually traveled to Naruto. Although it was quite exciting when watching the anime, it is a world of cruelty for ordinary people. Fortunately, at least I feel more at ease knowing that there is a cheat ding. The system has been bound. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. There is also a novice gift package. Open it and let me see what good things are inside. The novice gift pack is being opened and rewards are being drawn. Yayi saw a turntable in front of him, on which were some things such as Sage Body, Uzumaki Bloodline, Uchiha Bloodline, Byakugan, Exploding Talisman, Brick, Thank you for your patronage, etc. The first 4 options only account for 1% of the roulette wheel's total, while the next few account for 49%. Thank you for your patronage accounts for the last half. I was immediately overwhelmed. Wow, this is so ridiculous. I'm not a rich man, so I have to lock in the thank you for your patronage. Before Yayi could think more, the roulette wheel started moving automatically. After spinning rapidly for more than 10 rounds, it slowly slowed down. Yayi stared at the jumping pointer on it, and finally, the roulette wheel was about to stop. Seeing the result, Yayi's eyes widened instantly. He saw that the pointer moved very slowly into the 4 options of the 1%, the Byakugan, the Uzumaki bloodline, the Uchiha bloodline, and finally the roulette wheel stopped spinning at the option of the Sage Body. Holy crap, this thing is about to take off. I didn't expect that not only would there be a system for traveling through time, but it would also start off with such a tailwind. Congratulations to the host, you have won the immortal body. I have automatically helped the host awaken the immortal body. As these words rang out, Yuriuaki's body underwent a dramatic transformation. He could clearly sense the energy surrounding him. Although I don't know what this energy is yet, it's best not to absorb it yet, Yuriuaki thought cautiously. Host, don't panic. This is the grand prize in the novice gift pack. This Sage Body experience is even more powerful and special than any other Sage Body in the ninja world, including but not limited to a controllable switch to harmlessly absorb and balance the body's natural energy, increased physical potential, enhanced recovery capabilities, and easier practice of yang release. Hearing this, Yayi's vigilance was relieved. Wow, the immortal body I drew is so powerful. System, do you have a function to see personal attributes? Uchiha Yuriuaki, Bloodline, Uchiha Clan, Physique, Enhanced Immortal Body, Strength, None Item, None, Character Description, a baby born into the Uchiha Clan, with amazing potential, but currently still a bouncy little ball. Seeing this light curtain, Yayi was stunned that he didn't expect that he was actually from the Uchiha Clan. Now the role of the Sage Body is even greater. In the future, he can open the Mangekyo Sharingan and kill people indiscriminately. The great joy made Yoichi, who was still a baby, laugh uncontrollably, and startled a beautiful woman who had just opened the door next to him. She came over, picked up Yoichi and walked out. Hey, where are you taking me? Soon, Yuriuaki saw a haggard man. The man said, this time, I may not be able to come down from the battlefield. That you must keep the banknotes and ninjutsu in this house in our room safe. Give them to Yuriuaki when he is older. After saying that, the man kissed Yuriuaki and the woman holding Yuriuaki and walked out. Ah, my dad died at the beginning. As a young man who traveled through time and space after being hit by a truck, he is now confused. Because he likes to read Japanese comics and has also taken time to learn Japanese, he naturally understood what the big man said just now. At the beginning of the second year before Konoha, Yuriuaki was 14 years old. It was the second year since his father went to the battlefield, and his mother also went to the battlefield. Not long after, the news came that both his parents had died. Fortunately, his father and Uchiha Madara were good friends, and after hearing the news, they sent someone to take care of his daily life. Yoichi, you are 4 years old now. You can start chakra extraction today. I am the teacher sent by Lord Madara to teach you the basics. My name is Uchiha Beisake, said a man with 2 Megatama Sharingan. Let's start, teacher. Yeah, he said happily. Looking at the written version of the chakra extraction instructions and Basswood's explanation, Yayi began to try to extract chakra. Time passed little by little. After half a dozen minutes, Yayi felt a surge of energy appear in his body, and the natural energy surrounding him also entered his body little by little. Basswood, who was standing next to him, was shocked by the speed and thought to himself, this chakra extraction speed, another Uchiha genius has appeared. I must tell the clan leader immediately. Then Basswood said, Yoichi, you can extract chakra now. 2 hours a day, use the time to extract chakra, and 2 hours to practice ninjutsu and shuriken. You are still young, and your body will not be able to withstand long-term practice. I will leave now. Continue to extract chakra according to the method described in the book. After saying that, Basswood left in a few leaps. Uchiha Madara listened to Basswood's report with a changeable expression. After years of fighting and verbal battles with Hashirama, Madara also had some yearning for peace in his heart. It was a good thing that a genius appeared in the clan, but this genius was the orphan of his good friend. Although he has a high prestige in the clan, there is no guarantee that someone will leak this news, thus attracting assassinations from ninjas of other clans. Thinking of this, Madara raised his hand to cover his forehead and said, Beisake, you don't have to go to the battlefield for now. Be responsible for protecting Yuriuaki's safety and his ninjutsu training. When he has the strength of a Chunin, bring him to me. Yes, at this time, Yayi had just finished training and went home to count the inheritance left to him by his parents. These things were still left. The ninjutsu included Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, Wind Style, Sky Slashing Wave, Earth Style, Earth and Land Return, and the basic 3-body jutsu. Then there was a finely forged longsword, some kunao, and 2 million silver notes. These things were saved by his parents over the years as ninjas. Originally, there shouldn't be so much, but the original owner's father was good friends with Uchiha Madara, so he was able to acquire money and ninjutsu relatively quickly. Luckily they left these things for me, otherwise I would have to worry about food. Now I can focus on improving my strength for a while. System, what are your achievements? Yi muttered to himself. The basic achievement is to get rewards by reaching each ninja level starting from Jonin. Ninja levels are divided into Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Cage, Super Cage, 6 paths, etc. Other achievements include but are not limited to becoming the head of a clan, the cage of a village, the ruler of a country, and the first kill of ninjas of different levels, etc. The next day, as soon as the sunlight shone through the green leaves of the big tree onto the ground, Yoryuki woke up and began to extract chakra. The natural energy around him entered his body bit by bit, and as time passed, it wrapped around every cell. The chakra emerging from each cell slowly merged, and Yoryuki's whole body emitted a hint of golden light. After finishing today's training, he took out the secret book about substitution techniques and started reading it. After reading for a while, he made hand seals according to the methods in the book, and the chakra in his body circulated. With a bang, Yoryuki, who was originally next to the secret book, turned into a wooden stake, and his real body flashed not far away. I still have a lot of chakra, enough to use it for at least a dozen times. It seems that chakra is not the reason that limits my strength now. I have to practice the speed of hand seals more. Let's set a small goal first, 3 seals per second. He thought to himself and practiced the clone technique and the instant body technique for a while. It seemed that there were no other problems, but the speed of hand seals was not enough. So Yi started to focus on it and practiced the several movements required for hand seals. Time passed in a flash. After finishing a morning of practice and lunch, Yi took a nap and went shopping in the tribe's commercial street in the afternoon. Yi looked around and saw that there were still a lot of people, most of them were ninjas who had just come down from the battlefield, and they all showed a trace of fatigue. The most crowded shops on the street were bathhouses and bars, which were full of ninjas who came to relax. After thinking about it, he stopped the desire to continue shopping. A child was holding money in his hand, and there were still ninjas in front of him. Although this was the clan's territory, he was still a little panicked. Yoryuki walked back home slowly. As soon as she arrived, she saw Uchiha Basswood standing at the door and hurried over. He asked, "Uncle Basswood, what do you want to talk to me about?" "By order of Madara-sama, from today on I will be your bodyguard and mentor," Basswood said. "Is there such a good thing? Although there are secret manuals to read, having a mentor to guide you one-on-one will definitely make you progress faster." Yi seemed very happy at this time. "Then please take care of me in the coming days, Teacher Basswood." A year later, Yi was facing a lake, with his hands forming the seals, Asai-chen Maoyin, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. A stream of chakra gathered in his mouth and then spurted out from above his fingertips. A huge fireball mixed with golden chakra pressed towards the lake surface, directly evaporating a lot of lake water during flight, and crashed into the center of the lake. The fireball disappeared, and streams of extremely hot and terrifying steam emerged. "I'm always shocked every time I see you, little brat, perform ninjutsu," Basswood murmured as he stood aside. Yi smiled and said, "It's my natural talent that's to blame. You don't have much chakra left. Let's end today's training here. Go home and rest. I'll take you to see Master Madara tomorrow," Basswood said. Then he left in a few jumps. After returning home and taking a shower, Yi silently said to himself, "Check personal attributes. Uchiha Yoryuki, Bloodline, Uchiha Clan, Physique, Enhanced Immortal Body, Strength, Chunin Chakra Attributes, Fire Escape Level 3, Earth Escape Level 3, Water Escape Level 1, Lightning Escape Level 1, Wind Escape Level 3, Yin Escape Level 1, Yang Escape Level 5. This is related to Chakra Development. Genin is usually Level 1, Chunin is Level 2 to 3, Jonin is Level 4 to 6, Cage is Level 7. Super Cage is Level 8 to 9, 6 Paths is Level 10. These are what most ninjas have once they reach the corresponding level of strength. The protagonist is a ninja with all attributes. Ninjutsu 3-body technique, Fire Style, Great Fireball, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, Wind Style, Sky Slashing Wave, Earth Style, Land and Earth Return have all been perfected. Skill proficiency is divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. Elementary is equivalent to just mastering the skill and can generally play out. At the current stage of the ninja level, it is 70% of the power of the skill, intermediate 90%, advanced 100%, and perfect 120%. Items: silver notes 1.9 million, no system items available. Character description: a person who has not yet opened the Sage mode and releases ninjutsu with a small amount of natural energy Chunin. After a year of training, the system finally judged my strength as a Chunin. It seems that the system's realm judgment is based on the nature of the chakra. Otherwise, even if my strength is not considered a combat elite, I can barely be a jonin. Forget it, I'd better go to bed. Tomorrow I will go to see why Uchiha Madara wants to see me, Yoryuki thought to himself. Early in the morning, Basswood came to Yes' house with breakfast. Yai, why are you up so early? Basswood opened the door and said to Yai, who had just finished washing up, we're going to see Lord Madara today. Yoriyuki touched the ahogue on his head that was standing up because he had just woken up. After the two of them finished breakfast and cleaned up, Basswood brought Yoriyuki to Uchiha Madara's door. The door was opened. Basswood took Yoriyuki in and walked into a study. He saw a man with a hedgehog head who had just put on a red armor. There was a sharp look in his eyes. Lord Madara, this is Yoriyuki, Basswood Dankai said as he knelt down. Oh, go back, Madara said lightly. Yes. Basswood turned around and gave Yoriyuki an encouraging look before retreating. Madara looked at Yoriyuki, who had just grown to the height of his thigh, and said, don't be nervous. Your father and I are old acquaintances. The fact that Basswood brought you here proves that you already have the strength of a Chunin. Come with me, let me see how far you have come. After saying that, Madara led the still dazed Yoriyuki to the training ground in the backyard. Use the ninjutsu you know now at the wooden stake in front of you. Okay. Yeah, he said a little excitedly, because he knew that as long as he performed well this time, he would definitely be able to obtain more resources in the clan in the future. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Yoriyuki formed seals with his hands and circulated his chakra to its maximum limit. I saw dozens of golden red fireballs flying forward. Bang, bang, bang. Madara looked at Yoriyuki, who was breathing heavily due to chakra depletion, with a little surprise, and waited for him to recover for a while. He smiled and said, haha, you really gave me a surprise, Uchiha Yoriyuki. If an unsuspecting jonin was hit by the ninjutsu you just released, he would probably be killed by you. You will practice with me from now on. Just as Madara finished speaking, a ninja with a scar on his face flashed in from the doorway, knelt on one knee and said, Master Madara, the Senju clan and their subordinate clans have once again attacked one of our subcamps. What? Got it. Pass on my order. Bring a few senior ninjas from the number 1 main camp and their ninja teams to rush over for support. I'll be there soon, Madara said with a gloomy face. Yes. Madara turned around and looked at Yoriyuki and said, come with me too. My Uchiha clan is a natural fighting clan. We will definitely not grow much in a greenhouse. From now on, you will follow me on the battlefield. I will send you to some small battlefields for training. Okay, Yoriyuki replied. Uchiha Madara took Yoriyuki and traveled for 2 hours by land from the clan territory to the battlefield ahead and walked into the camp. Madara walked towards the largest tent, opened the curtain and led Yoriyuki in. After arranging a seat for Yoriyuki, he sat down at the main seat and said, what is the current situation and what are the losses? Chief, because the enemy came before daybreak and launched a surprise attack, we directly lost 5 jonin, 10 shuyunin, and more than 20 genin. The food supplies of that subcamp were also burned. Later, the support from the main camp arrived and we repelled the enemy, said a ninja who was also wearing the Uchiha clan's unique jonin vest. The Senju clan is simply going too far. Fight back, chief. All the jonin in the tent spoke up at once. Quiet. Uchiha Madara said, we must fight back. First, we will send another squadron from the number 5 main camp to garrison the self-propelled camp. Yoichi, here, Yoriyuki said a little confusedly, unable to figure out why Uchiha Madara was calling him now. You, Uchiha Teru, and his team will be responsible for delivering new food supplies to the subcamp. Yes. In the near future, all other subcamps must strengthen their defenses and prepare for a counterattack after a while. Hui, when you escort the food this time, you must protect Yoriyuki's safety. If necessary, you can abandon the food and retreat with Yoriyuki, Uchiha Madara said. Yes, sir. Okay, take Ya to familiarize himself with the environment. Madara waved his hand. Yoriyuki looked up and saw Hui walking towards him. He was the ninja who had just reported and followed him out of the camp. After they left, a ninja who looked older in the tent asked, who is this Yoriyuki? Is he more important than the food and fodder we're transporting this time? There was silence for a moment. A member of the tribe with great potential, he is also Ye Tian and his children. I hope that if you encounter him on the battlefield in the future, you will be more self-disciplined and help him if he is in danger. It is morally necessary for you to protect him. Do you understand? Ban said lightly. My child, I understand. Continued from the previous chapter. Yoriyuki and Uchiha Teru came to a small tent and sat down. Uchiha Hui said, you can rest here tonight. We will start transporting food and fodder tomorrow afternoon. If you have any questions now, you can ask me. I will be responsible for your safety and will also teach you some basic knowledge. Master Hui, how are the subcamps and the main camp divided? How do you divide your teams and squadrons? Yi asked in confusion. Uchiha Teru said, we, the Uchiha clan, and the hostile Senju clan are both in the land of fire. However, the other side has many vassal clans. We, the Uchiha clan, are outnumbered. Furthermore, we are located above the land of fire. To protect our clan, we have set up a main camp at the top, close to the sea, which is less fortified. There are 2 main camps on each side. Because we have to face the Thousand Hands clan in the front, we have arranged 10 main camps. Each main camp has 10 subcamps, each used for combat, auxiliary defense, reconnaissance, and security. Each subcamp usually has at least 1 squadron, and the main camp has at least 10 battalions. Of course, among these 10 battalions, there is at most one cage-level officer. Having said that, Hui picked up the teapot on the table, drank a sip of water, and continued, we uchiha operate a squad-based combat group. Each chunin with 10 genin constitutes a team. Each jonin with 10 chunin teams counts as a squadron. Each clan leader is at the cage level, and with 10 jonin, they constitute a team. We uchiha now have a total of 16 cage-level divisions. Aside from the one with cage-level status remaining in the clan, the rest are all in the main camps. As for the clan leader, he is the chief commander of the 16 brigades and is usually stationed at the headquarters. When Uchiha Hui said this, he saw that Yoryuki was hesitant to speak, so he chuckled and said, I know what you were thinking, but I can tell you this because Lord Madara agreed to it, and you have the right to know this. Yeah, he asked in surprise, do I have the right to know too? Because these two combat systems were jointly established by your father, Uchiha Tianyi, and the clan leader a few years ago. Lord Tianyi was on a very dangerous S-rank mission. After completing it, he was ambushed and killed by Senju Tobirama on his way back. Otherwise, with your strength, Tobirama alone would not be able to stop him. Okay, that's all for today. I'll take you to lunch tomorrow at noon and then start the mission. Go to bed early. After Hui finished speaking, he lifted the curtain and walked out. Yoryuki was left alone in the tent to digest this information. Yi, who had just finished training early in the morning, looked at the sun. It had just risen and was still far from noon. He decided to look around the camp and the remaining time. Yi lifted the curtain and walked out. What caught his eye was a campfire, and around the campfire were the tents where these ninjas rested. Looking outside, there was a wooden wall blocking the camp on all sides. Each wall had 4 watchtowers for observing the surroundings. There were teams patrolling at the gate and inside the camp. Yesterday, when Yoryuki learned that the Uchiha clan had more than a dozen cage-level clan members, he was really shocked. Later, he thought about it and realized that the Uchiha clan had no allies. If a clan alone was not so powerful and was fighting against the Senju clan, which was its only ally, everyone's ashes would have been scattered long ago. After wandering around for a while, when he returned to the tent, Uchiha Hui was already waiting for him there. You haven't eaten yet, right? It's not so bad in the camp right now. There are a few civilians who cook for you. You only eat those damned ration pills when you're actually on a mission. This little suggestion was made by your mother. Everyone has to thank you and your family. Think about it. Before, no matter where we were, as long as we left the tribe, we would get food pills. Now it's better that we have food to eat. If any blind tribesman takes advantage of their age and strength to bully you, any team will help you. Everyone has benefited from your family's 2 policies to some extent. You are still young, so your parents have left some of their property and belongings with Master Madara to protect them from prying eyes. They will be handed over to you when you are older. Uchiha Hui led the way in front and talked incessantly. I understand. Thank you, Master Hui. The 2 men walked to the gate and saw the food and fodder that had been packed and piled on the carriage, and the team that had gathered and was standing guard around it. Is everyone here, Rin? Everything is ready, we can set off at any time, said a ninja wearing blue cloth armor. Let me introduce to you a little fellow who has temporarily come to join us on this mission. Uchiha Yoryuki. Uchiha Tera patted Yoryuki on the back and pushed him forward, obviously asking him to introduce himself. Yoryuki looked at everyone, leaned forward, bowed slightly and said, Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Yoryuki, and I'm currently a chunin. I love peace, learn ninjutsu, and hate war. Uchiha Tera clapped his hands and said, Yoichi, you will be a team with Rin for the time being. Since we have a lot of food to deliver this time, our entire squadron will escort it first, and the supporting force will set out tonight. Hello, my name is Uchiha Rin. I'm the captain of this team. You will stay with the food and supplies that my team is escorting for the time being. If there is a battle, you will be responsible for keeping an eye on the food and supplies to prevent them from being attacked. Take this, and if you encounter an opponent you can't defeat, just shoot it into the sky. Uchiha Rin led Yoryuki to where the food and supplies were, and handed Yoryuki something that looked like a signal gun. Everything is ready, my lord. Then let's go. P.S. Uchiha has 17 cage-level players, 160 plus. I think there is nothing wrong with this setting, because the Uchiha in my setting is 1 against 8. Senju clan, vassal clans, Chimera clan, Sarutobi clan, Inoshikacho clan, Hyaga clan, allies, Whirlpool clan. The Hyaga here have already fought among themselves, and are at most slightly stronger than the Chimera clan and the Sarutobi clan combined, so they have become vassals from allies. I strengthened the clans during the Warring States period, otherwise they would look too weak. Otherwise, there would be very few people who founded the country later, so it would be boring. We had been walking for about 4 hours since we set out, and there had been no movement on the road. At this time, Rin turned around and looked at the little kid sitting on the food and said, You should catch up on some sleep first. There shouldn't be any danger right now. There might be a sneak attack at night, and it would be difficult to fight if you're sleepy then. After thinking about it, Yoryuki felt that it made sense, nodded to Rin, and fell asleep on the food. After walking for another 4 or 5 hours, it was already dark and the sound of cicadas and the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard from time to time. At this moment, a genin in front seemed to have noticed something was wrong and silently retreated to Rin's side. Sir, there seems to be an ambush ahead, and I'm not sure how many people there are. When Rin heard this, his eyes immediately showed his Sharingan, and his two Megatama slowly rotated. He saw a place in the woods where 6 chakras were flowing, and whispered, "There's a Chunin ahead, and 3 Genin on each side that we can handle it. You guys take charge of that, I'll take care of that Chunin." Just as he was about to go, Uchiha Rin remembered Yoryuki, who was still sleeping, went over to wake him up and said, "There's a scouting team nearby, we haven't seen any other enemies yet, so it's perfect for your first battle. Get up and try it together." When Yi heard this, he instantly woke up, looked at Uchiha Rin, nodded, and jumped down from the food. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Rin quickly formed seals with his hands and sprayed a fireball directly towards the place where the Chunin on the opposite side was. Fire style, great fireball technique. Several other genin also released ninjutsu to other places, but the fireballs were not as big as the one released by Rin. "Damn it, we've been discovered, get out of the way," the Chunin opposite shouted while making hand seals. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose up instantly and collided with the huge fireball. A cloud of earth mist dissipated, and the other ninjas on the opposite side also released earth escape techniques to block the small fireball, and then quickly dispersed to fight. He's from the Sarutobi clan. They usually use earth release to fight on the battlefield. This time it should just be a team coming to test you, so you can practice, Rin and Yoryuki said. Yi nodded, used a flash technique to flash in front of a genin, and swung his long sword to chop his neck. The genin didn't expect that there would be someone so reckless on the battlefield. As soon as both sides released their ninjutsu, they passed through the dust and got close to each other. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly cut down by the sword. After killing the target, Yoryuki used a substitution technique to dodge the kunai shot by a Sarutobi genin next to him. After replacing herself on a tree, Yoryuki formed hand seals and released ninjutsu directly at the other genin. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. More than a dozen fireballs dispersed and flew towards the genin. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 genin were unable to dodge and were hit by the fireball directly, dying on the spot. One of the genin was watching Yoryuki all the time, and when he saw him release the ninjutsu, he used a substitution technique to dodge. Just when he thought he was safe after dodging the attack, the 3 Uchiha genins nearby happened to see it and directly threw 3 huge fireballs at his face, burning him to ashes. While fighting with the Chunin of the Sarutobi clan on the opposite side, he was also paying attention to the battle situation here. He had the Sharingan, so his strength was much higher than that of the Chunin, so he could fight with him and keep an eye on the situation of Yoryuki and the others at the same time. Seeing Yoryuki finish dealing with his opponent and move towards him, he immediately distanced himself from the opposing Chunin and turned the two into a confrontation. "Rin, let me be the Chunin," Yoryuki said excitedly, without any aftereffects of his first murder. "Okay, I'll be on the side to support you." Uchiha Rin thought for a moment and said. Sarutobi's retreat route was blocked by several genins, so he had to start a new round of battle with Yoryuki. After a while of confrontation, he seemed unable to hold back and took the first step. He threw 2 kunai directly towards Yoryuki, and then he formed seals with his hands and a earth-style rock pillar spear flew towards Yoryuki. Earth escape, return of earth and land. A huge rock emerged, blocking everything. Not only that, because Yoryuki had mastered this ninjutsu to perfection, he could also control the rocks and smash them towards the opposite side. Sarutobi Chunin didn't expect that someone could use this ninjutsu to hit others. He couldn't dodge in time and his left leg was broken. Seeing this, Yi immediately took advantage of the situation and pursued the enemy. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, sky slashing wave. Because Yoryuki had not yet learned the wind style, great breakthrough, she used the sky slashing wave ninjutsu in conjunction with the fire style. A large golden red fireball accompanied by a wind blade burned the unlucky guy on the spot, and his ashes disappeared. After the battle, Yoryuki flashed back to the food to restore his chakra, although it didn't consume much. At this time, the Uchiha Chunin team was shocked by the fighting ability of this child because it was the Warring States period and wars were most frequent, so usually children of 4 or 5 years old were sent to the battlefield after learning a few Sanshin jutsu, and the powerful Uchiha clan was no exception. But at least the members of the Uchiha clan are born with fire attribute chakra, so the family requires them to master the common ninjutsu besides the 3 body technique, Great Fireball, before going on the battlefield. They had never seen anyone as young as Yoryuki who had mastered 3 C-level ninjutsu. Originally, because they had to watch over the food and take care of Yoryuki at the same time, everyone had some complaints in their hearts. Seeing the powerful strength he displayed, I was immediately impressed. After all, the Uchiha clan is a family that values strength above all else. When Uchiha Rin was dealing with the corpse, he saw clothes with the Sarutobi clan emblem and he had them burned along with the corpse, then walked to a car and said to Yoryuki, "Of course, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Judging from the strength of the ninjutsu you just released, you're stronger than me. You don't have to be so vigilant. Although there's quite a distance between the main camp and the subcamps, with 10 subcamps under one main camp, it's unlikely the enemy will send a large force to break through and snipe us. At most, they'll send a few small teams to try it out. Too many people wouldn't be able to get in. Unless all 10 subcamps are broken at the same time and no ninja manages to escape, we will definitely receive the news. The main camp we just came to is the number 5 main camp on the front line, and now we are going to the number 1 subcamp under the number 5 main camp. The reason why the attack on a subcamp this time could alarm Lord Madara is because we signed a ceasefire agreement with the Senju clan 2 years ago. Now that a subcamp has been attacked, it proves that another large-scale war is about to begin. These are what Lord Hui asked me to tell you. Thanks to you, I also know this information, haha. There will be another war in the future. A trace of worry appeared on Uchiha Rin's face. Thank you, I understand, uncle. Yeah, Yi said calmly. The time point now is the beginning of the year before Konoha, and Konoha is about to be established. The war that is about to break out will weaken the powerful Uchiha clan by 90%. This will be the most horrific war in the ninja world with the highest number of deaths since the war between the 6 paths, and it will be the war that will end the troubled times. Although Ye Yi appeared calm on the surface, he was actually very panicked inside. With my current strength, I'm just cannon fodder on the battlefield. I have to accumulate strength to the maximum within half a year to avoid dying in the upcoming war, Ye Yi thought to himself. Another 4 hours passed. On the dark road ahead, the unique sentry tower lights of the Uchiha clan camp appeared, illuminating a short distance to the entrance of the city wall. We're here, we're here. Uchiha Rin shook Yoryuki awake, took out the Uchiha city wall entry and exit permit, and opened a Megatama Sharingan. After verifying that it was indeed the token carrying the clan leader's chakra and seeing the activated Sharingan, the guard confirmed the identity and directly ordered the city gate to be open to let people pass. The few ninjas in the back who were responsible for transporting food and grass opened their Sharinans, stood beside the food and grass carts they were responsible for, and slowly followed the food and grass carts into the city. After entering the city and following the main force to place the food and fodder, Uchiha Hui let the others disperse and found Yoryuki and said, "Let's go. We don't have anything to do right now. I'll take you around the city and familiarize you with the environment. After all, you still have to train here for a long time." Yeah, Yi thanked him and said, "Thank you for your help, Uncle Hui." Uchiha Tara started patrolling the city with Yoryuki. The subcamp was neither big nor small, as it was on the front lines. Therefore, there were few civilians, and most of them were ninjas. Including ninjas, there were only about 200 people in the entire city. Yoryuki was walking with Uchiha Teru in the city when he suddenly saw the existence of a ninja tool shop. He was greatly surprised and asked Uchiha Teru, "Since there are ninja tool shops on the front lines, why do clan members usually buy tools from within the clan before going to the front lines?" You don't know that. Ninja tools sold on the front lines are usually twice as expensive as those sold within the clan, because once a war breaks out, the existence of a ninja tool shop will be completely targeted by the enemy, so they are totally risking their lives on the front lines to make money. But if our subcamp is attacked and we don't have enough ninja tools, they will come forward to supply us for the battle. After the battle, if we hold on, we will calculate the losses and the Uchiha clan will reimburse us. If you can't hold on, Uchiha Hui gave Yoryuki a you-know expression. They continued to walk down the city. The city was mostly about war, and there was no place to relax. I guess one reason was that they were afraid that the ninjas defending the city would enrich themselves and indulge in pleasure. After they had almost finished touring the entire city, Uchiha Hui brought Yoryuki to the rest area, arranged a place for her to rest, and said, "Rest early. We have to wait for at most a week. Either we will fight back or the enemy will attack again. Recharge your energy and look forward to your wonderful performance in the next battle." "Okay, next time I will make sure they never come back," Yaishi said to Uchiha Teru with full fighting spirit. The next morning, he got up early, washed up, put on the ninja armor he had bought before, and walked towards the training ground of Zing. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A fire dragon condensed beside him from Yoryuki's chakra and natural energy. He focused his eyes and the fire dragon rushed directly towards the wooden stake. Bong, a small mushroom cloud formed with the wooden stake as its center, and everything within a 30-meter radius was reduced to ashes. Sure enough, it's worthy of being the B-level fire jutsu that Suzuki used to fight Itaki in the original work. Yoryuki was also shocked when he saw the destructive power of this ninjutsu. Originally, this fire escape did not have an explosive effect, but after practicing for a period of time, Yoryuki discovered that he could control the natural energy condensed in his chakra, so that it could give different bonuses to chakra of different attributes, and the fire escape was explosion and temperature increase. This ninjutsu was taught to me by teacher Basswood. That a skilled user only needs to form a single seal, the tiger, to unleash it. I can't do it yet, but I've reached the point where I can perform 5 seals per second. I believe that in the future I will be able to clap my hands and get whatever I want. Yoryuki practiced for another hour or two, completing today's training, and then walked out of the training camp. As soon as I walked out, I saw a large arena next to me. There were not many people there when I first arrived, but now not only is there someone speaking on the stage, but there are also ninjas surrounding it below. He looked around and saw Uchiha Rin among the crowd. He walked over quickly, patted Rin on the shoulder and said, "Rin, what's going on here? Why are there so many people?" Uchiha Rin turned around and saw that it was Yoryuki, and began to explain, "This one. Every subcamp holds activities every month. Everyone can become the champion or challenge the champion. The person with the highest points at dusk will receive an A-rank ninjutsu. A genin gets 1 point, a chunin gets 10 points, and a jonin gets 100 points. Each ninja can challenge twice, and the best result will be taken as the final result. But the jonin defending the city will only challenge the highest scoring ninja at the last moment, after all battles have ended and the ninja with the highest points has recovered, in order to test their strength. If the jonin loses, we will give him extra points and report it to Uchiha Madara-sama. If he wins, we will give him the first place prize as usual without any extra points. It's like a rule for discovering talent. Because every 3 months, each of our subcamps rotates defenses to prevent the enemy from becoming familiar with the combat habits of each of our subcamps and thus breaking through the camp. The monthly competition is mainly for the new generation of ninjas. The older generation guards the city, and they have their own promotion channels. Enough of that, do you want to participate? Uchiha Rin asked. Come and join us. Where can I sign up? Yi said to him. No need to sign up. When the fight starts, just go up to the ring whenever you think you can. Oh, by the way, the jonin guarding the city this time is called Uchiha Akiya. I see, thank you. Yi returned and said, I guess I have to participate in this event. If I can get an A-rank ninjutsu and learn it, my strength will be greatly improved. After all, an A-rank ninjutsu is the highest level of ninjutsu that an ordinary ninja can master after reaching the rank of jonin. Anything higher than that can only be mastered by cage level or ninjas with backgrounds. Although I have already had some contact with Uchiha Madara, time waits for no one. Learning an A-level ninjutsu earlier will give me a better chance of surviving the upcoming war. When Yi thought of this, he felt even more that he had to be the first. Once I gain some fame with this ninjutsu, I can go to Uchiha Madara to ask for the remaining relics of my parents. Then I should have no shortage of ninjutsu. Boom, boom, boom. As the drum sounded, the competition officially began. The two genin jumped onto the stage at the same time, looked at each other, made a seal of opposition, and the battle officially began. The ninja in the blue-red armor quickly threw 2 kunai at the opposite side as a test. The other ninja was not fast enough, so he dodged the attack with a substitution technique, then grabbed the kunai hanging between his legs and slashed at the opponent. The ninja in the cyan-red armor also took out his next kunai to block the attack. The two sides fought back and forth for a while without a clear winner. At this time, the ninja in the cyan-red armor used a substitution technique to dodge the opponent's horizontal slash and formed seals with his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball flew towards the opponent, and just as it was about to hit, the senior ninja who was watching the show on the tree used a flash technique to hold the junior ninja who was unable to dodge and avoided the attack. You won this battle. Keep up the good work next time, Uchiha Minjai said to the genin wearing blue and red armor. The two sides made a seal of reconciliation, and the losing genin stepped down. Next, the genin picked up the kunai he had just thrown and defeated several opponents in succession, but was eliminated due to lack of physical strength. Yuriuki saw that there were probably only a few genin left in the arena. At this time, the battle on the field had just ended, and he jumped directly from the stage. Looking at each other, the other side took a breath. After both sides made opposing seals with each other, Yuriuki rushed towards the other side and chopped him down with the ninja sword in his hand. The opponent didn't expect that Yi's speed was so fast, and he could only rely on instinct to raise his hand to block. Unexpectedly, a huge force came, and he and the kunai were directly sent flying out of the ring. After a pause, the genin checked his body to see if there were any knife wounds. He then looked at Yuriuki and discovered that the ninja sword he had slashed at him was with its unsharpened side. He bowed slightly to him and returned to his original position to watch the show. Yuriuki looked around and saw that there were no genin who had not fought in the ring before. Then a chunin jumped onto the stage. The seal of opposition is formed, and Yi is still the same. He dodged and chopped at the opponent. As soon as the chunin saw Yuriuki's speed, he knew he couldn't dodge, so he predicted in advance and used a substitution technique to dodge. Then he threw the kunai in his hand quickly, but unexpectedly, Yi also appeared next to him with a teleportation technique. The sword was no different from that genin, and it flew directly out of the ring. He chopped down several young chunin kids one after another, and the other ninjas knew better than to come up and give away points. Yuriuki looked at Uchiha Rin, who was eager to try in the audience, and beckoned him. The other party jumped up directly. Yeah, Jun, let me test your strength, Uchiha Rin said. The seal of opposition was formed, and the two sides directly collided with each other with their ninja tools, and then quickly dodged. After a few rounds, Rin was already a little unable to hold on. After all, Yuriuki's current physique had the bonus of the sage body and the long-term nourishment of natural energy, which was no longer something a chunin level could withstand. Next, Rin dodged Yuriuki's attack and opened the Jade Sharingan. After dodging another attack with the substitution technique, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball fell towards Yuriuki, and a white mist spread out. Rin stared at the white mist intently. At this moment, a rock flew towards Lin in the white mist. Lin barely managed to use a body flickering technique to dodge before the stone arrived. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Several huge fireballs just blocked Rin's movement. Even with the Sharingan activated, Rin couldn't dodge this wave of ninjutsu. Uchiha Minjai jumped down and instantly dodged the fireball with Rin. When Yayi saw this, he knew that the battle was over, and the ninja sword in his hand was also put into the scroll. Uchiha Minjai looked at Yoryuki and said, "I'll give you 2 hours to rest, and then I'll compete with you." Yayi said, "No, just come directly, I didn't consume much." Uchiha Minjai was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then he stood on the stage and said, "Let's start, you make the first move." Yayi was surprised to hear such a good thing. Directly forming seals with the hands, circulating with natural energy fire style, Phoenix fire technique this time, dozens of fireballs wrapped in shurikens flew quickly towards the direction where Uchiha Minjai was. He instantly activated the 3 Magneto Shurinan, formed seals with his hands, and a wall of earth rose from the ground, barely blocking the fireball before shattering. When the earth wall rose, Uchiha Minjai had already formed the seal for the next ninjutsu, and Yoryuki was also prepared, and both of them released ninjutsu at the same time. Earth Escape, Earth Dragon Technique Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique Wind Style, Sky Slashing Wave. An Earth Dragon rose up and spewed out earth bombs made of mud from its mouth. On Yayi's side, a Fire Dragon flew towards the Earth Dragon, and a hurricane came from behind, and the Fire Dragon instantly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, the two ninjutsu collided, and the Earth Dragon was directly burned to ashes by the terrifying temperature around the Fire Dragon, while Uchiha Minjai used a substitute to flash to the left side of the Fire Dragon. Seeing this situation, Yayi knew that the outcome was already decided, and he whispered softly, "Explode." Bong! A huge fire dragon exploded beside Uchiha Minjai, and the mushroom cloud enveloped Minjai. There was a loud bang, and everyone, whether it was the people in the audience or Uchiha Taro who sensed a terrifying chakra and hurried over, stared at the place where Uchiha Minjai was standing. As the explosion faded, a disheveled Uchiha Minjai appeared with his armor torn. Looking at Yayi, he bowed to him and said, "You win, thank you for showing mercy. If you hadn't waited for the fire dragon to fly a little longer, I might not have survived if I had been in the center of the explosion." Good. This new ninja actually defeated Master Minjai. Too strong. After the ninjas in the audience were shocked, there was a huge applause and praise. After the two ninjas who were unwilling to accept each other finished the second game, Uchiha Hui looked at Uchiha Minjai's current condition, discussed with him, and let him present the award and let him go down to recuperate. The competition is now over. Let me present the awards to everyone. Third place, a B-rank ninjutsu, a Chunin wearing cyan blue armor, came up to receive the award. Second place, 1 B-level ninjutsu and 1 C-level ninjutsu. The person who came to receive the award was a Chunin named Uchiha Kinglin. First place, an A-rank ninjutsu. However, Uchiha Tara did not give it to Yoryuki immediately. Instead, after officially announcing the end of the event, he took Yoryuki away from the ring. After bringing Yoryuki back to his tent, he said, "Before Madara-sama came here, he told me that if you took second place in the competition, your parents' inheritance would be given to you in advance. If you take first place, your parents won't give you the other ninjutsu. This money and these two ninjutsu are your rewards. If you master these two, you won't have to waste time on other low-level ninjutsu." After saying that, Uchiha Hui put down 2 scrolls and 5 million silver notes and left. After Yayi put away the banknotes, he looked at the 2 scrolls. Opening it, it said, "Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishing, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough." Seeing the first ninjutsu, Yoryuki was stunned. This was the extremely powerful S-rank ninjutsu that Uchiha Madara unleashed in the anime. The 2 scrolls also contain Madara's experience in ninjutsu and precautions for training. Yoryuki thought happily, it seems that participating in this competition was indeed a good decision. Just the Great Fire Extinguishing technique with Madara's experience is far more than my family's inheritance and an A-rank ninjutsu, not to mention the Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Yeah, he spent the whole afternoon looking at the scroll of how Huo extinguishing that he couldn't sleep at night and tried to memorize the training method overnight. I want to learn this S-level ninjutsu quickly, and I want to see what a terrifying effect the Great Fire Extinguishing will be when combined with natural energy. If I learn and master these 2 ninjutsu, I think it will be enough to protect myself in the next battle. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His eyes turned red, and at this moment, his eyeballs suddenly spun rapidly, and an inky black Megatama emerged. 1 Megatama Shurinan. Open. Yayi was so shocked by this sudden surprise that he saw stars. It took me a while to calm down my excitement. He recalled the novels he had read before. Some of the novels had the setting that the Shurinan could only be activated under intense emotions, but most people thought that this emotion must be sadness. Now it seems that it is not necessarily the case. As long as the emotional fluctuations are big enough and the physical condition is good enough, the Shurinan can be successfully opened. This emotion should be good or bad. Yoryuki opened the Shurinan and tested its limits. Time passed little by little, and soon it was dawn. Neither the chakra nor the power of the Shurinan weakened at all. It seems that the consumption of the Shurinan is on par with the recovery of my sage body. I won't have to worry about the side effects of the Shurinan when I can fight in the future. Yoryuki thought to himself. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Yayi sat down and meditated to refine his chakra. In a tent in the city, clan leader Uchiha Hui saluted the person in front of him. How did Yoryuki perform in this grain transportation and competition? Asked Uchiha Madara. Chief, we sent a small team to test his strength during this grain transport, but he easily killed them. He wasn't as cowardly as most ninjas would be when they kill someone for the first time. In the ring match, Yoryuki showed great fighting ability. Although Uchiha Akiya had the 3 Magadama Sharingan, Yoryuki used his ability to make flames explode to catch Uchiha Akiya off guard and directly won. Although it's a bit tricky, but isn't ninja fighting all about surprise? I think he has the strength of a Jonin now. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara pondered for a while and said, "Bring him to see me tomorrow." Yes. The next morning, Uchiha Yoryuki arrived at the training grounds early. No one else was there yet, so he decided to give it a try. He had watched the S-rank ninjutsu last night to see how powerful it was. Originally, the Great Fire Slayer was a B-rank ninjutsu, but the S-rank ninjutsu awarded in the tournament was something Uchiha Madara had modified into an S-rank ninjutsu based on his own ninjutsu experience, greatly increasing both the difficulty and the power. Now, apart from Uchiha Madara, only Yoryuki knows this enhanced ninjutsu. Ziijo Suwushen Hien as the seals in his hands slowly formed, the chakra in his body began to mobilize. Yi suppressed the addition of natural energy, wanting to see what the original power was. Fire style, great fire extinguishing the flame passed over the fingertips, and a large flame like seawater spurted out forward. The entire flame in front had an attack range of about 10 meters, and the distance from Yi to the flame was 20 meters. After testing the power, Yoryuki released the ninjutsu and formed seals with his hands again. This time, not only was chakra mobilized, but all the natural energy that Yoryuki could mobilize was also mixed in. Senjutsu fire style, great fire extinguishing the golden red flame surged forward, and the terrifying heat turned all the nearby wooden stumps and trees into ashes. The flames dissipated, leaving an empty area that looked out of place with the surrounding environment. Yoryuki judged that the damage range of the ninjutsu just now should be about 25 meters in front of the surrounding area, and the release distance should be about 35 meters. Seeing how powerful this ninjutsu was, even though he had just started practicing it, Yoryuki was extremely happy. After practicing ninjutsu for a while, it was already noon. When Yoryuki returned home, washed up and was having lunch, Uchiha Taro came over. Looking at Yi who was still eating, he said, "You're eating? I haven't eaten either. Do you want to join us?" Uchiha Hui shook the roast chicken in his hand. "Of course, it's just an extra pair of chopsticks. You're so polite." Yi said to Uchiha Hui with a smile. After the two of them had almost finished eating, Uchiha Hui said, "Pack up and follow me to see the clan leader. He specifically wants to see you today." "The clan leader has also come to Zing?" Yi asked in surprise. "Yes, I just arrived yesterday," Uchiha Taro replied. After a simple tidy up, Yoryuki followed Uchiha Taro into a tent, one in front and one behind. "Chief, Yoryuki is here," Uchiha Taro said at the door of the tent. "Come in." Uchiha Taro waved his hand to signal Yoryuki to go in, and he stood guard at the door. Yoryuki pulled open the door curtain and walked in, and saw Uchiha Madara standing in front of a map looking at something. "Chief," Yi said. "Don't be so formal, I am your uncle after all," Madara said. "I wonder what Uncle Madara wants to talk to me about today," Yoryuki asked, following up on the conversation. "I heard that you performed well in this mission and the competition, so I decided to train with you for 2 months. Are you willing?" asked Madara. "Of course I do. I'd love to," Yi said happily. In this way, Yoryuki and Madara trained together for 2 months. During these 2 months, Madara not only taught Yoryuki ninjutsu, but also taught him some fighting techniques and war. Their relationship became closer. Not only did he discover Yoryuki's excellent ideas and tactics, but he also discussed some peace concepts with each other. Yoryuki revealed some advanced ideas that were far beyond the times. Although Madara did not quite agree with them at the moment, it also allowed the seeds of peace in Madara's heart to begin to sprout. 2 months later, inside the tent, a group of Jonin were intensely discussing the tactics for their counterattack. At this time, Uchiha Madara walked in with Yoryuki, looked at everyone, and said, "In this counterattack, we will not only avenge the loss of the last Zen camp, but also inflict pain on them. Our target this time is the frontline position of the Sarutobi clan. According to our spies, there are 5 Jonin, 30 Chunin, 200 Genin, and a large amount of food and supplies there. This time, we will send out 6 squadrons of ninja. 2 squadrons will act as the vanguard to delay the enemy, and 4 squadrons will surround the enemy position. I want you to bury the enemy in the position without leaving a single one alive." "Yes," the Jonin replied. Then we continued to discuss the tactical details. With the general guidelines in place, the details were quickly finalized. Uchiha Madara said to Yoryuki, "You will also participate in this mission and fight with Uchiha Taro's squadron. I guarantee that the enemy will be killed without a single survivor," Yi said with a smirk. Yi returned to his tent, packed up the items he would use in the next battle, and said to himself, "View personal attributes byte." A curtain of light that only Yoryuki could see unfolded before him. Uchiha Yoryuki age 5 years old bloodline Uchiha clan physique enhanced immortal body strength Jonin chakra attribute fire escape level 5 earth escape level 4 water escape level 1 lightning escape level 4 wind escape level 4 yin escape level 3 yang escape level 6 fire style great fireball technique fire style phoenix fire technique fire style great dragon fire technique fire style great fire extinguishment wind style sky slashing wave wind style great breakthrough lightning release chidori lightning release slashing sword. All ninjutsu have now been perfected. After the chakra development level has been raised and the principles of operation are understood, it is easy to practice ninjutsu. Items silver notes 6.5 million, no system items available. Character description: although he hasn't activated sage mode, the ninjutsu he uses can reach the level of sage techniques and Uchiha Jonin. Bite. It is detected that the host has reached the level of Jonin and can participate in a lottery. Do you want to draw now? Extraction. Something appeared out of nowhere and exploded in front of Yi. A blue-green tang sword and a scabbard appeared on the ground. Congratulations to the host for drawing the 6 paths weapon, Lanyu. The total length of the blade is 82 centimeters, and the blade is 60 centimeters long. This sword can conduct chakra, and can also be enlarged after activating Susanoo. Wow, a 6 paths level weapon that can also be used as a Susanoo artifact. Am I so lucky today? Yi thought to himself as he picked up the blue feather. Yi casually swung his hand twice, and 2 blades appeared on the blue feather blade and pierced into the ground. When Yi saw 2 holes cut into the ground, he swallowed and looked at Lanyu in disbelief. He took the scabbard, put away the knife, and walked quickly towards the training ground. Yoryuki glanced at the people around the training ground, thought for a moment, and walked deeper into the woods. He stopped when he was 50 meters away from the edge of the training ground. Facing the trees in front, Yoryuki circulated his chakra. Immortal technique, lightning release, sword slash, the power of thunder and the energy of nature surged from Yoryuki's body and attached to the entire blade. Originally, Yoryuki wanted to use the previous sword together, so he went to ask Madara for the secret manual of this A-level ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, another powerful weapon appeared, which was like adding wings to a tiger. Yi slashed directly at the big tree in front of him, and a huge thunder blade energy flew forward. The trees in front fell down horizontally, and did not fall down until 40 meters away. Not only that, after the blade energy dissipated, the aftermath of thunder spread around. Seeing this, Yi quickly controlled the thunder to disperse. The addition of natural energy to the lightning technique enhances the range attack capability and the intensity of the thunder. Looking at the mess ahead, Yi was very satisfied with the improvement in this training. While other ninjas came to check the situation, Yoryuki used a flash technique to escape from the scene. For the next few days, Yoryuki didn't come to the training ground and stayed at home to refine chakra. That morning, Uchiha Rin anxiously pulled Yoryuki, who had just put on his armor, to the gathering place. When I arrived, I looked at Uchiha Madara and several senior ninjas on the platform in front of me. Uchiha Madara waited for a while and said, after seeing that almost everyone had arrived, fellow citizens, when we abide by the armistice agreement signed with the Senju clan, there are always some villains who think that we Uchiha are cowards. They attack us again and again. This time, they were so bold as to attack the camp directly. Can you tolerate this? Cannot. Kill them. This revenge must be avenged. The audience became restless. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara suppressed his hand and the whole place fell silent instantly. So we've decided that Uchiha Teru's squadron will take the lead, with the other squadrons assisting. This time, your target is the Sarutobi clan's frontline positions. Kill them without a single one left alive. Can you do it? Able. Make sure to complete the mission, Chief. Alright then, gather at the city gate in half an hour and quickly prepare the equipment you'll be bringing. After saying this, Uchiha Madara turned around and left. Yoryuki took a look and saw that he was still holding Lanyu in his hand and his armor was on. There was nothing else he needed to take, so he followed Uchiha Teru to the city gate. Be prepared. This is the first counterattack of our Uchiha clan. Don't be impulsive on the battlefield and protect your life. I know your strength. As long as you don't get carried away and are not surrounded, your life will not be in danger, so stay calm. Uchiha Hui said. I know, Uncle Hui. Yi said to the uncle in front of him. After 2 months of training, with Ban as the instructor and Hui as the sparring partner, so the relationship between the two is also very good. Half an hour later, Madara was standing on the city wall, looking at the 6 squadrons gathered below, and waved his hand. Set off. As soon as he finished speaking, the ninjas from the 6 squadrons quickly rushed out along the designated routes of their respective squadrons. After the troops reached a maple forest, everyone gradually slowed down because they had left their camp and entered the battlefield where the two sides were confronting each other. Uchiha Teru has already opened the Sharingan and he is staring straight ahead, as are the clan members next to him who can open the Sharingan. The Sharingan can see the opponent's chakra, so its reconnaissance ability is not weak. Suddenly, Uchiha Teru stopped and gestured to everyone. Yoryuki quickly hit on a large tree trunk with dense leaves. After everyone was hidden, Uchiha Hui made another gesture and everyone began to make hand seals facing the positions of the ninjas they knew. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fireballs flew towards the other side. Some who were unable to dodge died on the spot. The remaining two avoided the attack with quick reactions and ran away quickly without thinking. Seeing this, Yi unsheathed the blue feather hanging at his waist. Lightning release, slashing sword. He swung two knives directly at two locations in the direction of the opponent's escape. The blue sword energy arrived in an instant, and the two ninjas were instantly struck by lightning and their bodies were completely destroyed. Seeing this, Uchiha Hui gave Yi a thumbs up and gave the order to continue moving forward. Everyone moved slowly and carefully on the ground. After a few hours, Yi could already see the enemy's position from the tree, and there were several teams stationed outside. After waiting for another half an hour, when almost all the other squadrons had arrived at their designated locations, Uchiha Hui and Yoryuki looked at each other and smiled. Yoryuki and Uchiha Taro quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, continuous fireball. Wind style, great breakthrough. Yoryuki's wind escape quickly created a hurricane that blew towards the enemy camp. Uchiha Taro's fireballs quickly expanded and grew larger because of the wind force directly driven by Yoryuki's wind escape. Bong, 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 bong. 5 huge fireballs exploded, causing chaos in the opposite camp and burning many ninjas to death. Several Uchiha in other positions also immediately released ninjutsu. After this wave of attack, more than half of the positions were damaged. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan quickly began to fight back, building earth walls to form a defense. Both sides released ninjutsu at each other and confronted each other for a while. Yoryuki was watching from the side. That he had not made any other moves since he released the wind style. He thought that he could not attract too much attention now, so he blocked the fleeing ninjas from the rear and asked several captains to lead their men to fight. That he took several genin and found a place to wait to avoid being targeted before the war started. Earth escape, earth splitting palm. A Sarutobi senior ninja suddenly emerged from behind the earth wall and released ninjutsu towards Yoryuki's squadron. The ground in front of them cracked instantly, and several Uchiha genin were about to be hit by this ninjutsu before they could dodge. Wind style, sky slashing wave. Yoryuki stood on the tree and attacked the ground. The damage of the wind blade directly offset the attack of the senior ninja. Yoryuki looked at the two groups of ninjas in front of him who were already fighting head-on. After moving his wrist, Lanyu was illuminated by the sunlight, emitting a cold blue-green light. Immortal technique, lightning release, sword slash. After being given the lightning release, Yoryuki suddenly appeared in front of the Sarutobi jonin and chopped him down. The senior ninja reacted quickly and quickly drew out his kunao to block. Needless to say, the blue feather is very sharp, not to mention that it is also attached with magic. The kunao was cut off like tofu, and the jonin took a step back at the critical moment. The tip of the knife slid across, leaving a deep cut on his chest. After dodging the attack, he quickly used a substitution technique to distance himself, while Yoryuki just stood there and looked at the other person quietly. Lightning chakra rushed around in his wound. He covered his chest with his hands, coughed up blood, and stared at Yoryuki. A jonin attacked several genin. How dare you do that? Yes, sneered, holding a tang sword. That's right, that's right. Shameless. Seeing that there was no danger for the time being, several genin looked around vigilantly and made sarcastic remarks. The jonin's face instantly darkened, so gloomy that Yoryuki felt that if he were a member of the Uchiha clan, he would probably be able to open a Sharingan directly. Because of Yoryuki's presence, the genin he brought with him became much bolder. Seeing that Yoryuki did not stop them, they became more and more excited. The senior ninja couldn't help it any longer, so he took out a few shurikens from his ninja tool bag and threw them at the junior ninjas. Yi laughed, raised Lanyu and swung it lightly. The lightning on the sword bounced off quickly and knocked down the fast-moving shuriken. You still dare to attack? I think you really don't want to live. Yi formed a seal with one hand. Fire style, phoenix fire technique. Fireballs flew out of Yi's mouth one after another. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A wall of earth appeared in front of the jonin. Seeing this, Yi waited for the first few fireballs to hit the earth wall, and then controlled the following fireballs with natural energy to explode. Bong! The senior ninja didn't expect that the fire escape technique could explode while flying, and he was blown away before he could dodge. The knife wound caused by Xiang Kai was already bleeding, and the explosion stimulated the remaining lightning, which directly reacted with the fire chakra and triggered a secondary explosion. Instantly the jonin exploded on the spot, being blown to pieces, the surroundings filled with his presence. Several genin were also stunned by the power, staring at Yi blankly with admiration in their eyes. You guys stay on guard, you guys deal with the genin yourselves. As long as it's not the elite jonin who takes action, I'm capable of protecting you. Fight bravely. After saying that, Yoryuki jumped onto a thick tree trunk, lying down and looking at the Sarutobi position in front where the battle was still going on. Yes, Lord Yoryuki, several Uchiha genin answered happily. With a powerful ninja protecting you on the battlefield, you can try your best to hone yourself. Now some ninjas have slowly escaped from the position. They stayed where they were and waited for the next battle. The surrounding area was blocked by several teams. No genin or chinin will escape. There were already few jonin in the enemy camp, and this jonin desperately tried to escape in order to pass on the message. Uchiha Tara saw that he was escaping in the direction of Yoryuki and ignored him. He was going to die anyway, so it didn't matter if he died sooner or later. Inside the Sarutobi camp, Uchiha Taro held a kunao in his hand, opened his Sharingan, and chopped the Sarutobi clan's senior ninja opposite him repeatedly. At this time, the senior ninja was mentally devastated. Uchiha Taro rushed in and stared at him with his Sharingan open. He wanted to run away but couldn't. Because of Uchiha Tara's fierce attack, he couldn't even use ninjutsu to fight back. He could only use kunao to resist the attack. Although he was very careful, he was still slashed several times. "You are really going too far," the senior ninja roared while blocking. Seizing the opportunity, he used a substitution technique to create a little distance and then formed seals with his hands. Uchiha Hui used a flashing body technique to flash to his face again, and continued to chop him, mocking him. "I'm just bullying you, what can you do, eh?" The senior ninja gradually couldn't withstand Uchiha Tara's attacks and was slashed several times without any chance of survival. He felt ruthless and thought to himself, "If I can't survive, you can't expect to survive either." He was seen bearing Uchiha Hui's attack and was about to come up to exchange his life for injury. On Uchiha Tara's face, his Sharingan slowly rotated, revealing a smile. He dodged the attack with a quick movement and instantly formed a seal. Fire style, flying fire shuriken. He pulled out his shuriken and used the fire escape technique to throw 5 shurikens directly into the body of the senior ninja. A raging fire instantly ignited from his body. He struggled for a while and finally fell to the ground. This move was developed by him and Yoryuki during their 2 months of training. While it wasn't as effective as wind ninjutsu combined with shuriken, and the flames would extinguish if launched beyond a certain distance, it could be used for close combat and sneak attacks. If it successfully penetrated the opponent, combined with the high temperature of fire ninjutsu, it could kill them instantly. However, with both advantages and disadvantages, it barely qualified as a B-rank ninjutsu. After dealing with this opponent, Uchiha Hui looked around and saw that all the senior ninjas in the opposite position were dead, with only a few miscellaneous soldiers still resisting stubbornly. He exchanged glances with the other captains and immediately took action. Because there were no jonin in Sarutobi's position, these Uchiha jonin unilaterally slaughtered the remaining minions. After half an hour, there was no enemy left alive in the field, and the ninjas who escaped were all dealt with by other teams. After defeating the enemy and gathering outside the position, Uchiha Hui thought for a moment and gave an order to everyone to use ninjutsu towards the camp to destroy the supplies they could not use or take away. Then the ninjas above the level of Chunin gathered in a row, forming hand seals with their hands facing the direction of Sarutobi's position. Fire style, great fireball technique. Yi thought about it and decided to join in the fun, circulating his chakra. Immortal technique, wind escape, great breakthrough. A huge gust of wind drove dozens of fireballs towards the camp. The fireballs slowly expanded during the flight. When they reached the position, these fireballs could completely cover any position of the position. Bang! The position was instantly engulfed by the fireball. After a while, the dust settled. Looking at the remaining debris, Uchiha Hui laughed heartily and said, "Return to camp." Everyone worked at their fastest speed and returned to the camp in just 2.5 hours. After the Jonins let the ninjas of their respective squadrons rest, they walked towards the meeting tent with Yoryuki. After waiting inside for a while, Uchiha Madara walked in. With a smile on his face he said, "I have all the battle reports. That you did a great job. It will probably take 4 or 5 days for them to find out, because the food and supplies at that position have just been replenished, and no other ninja will be checking it out for the time being. Everyone go back and rest, Yoryuki will stay." After hearing this, the Jonin nodded to Uchiha Madara and went back to rest. "Uncle Madara, is there something wrong?" Yoryuki asked. 5 days from now, once all the ninjas from the main camps have been dispatched to their respective subcamps, we will begin our counterattack. By then, I won't be able to protect you on the battlefield. Take this token. With it, you can freely enter and exit any camp within the clan. With this, anyone who knows you have this token will do their utmost to protect you during the war. We, the Uchiha clan, have already distributed 10 of these tokens. Once you get one, input a trace of your chakra into it. The token can store chakra for 10 years. When you die one day, the chakra disappears and the token automatically disintegrates to prevent it from falling into the hands of the enemy. After saying that, Uchiha Madara handed Yoryuki an exquisite token. "Alright, that's it. Let's do our best to survive this war. Maybe peace will finally come." The darkness before dawn cut through it, and what awaits us is a bright future. Back in the camp, Yoryuki thought about what Uchiha Madara had just said. Logically speaking, the war would not start for another 3 months. Could it be that his time travel brought about a butterfly effect? The original book did not talk about the wars in the warring states period in detail, but yet he was sure that there was absolutely no combat system such as subcamps and main camps, squadrons, company, and battalion. His parents brought up such things. Could it be that something had influenced their thinking? Forget it, there's no point thinking too much now. I should just work hard at training and try to develop the sage mode and use the real sage technique. Then the power of ninjutsu will definitely increase greatly, instead of the current sage technique which can only use so little natural energy. 5 days later. During these 5 days, Yoryuki did nothing but refine chakra and absorb more natural energy every day. Now the Uchiha clan ninja has arrived. Uchiha Madara gathered everyone at the ring next to the training ground to prepare for the battle mobilization. When Yoryuki arrived at the scene, he found that everyone was lined up under the ring according to their ninja level and team sequence. There were 11 stools on the ring, which were obviously where the senior ninjas sat. Yoryuki pulled them carefully and found a chair with his name written on it, so he walked up and sat down. 4 squadrons came to support this main camp in this area. Together with the previous 6 squadrons and Uchiha Madara, it is already a complete brigade. The other subcamps went to support 4 squadrons at most, so the other subcamps plus the original squadron stationed their total 5 squadrons. Obviously, this time the subcamp where Yei is located will be the main attack. Madara walked to the center of the field and looked at the ninjas below. My tribesmen, the war is about to begin. During this period, we have endured the enemy's constant small-scale harassment for the sake of our hard-earned peace, but this time they actually attacked our camp. This is absolutely intolerable. If we continue to tolerate this, the enemy will probably think that we Uchiha have become a cowardly clan. For peace next time, for your loved ones, pick up your weapons and go fight. Our target this time is a large position of the Sarutobi clan ahead. Even the sharpest sword will draw blood. Let it be a sacrifice for us Uchiha to renew our front. After saying that, Uchiha Madara took out the Uchiha fan on his back and pointed in the direction of the battlefield, set off. Just like that, Zing's ninja army set out. Combat power. The combat strength of a jonin at the level of Kage is 11 shinins including Yoryuki 100 genins 1,000. As the army advanced, Yoryuki followed Uchiha Taro and asked with some doubt, Uncle Hui, the enemy has several positions, how come a large position suddenly appeared? Well, because the Sarutobi clan has become a vassal clan of the Senju clan. The clan's core areas, including the ancestral temple, will be moved outside the Senju clan as the last line of defense after the Senju positions are completely breached, and they will be used as cannon fodder to protect the Senju clan's territory. As for the small clans like Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inoshikacho, they only have 2 large positions on the battlefield at most, and the defense inside is generally at the battalion level, and each of them has at most 1 Kage level. So one of the 2 large-scale positions has no Kage-level strongmen. The reason why the clan leader is leading the team personally this time is because the camp we are attacking has a Kage-level expert. We Uchiha clan usually don't fight. If we do, we have to hurt them so that they will remember it next time. If it weren't for the previous peace agreement, these small tribes would have been almost wiped out by us in the previous war. After we wiped out a small tribe, they learned their lesson and directly attached themselves to the Thousand Hands tribe. Having said that, Uchiha Hui showed a disdainful expression. Then he continued, the clan leader is leading the team personally this time because this is the first major battle of our counterattack. The other subcamps can only fight small positions at best, but this time we must take on this Kage-level opponent. You must be cautious when the battle begins. Large-scale battles won't be as straightforward as last time. A war will last for several days. The enemy will definitely receive reinforcements, and our other sub-battalions will also cooperate in the battle to capture some smaller positions. Once the battle begins, this area will be in complete chaos. There will definitely be some strong ones who will sneak up on the more outstanding Uchiha during the battle. Your current mission is not to follow us in attacking the position, but to gain experience for future wars. We know your strength, but you are not experienced enough in combat. There are too many people in war. The ninja who is fighting with others next to you may turn around and stab you. So you must be vigilant of everything around you. War is a melting pot. It can easily burn the lives of geniuses. But if you can withstand the smelting inside, the final product will definitely be a divine weapon. So, you must work hard to survive. As Yoryuki hurried on his way, he listened to what Uchiha Taro told him about the details that needed to be paid attention to on the battlefield. With a touch of emotion in his heart, he memorized all the knowledge firmly. After traveling for a while, the main force arrived at the buffer zone between the Uchiha forces and the Sarutobi positions. Uchiha Madara took a look and ordered the main force to build a temporary position directly on the spot. It will be used to facilitate the transportation of food and grass and support from the rear when the battle starts. This time, Uchiha Madara will not interfere too much in the battle. After he deals with the Kage-level enemy on the opposite side, he will return to the command center to take control of the overall situation, so it depends on everyone's efforts to capture the position. Rested in place for a day. The temporary position has been built. It is nothing more than some tents and a place to store supplies. Now there are only a few ninjas stationed in the position, and the others have hidden in the maple forest. This forest is the original habitat of the Sarutobi clan, and a large area of maple trees has stood here for many years. The maple trees in the ninja world are different from the blue star maple trees before Yoryuki traveled through time. The maple trees here are all thick and sturdy, and people can easily stand on the branches. The leaves are also extremely bright red all year round. Yeah, he was running around in the trees as usual. After following the troops and slowly sneaking to a place not far from the enemy position, he chose a tree that was very suitable for ambush as the 6th one. After everyone had prepared for a while, Uchiha Madara walked towards the position. Who is that? A senior ninja who was good at sensing ninjutsu looked at Uchiha Madara not far away. Madara walked over without hiding at all. Soon the senior ninja saw the appearance of the ninja with extremely special attire. The Jonin was shaking all over, a sudden chill. His legs and feet were shaking uncontrollably. Trying his best to control his emotions, he turned around and shouted anxiously, "Clan leader, Uchiha Madara! Uchiha Madara is here!" Madara just stopped in front of the enemy's position, staring at the opponent's movements silently, without making any other moves. After a while, a Sarutobi clan leader wearing black and brown armor walked out of the position and stared at Uchiha Madara. Less than 5 minutes into the standoff between the two sides, the Sarutobi clan leader gradually couldn't stand the terrifying aura of Uchiha Madara. He asked with a trembling voice, "I wonder why you have come here in person today." He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that the Uchiha would not directly tear up the peace agreement. "Sarutobi Suzuki, since you have the courage to attack our Uchiha camp, I would like to see whether your strength has increased a lot, making you a little inflated, or you think that you can touch us Uchiha at will just by relying on the Senju clan," Uchiha Madara said with a mocking look on his face. "I said it was actually a misunderstanding. I can explain it. Can you give me a chance?" In the last war, after Madara's younger brother Izuna was killed by Senju Tobirama using Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Madara obtained his beloved brother's Sharingan and opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing extremely powerful combat power. The deterrent effect was very good. Sarutobi Suzuki thought that the one who came to attack him was at most one of the cage-level warriors stationed in the Uchiha main city. With his strength, he could not only defeat him, but also contend with him. He did not expect that he would directly face the opponent's strongest combat power. And now Hashirama Senju was not there, saying that he went to the Wet Bone Forest to practice. So Sarutobi Suzuki is now extremely panicked. Fire style, flame bullet. Madara directly responded to Sarutobi Suzuki with ninjutsu. A force came from the fan behind him, which gave his fire style a boost. Sarutobi Suzuki dodged to the side with a substitution jutsu, watching the ridiculously powerful fireball create a huge crater where he had just been. He felt a surge of fear, but then he made up his mind. Since his son Sarutobi Hiruzen was studying in the Senju clan, he was considered a descendant, so he decided to test the true strength of Uchiha Madara. Just as he was thinking about it, in an instant, Madara raised his round fan and slapped Sarutobi Suzuki in the face. He quickly raised his knife to block. Seeing that he blocked it, Uchiha Madara raised his fan again and attacked with a combination of fan, punches and kicks. Sarutobi Suzuki barely blocked the attack and had no chance to counterattack. "No, this is the end." He saw that the situation was not good. After resisting the attack, he used a body flash technique to move away and quickly formed a seal escape rock slide. As a huge rock smashed towards Uchiha Madara, he quickly created two shadow clones, surrounding Uchiha Madara in a triangle formation. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara burned the rock to ashes with a simple fireball, and waited quietly for Sarutobi Suzuki's next move. Earth escape, earth dragon bullet. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Water style, water dragon bullet. Combine the triple bomb technique. Sarutobi Suzuki released 3 different ninjutsu in 3 directions, using his famous skills. Yuriuaki, who was squatting on the tree far away, was stunned. It turned out that Hiruzen later strengthened this ninjutsu based on his father's, making it into the 5 elements great link technique, which also raised this ninjutsu to several levels. Uchiha Madara just smiled mockingly and waved the fan in his hand. Uchiha rebound. The 3 ninjutsu were bounced back by the fan before they could be combined. Sarutobi Suzuki was unable to dodge and released earth style, earth flow wall on the spot. A thick earth wall rose up to block the attack. With this kind of strength, do you still want to dance? Uchiha Madara opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Sharingan on both sides rotated, and his hands quickly formed seals. Fire style, great fire. Extinguishing the power of a pair of Sharingan brought Uchiha Madara a power increase in ninjutsu and chakra, and combined with the enhanced fire escape ability of Uchiha Tuanshan, once this fire escape was used, a flame with extremely terrifying temperature rushed towards Sarutobi Suzuki. Sarutobi Suzuki had no time to dodge and was hit directly by this ninjutsu. He had no time to use his other abilities and couldn't even use the summoning technique to summon the golden cudgel. He died on the spot. When Yoriuaki saw this, he felt that the two sides were not on the same level at all. He guessed that Uchiha Madara had already reached the super shadow level, but these ninjas had no concept of this. When the Uchiha clan members in the rear saw their clan leader's victory, their morale suddenly increased and they rushed directly to the enemy's base, and the battle officially began. After Uchiha eliminated the opponent's cage level, he opened the Sharingan and found Yoriuaki. He came to him and said, "Be careful in the fight. Although the opponent's cage level will not come again, 2 of these Jonin are elite Jonin, it's not so easy to resolve." "Uncle Madara, why won't the cage level ninja come again?" Yoriuaki asked. "Cage level strongmen will not massacre ninjas below the cage level. This is an invisible rule that everyone in the warring states has always followed. Unless the clans don't have cage level strongmen stationed there, cage level strongmen will go out to slaughter them. They won't do that to small clans like this one that rely on big clans. Because even if you compare the strength of a cage to an elite Jonin, there is still a huge gap. Once they face each other, it will be a one-sided massacre." What if everyone doesn't follow these rules, and the cage level members of both clans launch sneak attacks on each other? Those clansmen won't be able to stop them, and in the end, only the strongest will be left out. If all the clansmen are dead, what's the point of war then? So usually, cage-level ninjas are stationed in both sides' positions to protect their people. Today's Saratobi Suzuki was simply courting death without any intelligence from us. He came here on his own and wanted to eat up several of our subcamps. I got the news, so I just used his life to boost the morale of our uchiha. Okay, protect yourself well in the next battle. If I'm going back. The longer you stay away from the command center, the more unstable the overall situation will be. After saying this, Madara was about to leave. After thinking for a while, Yoriyuki called out to Uchiha Madara, "Uncle Madara, maybe you can try to strengthen your training in Yang-dun and Yin-dun." Uchiha Madara looked at Yoriyuki with a questioning look on his face. "I can understand Yin escape, because our Sharingan will automatically become stronger when it is opened, but Yang escape is because..." Yi paused for a moment, and a Megatama Sharingan appeared in his eyes. In an instant, Uchiha Madara looked at Yoriyuki in shock. "What's wrong with your Sharingan? How could it open so early?" Yoriyuki replied, "Maybe it's because my physique is different. I could sense yin-yang release as soon as I started practicing chakra, so I repaired it on the other side. This Sharingan was opened because I was so happy when I got your ninjutsu some time ago." Did he open it because he was too happy? Madara was even more shocked. Later, I asked the captain and clan members who had opened the Sharingan, and they all said that it was opened when they were sad. No one practiced yin-yang release. So I think it's because I practiced yang release that made me physically strong, and the Sharingan doesn't necessarily only open when you're sad. Maybe as long as it's an emotion, no matter what it is, as long as it produces a violent reaction, the Sharingan can be opened if the body can withstand it. Yi replied lightly. When Madara heard this, his eyes dimmed a little, because they had not specifically looked for the method of practicing yin-yang release. The Uchiha clan only had yin release at most, and had not collected any yang release at all. However, he still said to Yi, "Thank you for trusting me, little brat. It shows that you have a sense of belonging to the family, so you are willing to tell me your method. Although I can't test it now, I will still reward you with this." After saying this, he turned his hand and a storage scroll appeared. Uchiha Madara looked at Yoriyuki and said after he took the scroll, "These are some of my fire style and wind style training experiences, which are comparable to more than a dozen S-level ninjutsu. Practice well." When he said this, a hint of pride appeared on Uchiha Madara's face that he himself was not aware of. "Okay, let's go." After saying that, Madara quickly disappeared. Yi gripped the scroll tightly in his hand, and after a while the sound of fighting was heard in the distance. Yaishi put the scroll into the system space, closed his Sharingan, jumped back to the original tree, and stared quietly at the battlefield not far away. "Saratobi Daiki, don't even think about running away today. Just stay here and be buried with your clan leader." Uchiha Teru's Sharingan appeared in his eyes. He stared at the ninja in front of him and spoke sarcastically. Saratobi Oi roared angrily, "Don't even think about it. I will take you with me even if I die." "Oh, you're so stubborn. Get started." Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. Uchiha Teru formed hand seals and quickly released his best fire style ninjutsu. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. 3 earth walls rose up, protecting the ninjas behind them. The art of spiritual communication. A monkey demon jumped out from the ninjutsu on the ground. As soon as he came out, he saw the enemy in front of him. Just as he was about to ask something, he heard Saratobi Oi say, "Yugong, there's no time to explain." Quickly transform into a golden hoop stick. As soon as he finished speaking, the monkey disappeared and a huge golden cudgel appeared in Saratobi Oaki's hand. Uchiha Teru rushed over with a ninja sword in his hand and fought with Saratobi Oaki. Seeing this, the other ninjas also joined the battle. At this time, Yoriyuki, who was on the tree, saw a ninja from the Saratobi clan in front of him going around the tree where he was, preparing to launch a sneak attack on a Chunin. How can this be tolerated? A blue feather appeared in his hand. Without any need for enchantment, he used a teleportation technique to flash in front of the man and chopped him down. The ninja had no time to react and was split in half, deader than dead. The Uchiha Chunin, who was almost ambushed in front, turned around and saw this scene, and said thank you with a trembling voice. Yi waved the knife to shake off the blood, nodded slightly to him, and looked at the battlefield in front of him. He gripped the handle of the knife firmly and rushed forward. A genin noticed him and rushed over with his ninja sword in hand. Ping puff Yuli and chopped him in half with his sword. Seeing this, a few Saratobi ninjas nearby were overwhelmed with fear, which led to mistakes in the battle with the Uchiha in front of them. In an instant, some were injured and some died. After Yoriyuki and these ninjas fought for a while, a whistle sounded. Hearing this, the Uchiha ninjas retreated instantly, without any intention of continuing to fight, and ran back to their position. He also heard the whistle and understood that the whistle meant that reinforcements from the opposite side had arrived. He turned around and evacuated as quickly as possible to avoid being surrounded by the enemy. Reinforcements have finally arrived. Repair the position quickly. I don't know what bad luck I have. Uchiha Madara is leading the team himself. Seeing the Uchiha ninjas retreat, the ninjas of the Saratobi clan breathed a sigh of relief. When the ninja reinforcements from the Ino, Deer, and Joe clans arrived, they saw that the Uchiha clan had already retreated, and they all thought to themselves, it's a pity that we arrived a little too late and let them escape. Seeing the dire state of the position, an elite Jonin in green and black armor stepped out from the reinforcements and consoled the remaining elite Jonin in Sarutobi's position. Cheer up, at least the position hasn't been taken. You were just unlucky to have run into Uchiha Madara. This time, the Senju not only sent us to reinforce the garrison, but also increased the number of troops in this area. Once a battle breaks out, we won't be driven back like before. Sarutobi Oi said with a hint of fear, Uchiha Madara is too terrifying. Our clan leader was killed before he could even use his spiritual technique. And the Jonin who fought me, after opening his Sharingan, was as strong as me. Apart from relying on military strength to suppress the Uchiha clan, they can't defeat him in a single fight. Nara Fengming stopped trying to persuade him. After all, anyone who had seen Uchiha Madara take action would not remain calm. The feeling of being so close to death would make anyone who couldn't bear it go crazy. Go, help them rebuild their position, then find a place to station, and send ninjas to take turns guarding the woods in front, Nara Fengming said to his men. Yes. Hey, Uncle Hui. Yuriuaki smiled brightly at Uchiha Hui who was standing on his left. How was the battle this time? Uchiha Teru also chuckled at him and said happily, before I left this time, I took a quick look at their position. Only 4 of Sarutobi's 10 Jonin were left, one of whom was an elite Jonin who fought against me. The other Chuyunin and Genin were massacred because of you, a despicable Jonin, leading the team. So at least 3/4 of them are dead. You can't say what you want to say. What do you mean by that? I'm so much younger than them. Yeah, Yi muttered. Ha ha ha, let's go back and rest. Next up is the battle between our main city and the Thousand Hands position on the opposite side. Both sides will continue to support the frontline battles, so this is a protracted war and there is no need to rush. Once we enter the intense battle, fighting will gradually break out in other areas. Then it will be a bigger showdown. You don't have to specifically attack the Chunin and Genin next time. Look for the opposing Jounin to fight to achieve better results. Uchiha Hui said seriously. I understand, Uncle Hui. Ye took out the scabbard, and chakra came out of his hand. He held Lanyu and shook it. The entire blade was instantly cleaned. When the sunlight shone on it, the original blue-silver cold light was revealed. The blade is sheathed. Inside the camp, several senior ninjas looked at the tactical deployment issued by their superiors and fell into deep thought. Uchiha No. 5 Main Camp Tactical Deployment. This battle area is now named Battlefield No. 1 in this war. In this battle, the No. 1 sub-battalion under the No. 5 Main Battalion was responsible for the main attack, and the remaining 9 sub-battalions were responsible for troop transportation and restraining the enemy's combat power to avoid the No. 1 sub-battalion battlefield being besieged. In the early and middle stages of the battle, each Jonin personally leads the remaining squadrons, obeys the commander's deployment of all combat actions, and independently discusses and allocates their own combat time. The later stages of the battle were preceded by large-scale troop mobilizations by the command. Within 3 months, the subcamp must ensure that the frontline positions cannot be captured by the enemy. After investigation, it was found that there were 4 clans in the enemy's position: Sarutobi, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi. The Shimura clan who were preparing to come to support in the nearby war zone were intercepted and forced to defend the city. Uchiha Yoriuaki was specially approved to fight alone in the No. 1 war zone, and had a high degree of freedom during the war. Uchiha Hui's squadron was specially ordered to be the main attacking force in this operation. Uchiha Teru, the senior ninja, was specially appointed as the temporary commander of the No. 1 battlefield. Uchiha Hui looked at the silent crowd in front of him and said, "Okay, I believe everyone has read this notice. Now I will deploy the tactics." Everyone looked up at Uchiha Teru in front of them and nodded, signaling him to continue. Right now, in addition to the auxiliary garrisons, our position has a total of 12 squadrons, including support. 24 hours a day, you must have a squadron attack the enemy every 2 hours. The attacking squadrons must not be the same during each day's time frame. We should try to avoid letting the enemy know the strength of our individual squadrons' ninjas early on, to prevent them from taking corresponding countermeasures. The last 2 days of the week will be spent personally leading a team of 5 squadrons to fight the enemy. Change the combat deployment every month. Okay, that's it for today. Go and have some rest first. Dismiss. Uchiha Teru briefly talked about the general battle deployment and let everyone go. After that, the details of the battle were the responsibility of these senior ninjas themselves. Too much interference in the details of the battle would be bad for the Uchiha clan's ninja battles. It would be enough to just have a general strategic direction. As soon as Uchiha Hui walked into the tent, he saw Yoriuaki, who was reading the ninjutsu's secret book, rummaged in his arms, and handed him a letter. Yoriuaki looked at Uchiha Teru with some confusion. "Where's my letter?" "This is left for you by the clan leader. Take a good look at it. The battle will start tomorrow. I'll be leaving first." Uchiha Hui smiled and walked out. Yeah, he opened the letter and read the contents above. The general meaning was, "Yoichi, I give you the right to be a free man in this battle. Besides saving your life, I have a task for you. Within these 3 months, you must kill 5 Jonin. If you succeed, you'll get a reward. If you can't, just consider it as improving your strength. Live well." Yoriuki was a little touched. Although Uchiha Madara would support other ninjas in the clan, whether they were ordinary ninjas or geniuses, the punishment for failure to complete the tasks was quite strict. He would not have the rights of a free man like him. The villain boss in the original novel was really nice to him. At this moment, he had the idea of changing Madara's ending. That he didn't want him to be as miserable as in the original book. At least he should be able to spend his old age in Konoha. Thinking of this, Yayi's fighting spirit became stronger. He didn't plan to develop too quietly. He wanted to be high profile, but not to the extent that the other party would not allow such a genius to appear. The next morning, Yayi bought a tiger mask and put it on in the position. The average height of a 5-year-old male child is 98.7 centimeters to 124.7 centimeters. I checked this on Baidu, so just take this as an example. Don't compare it to your own height. Because of his immortal body, Yayi is now 1.4 meters tall. Wearing a mask and armor, others cannot see his childish face, and ninjas are generally not very tall, so he can easily pretend to be a teenager. Because he is a free man, Yayi can just ambush at the place and summon Lanyu from the system space when he needs him, so now he is ready to set off with empty hands. He found a tent and opened the curtain. Uncle Hui, I'm leaving first. You should do your best too. We can compete to see who kills the most people later. Uchiha Hui had just finished dressing up, and he smiled at the kid and said, haha, let's compete then. By the way, Uncle Hui, remember to tell Rin not to reveal my age, said Yoriuki. Need I tell you? Go ahead and make a name for yourself. Yoriuki reached the middle of the two sides positions alone. He stood on a tree, opened his Sharingan and stared ahead. A team appeared in front of him. Yayi saw that the amount of chakra was not particularly large, and it was just a small team at most, so he did not take action and waited. The team ahead patrolled briefly and then left. 10 minutes later, a team appeared at the same location. This time, there were more people. Yoriuki counted them and saw 1 Jonin and 3 Chuyunins. They moved stealthily, as if they were setting a trap. After they finished their investigation, because the sage body can seal its own breath, Yoriuki successfully became immune to the perception ninjutsu released by the senior ninja. Seeing that they had not detected anyone, they began to bury detonating talismans in this area. At this time, Yayi pushed aside the leaves in front of him and saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Senjutsu fire style, great fire extinguishing. A huge wave of fire came down from above their heads. Bong! The flame ignited the detonating tag, and the 3 Chunins died instantly. The senior ninja reacted very quickly, and a wall of earth flow and 4 walls of earth directly blocked the explosions around him. As a result, he forgot about the flames above and was instantly burned to ashes. Yoriuki looked around again and cleaned up the battlefield. There was still 1 Jonin badge and 3 Chunin badges left. This thing seemed to be made of some high-grade metal. It belonged to the family emblem of the Yamanaka clan. He put it in his bag and left here. After a while, several ninjas from the Sarutobi clan arrived. Seeing this situation, they quickly ran back to report. What? It seems that the Uchiha have already started to infiltrate. A perception-type Jonin didn't escape. There are quite a lot of people. Tell the rest of the clan members that now there must be at least 3 Jonin on patrol together, and 3 waves of people on patrol at a time. Sarutobi Tensho gave the order. Just as he finished speaking, another ninja rushed in from the door and said breathlessly, Master, waves. Waves. Why are you so panicked? Take it easy first. The ninja paused for a moment and said, 2 Uchiha squadrons have begun attacking outside the position. Sarutobi Tensho jumped up from his chair, his face full of anger. Why didn't you say so earlier? After kicking the ninja angrily, he ordered, tell the ninjas in the position to rush to support, quick. Outside Sarutobi's position, a senior ninja named Uchiha Lin opened his Sharingan and led his ninjas to quickly harvest the lives of the enemy. The 2 squadrons cooperated, and soon all the blocking ninjas died. There's no way. Without a Jonin, these minions can be easily defeated. After they were done, they didn't leave, but placed some detonating talismans under the corpses. After that, they left 1 person behind to be in charge of detonating the bodies, and the others retreated back to the camp. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan arrived late, and seeing the corpses of their clansmen scattered all over the ground, they were all filled with rage. There was a senior ninja from the Nara clan following them. Seeing them so recklessly going up to collect the bodies, they wanted to stop them, but the Sarutobi ninja, who was already angry, shook off his hand and went up to collect the bodies without even paying any attention to him. Burst. At this time, the Uchiha Chunin formed seals with his hands, quickly detonated the talisman, and then retreated stealthily. Bong! The Nara Jonin was exploring the edge when dozens of detonating tags exploded. A quick-wit substitute jutsu dodged a distance, escaping the blast radius. The ninjas collecting the bodies were not so lucky. Except for the Sarutobi Jonin who used Earth Escape to withstand the explosion and blocked the damage from all around, the other Chunin and Genin were directly killed by the explosion. He was also seriously injured. Seeing this, the Nara Jonin quickly took him back to the position for treatment. Damn you, you bastards of the Uchiha clan. At this time, Nara Fengming in the position heard about this and quickly arranged patrol personnel. Inoshikacho and Sarutobi's Jonin patrol in 3 teams each time. A team patrolled and guarded for 6 hours. Of course, the entire team is definitely not walking together, but they are scattered. As long as you are not too far away, you should be able to hear the movement. At this time, the second team of uchiha attacked again and killed many patrolling ninjas. Nara Fengming quickly ordered the assigned ninjas to go out and fight. And the other side. Yoriuaki held his breath and looked at the heavily guarded Sarutobi position in front of him. He took a breath and calmed down. He formed seals with his hands and activated 70% of his chakra. Fire style, great fireball technique. The remaining 20% was quickly used. Wind style, great breakthrough. The two ninjutsu quickly merged together, and a huge fireball smashed into the position, while Yoriuaki burst out with amazing speed and quickly retreated towards the camp. The elite jonin inside, Sarutobi Oi, happened to be walking in the position. Seeing the flying fireball, he quickly formed hand seals and released all his chakra. Some other ninjas with quick reactions also used the same method. Earth release, earth flow wall. One earthen wall after another rose up, and Sarutobi Oi's wall was the largest, 7 meters high and 6 meters wide. The fireball collided with the earth walls and was about to be cancelled out. The fleeing Yoriuaki shouted in his heart, "Explode for me." Bong! The fireball expanded and exploded, and a small mushroom cloud rose in a corner of the position. Except for Sarutobi Oi's earth wall, which is still standing firmly, although it looks tattered, it is still good compared to the other earth walls that turned into ashes directly. The ninjas in this corner of the camp immediately became familiar faces. Uchiha Taro looked at the somewhat weak Yoriuaki and rushed directly into the tent where he was. He quickly reached out and hugged Yoriuaki, helping him sit down. He said angrily, "How did you get into this state? Did those elite jonin from the opposite position touch you?" He quickly checked Yoriuaki's body again and became even more confused when he found no wounds. Yoriuaki sat for a while, a smile appeared on his face, and he said happily, "I blew up the Sarutobi position, hee." Did they blow up the position? At this time, an Uchiha ninja ran in and reported to Uchiha Hui, grown UPS. "I don't know what happened, but a section of the enemy's position on the left suddenly exploded. From what we've seen, it occupies at least 1/5 of the enemy's position. Although there were many earth walls blocking the way, all the lower and middle ninjas on that side were killed. When I checked the chakra levels with the Sharinan, 5 Jonin level ninjas suddenly disappeared. If there hadn't been a ninja with chakra at the elite Jonin level who placed a wall of earth, there would have been even more casualties. The ninjas who were fighting us at the time quickly retreated, and then all the ninjas in the position were on alert. We continued to launch sneak attacks but failed, so we returned." After hearing these words, Uchiha Hui pushed the ninja out, then turned back to look at Yoriuaki, who was sitting there recovering his chakra, and said in shock, "How did you do that? There are more than just Sarutobi ninjas at that position now. How did you sneak in and blow it up?" "What do you mean by sneaking in and blowing it up? I was clearly blowing it up openly and they didn't even notice." "Yeah," Yi muttered. "Stop talking nonsense and tell me what's going on." Yoriuaki took off his mask and looked at Uchiha Taro with a righteous expression. "Can a ninja's business be called secret? At that time, I saw them all rushing towards our 2 squadrons, so I slipped over from the trees. Seeing that no one noticed me, I immediately used a powerful fireball technique to break through. They blocked the fireball, but they couldn't stop the explosion. He. You are really amazing with this move, you are awesome, I am impressed by you." Uchiha Hui was really impressed by him. A fire escape that could explode caused such casualties to the opponent. "By the way, tell Uncle Ben about the casualties just now, as well as the several teams I ambushed." Yeah, Yi took out a few family emblems and said, "You kid, you didn't just blow up the position. Why do you have to tell the clan leader?" Uchiha Hui was a little confused. "He has given me a mission, just remember to report it." During the chat, Yoriuaki's chakra had recovered halfway. Yeah, he stood up and walked out. "Uncle Hui, remember to tell me, I'm leaving first, I have something urgent to do." After saying that, Yeah Yi returned to his tent. The senior ninjas who were still in the camp heard the news and all ran towards Uchiha Hui. "Commander Hui, do you know which warrior blew up the camp?" "Commander Hui, was it you who did it? Tell me quickly." Everyone looked at Uchiha Taro with expectant eyes. Hui waited for a while, and when everyone was gathered, he waved his hand and said, okay, quiet down for a moment." This time, it was the little guy Uchiha Yoriuaki who did it. He took advantage of the fact that everyone else went to attack our sneak attack team, and directly used wind jutsu to blow dozens of detonating tags, and then used fire jutsu to ignite them, causing a sudden explosion on the opposite side. Uchiha Hui said, "What a genius." "Yes, although there is an element of luck. No wonder Madara-sama lets him move freely, he's so old." 14. Uchiha Hui replied, "Just pretend that everyone didn't know how old Tianyi was before. Alright, let's disperse quickly. They're probably furious now. Keep the area on guard. I don't want the enemy to sneak in and get blown up." Bang! Nara Fengming slammed the table with a gloomy look on his face. Looking at the ninjas around him who were equally angry, he didn't continue to scold them, so as not to cause a commotion. Immediately send 70% of the ninjas in the position out to patrol the area around it. The remaining 30% of the ninjas will repair the position as soon as possible. I have already requested a group of ninjas from other positions. They will all be mobilized for the next few days. Don't let anyone else take over the position. He clenched his fists and said, I don't want this to happen again. Don't underestimate the enemy just because we have more people. If the Uchiha clan's fighting power was not strong enough, they would have been swallowed up by our 8 clans long ago. Dismiss. As soon as everyone went out, some of those who had been slacking off stopped doing so, fearing that one day they would be blown up. They all followed their captains and began to patrol the forest carefully. Those who set traps, and those who looked for places to ambush people looked for places to ambush people. At this time, the Uchiha ninjas did not continue to attack, but carried out the same work in the middle area. They also knew that the opposing ninjas were basically furious and anxious at this time. That if they launched a sneak attack, they would probably be killed by the detonating talisman or be beaten up as soon as they stepped over. Therefore, those who know the current situation will take a break for a while for the preparations of Junja. The Senju clan, which was further behind the Sarutobi position, received the news quickly and immediately sent out a large group of ninjas. Of course, they did not include cage-level ninjas, because other Uchiha areas had begun to put pressure on them, and cage-level ninjas did not dare to move around for fear of being attacked. Uchiha Madara also received the news and was shocked after reading the report. He thought that Yoryuki would slowly attack those senior ninjas to carry out the tasks he gave him, but he didn't expect Yoryuki to launch a big attack directly. This would be more strategically effective than killing 5 senior ninjas. A smile appeared on his serious face. He walked into his tent, took out a fire escape manual, and handed it to a confidant of an elite jonin Manhuo. You personally hand this ninjutsu to Yae, and take a few senior ninjas to garrison the camp directly. I guess the group of mad dogs of the Senju clan on the opposite side will we also send our own people directly there. Yes, Manhuo put away his ninjutsu and walked out. It seems that I have underestimated this little guy Yoryuki. I know the power of his ninjutsu, but I didn't expect that he could sneak into the enemy's hinterland. Uchiha Madara thought with emotion. Because it was not suitable to return to the clan territory at this time, Uchiha Madara took out a pot of wine and went to a high mountain next to the headquarters. He sat on the top of the mountain, looked up at the somewhat gloomy sky, drank a sip of wine, and poured half of it on the ground. He said with a bit of loneliness, you two can rest assured down there. Yoryuki has made great progress and can stand on his own. I didn't expect that before you died, you would leave us Uchiha such a genius. After staying for a while, Uchiha Madara talked a lot and finished his wine. Before leaving, he straightened his clothes and said seriously, Izuna, Yetian, wait for me. I will definitely let that beast Senju Tobirama go down to accompany you. This day is not far away. During these 3 days, this position officially became a battle between the Uchiha clan and the 5 clans. Both sides replenished the number of ninjas. Basically, one Uchiha had to fight 2 enemy ninjas. However, because of the Sharingan, the combat power of both sides was basically equal. This was because only half of the Uchiha clan had opened their eyes. If all of them had opened their eyes, the battle would be one-sided. Hello, Lord Yoryuki, Commander Hui asks you to go to the meeting room. A Chunin said to Yoryuki, who happened to be shopping. Yoryuki replied, I understand. Let's go. When I walked into the big tent, I saw a ninja chatting with Uchiha Taro. After bringing Yoryuki to the place, the Chunin stood guard at the door. Seeing Yoryuki arrive, Uchiha Taro pulled him to sit down and said, this is Uchiha Manguo, our Uchiha's elite jonin. The clan leader asked him to come to support this place. He happened to have something to talk to you about. You two can chat, I'll be out first. After saying that, Hui wisely retreated. Yoryuki smiled at the man across from her and said, hello, my name is Uchiha Yoryuki. Hello, my name is Uchiha Manguo. This time, it was mainly because the clan leader asked me to bring this thing to you, and then to station here. As he spoke, he took out a secret book and handed it to Yae. Yoryuki took the book and thanked him. Then Uchiha Manguo left on the pretext of something. Yoryuki was alone inside and opened the book. It said, Fire Style, Flame Will. After reading the introduction, I found out that this is an S-level ninjutsu that Uchiha Madara obtained accidentally during a previous battle. This ninjutsu emits a small flame wheel from the arm. When the flame wheel is released, a huge amount of chakra is compressed inside. After it is thrown out, the temperature of the flame wheel is extremely terrifying. Those with strong physique can attach it to their arms and use it as a weapon. It is a ninjutsu that can be used for both long range and close combat. When Yoryuki saw this, he was very happy. This ninjutsu was more suitable for him now. Most of the ninjutsu Yoryuki had learned now were area damage, and there was basically no extreme single target damage. If he learned this ninjutsu, and because he could make the flames explode, he could use the more terrifying temperature to burn the enemy when attacking a single target. If this ninjutsu exploded when attacking a range, it would not be comparable to a fireball, it would definitely be a missile. Yoryuki flipped the page again and found some water-style ninjutsu at the back. Then she flipped the page again and found the experience of developing chakra of 5 attributes, with a sentence on it. Follow the above steps to develop the properties of chakra and become a cage-level powerhouse. When seeing this sentence, Yoriuki was also moved by Madara. These methods were obviously the experiences of cage-level strongmen that Madara collected specifically for him. Because during the previous training, Madara also knew that Yoriuki was an all-attribute ninja and planned to practice all 5 styles of escape, so this must be a big gift prepared by Madara for Yoriuki. Yet he took a moment to calm down, then solemnly stored the manual into his system space. The battle hadn't started yet, and yet he felt that his fire and yin escape techniques were about to break through after the recent battles. So, before the bigger battles came, he didn't plan to continue playing second fiddle. Instead, he returned to the camp behind him. In the following days, some of the ninjas who were still stationed in the camp often saw Yoriuki at the training ground every day. Because the war has broken out, Yoriuki is the only one in the training ground now. The other ninjas are busy fighting or patrolling and have no time to train. Time passed slowly. Although the two sides did not start a major war, they only engaged in small-scale sneak attacks. Everything seemed peaceful, but the think tanks on both sides sensed that a war was about to begin. This is the calm before the storm. The present time is 1 month before the Great War between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Yae, sweating profusely in the training ground, lay on the grass and silently said, check attributes in his heart. Bite Uchiha Yoriuki age, 5 years old, bloodline, Uchiha clan, physique, enhanced immortal body, strength, elite jonin, chakra attribute, fire 6, earth 5, water 5, lightning 5, wine 5, yin 5, yang 6, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, phoenix fire technique, fire style, great dragon fire technique, fire style, great fire extinguishment, fire style, flame wheel, wind style, sky slashing wave, wind style, great breakthrough, lightning release, chidori, lightning release, slashing sword, earth escape, return from earth and land, earth escape, earth flow wall, water style, water dragon bullet, water style, iron bullet cannon, water style, water prison technique, items, 5 million silver notes, 20 detonating talismans, blue feather, Uchiha Madara card training secret manual. Character description: an Uchiha who opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan by using yin-yang release. During this period, not only did Yoriuki develop other types of chakra to the limit of an ordinary jonin, but his fire escape technique also directly reached the level of an elite jonin. Yin-dun even jumped 2 levels. When Yin-dun broke through to the level of jonin, Yoriuki opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan without any symptoms. When he wanted to open the 3 Megatama, he felt that the yin attribute chakra was not strong enough, or he had to suffer a huge emotional shock before it could be opened. Because the system panel showed that Yoriuki's ninja strength had been judged to be an elite jonin, but there was no prompt showing that he had achieved the achievement, he asked the system what was going on. The reason there is an elite jonin level is because the difference in strength between Kage and jonin is too great. So whether it's the ninja world or the levels shown by the system, they are all for ordinary ninjas to at least understand that there is a big gap between ordinary jonin and Kage level. This is to prevent idiots from confidently jumping the level to fight. So that's how it is. Yae also understood that it was set up to highlight the power of the shadow level. A level that does not let people think that reaching the level of jonin means they are not far from the Kage level. It also stimulates everyone to practice hard, because there are cases where elite jonin level ninjas have survived the attacks of Kage level ninjas, but there are no such cases for jonin. Basically, they are killed instantly as soon as they make a move. After figuring this out, Yoriuki didn't think much about it except that he felt a little regretful for not getting the reward, and continued to train ninjutsu in the trial field. After Yae finished practicing, he tried to practice Yang Dun, but he felt that there was a force preventing him from breaking through to the next stage. Yae quickly asked the system, and the result was a forward reply. Moving forward together, Yae thought for a while and realized that this chi should not refer to the other 5 escape techniques, but specifically refers to yin escape technique. It should be that after reaching the Kage level, if the difference between yin and yang escape techniques of one party is too great, it will cause imbalance of yin and yang. Just like in traditional Chinese medicine in his previous life, if one of the yin and yang is weak, one will get sick. After thinking about it, Yae decided to ignore the yang escape for the time being and focus on practicing the yin escape first, looking for an opportunity to activate the 3 Megatama. After refining the chakra for a while, Yae returned to the tent and used water escape to release it towards the bucket after washing up. Yoriuki sat at the table, writing down his guesses in his hands, intending to show them to Madara after perfecting them. After thinking about it, he wrote another letter to Madara. Uncle Ban, I've been through a lot of battles these days, and I feel like we won't achieve anything if we keep fighting like this. Given the strength of both our clans, if we both end up losing, the clans in other countries might even come and attack us. I also know that it is impossible to let my tribe let go of their hatred, because I also have a grudge against the Senju clan for killing my father, but peace must come. I think there is no other way. I believe that you, the extremely smart Uncle Ban, will definitely have a solution, so I hope Uncle Ban can take my problem seriously. Blah blah. After writing a lot of things, Yoriuki sealed the letter and gave it to a Chunin to take it to Madara. This Chunin was the communicator that Madara left for Yoriuki in the city, so Yoriuki was not worried about any problems. The reason he wrote this letter was to make the war come faster, end the battle early, build a village directly, and then he could survive the war. For the sake of peace, Hashirama and Madara would definitely start a war to calm the anger of both sides, otherwise there would be no way they could get together. Maybe after the village was built, there would be a provocation and a fight would break out within the village. P.S. Yang deficiency. Yang deficiency means that the body's yang qi is deficient, and its warming, promoting, and exciting functions are reduced, resulting in a pathological state of decreased function or weakness, slowed metabolism, and insufficient heat production. At this time, the patient may have discomfort such as chills and coldness. 2. Yin deficiency. Yin deficiency refers to the relative hyperactivity of yang qi, which is specifically manifested in the bone marrow hematopoietic function. It can be manifested as a pathological state of bone marrow essence depletion and bone marrow hematopoietic function hyperactivity. At this time, the patient may be accompanied by uncomfortable symptoms such as hot flashes and night sweats. Early in the morning, Yoryuaki came out to continue training. While Yoryuaki was still trying out his jutsu in the training grounds, a genin ran in, yelling, "Master Yoryuaki, the fight is about to begin." Commander Hui said, "It's time." "I understand. Let's go." Yoryuaki straightened his armor. It was only after he arrived at the camp that he remembered to notify Uchiha Teru, telling him to remember to let him know when the war in this area was about to start. Yayi's physical strength has also grown a lot, and his speed is now much faster. He arrived at the position in more than an hour. Arriving at the meeting room, Uchiha Taro had already asked the other ninjas to prepare. Seeing Yoryuaki coming back, he smiled and said, "You kid, you've been gone for 3 months. Hee, it's for repairs." Yayi scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Alright, the war is about to begin. There will be fighting in this area all day long. I don't know how many people will be buried in this forest. Go get ready. We won't leave until half an hour. You can go and take a look by yourself first." "I understand." Yayi walked out and ran out of the position. After walking forward for a while, they were slowly approaching the center of the battlefield. Yoryuaki became cautious, opened her Sharingan, and looked at the ninjas who were ambushing on the opposite side. Yoryuaki thought about it and slowly retreated. At the same time, she also saw the Uchiha ninja who was going back to report the news. Yayi waited for a while and a bold idea came to his mind. He slowly ran to the left, intending to ambush at the junction of the enemy's 2 positions. When they arrived, they found a densely leafed maple tree, donned their mask, and hid themselves against the trunk, using their sage body techniques to control their aura. It was as if they had become one with the tree. Even if an outsider had the ability to detect the Sharingan, they wouldn't be able to tell unless they were a certain level stronger than Yoryuaki. There happened to be a big river running through the junction of the 2 positions in the area ahead. If the enemy needed support, they could only take the bridge above. Otherwise, even the senior ninja would have a hard time crossing it, because the source of the river was a waterfall, and above it happened to be the territory of the Uchiha clan. There was a barrier engraved there, which strengthened the power contained in the river. Therefore, the river seemed very violent. Generally, if a senior ninja fell into the river, his bones would be broken by the power of the waves. Only ninjas who specialized in physical training could survive in the river. This bridge is also made of special materials. If you want to blow it up, it will probably take several cage-level strongmen to do it together. So he has no idea about blowing up the bridge. It depends on whether he can ambush a few support teams and transport food and supplies alive. After a long while, Yayi heard the sound of fighting coming from the center of the battlefield. After thinking about it, he decided to continue squatting. Unexpectedly, he squatted from day to night. Yayi was not impatient. After all, it was not impossible to absorb natural energy while concealing his breath, so Yayi treated it as a form of cultivation, absorbing natural energy while gazing at the bridge. The maple tree where Yayi stayed also felt its life force growing stronger because of the surrounding natural energy gathered in this area. Ordinary plants can also absorb natural energy, but it is extremely rare. With Yayi's help, the tree was like opening up its ren and du meridians, and worked hard to absorb a large amount of natural energy. Late at night, Yayi looked at the torches lit in front of him and grinned. This was obviously the transportation of food and fodder. Before the food and supplies team went up the bridge, several perception ninjas came out to explore the small area. After not sensing anyone, they sent a team of ninjas to clear the way ahead, and the food and supplies moved forward at a distance. When most of the food and supplies arrived at the bridge, Yoryuaki mobilized his chakra and the natural energy in his body at the same time. Because of the large amount of natural energy gathered here in the afternoon, the ninjutsu released by Yoryuaki this time not only used the chakra in his body, but also included these energies. The circulation of a large amount of natural energy allowed Yayi to skip the immortal technique and successfully use the immortal technique. Unmatched ninjutsu, immortal technique, fire style, flame wheel. A wheel of fire appeared in Yayi's hand and continued to compress. At the moment when the ninjutsu was used, an elite jonin in the front sensed it and quickly shouted and dispersed. Yayi smiled and the fire wheel flew out. In the blink of an eye, we were in the middle of the bridge. Burst! A huge mushroom cloud rose up, and in an instant all the food supplies on the bridge were blown up, and those transporting the food supplies suffered heavy casualties. When the ninjas heard their teammates' shouts, they had already tried their best to dodge. Because they were in the center of the bridge, most of the ninjas near the food supplies could not avoid the attack point. One of the senior ninjas jumped directly under the bridge when the explosion sounded. The huge waves hit them, and the high temperature of the explosion directly evaporated the waves of water. The hot steam came out and burned the ninja, which was more painful than death by the explosion. The team exploring in front and the ninjas at the back who had not yet boarded the bridge managed to avoid the attack and rushed towards Yayi angrily. Yoryuki took a look, activated his Sharingan, and Lanyu appeared in his hand. Immortal technique, lightning release, sword/Lanyu, with the enchantment, also rushed towards the group of ninjas. The two sides collided, and the ninjutsu released by the ninja behind the opposite side was directly cut off by Yoryuki. With a sword energy, coupled with super fast speed, a series of sword energy slashed towards the opposite side in different directions, clearing out a lot of small fish. The elite Jonin who approached Yoryuki raised his ninja sword and slashed at Yoryuki. Yoryuki sneered and raised the 6 ninja tools to chop at him as well. Ping! The sword broke directly. Seeing this, the elite Jonin dodged the attack as much as possible and kept his distance. He looked at Yoryuki in shock. How is this possible? My ninja sword has been specially forged. You cut it off so easily. He stopped the remaining Jonin from attacking. Who are you? Yeah, Yi chuckled. Guess. I guess your sister. That elite Jonin brought several Jonin and attacked directly. Yeah, Yi thought about it and raised his knife to chop it over. After fighting for a while, these ninjas took out ninja tools, and Yoryuki cut off one of them. At the same time, he seized the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 senior ninjas. The remaining few people instantly changed their tactics and began to unleash ninjutsu. Water style, water dragon bullet. 4 water dragons emerged and pounced towards Yayi. Yoryuki did not stop the opponent from releasing ninjutsu, but waited for a while, and lightning appeared in his hand. Immortal technique, lightning release, Chidori. A blue and white lightning flashed across the sky, and several water dragon bullets were directly cut apart. Yoryuki instantly relied on the speed increased by this ninjutsu to slash at several opposing Jonins one by one. None of them had time to block and died instantly. Only the elite Jonin was left. Yoryuki looked at him with Chidori in his hand and said, You deserve to know my name since you can dodge this move of mine. Your uncle's name is Uchiha Yoryuki, go to the Pure Land with my name. After saying that, the Chidori in Yoryuki's hand seemed even more powerful, and it directly burst out with all its strength to attack him. Hateful, if I can't escape now, it's over. The elite Jonin felt the fear of death looming over his heart. Be ruthless. Fire style, ring dragon technique, a fire dragon appeared around him. This was obviously an incomplete ninjutsu, burning not only the surroundings but also himself. Seeing this, Yoryuki scoffed, You don't think you can get away just by casting this jutsu, do you? You think you can outrun me? The ninja was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he couldn't escape, and I used this ninjutsu to force him to retreat, but it was useless. The burning hurt me. Seeing that there was really no other way, the ninja controlled the fire dragon and rushed towards Yayi, thinking of attacking him, hurting the enemy by 800 and losing 10,000 of his own. I'll never let you off even if I died. Yayi sneered and formed a seal with one hand. Senjutsu water escape water prison technique, a huge water prison enveloped him. At the same time, the fire dragon next to him was quickly extinguished and steam appeared. Instantly gave myself the experience of boiling escape. The immense pain made him scream, and soon only bones were left. Yoryuki looked around again with his Sharingan and found that there was no one alive around. After thinking about it, he decided to use the same trick again. After placing all the detonating tags under the bodies of those ninjas, he returned to the same tree and continued to be the 6th one. In this way, he stayed on this tree for 2 days. Finally, a group of people came. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone's face was shocked. After quickly sending someone back to notify, the remaining ninjas approached the corpses cautiously. After turning over several corpses and finding nothing unusual, they began to pile the corpses together, preparing to burn them to prevent them from being trained as puppets. Yoryuki watched the ninja gradually approaching the detonating talisman, and chakra appeared in his hand. Senjutsu fire style flame wheel. The strength of the ninjas this time was relatively weak, they were only a squadron, and they had no time to dodge. In addition, the detonating tag exploded, and except for the genin who went to notify them, all the other ninjas were killed. Grown UPS. Something happened, our team delivering food and fodder was ambushed at Longtao Bridge. No one managed to survive, they were all killed. The ninja hurriedly ran to Nara Fengming and said that he didn't even have time to salute. What? Someone come. Nara Fengming shouted angrily, Ninjas still in the camp, follow me to Longtao Bridge to find out who the thief is. In this way, Nara Fengming led the remaining ninjas in the position and quickly ran to the bridge. Looking at the tragic scene before him, he couldn't help but shout, Uchiha, this is simply too much. At this time, the ninja who reported the incident also rushed over and found that in addition to the corpses from before, his captain seemed to be dead as well. He couldn't help crying and said, Sir, our exploration team was ambushed by the enemy just now. I am the only one left alive in the entire team. Nara Fengming heard this and took a closer look. He saw that many ninjas were killed by the explosion. He ordered angrily, when handling corpses from now on, don't get close to the corpses. Burn them directly with fire release. Also, someone must be stationed on this bridge soon. The thieves nearby should have left. The battle ahead is about to begin. Send a few of you to other positions to tell them about this and tell them to be on guard as well. Yes, the several ninjas who followed answered and went to report the matter as quickly as possible. Let's go back and continue the battle. will take revenge on the battlefield. At this time, the Uchiha clan had finished a round of fighting and retreated. Uchiha Taro looked at Yoryuki, who was running over, and said, "What are you doing again, kid? You've wasted so much chakra." Hui usually used the Sharingan to see Yoryuki's chakra amount and was often shocked by his huge chakra. "Hey, Uncle Hui, I've done something big again," Yi said with a smile. "I just blew up the enemy's food supplies at the Longtao Bridge. Including the patrol that followed, I killed 1 elite Jonin this time, and about 6 or 7 ordinary Jonin." "Really, you've done a great job this time. You are doing great things quietly. It was you who blew up the enemy's position last time. In your own words, you are simply the ultimate loser." Uchiha Hui laughed. Then the news was spread, and the Uchiha morale soared for a while. Yoryuki followed the Uchiha ninjas to the center of the battlefield. Both sides showed their skills in the woods. They used worthless detonating tags, performed various ninjutsu, and used countless insidious tricks such as various traps and hidden weapons. Seeing these, Yi's heart longed for peace even more. A war zone had become like this. If a full-scale war broke out, there would be even more deaths. And why did the Uchiha clan become a small clan after building the village? The reason was that they were outnumbered, and in the end at least 60% to 70% of the clan members died. Then after the village was built, the Uchiha clan suffered serious internal conflicts and lost 1 or 2 more layers. It was simply outrageous that a big clan in the ninja world had only so few members left in the end, not to mention that the Uchiha clan was exterminated later. Yi shook his head, thinking that this time he had to at least attack head-on. The war should be coming soon, so it was necessary to show a certain level of strength. Seal the hands and Senjutsu Fire release Great Fire Extinguishment. A huge wave of fire rushed towards the opponent. Many ninjas were unable to dodge and were burned to death on the spot. The ninjas who barely escaped were shocked when they felt the high temperature of the flames. He hurriedly tried to get away from this ninjutsu. At this time, Yoryuki stopped spraying and shouted, "Explode for me!" The wave of fire exploded directly. Although some Uchiha were affected, they were all slightly injured. This was because Yoryuki released a ninjutsu deep into the opposing team, and the reason they were affected was simply because the ninjutsu was too powerful and difficult to control. For a moment, the huge explosion caused heavy losses to the opponent, and the Uchiha clan ninjas moved away from the opponent, lined up in a row, and released huge fireballs in the direction of the opponent to avoid being trapped in the pursuit. Maple trees were burned one by one, and the hidden trap detonators were all detonated. The enemy also used some ninjutsu to defend, but Yoryuki's attack was too powerful and they had no time to react. In this way, the enemy was beaten back step by step, and soon the Uchiha attacked the local position again. Uchiha Tara stood in front and shouted, "Give up the meaningless resistance and face the wrath of us Uchiha." After saying this, the Uchiha clan members released their ninjutsu. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Huge earth walls rose up one after another. Sarutobi Deki stood on the wall, staring at Uchiha Taro and shouting angrily, "You are looking for death." He rushed up with the remaining ninjas, and soon the two sides were fighting in a group. Seeing this, Yi didn't want to release large-scale ninjutsu anymore. A blue feather appeared in his hand, and at this time Nara Fengming also rushed back. Seeing this scene, he also rushed towards Uchiha Hui. Yi dodged and slashed at him. Nara Fengming reacted quickly and stopped in time. Seeing Yoryuki in front of him constantly attacking him, he had no time to release ninjutsu and could only keep dodging. A ninja wearing purple armor came out of the camp and shouted, "Super multiplication technique." His body quickly grew larger, and he punched Yi directly, his fist growing larger in an instant. Yoryuki could only dodge the attack backwards in time. Uchiha Taro and Sarutobi Owaki also moved away from each other, and the two sides confronted each other again. Soon support personnel from both sides arrived. The opponents include 3 members, Ino, Shika, and Joe, plus 4 elite Jonin level members, Sarutobi Owaki. On Yoryuki's side, Uchiha Taro, who opened 3 hooks, counted as 1, he himself counted as 1, and Uchiha Mangwo, who also came, counted as 1. The average combat power of other ninjas is basically that one Uchiha has to fight at least 3 ninjas of the same level. So the Uchiha clan is really at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but the Uchiha clans of the Warring States period came to the battlefield. When they reached a certain age, they had basically opened their Sharingan, so the strength of both sides was relatively equal, at least neither was crushed. P.S. I just calculated it. The total number of Uchiha ninjas stationed at the camp is Jonin 160, Chunin 1,600, Genin 16,000. This does not include the territory within the clan, otherwise there would be much more. I feel that this data is about right, because even if all the vassal clans of the Senju clan are counted as 50 Jonin, there are already 350 Jonin without counting the Senju clan. That it is definitely not that all ninjas participated in the battle, so I think it is reasonable. After all, take Minato Namikaze for example, he became famous for killing 50 Jonin at one time, not to mention other battles. There are definitely not as many people in the Warring States period as there were in the village, so I think the number of people is reasonable. If you have any different ideas, please feel free to share them. The 3 of Yoryuki opened their Sharingan, and the opponents could no longer hold back and were ready to take action. Shadow Binding. Nara Fengming came up and controlled Uchiha Hui first, while Manghuo directly confronted Yamanaka Jingchuan to prevent him from casting illusions. Yoryuaki fought alone against Sarutobi Owaki and Akimichi Koda. Apart from Nara Fengming and Uchiha Hui who were glaring at each other, the battle among the others was extremely fierce. Uchiha Manghuo was a ninja skilled in swordsmanship, so he didn't let Yamanaka Inaka release his ninjutsu at all, and kept slashing with his sword. This elite jonin of the Yamanaka clan also happened to be a ninja skilled in swordsmanship, so the two of them slashed back and forth, and the sound of blades clashing against blades continued. But Yayi's side is interesting. At the beginning, Akimichi Koda rushed towards Yoryuaki with his enlarged body. Yoryuaki kept dodging, and just when he was about to chop at Lanyu, Sarutobi Owaki, who had been keeping an eye on the knife in Yoryuaki's hand, quickly yelled at him to get out of the way. Akimichi acted as if he didn't hear anything, and was extremely confident that his ninjutsu was invulnerable to swords and guns, as confident as if he was breaking a block of iron. The result was obvious: the fist was directly chopped off by Yayi. The pain made him cancel his ninjutsu immediately. He retreated behind Oki with a big move, screaming in pain. When Demyu saw this scene, he thought it was bad luck and refused to listen even when he was told to stay away. He quickly formed a seal in his hand. Earth Escape Rock Stealing Stick. A heavy rock club flew towards Yoryuaki. Seeing this, Yayi could no longer continue chasing and could only retreat and avoid it. Uchiha Manghuo also defeated the opponent in the battle. He is an elite ninja with the Sharingan, which can be said to be quite terrifying. He directly injured Yamanaka Iochu, and Nara Fengming's ninjutsu was also broken. In this battle, Uchiha had a slight advantage. The 7 elite Jonin level warriors confronted each other again. Nara Fengming and the others were extremely angry when they saw the miserable appearance of Akimichi Koda, because the three of them grew up together, from being in the same team since childhood to the current 3 elite ninjas of Ino, Shikaku and Jo, and they still have a very strong relationship. Yoryuaki naturally observed the change in their expressions and thought about it. Immortal technique, lightning release, Lan-Yu attached lightning, and Yayi controlled the flow of chakra again. In the past few days, Yayi has been thinking about how to improve his swordsmanship. He remembered by his swordsmanship in the original work and asked Manghuo and the others. The Heide clan is a small clan, and the only swordsmanship they know is to attach chakra to the blade, and they don't know anything else. After Yoryuaki knew about it, he could use it easily by simply attaching chakra, but how to strengthen it became a problem. Later, he tried chakra solidification and chakra flow. A few chakra flows directly increased the damage several times. Yoryuaki thought that this was probably the reason why Heitake Sakumo became the White Fang of Kana, because he discovered the chakra flow, which made his swordsmanship so powerful. Seeing that Yoryuaki released his ninjutsu, the two sides started fighting each other again. Because the distance was too close, large-scale ninjutsu could not be used at all. In this case, the Uchiha with the Sharingan was extremely terrifying in close combat. The secret techniques that the Yamanaka clan was good at were useless against ninjas of the same level as the Uchiha, because the Sharingan was immune to illusions of the same level. Yoryuaki rushed to Sarutobi Oi holding Lanyu. During the confrontation, Sarutobi Oi had already summoned the Monkey King to transform it into a golden cudgel. The two sides collided with each other. The golden cudgel took the blow and then turned into smoke and dissipated. Sarutobi Owaki had no time to release his ninjutsu and was hit directly by Yoryuaki's sword. This time he could not escape and was killed with one blow. After dealing with Sarutobi Daiki, Yoryuaki rushed towards Akimichi Koda again. At this time, he used the Akimichi clan's secret technique, butterfly transformation technique, and the chakra wings behind him carried him to escape rapidly to the rear. But a burst of chakra burst out from behind Yayi, and the whole person was instantly catapulted out and quickly caught up. Seeing that there was really no other way, he turned around and attacked Yayi with a meat bomb, a one-on-one duel between real men. As expected, Lanyu easily cut through his armor and pierced into his body. At this moment, Yoryuaki activated his chakra and the lightning on the blade exploded directly. Akimichi Joda screamed and his whole body disintegrated, turning into flesh pulp and flying in all directions. On the other side, Yamanaka Izumi was stunned when he saw the scene, and was instantly seized by Uchiha Manghuo and killed on the spot. After solving the problem, Nara Fengming saw that he was the only one left and he thought that he couldn't escape anyway, so he directly detonated all the detonating talismans on his body. Uchiha Taro reacted in time and was only slightly injured by the explosion, while the surrounding ninjas suffered heavy casualties regardless of friend or foe. Now that the enemy no longer had any elite Jonin-level warriors, the Uchiha unilaterally slaughtered the remaining enemies and quickly captured the position. Yoryuaki still has plenty of chakra now, and he used several large-scale ninjutsu on the opposite position, directly blowing up the entire position. The enemies fighting the Uchiha outside were also quickly dealt with. Seeing this, Uchiha Hui said, "Now that we have taken this place, we can just retreat. Don't think about occupying the position. Go back and prepare well. The next more terrifying battle is about to begin." Uchiha Hui had never thought of establishing a temporary position here, because this area was too far forward. If it was established, it would be surrounded on three sides and could not be defended at all. He could only go back and wait for the next general attack to have hope of occupying it. Yi followed the main force back to the temporary camp. Uchiha Taro boasted, "You are quite capable. I didn't expect you to take out 2 elite jonin so quickly. Otherwise, it would have taken us a long time to defeat them." Yi replied, No, they are too weak. They are completely useless against my ninja sword. I can't handle it at all, haha. Uchiha Mangwo asked, "You asked me about the Heite clan swordsmanship before. Did you really figure it out? This isn't really a secret. I'll teach you." Yi said slowly, "You just need to control the chakra and attach it to their swordsmanship. Then, let the chakra flow, and the direct damage will be multiplied several times. You've helped me a lot. Just let me know if you have any requests," Uchiha Mangwo said excitedly. Because even though Yoryuki answered so easily, if an elite jonin who was proficient in swordsmanship knew that the damage of the sword could be multiplied several times, its value would be comparable to that of an S-level ninjutsu. It's okay. You are Uncle Madara's subordinate, so to be honest, you are my subordinate. We are all family, Yoryuki joked. In that case, you can always trust me with your back on the battlefield. I will not let anyone hurt you until I die, Uchiha Mangwo said seriously. Seeing how serious he was, Yi stopped smiling and nodded at him, indicating that she believed what he said. After chatting with them for a while, Yi returned to his tent. After washing up as usual, he lay on the bed, thinking about which direction he should go next. He thought about this until midnight, and finally Yoryuki decided to develop his fire style to the level of Cage first, collect the system's achievement rewards, and then practice Yin style to open the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Now his chakra has reached the level of a Cage level powerhouse, and all he needs to do is develop the nature of his chakra to successfully meet the system's standards. With a target in hand, the next major battle would not be fought for the time being. Looking at the situation, Yoryuki did not sleep. He said goodbye to Uchiha Hui and the others and returned to the clanland. He did not plan to be the vanguard when the next battle just started, because the intensity of the next battle would definitely be terrifying. He might even be killed by the enemy's pile of people. So he planned to return to the clanland to practice in seclusion for a while. It was already the afternoon of the next day when Yi returned to his home in the clan territory. He crossed the main camp of the subcamp and the command area without any rest, and fell asleep on the bed as soon as he lay down. Madara also knew about Yoryuki's battle record on the front line. His face was filled with uncontrollable joy. When he heard it, he muttered, "This kid's strength has reached this level. It seems that my plan has to be carried out." This time, Yoryuki slept until noon the next day. After getting up, he went straight to Uchiha Madara's ancestral home. As soon as he arrived, he was stopped. A token appeared in his hand. The guard saw the token and let him in. Then Yoryuki went to a training room prepared for him by Madara. It was quiet and no one could disturb him. Yi sat cross-legged in the secret room and took out the secret book from the system space. It says, "The basic knowledge of chakra properties development when an elite jonin breaks through to the Cage level. Fire style, we must be clear about its nature when developing it. There are 2 ways to develop fire style. Point 1 is to increase the temperature of the flame so that it can reach 5,000 degrees, that is, when the flame will turn blue, it reaches the strength of Cage level. Only one Uchiha in history has achieved this. Since that person died in battle, no one has succeeded in this way. The remaining ninjas can only develop a yellow-white flame of 4,000 degrees at most and cannot improve it any further. The second path is to develop the ferocity of flames. Fire chakra is an extremely violent chakra. The more violent the fire chakra, the greater the damage. When practicing, we can stimulate the cells containing the fire attribute to a greater extent. When releasing ninjutsu, the cells in the body become agitated, and the released chakra will be more violent and the damage will be greater. This path is often taken by our Uchiha clan to cultivate fire release to the level of Cage. Since the emergence of the Uchiha clan, there have been more than a dozen Cage level masters who have achieved this breakthrough. Among the Cage level masters still alive today, 4 have also taken this path. Water escape, water attribute chakra is the most stable of the 5 chakras. Now Uchiha only knows one way, which is to focus on increasing the density of water attribute chakra, that is, to make it thicker, so that the impact force of water escape formed when impacting the opponent will be greater. When the water created by your water escape is released, 1 cubic meter of water increases from 1 ton to 5 tons, you will reach the level of Cage. Lightning release, the release of lightning chakra is irregular and extremely fast. Now there are 2 ways to go in Uchiha. Point 1 is to increase the strength of lightning chakra and turn it into a ninjutsu that releases faster attacks. The second is to improve your lightning chakra gathering ability, so that it can be released from a single lightning to a level where 1 lightning contains 10 or 100 lightnings, thus reaching the level of Cage. Earth escape, the earth attribute is the second most stable of the 5 attributes. Uchiha also has 2 options. Point 1 is to increase the density of the earth attribute chakra, just like the water attribute chakra. 1 cubic meter of earth is about 3 tons, and we have to increase it 6 times, which is 18 tons, to reach the Cage level standard. Another way is to increase the strength of the earth attribute chakra, making the released earth escape harder. The transformation from the hardness of soil to the hardness of rock is the standard of cage level. Wind style, there is only one record of uchiha, and it can be practiced successfully so far. The strength of wind style ninjutsu generally lies in its high cutting power. Therefore, when we practice, we increase the pressure when the wind attribute chakra is released, and the greater the pressure, the stronger the wind. At that time, the wind cutting and wind density will increase, and the damage or defense effect of wind style will become better. When you increase it 3 times when you are in Elite Jonin, you will reach the cage level, because the wind attribute has the highest damage in the ninja world. After reading this, Yayi decided to increase the temperature of his fire style, because his fire style could already explode. If the temperature was raised, the power of the explosion would be incredible. Yayi began to polish the fire attribute chakra according to the method in it, making its strength stronger, and slowly polishing the fire attribute chakra in every cell. He practiced like this for a while. When Yayi was halfway through his practice, he thought about integrating natural energy into it. However, natural energy is several times stronger than the current chakra, so as soon as it was integrated, the fire attribute chakra was directly squeezed out, leaving only natural energy. When using fairy techniques normally, the two chakras are not completely integrated together, but are released mixedly. Therefore, the current fire attribute chakra is too weak to be fused with it at all. Yayi could only slowly polish the fire attribute chakra piece by piece. Half a month passed in a flash. Yayi's improvement was still very slow, so he simply tried to polish the entire cell with chakra. As a result, the effect was obvious within a few days. Only then did he remember that there seemed to be a case of Reikage in the original work, who became so powerful by directly using lightning chakra to stimulate cells and activate body cells. So Yayi directly used yin-yang release and the 7 types of chakra to stimulate the cells. It was difficult to maintain the balance at the beginning, but after being injured for several days in a row, he finally mastered the technique and the effect was very significant. As the strength of cells increases, the chakra extracted from them also increases, so Yoryuki's method is obviously correct. Therefore, Yaishi named this method 7 Escapes Ultimate Refining Method. In this way, Yoryuki practiced until the day when the full-scale war between Uchiha and Senju began. Before the war started, Uchiha Madara sent a confidant to inform Yoryuki, who was just taking a break. After receiving the notice, Yayi tested his strength. It should be about 20% higher than before. He should be able to survive against a cage-level strongman, but forget about fighting. After finishing the cleaning, Yayi rushed to the command center. Is on the way to find Madara. After arriving at the command area, Yoryuki asked around and found out that Madara was still working there, so he just wandered around there. After a while, seeing that all the cage-level strongmen in the tent came out, Yayi walked in. Uchiha Madara was originally sitting in a chair thinking, but when he saw Yoryuki out of the corner of his eye, a smile appeared on his face and he spoke. "How's your training going, kid?" Yayi replied, "I have found a way that suits me, which is quite successful. From now on, it depends on the accumulation of time. You know your way so quickly. You kid are such a genius," Uchiha Madara exclaimed. "Okay, now it won't just be your area that's going to be fighting. The fighting will also begin in the 10 main camp areas ahead. After a rough estimate, the enemy's number is about twice ours. Those small clans are not very troublesome. The main ninjas are from the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The Senju clan's ninjas most commonly use water escape and earth escape techniques. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are somewhat unsolvable. So when you encounter the Uzumaki clan on the battlefield, you must attack before them and don't give them the opportunity to release the sealing technique. Otherwise, it will be difficult for ninjas of the same level to restrain them. Got it, Uncle Ban? Should I join the main force in this battle or continue to be a lone ranger?" Yayi asked. Uchiha Madara thought for a while and then said, "When a war begins, neither side will fight with all their might all at once. You'll be on your own for the first month, but after a month you'll have to pick a large group to follow. Otherwise, once the war gets intense and they know you exist, they'll definitely look for opportunities to target you. So, the only way you can survive is by following the main force." Uchiha Madara said seriously again, "By the way, there is a man named Senju Tobirama in the Senju clan. He knows a kind of time and space ninjutsu that you have to be a little careful. Flying Thunder God, that's a bit scary." Yoryuki thought silently. He replied solemnly to Madara, "I understand, Uncle Madara. I will definitely be careful and cautious on the battlefield." "That's good. I'm going to capture the 9-tailed fox demon soon. Do you have any summoning beast you want?" Uchiha Madara asked. 9-tailed fox demon? Is Madara going to control this tailed beast now? Yoryuki was a little shocked. After all, it was the tailed beast described in the original work. If Madara wasn't so ridiculously strong, he wouldn't have been controlled. Yoryuki paused for a moment and said, "Uncle Madara, I want the 8 tails. I understand that you decide what to do. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Madara left. On the way out of here, Yayi kept thinking about the future plot. It should be that some time had passed since Madara and Hashirama established the village that Black Zetsu approached him and took him to see the tampered Uchiha steel. After that, the Uchiha were constantly suppressed. Hashirama Senju had a brain problem again and started to distribute the tailed beasts to the village that was later established, under the pretext that balance leads to peace. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who were taught by Senju Tobirama, continued to harm the strong people in the village for their own rights in order to preserve their positions. Even when Minato Namikaze became Hokage, he had very little power, which led to Naruto being spurned by the villagers after his death, even though many high-ranking ninjas knew that Naruto was Minato Namikaze's son. That if Naruto had not been the reincarnation of Ashura, constantly influenced by the will of this creature, and constantly brainwashed by the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, and if Naruto had not been hit by Shisui's ultimate illusion, Kodayama Tsukami. Even if the above are all conspiracy theories, according to normal people's thinking, he would have turned evil long ago, let alone protecting Konoha. Thinking of this, Yoriuki already had a rough idea. In addition to being influenced by Indra and Ashura, the battle between Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara might have been caused by Black Zetsu, who was constantly provoking trouble, which led to the two big clans fighting like this. Although Black Zetsu's strength is not very strong now, his ability to escape and hide is really amazing. Having thought about all this, Yoriuki decided that she must change Madara's mind later. At the very least, she must not let him continue to be deceived by Black Zetsu and become his tool to resurrect Kagaya at Satsuki. As for the tailed beasts, Hashirama can't let them be separated this time no matter what. After these tailed beasts are captured, Yoriuki plans to try to deceive them by talking them down, using the name of the Six-Paths Sage. After all, apart from the Six-Paths Sage, he is the only one who knows their names. When Madara returns this time and successfully builds the village, he plans to call Hashirama together to have a good chat about future developments and instill in them both what true peace should be like. Yayi quickly walked out of the command area, looked back in the direction of the clan territory, and headed towards the front line with a determined look. Yoriuki thought about it and decided to go to the main camp where Uchiha Taro was. In this way, Yayi set out on his journey again. 3 hours later, Yoriuki arrived in the city. Uchiha Hui pulled him to the conference room, introduced Yoriuki to the cage-level strongman in the main seat, and then took Yoriuki to find a seat. Uchiha Taro whispered to Yoriuki, "Uchiha Taro, why are you here? Yoriuki, you're not familiar with other places, so come here and listen to the plan, you know." Uchiha Taro, "I don't know yet either." "Yeah, you don't know. Is it so strict this time?" Uchiha Taro, "It's not strict, but the clan leader only called the cage-level strongmen to the meeting, and we Jonin can only wait for the captains to speak." Yoriuki, "I see." Uchiha Hui, "No more talking, people are coming." A middle-aged man in platinum armor walked into the conference room. Everyone in the hall stood up to greet him. "My name is Uchiha Mingdong, I won't say much, I'll start deploying the mission." Uchiha Mingdong sat down and said, "Everyone, please sit down." The rest of the people sat down silently, waiting for the deployment of this shadow-level powerful man. After waiting for a while, a few ninjas came outside the hall and distributed a piece of paper to everyone. Uchiha Mingdong said calmly, "Take a look. After you understand the general situation of the battle, I will start assigning tasks." Yeah, he also lowered his head and read the content above. Information for the main camps in the early stages of the war. After investigation, the number of enemy ninjas who exceed cage level is as follows: Senju Hashirama cage level, 1 each from the Ino, Shikaku, and Jo clans, 2 from the Hyaga clan, 2 from the Uzumaki clan, 1 from the Shimura clan, no cage level from the Sarutobi clan, 9 from the Senju clan, a total of 17 elite jonin plus ordinary jonin, a total of about 410 shinins. 3,000 remaining genins, 40,000 remaining. And our Uchiha clan has more than cage level strongmen. Clan leader cage level, 17 elite jonin plus ordinary jonin, 220 chinins, 1,671 genin, 24,201. Although there is a big gap in the number of people among us Uchiha clan members when we are fighting against 8 alone, 3/5 of our clan members have already opened the Sharingan, so our combat power is almost the same. The Senju clan's battle line. The Senju clan's territory includes the territories of various vassal clans. Then comes the Thousand Hands position, and then the small clan's position. Okay, everyone has finished reading, now I will issue the tasks. Uchiha Mingdong said, "You must defeat the ninjas of the other small clan before breaking through to the Senju clan's position within a month. Otherwise, once the Senju clan's ninjas are ready, we will be the ones to suffer. We have received reliable information that due to their marriage with the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan will only be strictly defending their positions in the near future and will not take the initiative to attack. So we have to seize this opportunity and resolve the external troubles first. We have only one goal for this main operation, that's the Sarutobi clan's second base. These two camps are adjacent to each other and have been merged into a super large camp. Their cage-level commanders were eliminated by the clan leader last time, so the cage-level commanders stationed in these two camps this time are from the Senju clan. For the first half of the month, your goal is to continuously launch surprise attacks on the enemy and quickly deplete their combat power. Remember, this is done on the premise of preserving strength, and for the next half month, I'll be the one leading you in a head-on confrontation. Don't worry about harassment from the enemy's other positions. Our other main camps are no pushovers either. They all have their own combat missions, so go ahead and fight with confidence. The enemy's other positions can't even take care of themselves, basically cutting off the possibility of support. So, we must break through this enemy position this month. This is the prerequisite for us to fight the Thousand Hands clan later. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to break through in the subsequent battles. Do you understand? Uchiha Mingdong was full of confidence that came from his strength. Even though he had just assigned the task, he seemed to have a sure win. Yes. Yoryuki and Uchiha Taro walked out of the city together. Uchiha Hui asked, "What are you going to do next? Will you act with me or alone?" "I'll be alone this month, and then I'll join the main force once the real war begins," Yoryuki replied. "Okay, then you be careful, I'm going back to the front line first," Uchiha Hui said. Yi waved at him, chose a direction, and left alone. Yi thought about it and felt that with his current strength, he was already half a cage level, so it should be no problem for him to go to each small position alone. Based on his previous experience, there were probably only 200 or 300 ninjas in a small enemy position, so he should be able to deal with them all by himself. Do whatever you think of. After you have determined the target at night, first plan to check the situation of each small position, and then choose a position that is neither too strong nor too weak as the target. After arriving at the battlefield, Yi slowly moved towards the direction of the enemy's position. The enemy's patrols are quite strict now. In order not to alert the enemy, Yi can only hide his breath and move slowly. After half an hour, Yi could already see the enemy's position. He was on a tree, as if he had merged into one with the tree. Although the people around him had been using perception ninjutsu, no one noticed Yoryuki. He opened his Sharingan and looked inside the position. One Jonin and several Chuyunin and Genin. Yi felt it was not worth it, and after thinking about it, he slowly retreated. In the following time, Yi looked at all the positions here. It was already the second day, and Yoryuki finally chose a camp with 1 elite Jonin, 5 ordinary Jonin, and about 50 mid-level Jonin. This is already a small position with relatively strong strength in this area. Due to personnel transfers, many of the small positions that were captured last time have not yet been replenished by the other side, so the strength gap between the small positions is particularly large. After making up his mind, Yi found a cave to rest for a while, took out Lanyu, and planned to deal with the patrol personnel here first. The strongest ninja patrolling this area now is only at the Chunin level, so Yoryuki can kill the opponent instantly without using any ninjutsu. The trouble is that if you use ninjutsu too close to the position, the opponent's dense perception of ninjutsu will allow them to react quickly and defend themselves. Therefore, after attacking the position, Yi had to eliminate all the people in a short time and retreat quickly, otherwise it would be difficult to escape if he was surrounded. As usual, Yi squatted on a tree branch and observed. Compared with other ordinary plants, big trees have more natural energy around them, so Yi likes to ambush the opponent on the tree. If there is a tree with a good location but not so dense leaves, Yi may directly use the immortal body to quickly gather natural energy and make the leaves of the big tree become denser. After waiting for a while, a patrolling Chunin came over here. Yoryuki, who had been keeping his Sharingan open, looked around and saw no one, so he just dodged and killed the Chunin. Then Lanyu made a few random strokes and dug a hole under the tree. He threw the body in and covered it with soil. With the operation of the sage body, weed soon grew on the turned over soil, and the roots of the big tree also extended to this area, fixing the soil. After dealing with the corpse, Yi moved forward a distance and continued to wait for the next unlucky guy. Bored to death, Yi was thinking that he was now practicing Yang escape technique, and it seemed that before he traveled through time, when he saw everyone chatting on the forum, they said that Yang escape technique was the core, and the fusion of water escape technique and earth escape technique could give birth to wood escape technique. After thinking about it, it should be reasonable, so Yi planned to go back and give it a try after he finished solving this situation. After a while, several Genin came here in groups. Yoryuki estimated his speed and looked around. There was only one Chunin exploring the area from a distance. It could be solved. He continued to take out Lanyu from the system space, exerted force with his legs, and flashed in front of these Genin. After a few slashes, the opponents had no time to react, and even if they did, they couldn't block it. After dealing with them, he saw the Chunin in front of him walking over, and Yi rushed towards him directly and slashed with a knife. The Chunin disintegrated on the spot. After dealing with the corpse using the old method, Yi walked forward a distance again. When he arrived here, Yi could already see a small corner of the position. If someone else came, he would have to deal with one more patrol before he could start a surprise attack on the other side. The closer you get to the center, the more intense the patrols become. Generally, when a senior ninja comes here, he only relies on physical skills without using chakra. Even if he kills the patrol personnel, he will soon be discovered by the ninja in the position. But who is Yoryuki? A man who can use magic. After picking a tree that caught his eye, Yi began to slowly gather the fairy chakra. However, he didn't plan to hit the enemy's position at once. This distance was very easy for Yi. Yi wanted to do something big, so he planned to blow up this area at once. The immortal body is running at full speed. Rich natural energy rapidly gathered here. Ninjas who have not practiced magic will at most sigh that the air here is fresher than other places. Yayi stayed there for a long time and soon it lasted until the next night. The other side had already discovered that the patrolling ninjas had disappeared. They sent out several teams but found nothing, so they were forced to increase the density of patrols. Time passes by little by little. The moment the sun began to rise, Yoryuki opened his eyes and the two Magatama Sharingan appeared. Yoryuki stood up, platinum-colored fire attribute chakra emerged in his hand, and the chakra in his body rapidly merged with the remaining natural energy. Senjutsu fire style flame wheel. The fire wheel in his hand flew out and flew towards the enemy's position. The elite ninja in the enemy camp discovered Yoryuki's chakra the moment the ninjutsu appeared, and sensed a huge amount of chakra flying towards them. He shouted anxiously, "Get out of here!" His hands were very fast, and with a few instant movements, he quickly left the position. Soon the fire wheel flew to the center of the position, and in the process of flying, it directly burned all obstacles on the road below. Burst! Yoryuki controlled the fire wheel to explode. Bong! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Yayi also retreated quickly. When the ninjas in the opposing position heard what the elite jonin said, they reacted very quickly and wanted to leave, but they still could not escape the explosion range. Soon the position and a large area of forest around it were directly blown into nothingness by the explosion, and only a few ninjas escaped. Only the elite jonin and an ordinary jonin survived, but they were all seriously injured. After the explosion, Yayi opened the Sharingan and attacked them, and the lightning in his hand appeared. Senjutsu lightning released Chidori. The opponent obviously sensed it, but his injuries were too severe and he couldn't run away. He could only form seals with his hands and start fighting back. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. A dirt wall and an Earth Dragon appeared. The moment the Earth Dragon appeared, it spit out mud at Yayi frantically. Yoryuki took advantage of Chidori's increased speed and dodged the attack with a few moves, then attacked directly from the front with his hands raised. Relying on the observation of the Sharingan, he penetrated the earth wall and directly pierced through the opponent, who was an ordinary jonin. The injured elite jonin obviously could only continue to release ninjutsu to interfere with Yoryuki and buy time in order to have a hope of survival. After dealing with this jonin, Yet turned around with lightning in one hand and rushed towards the elite jonin not far away. Earth Escape, Earth Substitute. Luckily, he released his ninjutsu just when Yoryuki's lightning was in front of him. Lightning passed through and a piece of earth exploded. The elite jonin moved to the piece of mud that the Earth Dragon had just spit out. Held up the thunderbolt in one hand, turned his head, and the two looked at each other. Earth Escape, Earth Ridge Dumpling. I saw the other party using Earth Attribute Chakra to strengthen his strength, and constantly picking up several huge rocks that had just been broken in the battle and smashing them at Yayi. Yoryuki directly increased the output of Lightning Attribute Chakra, and dodged among the boulders at a faster speed, every stone hitting him. He continued to charge towards the ninja gracefully. Earth Escape, Return of Earth and Land. A rock appeared, and the elite jonin tried to block Yoryuki's attack. He acted as if he didn't see it and increased his chakra output, and powerful lightning shot out. The opponent had no time to dodge and exploded on the spot along with the stone. The sounds of fighting here had long been discovered by small positions in other places, and many ninjas were rushing here to provide support. He took a look and found that he only had 30% of his chakra left. He didn't use much to deal with these ninjas. The main reason was that he had used a lot of chakra in the bombing of the position just now, which drained 60% of his chakra at once, so such a violent explosion could occur. With the Sharingan on his head and looking at the few Chunins closest to him, Yoryuki rushed towards them as usual, holding the Chidori. After a few encounters and piercing through these low-level ninjas, Yoryuki had no intention of ending the fight and no longer cared about the corpses. Rushed directly towards an elite jonin. I plan to retreat after I finish this. That elite jonin was obviously very strong as well. Chakra appeared in his body and he dodged the attack with a direct burst. After dodging, he immediately formed seals with his hands. Wind style, Sky Slashing Wave. A ninjutsu that directly consumed 70% of his chakra appeared, and a strong wind came out of his mouth. The ground was lifted up by the huge pressure of the wind escape and rushed towards Yayi. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yayi turned around. Immortal Technique, Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. With the support of natural energy, this Earth Flow Wall successfully blocked the pressure attack of the wind. However, the sonic attack contained in the ninjutsu still hit Yoryuki. The high-frequency ultrasonic waves caused blood to seep out of Yayi's ears. Yayi lay down behind the earth wall and restrained his breath. Relying on the powerful physique brought by the immortal body, he was able to withstand the entire wave of attacks. The other elite jonin, seeing that Yoryuki hadn't made any movement, also sensed it, but could no longer sense any trace of Yoryuki's presence. The earthen wall, without chakra support, collapsed and seemed to bury the person. Seeing this, he finally felt relieved. He strode towards Yayi, intending to search for spoils. When they arrived at the pile of earth in front of them, they began to move it. A knife flew out of nowhere from below. The elite jonin reacted, but his body was unable to dodge and was pierced through. The blue feather covered with sword energy directly pierced through his entire body, creating a big hole in the middle, and he died on the spot with hatred. Yi struggled to climb out of the stone pestle, put away Lan Yu, and quickly fled back. Apart from the blood still oozing from the ear, there were no wounds anywhere else on the body. The ultrasonic attack contained in this ninjutsu only causes some damage to the eardrum and nerves, nothing else. Not long after Yoryuki escaped from the scene, several senior ninjas arrived. Seeing the situation and the bloodstains on the ground, they chased in the direction where Yoryuki fled. Yoryuki sensed several unfamiliar chakras emerging from behind him, looked around, and realized that only 10% of his chakra was left. If he hadn't just used up 20% of his chakra to build the earth wall, he probably wouldn't have been able to stop the elite Jonin's attack. Yi used half of his energy to add lightning attribute chakra to his steps, which greatly increased his speed. They immediately escaped from the enemy's pursuit, but were still some distance away from the camp. After running for a while, he saw a very dense forest and knew he was saved. He released the last bit of chakra, and the blood in his ears solidified on his body and stopped dripping. It is not a good idea to hide in the trees in the runway because the smell of blood cannot be removed. Lan Yu appears directly, exerts force with his hands, and keeps digging under the big tree. While the other party was still some distance away, he quickly reburied the soil he had just dug up, continued digging downwards, and then leaned against the roots of the big tree. When he ran his immortal body at maximum power, he became exhausted and passed out. Natural energy continued to gather here, and the dug soil soon became overgrown with weeds like other lands, and the roots of the trees slowly wrapped around Yi's body. With the absorption of natural energy, Yi no longer needed to breathe and just lay in the ball made for him by the roots of the big tree. Several senior ninjas also chased into the woods. The other party disappeared here. Looking at how he just ran away, he couldn't have gotten far. The scent of blood disappears even in these woods. Check everything. Look for it in this woods. You have to find him for me no matter how far you go. After chatting with each other for a while, several Jonin began to search here. Not long after, their subordinates also arrived here, and the number of people in this area suddenly increased dramatically. What they didn't know was that huge changes were taking place underground. At noon on the third day, although the big tree that wrapped Yi did not grow bigger in size, the vitality it contained became more and more intense, and the leaves on the tree became more lush. Although the surrounding big trees did not grow as fast as it, they also increased. Soon, the sunlight in this forest could not reach the ground at all, blocked by the dense layers of leaves. The roots of other trees below are also constantly moving towards this side. The rhizome wrapped around Yi as it quickly became thicker and gradually climbed up the roots of other trees. In this way, the ground was completely covered with the roots of the big trees, and there was no soil left inside. The big tree that wrapped around Yi had already stretched out its roots and thrown out all the soil within the circle. The ninjas above also checked for a long time but couldn't find the person, so they expanded the scope and checked the surrounding areas. Only a few Chunin were left here. At first, some people thought of hiding underground, but looking at the identical ground around them, they thought that if someone hid underground in that situation, there would be no time to cover up the traces, not to mention that the ground was exactly the same. This went on for a long time. The Uchiha clan also knew the news here, because it was impossible to hide after a position was blown up. Uchiha Hui also knew about this. When he heard about the bombing of the position, the first person he thought of was Yoryuki. He quickly asked the person who provided the information what happened to the person who bombed the position. The response he got was that he escaped to a forest and disappeared, and the other party had been searching for him. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hui quickly contacted the cage-level expert in charge here. Obviously, the main operator Uchiha Mingdong also knew about the existence of Yoryuki. Quickly send more people to search for Yi's whereabouts. Both sides' troops were searching for Yoryuki, and soon they met each other. Due to the Uchiha's attention, the other side could not stop the offensive at all. They began to retreat step by step, slowly withdrew from the forest, returned to the destroyed position, and began to rebuild. After searching for a long time, Uchiha couldn't be found at all. Uchiha Hui was extremely angry and very sad. Although Uchiha Teru is a Jonin, his parents died on the battlefield due to years of fighting, and he has few close friends. After continuous fighting, he, a senior ninja with the 3 Magatama Sharingan, could directly compete with ordinary elite senior ninjas. After spending some time together, he had already started to treat Yoryuki, like Uchiha Rin, as his own younger generation, and their relationship grew stronger. The childish smiling face of Yoryuki kept appearing in his mind. Uchiha Tera cried and held his head, his Sharingan in his eyes rapidly selecting. Soon a whole new kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes. After a while, he took out his ninja sword and stared at the newly opened Mangekyo Sharingan towards the position destroyed by Yoryuki, not wanting the other party to rebuild it and waste Yoryuki's efforts. Seeing this, the surrounding ninjas quickly notified Uchiha Mingdong. As a result, Uchiha Mingdong did not try to persuade him to return. Instead, he directly gathered a group of ninjas and attacked the position directly. With his Mangekyo, Hui quickly reached the newly built position. When he saw the area affected by the explosion, Uchiha Hui became even more certain that it was Yoryuki who did it. No one else could have launched a sneak attack and blown the opponent up like this. The two elite ninjas who had just been sent to guard the position sensed Uchiha Huey's undisguised behavior and directly released ninjutsu at him. Fire style, dragon flame, wind style, gale. The two ninjutsu merged together, and a huge fireball rushed towards Uchiha Teru. Uchiha Huey sneered and rolled his right eye. Yukihiko. He formed seals with his hands and used the water escape technique, which he knew but didn't use. Water style, waterfall technique. The water appeared like a waterfall, and the power of the Sharingan in the eyes was directly added to this water escape. The waterfall suddenly became several times larger and rushed towards the other side. The fireball was directly extinguished by the waves, and the two ninjas could not escape and were directly washed away by the waves, breaking all their bones. After a while, the area where the explosion had occurred was completely filled with water. No matter whether it was the senior ninja or the other ninjas, they had no resistance at all and were directly washed together. Left eye turns. Miraculous hands and empty sea. Uchiha Huey controlled the water to start spinning, and soon a huge vortex appeared, and the people inside gradually died. When Uchiha Mingdong brought his men, he was surprised by the scene. He waved his hand and quickly asked everyone to deal with the ninjas around. He walked over and patted Uchiha Huey's shoulder. Don't be sad, that kid hasn't been found yet. The enemy ninja we captured also said he hasn't been found yet. Believe him, he must still be alive. When Uchiha Teru heard this, the light in his eyes gradually brightened up again. He nodded and walked silently towards the forest where Yoriuki disappeared. He was followed by Uchiha Teru's old subordinates. After the rest of the ninjas cleared the area, they began to build a temporary camp in this area. Yoriuki, who was sitting under the tree, slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw darkness. He didn't dare to move. He felt that the chakra in his body had recovered. He slowly opened his Sharingan and looked outside. There was no one. The roots of the tree seemed to sense something and slowly spread out automatically. A hole was directly opened in the ground by the roots, and the remaining roots formed a step directly on the hole. He was still a little confused when he saw this and slowly walked out. As soon as I came out, I saw that the small trees in the forest had grown into towering trees. The originally dense leaves could not let in the sunlight, but when Yi walked out of the tree hole, the paper strips on the top slowly spread out, and the thick leaves became dense and sparse, allowing the sunlight to finally shine on the earth. Yi stood on the ground, feeling the incredibly rich natural energy here, and understood why these big trees had such spirituality. He tried to burst out his chakra, and the nearby ninjas who had been using their Sharingan to search for Yoriuki instantly saw a huge source of chakra appear out of thin air. They all rushed here at the fastest speed. Yoriuki no longer needs to open his Sharingan. The big trees next to him are like his eyes. His mind keeps hearing the message of these ninjas rushing towards him. Although it is very weak and he can't hear it at all without concentrating, the occurrence of this situation shocked Yoriuki greatly. He didn't expect that the sage body has such a wonderful use. Just as he was thinking about it, the Uchiha ninjas had already arrived at the scene, some in the trees and some on the ground, all looking at Yoriuki cautiously. A jonin came out and said to Yoriuki cautiously, "Is it Master Yoriuki?" Yoriuki looked at them and didn't say anything, but the double Megatama Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, all the ninjas felt relieved. Some ninjas turned and ran in different directions. The jonin replied respectfully, "Master Yoriuki, please move to the camp and rest for a while. Master Mingdong and Master Hui will be back soon." "I understand. Thank you for your hard work," Yi said lightly, and followed him slowly towards the camp. The trunk of the big tree next to it is very spiritual, and it is slightly bent, as if it is bowing towards the road ahead at night. The big hole in the ground was also covered by the soil slowly because of the rotation of the tree roots underneath. Weeds sprouted and it became the same as other ground. What? Uchiha Hui and Uchiha Mingdong spoke happily when they heard the news from the ninja who came to report. Found it. Yes, Lord Yoriuki is on his way back to the camp now. The ninja, who was kneeling on one knee, replied. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Hui immediately rushed to the camp. Uchiha Mingdong was more steadied. After ordering the remaining ninjas to continue building their positions, he turned around and rushed back. After using a simple water escape technique to clean his body, Yi sat in the conference room waiting for others to arrive. Seeing so many people looking for him, Yi knew that something had happened, even though it was the other party who was in trouble. Uchiha Hui released his chakra with all his strength and rushed back with sparks and lightning. When he saw Yoriuki, he ran over and hugged him tightly in his arms, tears in his eyes flowing uncontrollably. When Yoriuki saw him come in and was about to say hello, she was hugged and froze in place, at a loss. After a while, Yoriuki's hand gently patted Uchiha Teru's shoulder. Soon, Uchiha Mingdong also rushed back. Seeing this scene, he said nothing and waited outside the door for a while. After Uchiha Huey's emotions stabilized and everyone sat down together, he said, "It's good that you're back. The position has been taken. Your action has not been in vain." Hearing this, Yi nodded at him. Only then did Yi have time to look at everyone carefully, and when he saw the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Huey's eyes, he was shocked again. I was shocked. After everyone chatted for a while, Yoriuki found out the reason why Uchiha Teru opened his eyes. The others knew that Ye was injured because he was accidentally attacked by an ultrasonic attack after he blew up the position. The enemy's position has now been occupied. Next, Yoryuki is ready to follow Uchiha Terra. With the blessing of a Mangekyo Sharinan, Uchiha Terra was already a cage-level powerhouse. P.S. Sea God Umiyukihiko, he is the sea god in daily mythology, in charge of the power of the ocean and water. He can control the waves and tides, and can protect ships and fishermen. Myoshao Kyukai, one of the founders of Buddhism, a legendary monk. He excelled at crafting Buddhist statues and building temples, and was considered an expert in medicine, sculpture, and architecture. It was said that his skills were so great that he could even grasp clouds in his hands. I directly used the names of these two little myths as the names of Uchiha Terra's Mangekyo abilities. The first one allows him to release water jutsu to transform into sea jutsu, which is equivalent to strengthening the buff. The second is that it allows him to better control his own ninjutsu. I think it is reasonable that he can control the attack after releasing the ninjutsu. The next day, Uchiha Terra planned to take Yoryuki and the other person with him. There are only a dozen days left until the war. Inside the tent, Yoryuki was chatting alone with Uchiha Teru. After hesitating for a while, Ye said, "Uncle Hui, do you believe me?" Uchiha Terra replied, "Of course I believe it, that goes without saying." Yoryuki smiled and said, "Trust me, from now on, you should use the Mangekyo Sharinan less often unless you absolutely have to." "Why?" Uchiha Hui was a little confused. Yoryuki replied, "If you use it too much, your eyes will go blind." Uchiha Hui thought about it and didn't ask Yoryuki how he knew it. After chatting for a while, the two prepared their equipment and set out to ambush the opposite side. They first picked the remaining weaker positions. Without the use of the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, Uchiha Terra was at most an elite jonin. Only with the blessing of his own abilities can he be considered a kage. So the two of them were very cautious this time. When they reached the periphery, the weaker ninjas simply crushed the opponent with their strength, preventing them from even sending out a signal. Slowly arrived at the entrance of the enemy's position. Uchiha Hui formed seals with his hands. Water style, water dragon bullet. Ye hurried to catch up. Senjutsu water style iron bullet cannon. Two large water escape weapons rushed towards the front of the enemy's position. The weak ninja in front was crushed to death by the power of water escape. The two elite jonin inside rushed out. Lightning release thunder curtain. Two lightning walls fell like waterfalls, blocking the water escape block directly. Yoryuki and Uchiha Terra looked at each other, then looked at each other. There are not many lightning release ninjas on this battlefield, and I encountered two of them this time. One of the two elite jonin, the purple-haired one, shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your names." Ye smiled, and Lanyu appeared in his hand. Immortal technique, lightning release, sword/lightning attribute chakra continued to flow on the blade, and the lightning burst out with crackling sounds. Uchiha Hui also drew out his own ninja sword, attached fire attribute chakra to it, and solidified it on the blade. Since learning this method, Uchiha Taro has also been practicing it, but now he is still a little far from the chakra flow, but not far away. It can't be helped, he learned it late and didn't practice long enough. The ninjas on the opposite side snorted coldly when they saw this. Thunder release, possessed thunder armor. Lightning climbed up the armor on their bodies and merged with them. The two men stood together, and a huge amount of lightning attribute chakra emerged from the hands of the other party in the middle. Lightning release, shockwave. A wave of lightning emanated from the two people's arms. Uchiha Terra dodged it with a quick move and then rushed directly towards the two men. Ye faced them directly, striking down the blue feather in his hand towards the center of the lightning wave. A blade of energy accompanied by lightning directly split the opponent's attack in half. The other party looked at the azure sword energy coming straight towards them, forcibly interrupted the ninjutsu, and quickly dodged to both sides. Uchiha Hui also swung the fiery ninja sword in his hand towards one of the blue-haired ninjas. The ninja used the lightning armor on his body to continuously block the attacks. The purple-haired ninja next to him saw his teammates being attacked continuously and was about to go up to help when Yoryuki attacked. There was no choice but to go ahead and fight. The blue feather in his hand chopped on the opponent's lightning armor, causing wounds to appear on the opponent's body. The two sides fought for a while and sensed that the other side's support was about to arrive. The Sharinan appeared in Ye's eyes, and the attack became more fierce. The purple-haired ninja was gradually unable to hold on. The teammates who were fighting with Uchiha Terra nearby tried to rush over to help several times, but were beaten back severely by Uchiha Teru. Uchiha Terra sneered, "Boy, your opponent is me, where do you want to go?" As he spoke, the fire attribute chakra in his hand turned into water attribute, and instantly the blue-haired ninja felt that the force of the attack on him increased several times. Because Uchiha Teru's Sharinan has awakened the ability of water attribute, even if he does not use that ability, Uchiha Teru's water escape has improved a lot compared to before. The density of water attribute chakra has increased a lot, which has greatly improved his water escape. Yoryuki slashed at him horizontally with great force. The purple-haired ninja with many wounds on his body was finally unable to block it and was cut into two. Yoryuki did not go to help Uchiha Teru, but rushed towards the ninjas who came to support from the opposite position with his Sharinan. Because Yuryuaki and his team were fighting in close combat with their captain, the group of ninjas couldn't use ninjutsu to help. When they saw their captain being killed by the opponent's sword, Yuryuaki rushed over and started to form seals with his hands. But the lightning attribute chakra on Yuryuaki's body exploded under her feet, and her speed instantly soared. In a blink of an eye, Yuryuaki flashed in front of them and slashed at them. Because of the huge gap in strength between the opposing ninjas, they were unable to resist at all and were killed in just a few strikes. Seeing this, Uchiha Hui on this side directly released 50% of the chakra in his body. The water escape technique on the ninja's sword in his hand instantly became heavier. He chopped down fiercely with the sword. Seeing that the ninja could not dodge, he could only raise his hand to block. As a result, he felt a huge force coming, which directly broke his hands and the armor on his chest. He fell to the ground in an instant, and Lei Kai on his body disappeared. Seeing the good effect, Uchiha Hui chopped him down again, ending his life. Looking up at the weak ninjas still being slaughtered in front of him, Uchiha Hui smiled and rushed over. The two fought for half an hour and finally got rid of all the ninjas in this area. They happened to chase them to a river, and the two washed their ninja swords together by the river. I looked around with my Sharingan. There were indeed not many people there, so they rushed back to the camp. At night, Uchiha Mingdong also came to find them in the camp, and the three of them sat together and chatted. Uchiha Tara smiled and said, "This time the results are not bad. We were lucky enough to encounter two lightning release ninjas. They are good at close combat, and they can easily deal with the two of us who are good at swordsmanship." Uchiha Mingdong patted him and said, "Alright, you did well this time, but we need to quickly capture the enemy's main position. You guys need to go and provide support as well. The fighting has already started up ahead. A fight broke out. We have to go quickly, otherwise we will be killed before we can catch up." Yeah, Yi said lightly. Uchiha Mingdong said confidently, "It's easy to solve it, but in order to reduce the consumption of our ninjas in the subsequent war, we should reduce the consumption." Hearing this, Yuryuaki and Uchiha Tara both nodded, agreeing with this statement. Next, after dealing with these ninjas, we will fight the ninjas of the Senju clan. It would be best if fewer clan members died. After the three of them chatted for a while, they all went to rest. Uchiha Hui and Yuryuaki said together that they would take a rest and set off with this wave of food supplies in the early morning. Yuryuaki and Uchiha Tara followed the food cart and slowly headed towards the battlefield ahead. Except for replenishing food and grass for a subcamp along the way, the rest of the time they were moving forward. This wave of food and supplies is mainly used to replenish the temporary positions on the front battlefield, so it is particularly important and a lot more people are transporting it. As we got closer to the position, the sounds of various ninjutsu colliding continued to ring out in front. Gradually, a few foolish enemy ninjas came to attack these food carts, but they were all quickly dealt with by the senior ninjas in the team. Yuryuaki and Uchiha Tara looked at each other, drew their weapons, chakra surged under their feet, and rushed straight to the center of the battlefield. Yuryuaki saw an Uchiha Jonin in front of him fighting three enemies with his Sharingan. At the beginning, they were evenly matched, but because there were too many enemies, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Yuryuaki hummed softly. Immortal technique, lightning release, sword slash. The blue feather held in his hand emitted blue and white lightning. As Yayi's chakra circulated, the lightning seemed to have stabilized, but if you looked closely at the blade, you would find that violent lightning was constantly circling around the blade, and from time to time lightning burst out and splashed on the road next to it. The two Megatama Sharingan appeared in his eyes and his figure flashed. Lan Yu slashed down. A Jonin at the back was about to release a ninjutsu, but Yuryuaki slashed at him and he had no time to dodge. Just like that, a senior ninja easily fell under Yuryuaki's sword. After killing this ninja, Yuryuaki did not stop and continued to attack the enemy ninja. Because of Yuryuaki's joining, the Uchiha Jonin regained the upper hand and led the remaining ninjas to continuously repel the enemy. On the other side, Uchiha Taro had chakra attached to his ninja sword just like Yuryuaki, but his was only water attribute chakra. Because of the water attribute chakra, the weight of the ninja sword has increased several times. Uchiha Hui continued to slash at the enemy. The enemy ninja felt the huge force coming from the ninja sword in his hand, and he was cut down by the sword after just a few rounds. With the addition of Yuryuaki and Uchiha Tara to the battlefield, the situation suddenly became clear. The morale of the Uchiha clan's ninja soared, and they excitedly rushed towards the enemy's positions. After dealing with the ninjas here, Yuryuaki did not go to join Uchiha Teru, but led the remaining ninjas and rushed towards a temporary position of the enemy. There is an elite Jonin in the position, and the rest are just small fry. The two sides soon started fighting. The ninja sword in Yuryuaki's hand kept slashing at the elite ninja. That ninja is a stick player. The stick in his hand is also imbued with earth attribute chakra. The two sides collided for several rounds, and the ninja found that with every collision, the stick in his hand would take away a lot of his chakra to resist the sharpness of Lanyu. Otherwise, this ninja tool would have been chopped off long ago. Feeling this, the ninja swept across, pushed Yayi back a body length, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth escape, market impact, a plate of earth emerged, and the opponent controlled the plate and attacked Yayi continuously. After Yayi used the blue feather to block several times, he found that the earth plate would absorb the soil from the ground and become bigger and bigger, so he had to put away the blue feather. Senjutsu Fire Style, Flame Wheel. A scorching wheel of flames appeared in Yayi's hand, and he looked at the earthen disc that turned another corner and flew towards him. Yayi raised the flaming wheel and chopped it down at the earthen plate. Bang! The earth disc directly broke off the opponent's control and turned into dust and fell down under the high temperature of the flame wheel. Yayi took advantage of the victory and pursued the opponent. The lightning chakra on his feet burst out, and his speed instantly increased to the maximum, and he flashed to the opponent's face. The flaming wheel struck down, and the opponent only had time to release a wall of earth. But it was unable to stop Yoryuki's attack at all. The elite Jonin, along with the earth flow wall he summoned, turned into a new ghost under Yoryuki's flaming wheel. After dealing with the opponent's only powerful ninja, Yoryuki joined the battle to capture the position, and it was a complete massacre. Water escape waves chaos 10,000 swallows. A huge waterfall fell from the sky, constantly washing over the ninjas here. Uchiha Taro was very satisfied with the power of the ninjutsu released this time. Now that he did not open the Mangekyo, the strength of his water escape technique was also greatly enhanced. With the impact of the water escape, a vacuum area quickly formed in front of him. Looking at the ninjas coming out to support in front, he formed seals with his hands. Water Style, Thousand Water Dragon Bullet. The water stream left by the previous ninjutsu continued to transform into water dragons, rushing forward. Earth Escape, Giant Rock Blast. A bald ninja wearing earth-brown armor appeared, making complicated hand seals as he came. The stones left over from the Earth Escape techniques released by other ninjas around him continued to gather together, and a huge rock rushed towards the water dragon. Seeing this, Uchiha Hui immediately dodged to the side, holding another ninja in his hand, ready to release at any time. The ninjutsu on both sides collided. Water dragons continuously hit the rocks. The bald ninja formed hand seals again. The rock exploded, and the water dragon blew out a deep pit. Many ninjas were affected in the surrounding area. At the moment of the explosion, Uchiha Hui rushed out from the side and said to the bald man, Water Style, Water Flow Blade. Streams of water transformed into sharp blades and flew towards him. The bald man was not weak either. Seeing that he could not release ninjutsu to block, he directly activated the Earth Escape chakra, and a yellowish-brown light appeared on his body, wrapping himself tightly. The water blade hit him, scratching his skin a little, but it didn't cause much damage. The bald man formed a seal towards Uchiha Taro again. Earth Escape, Soaring Stick. A stone stick made of rock appeared in front of the bald man. He slapped it hard, and the huge stone stick rushed towards Uchiha Hui again. Uchiha Hui was about to hide, but he saw his fellow tribesmen around him, so he had to hide again. The next seal, Water Style, Water Wall. A curtain of water appeared, and the stone stick rushed over, with the water constantly washing the stone stick. Gradually, a lot of the impact force was washed away. The seal in Uchiha Taro's hand did not dissipate, but a kaleidoscope appeared in his left eye. Miraculous hands and empty seat. This water curtain and the water in the surrounding rivers continuously hit the stone stick, and soon it was washed away and disintegrated. Uchiha Hui once again controlled the water flow to transform into a huge water dragon, rushing towards the bald man. When the bald ninja saw this, he was shocked for a moment, but he did not slow down his movements. Earth Escape, Earth Dragon Bullet. An earth dragon appeared in front of him and sprayed several earth bombs at the huge water dragon. However, when the water dragon rushed over, it simply ignored the attack. The mud rushed into the water dragon's body, and instead, driven by a huge force, it also rushed towards the bald ninja. The water dragon quickly hit him, and the bald man had no time to hide because the water dragon was too big. The water dragon carried the bald man towards the position behind him. Carried by the water dragon, the bald man felt attacks from different directions. There is the huge impact of the water flow, as well as the jumping of soil and rocks. Soon, the bald man could no longer resist and his bones were broken by the streams of water, and he died in the water dragon's body. This elite Jonin is in such a state, let alone other weaker ninjas. Soon, a large number of low-level ninjas in front also died here. Uchiha Hui controlled the water dragon that had just flown over the enemy's position and rushed towards the underground. The Sharingan in his eyes disappeared. The water dragon slammed into the ground fiercely, and the surrounding earth was affected by this huge force. There was a sudden earthquake, and the remaining position turned into a huge lake. After Uchiha Taro and other ninjas dealt with the remaining trash, they went to meet up with Yoryuki. Yayi and his teammates slowly approached the area occupied by the enemy. One by one, the Uchiha continued to kill lone enemies in this area, nibbling away at the enemy's territory at a very slow pace. Uchiha Hui also rushed over. Seeing this situation, he flashed to Yoryuki's side and said, "What's the plan next? Just occupy this forest, or fight?" Yoryuki casually killed a genin, turned his head to look at Uchiha Taro, and smiled evilly. "Anyway, the order from above is to bomb the enemy positions as much as possible. Otherwise, why don't we speed up the war? Now there are 2 squadrons, plus the 2 of us. I think it shouldn't be a big problem to take a position." Uchiha Hui thought about it and felt that it was feasible. At worst, if he couldn't defeat him, he could just use his Mangekyo to kill him instantly. So he said, "Let's go then?" Ya waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go! No one will be left alive on the road." After saying that, both Yoryuki and the remaining teammates burst out at their fastest speed and rushed forward, focusing on speed. A blue feather appeared in Ye's hand, and the chakra in his body circulated. The lightning attribute chakra slowly climbed up the blade, and in 1 second, the chakra quickly flowed throughout the entire blade. Open the Sharingan and look at the enemies appearing in front. The chakra exploded from under Ye's feet, and he flashed in front of the opponent with the force of thunder before the opponent could react, and killed the enemy with a casual swing of the sword. Uchiha Tara next to him was also holding a ninja sword and quickly dealing with the enemy. After a while, Yi led the team and quickly arrived at the enemy's position. The patrolling perception ninjas inside also sensed it quickly and gave the signal directly. After all, no one was hiding and they came over in a swagger. The other ninjas in the position also saw the Uchiha rushing over from outside. Just as they were about to release the ninjas, Yoryuki came in front of them with a large group of ninjas specializing in physical techniques or ninja tools. The ninjas in this area could only fight back with their ninja tools, and other ninjas were not allowed to release large-scale ninjutsu for fear of accidentally hurting their own people. The blue feather in Yoryuki's hand is like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Every time it is swung, it will reap a life. The enemy can't withstand Yoryuki's attack at all. Every time Uchiha Hui next to him swung his sword, it was like he was holding a sledgehammer. As long as he hit his opponent, the weight of the water attribute chakra plus Uchiha Hui's strength would instantly break all the bones in the person's body. Maybe it was not that sharp, but this huge force was not something these ninjas could resist. With every chop, a deep pit would be smashed into the ground by the enemy's body. Yoryuki and Uchiha Taro looked at each other, and saw that several elite ninjas who had just arrived from the opposite side stopped attacking with their ninja swords. Only some low-level ninjas were still fighting on the field, and the other Jonin and Shinin were all dealt with by these two people. The remaining small fry were not something they had to deal with. After seeing the situation clearly, those elite Jonin no longer cared whether there were any of their own people left. Seals were formed in their hands. A series of high-intensity ninjutsu flew towards the side. The blue feather in Ye's hand flashed back into the system space, and he quickly formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground with both hands. Immortal technique Earth Escape Earth Flowing Wall. Uchiha Hui next to him also mobilized the chakra in his body. Water Escape Water Formation Wall. An earth wall that could completely block the opponent's attack range rose from the ground. The soil on it was mixed with black stones, tightly forming a dark brown stone wall. Uchiha Teru's water escape directly wrapped around Yoryuki's earth wall. When the opponent's attack hit it, it was first weakened by the water wall before hitting the stone wall. Bang bang. After a few sounds, the water wall disappeared and the stone wall shook a few times, completely withstanding this wave of attack. Yoryuki's face was filled with smiles, and he was obviously very satisfied with the defensive power of the stone wall. He and Uchiha Hui jumped and stood on the stone wall together, without slowing down the movements of his hands. Senjutsu Water Style Iron Bullet Cannon Water Style Waterfall Technique for giant water balls flew towards the opposite side as fast as cannonballs. Following closely behind was a stream of water like a waterfall roaring towards the side. Only two elite Jonin felt that they were no match for this ninjutsu and dodged to the side. The other ninjas were very stubborn and used different defensive ninjutsu. Ye's giant water ball easily broke through the defense, and one of the water balls even hit the opponent. Only then did they want to dodge the attack, but it was too late. The waves behind them instantly hit them, and the elite Jonin were completely unable to withstand the power of this water escape. They all died under Uchiha Hui's ninjutsu. Fire Style, Dragon Scale Jet. The two senior ninjas stood together, formed seals with their hands, and used this combined ninjutsu. Fireballs like dragon scales attacked Yoryuki and the others. Yoryuki and Uchiha Tara casually dodged the attacks and were about to charge forward. The two elite Jonin actually controlled the flying dragon scales in their hands and made them fly back. You didn't expect that this combined ninjutsu could fly back. After being hit by a dragon scale, the blue feather in his hand appeared instantly, chakra rioted, and a few slashes blew up the dragon scale fireballs. The two ninjas saw the fireball hit Yoryuki, and just when they felt happy, they saw the scene again, and they all opened their eyes wide in disbelief. According to their understanding, once a person is hit by a fireball of this ninjutsu, other fireballs will continue to attack the opponent as they control them until the opponent dies. I didn't expect that there are people who can withstand a fireball and look like they have not suffered any damage at all, and can react instantly. Uchiha Teru also kept dodging the fireballs and had no desire to attack at all. The blue feather in Ye's hand continued to emit lightning. He mobilized the chakra in his body again and swung it hard in the air towards the opponent's position. A blue-white blade like a crescent moon slashed out. The two ninjas couldn't withstand the attack at all and turned into ashes. Uchiha Tara gave Yoryuki a thumbs up and said with a smile, "You were really good, boy, that you killed these two elite Jonin with just one sword. It's obvious that the strength of these two ninjas is too low, but this combined ninjutsu is still good. If the opponent is stronger, the fireballs will be more powerful. By controlling these fireballs, it feels easy to take out several squadrons. Yeah, Yi replied. Yeah, what a pity, it's all turned to ashes. Even if the opponent had the secret book, it's gone. It's just a ninjutsu. Let's go and end the battle quickly, Uchiha Hui said, and turned around and rushed towards the surviving enemy ninjas around him. Seeing this, Yi stopped talking nonsense and picked up Lanyu to support his teammates. After a while, the Uchiha ninjas were the only ones left standing in the area. After Yoryuki led his team to capture several positions, he and Uchiha Terra returned to the subcamp to rest. On the way back, I saw that the Uchiha rear was constantly sending reinforcements, quickly occupying the captured positions, and temporary defensive fortifications were rising from the ground. On the other side, in a huge valley, Uchiha Madara walked to a high place with an Uchiha fan on his back, looking at the Nine Tails sleeping below. There were still many corpses left beside it, which were obviously left by the Nine Tails when they entered the valley. Uchiha Madara casually released a huge fireball and hit the Nine Tails. The sleeping nine-tailed fox suddenly jumped up and threw a tailed beast ball towards Uchiha Madara in a bad mood. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara grasped the fan, circulated his chakra, and slapped the flying tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball made a gorgeous turn and flew away. Looking at the damage caused by the tailed beast ball hitting the ground, Uchiha Madara's eyes were full of satisfaction. When the nine-tailed fox saw this, it became even more angry and pounced on Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara smiled contemptuously, the eternal Mangekyo appeared in his eyes, and both Sharingan were spinning at high speed. A terrifying eye power shot out from the Sharingan. The Nine Tails was controlled by Uchiha Madara without any resistance, and then he took out a scroll, took some chakra and flesh of the Nine Tails, and left his own mark on it. From then on, Uchiha Madara became the Nine Tails psychic. After dealing with these, Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails and stood in front of him. With a leap, he stood on top of the nine-tailed fox, and the power in his eyes burst out again. Lines of blue armor were put on Kuwabai's body. Power suit, Susanoo. Uchiha Madara felt the power of the nine-tailed fox under his feet, and controlled it to launch a few attacks. A smile appeared on his face, and he was obviously very satisfied with this masterpiece. The reason why Uchiha Madara came to catch the tailed beasts was very simple. When he was reading the ancient Uchiha book some time ago, he found that the tailed beasts were powerful. After Uchiha Madara obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, he found that he could control the form of Susanoo. His imagination was opened up. If the tailed beasts were matched with his Susanoo, it would definitely be another powerful fighting force. So he immediately began to search for these tailed beasts everywhere. Now, for Uchiha Madara, if he can improve his strength, he has to try, no matter how troublesome it is, to accumulate strength for the upcoming war. Every bit of improvement counts. After finishing the experiment, Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails and returned to the valley to stay there. When necessary, he would simply use a summoning technique to summon the Nine Tails. He took out a map, looked at it, chose a direction and continued on his way. A few days later, he set foot on the land of Lightning Country and came to a cliff where the Eight Tails was wreaking havoc. This time, Uchiha Madara didn't make any unnecessary movements. A Mangekyo flashed in his eyes, and the Eight Tails was controlled. He repeated the same trick, and took out a summoning scroll, scraped a little of the Eight Tails' blood and chakra on it, then put the scroll away, controlled the Eight Tails to stay in a cave and sleep, and then he left the place and set out on the road back. Because of the attack by Yi and his men a few days ago, the other side went crazy and launched a fierce counterattack. Can Uchiha tolerate this situation? Also hit hard. After several days of fighting, the Uchiha clan has captured many enemy positions, and there is not much time left before the war begins. Because the Senju clan was accumulating strength to prepare for an outbreak, the enemy did not come to help these small clans on the front line, intending to let them consume more of the Uchiha's combat power, that is, to be cannon fodder. This is the sinister policy proposed by the sixth brother, Tobirama Senju. There is no other way. These small clans can only do it if they have been tied to the Senju clan for many years. If they break away from this now, they will definitely be killed by other clans. The probability of genocide is as high as 99%, so they can only continue to endure it. Except for some roots left in the clan territory, the rest of the clan members have gone to the battlefield to fight. The battle here also ignited the fights in other areas. Now almost half of the Uchiha clan's combat power was launched into the attack. As time went on, the Uchiha clan occupied a large area of positions. They used earth escape techniques to build towering walls at the front. Several cage-level strongmen also came to the front line to guard the area. Some cage-level strongmen who were proficient in earth escape techniques, together with the ninjas in the clan, strongly built a defense like the Great Wall, which directly silenced the enemy who was still preparing for a sneak attack. This wall wasn't simply built with a few random earth escape techniques, it incorporated numerous formations gathered by the Uchiha, making it incredibly strong. The ninja stationed atop it could also use it to enhance their sense of their surroundings, possessing defense, perception, and gathering abilities. The wall would actively absorb scattered dust to reinforce itself, so aside from the earth itself, there was no scattered dust on the ground, it was completely attached to the wall. This also cost the Uchiha clan a lot of resources. The main reason for building this wall is that the positions of other small clans in front have basically been captured. Further ahead must be a large position guarded by cage-level ninjas. As for those vassal clans, except for the clan territory near the Senju clan territory, the other positions to be stationed are all in front of the Senju clan. Even the cage-level positions had to defend the front to resist the attack of the weak Senju positions. There was no other way. This was the treatment of vassal clans in the ninja world since ancient times. With this simplified version of the Great Wall, it will be difficult for the enemies outside to sneak in. Unless Tobirama Senju uses his spacetime ninjutsu to launch a sneak attack, even a cage-level strongman will not be able to launch a sneak attack. Inside the city walls, the Uchiha clan's ninjas were investigating piece by piece of land. As for the remaining enemies, after these days of cleaning, it is basically impossible for there to be any remaining enemies. Uchiha Mingdong and several cage-level strongmen sat in a tent, constantly discussing the next tactics. Next to them, Yuryuaki and Uchiha Teru, and other top-ranked ninjas among the elite jonin, sat quietly and listened. When Yuryuaki first arrived, he chatted with Uchiha Mingdong and learned that if they were not pressed for time, they would have planned to set up a huge barrier directly in the Uchiha territory. In addition to those things shown in the anime, these major ninja clans must have abilities that others don't know about. After all, they are not the protagonists, so it is impossible for them to show all their abilities. However, this barrier required too many resources and would take a long time to build, so it had to be shelved. Since a large one could not be built, a formation that covered the entire main camp was built, which served to strengthen the defense. After sitting quietly and listening to these cage-level powerful men discuss for a while, Uchiha Mingdong sorted out his thoughts, discussed with everyone, and finally finalized the deployment for the remaining few days. War preparations before dawn. Since our Great Wall formation has been fully completed, subsequent arrangements and refinements need to be implemented as soon as possible. The order was issued, and 90% of the personnel of the 10 main camps on the front line of the battlefield quickly rushed to the frontline Great Wall area to establish long-term positions. The personnel of the subcamps will also be relocated appropriately according to the deployment of the main camp. Since the defensive barrier within the family has been successfully deployed, the shadow-level clansmen in the 10 main camps directly in front of the battlefield went to guard the Great Wall area according to the pressure of the battlefield to prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack and causing huge losses to our clan. In the remaining week, the 10 major battle areas ahead need to quickly eliminate the various large positions of the Thousand Hands vassal tribes. Each shadow-level clan member will assign personnel for this mission that they can act alone or cooperate with each other to capture the city, including but not limited to sneak attacks, violent attacks, and other means. There is only one goal, which is to capture the position within a week before the Patriarch returns, laying a solid foundation for the subsequent war. After determining the target, each cage-level strongman brought his own elite jonin and began to issue transfer orders to each main camp. The main camps responded quickly, and large numbers of troops continued to pour into the Great Wall area throughout the day. Because of the large-scale personnel movement, people passed through almost every piece of land in the Uchiha positioned. It was like another large-scale search. The enemy ninjas who had escaped by luck last time would not be able to hide again this time. During this search, an elite Uchiha jonin found a specially made kunao from these enemies. When he reported it to Uchiha Mingdong looked very serious when he learned about it. He immediately asked his fellow tribesmen to pay more attention to this special kunao, and to hand it over to him immediately once they found it. In Uchiha Mingdong's tent, Yuryuaki and Uchiha Teru were still there. Looking at the kunao that were constantly being handed over, the two looked at each other and both felt that something was wrong. Uchiha sat in the main seat, looking at the pile of kunao on the table with an angry expression. Said to Yi and others, "These are the Flying Thunder God kunao of Tobirama Senju, the younger brother of the Senju clan leader. He can use these kunao to move through space. It was because of this that our clan leader's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, was killed by Senju Tobirama. The terrifying thing about this ninjutsu is that no matter how far away, he can instantly flash to the location of the marked kunao. So if any one of you finds this kind of kunao, you need to destroy it as soon as possible, or hand it over to me. I will then hand it over to the clan leader. At the same time, you must also be more vigilant against sneak attacks from Senju Tobirama. Within the family barrier in the Great Wall area, our people will sense him as soon as he arrives here. However, he is quite powerful. If you encounter him, don't think about fighting him head-on. Escape as soon as possible. If you can't escape, delay for a while. Our people will arrive quickly." Yi and the others said they understood. After leaving the tent, Yuryuaki and Uchiha Teru once again set out on the road to the front line. After several hours of travel, they soon arrived at the newly established positions. Looking at the walls, Yi clearly felt that this temporary position was also blessed with a formation. Natural energy was circulating, attached to Yi's eyes. Yi climbed up the Great Wall from the position, and looking back, he saw things like energy shields wrapping around these positions. Yi raised his head and looked at the sky. There was obviously a larger cover with the Great Wall as the core, radiating and expanding towards the surroundings. Yuryuaki put away his natural energy. He was also shocked by the huge formation in front of him. Maybe other people could not see this scene, but those formation masters could definitely see it. The Uchiha clan must be very powerful to be able to set up such a huge formation. Yeah, he looked at the great wall under his feet, and after a day of renovation, stairs were built from the bottom to the top of the wall. And also appeared on the wall with observation pavilions located on it. Each pavilion was guarded by an uchiha who was at least at the level of a jonin. They all carried a flare. Once an enemy entered the perception range of the great wall, they would quickly fire bullets, and other members of the tribe would also fight back. When Yi stepped onto the wall, he could feel that his perception range seemed to have merged with the giant wall, and he could sense all the people within the range. Even a cage-level strongman could not escape the search of this formation. At the same time, the perception range is constantly expanding. Although it is slow, it also proves that this formation has growth potential. It is worth it for Uchiha to use all the resources of the entire clan to build such a great wall. Looking in the direction of the enemy's position, Yoriyuki saw countless huge pits caused by ninjutsu, while the Uchiha team was still advancing forward. He knew that he had to go and help, and it would be better for everyone if these problems could be resolved as soon as possible. Yoriyuki walked down the city wall, found Uchiha Teru, and talked with him for a while. The two went to the front line to fight again. On the other side, inside a wooden house, a young man was sitting on a chair. He was wearing casual clothes and his silver-white hair was particularly eye-catching. This is the famous Senju Tobirama, who later became the second Hokage, an avid developer of forbidden techniques, and the man who was said to have made a contract with the sea. Looking at the information collected by his men, he also smiled. Although the combat effectiveness of these small clans in front was constantly being eroded, Uchiha lost a lot of combat power. Compared with the Senju clan, who was still accumulating, the Senju clan was obviously superior. Now, in terms of the clan's war preparations, Senju Hashirama confidently handed over the power to Senju Tobi. Time to process. But for the politically savvy Senju Tobirama, he didn't care about the casualties of these small tribes at all. After being vassals for a long time, all the daily necessities of these small tribes had to be provided by the Senju tribe. In his opinion, it was obviously a good deal to exchange the ninjas of these small clans for the combat power of the Uchiha clan. It also described the new wall built by the Uchiha clan. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama frowned obviously. It also states that some cage-level fighters from smaller clans tried to enter the position tentatively, but were immediately discovered by members of the Uchiha clan, who fired a signal flare, forcing the cage-level ninja to withdraw from the attempt. Senju Tobirama thought for a while. This kind of large-scale defensive formation was not uncommon in their Senju clan. They had also set up some within the clan, but their perception was definitely not as terrifying as this one. They could sense a cage-level expert, but they would never sense it so quickly. This is obviously due to the power of Uchiha's Sharingan. Senju Tobirama put down the information, looked at the gloomy sky, and sighed, "What an evil Uchiha." After several days of fighting, the enemy could no longer withstand the Uchiha's offensive and was beaten back on the battlefield. Uchiha Hui and Yoriyuki followed one of the teams, and wherever they went, they were defeated. In the last 3 days, the main force no longer plans to play dirty tricks and all wants to fight head-on. Yoriyuki and Uchiha Tera stood in the team led by Ming Dong himself and set off towards a large position of the Shimura clan. Yeah, he held the blue feather in his hand and followed the team, hiding behind them as they moved forward. After walking for a few hours, everyone saw the position. Natural energy attached to his eyes, and when Yi took a look, he saw a small barrier, but the strength of this barrier was obviously not as good as Uchiha's, and it looked very thin. Uchiha Ming Dong was at the front of the team. Staring at the position ahead, all the enemies exploring around were killed by the ninjas in the team. A kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes. The power of the pupils surged wildly. Suzanu! A huge skeleton wrapped Uchiha Ming Dong inside, and bronze chakra gas exploded. Uchiha Ming Dong controlled the skeleton and smashed it hard towards the enemy's position. This ending was instantly torn apart like paper, and no ninja survived in the direction where the fist hit. A cage-level warrior named Shimura Takeke suddenly jumped out from the position. Quickly form seals with your hands. Wind style, great breakthrough. A gust of wind suddenly rushed towards Uchiha Ming Dong, but when it hit the skeleton, apart from making a few noises, it was not damaged at all. Uchiha Ming Dong also took advantage of the wind escape and threw several heavy punches at Shimura Ryuki. Seeing that it had no effect, the opponent had no choice but to keep moving around to dodge the attack. On the other side, Yoriyuki and Uchiha Tera were simply launching a dimensionality reduction attack on these elite jonin. The two of them worked together, and basically one elite jonin died under their swords every 5 minutes. In this way, the two sides fought for an hour. Uchiha Ming Dong also dispersed his Susanoo and fought Shimura Ryuki with his superb fire escape technique. They managed to hold off in the battle at the cage level, but in the fights at other levels, the Uchiha simply massacred the Shimura ninjas. If it weren't for the fact that it was not suitable to release large-scale ninjutsu when everyone was gathered together, it is estimated that Yoriyuki and the others would have killed faster and more easily. Shimura Takeke seemed extremely angry as he watched his former subordinates die one by one on the battlefield, but the old man Uchiha Ming Dong was no weaker than him, not to mention that the opponent's Manjikyo technique had not been used yet, so he couldn't just get away to help. After a few hours, the battle on the field was coming to an end. The senior ninjas of the Shimura clan had basically died, and the remaining low-level ninjas and middle-level ninjas could not make any waves at all. The saying that quantitative change leads to qualitative change was not true at all in this regard. The ninjutsu of these low-level ninjas had no effect on Yoryuki and others, not to mention the reason why they could not hit them at all. The duel between Uchiha Mingdong and Shimura Ryuki went from being evenly matched at the beginning to a crushing result. Shimura Ryuki couldn't bear it anymore. After taking a slash from Uchiha Mingdong, he kicked him away. As the two of them moved away from each other, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Wind style, wind speed glide, a powerful wind attribute chakra exploded from his body, and he quickly ran towards the Senju clan's position. Yayi was surprised by the speed, while Uchiha Mingdong just stood there without moving, and did not continue to chase, but the Mangekyo Sharinan in his eyes turned faster and faster, and in a few seconds the pattern in his eyes formed a halo-like thing. A huge amount of yin attribute chakra gathered in his eyes. Yoryuki opened his Sharinan and watched as the fire attribute chakra on Uchiha Mingdong also gathered in his eyes. The two chakras soon merged together, and he suddenly glared at Shimura Ryuki, who had turned into a small black dot in the distance. Locking, Suzanu-kun. Yayi saw that in Uchiha Mingdong's Mangekyo Sharinan, the left eye should be locked on the opponent, while the right eye was this extremely aggressive eye technique. A dark golden arrow appeared in the air. He immediately flew towards Shimura Takeki. The fleeing Shimura Takeki apparently sensed a terrifying force flying towards him from behind. He kept trying to lean against the surrounding trees, rocks, and other things to try to dodge the attack. But this arrow seemed to be indestructible. These obstacles could not stop it at all. Instead, it flew faster and faster. Shimura Takeki, a shadow-level strong man, gave a crazy warning with his sixth sense. Just as he was forming hand seals and about to release defensive ninjutsu, the arrow pierced through his body. As it penetrated his body, the arrow transformed from chakra became more and more unstable, and in an instant it exploded directly in Long Gui's body. Just like that, a powerful cage-level warrior perished. Looking at the powerful effect, Yoryuki and others praised Uchiha Mingdong again and again. Thanks to the praise from the old man, his body, which had felt a little weak after using the pupil opening technique, instantly straightened up and looked very impressive. A few hours later, they have completely cleared out the Shimura ninjas in this position, and in other positions, various Uchiha cage-level strongmen's eye techniques appeared, and powerful attacks exploded in the large positions of these small clans in front. After helping the tribesmen pack up the spoils, the Uchiha clan's ninjas quickly destroyed the positions here. They had no intention of staying here. After ensuring that all the survivors were present, the main force began to rush back and did not continue to attack the Senju clan's positions. In this way, almost every time there were a lot of Uchiha clan members rushing to the foot of the Great Wall, and all of them stationed at the foot of the Great Wall. The next day dawned. All the cage-level warriors from each main camp returned here, and the ninjas inside the Great Wall began the long task of confirming their identities. As long as those who have opened their Sharinan can be confirmed to be from the Uchiha clan, the others who have not opened their eyes need to be carefully confirmed, so this work seemed difficult at the beginning. Fortunately, they were asked to leave a trace of chakra on the wall before leaving, so the remaining ninjas cooperated with the formation and conducted a careful scan of each person, and finally everything was completed at noon. Occasionally, there were enemy ninjas who tried to sneak in but were pulled out and beaten to death on the spot. As the chakra of the cage-level warriors from the 10 main camps emerged, complex marks were formed, and huge gaps soon appeared on the wall. As soon as the order to enter was given, the Uchiha ninjas rushed in. After making sure that all the people had entered, the cage-level warriors released their ninjutsu inside the wall, and the wall returned to its original state within a second. Everyone stayed for a while and then announced their disbandment, and the elite Jonin-level ninjas received orders to gather at the command post in the city at noon tomorrow. P.S. Sharpshooter, Suzanu, Su, 4th tone, Jian, 1st tone, Wu, 1st tone, Zun, 1st tone. He is a sharpshooter in everyday mythology and the god of hunting and war. He is an expert archer and a hero and warrior in everyday mythology. Yeah, he got up early in the morning. After finishing breakfast, he sat in front of the chopping board and said silently in his heart, system check properties, byte Uchiha Yoryuki age, 5 years old, bloodline, Uchiha clan, physique, enhanced immortal body, strength, elite Jonin, chakra attribute, fire escape level 6, earth escape level 5 to 6, water escape level 5 to 6, lightning escape level 5 to 6, wind escape level 5 to 6, yin escape level 5 to 6, yang escape level 6, fire style, great. Fireball technique, fire style, phoenix fire technique, fire style, great dragon fire technique, fire style, great fire extinguishment, fire style, flame wheel, fire style, great fireball continuation, wind style, sky slashing wave, wind style, big breakthrough, wind style, ultimate tornado, wind style, cyclone, lightning release, Chidori, lightning release, slashing sword, lightning release, Chidori style, lightning release, thunderbolt, earth escape, earth. Escape return of Earth and Land, Earth escape Earth flow wall, Earth escape Earth dragon bomb water style, water dragon bullet, water style iron bullet cannon, water style, water prison technique, 5 styles fusion combination technique, 5 styles, great linking bomb technique, other, shadow clone 3 body technique, items, 2 million silver notes, 20 detonating talismans, 7 escapes ultimate refining method, blue feather, character description, and uchiha who opened the 3 Megatama Sharinan by using yin-yang release. Although he has been fighting all the time during this period, Yoryuki also finds time to occasionally practice the newly collected ninjutsu. He has been learning the 5 releases continuous bomb technique from the 3rd generation of the anime. It is a very creative ninjutsu. Not only can the 5 releases be combined into one, but the 5 releases can also be freely combined. It is a very suitable ninjutsu for a ninja like him who has a high level of control over chakra. So Yoryuki often collected these ninjutsu on the battlefield, and after constant practice, he finally learned them. Not only that, he also developed the next stage of Chidori, lightning release, Chidori style, and learned some other functional ninjutsu, which enriched himself. In terms of realm, Yoryuki has practiced all his escape techniques to the 6th level. He is already invincible among the elite jonin. When the yin escape technique was upgraded to the 6th level, it automatically combined with the yang escape technique in his body, producing an inexplicable reaction, which allowed his 2 Magatama Sharinan to be successfully upgraded to 3 Magatama. The above are the results of Ye Yi's recent work. After checking the properties, Ye Yi walked around again and then went to the command post to sit down, waiting for the meeting to start. When he walked in, he saw many elite jonin sitting there discussing something. Looking around, Yoryuki saw that Uchiha Taro had also arrived, so he walked over and sat down next to him. Uchiha Hui saw Yoryuki coming and said to him, "You kid, you come so early." No, you guys discussed it earlier. It's all here," Ye Yi replied. Uchiha Taro said with a smirk, "Hehe, you don't understand this, right? Those who come late will have to stand. It's not that there are no seats, but if you don't stand, you won't be able to see the cage level masters setting up the sand table in front." Ye Yi pouted and replied, "Well, you are such a coward. You knew it but didn't call me." After chatting for a while, it was soon noon. 10 cage level warriors walked into the command post at the same time and sat down in the main seats in the front. After the 10 bosses chatted with each other for a while, Uchiha Mingdong looked at the number of people and saw that everyone was present, so he stood up and said, "Now that everyone is here, I won't waste any more time. Let me talk about the results of this operation." After saying that, Uchiha Mingdong sat down. A Uchiha with the strength of a jonin walked in from outside, holding a notebook with a bunch of data in his hand. He walked to the front of the table and began to report. The frontline cleanup mission for this battlefield was successfully completed. Except for those from the Ino, Deer, and Jo clans, most of the cage-level warriors in the enemy's main camp have been killed by the elders. So, it's clear that the strength of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans is now reduced to just 1/10 of what it was, and all of their cage-level warriors have been killed. The Hyaga clan still has 1 or 2 cage-level warriors within their clan territory, so they still have some cage-level combat power. This mission successfully eliminated the high-end and mid-level combat forces of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Even the remaining ninjas in the other clans' territory are no longer a threat. The strength of the other small clans affiliated with the Senju clan has been halved. This is a huge victory. According to our clan spies, cage-level warriors have begun to gradually enter the Senju clan's frontline positions, and the number of ninjas in the positions is also increasing. It is obvious that they are preparing for future battles. We have not only seen ninjas from the Senju clan's vassal clans, but also ninjas from the Uzumaki clan of the Whirlpool country. Even if the two sides had formed an alliance before, it was only reflected in the supply of supplies. Now, the Uzumaki clan has directly sent ninjas from within the clan to support us, proving that the other party's alliance has become even closer. Therefore, in the future on the battlefield, in addition to confronting ordinary ninjutsu, everyone must also be on guard against the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. After saying that, the jonin closed the book and walked out. Uchiha Mingdong stood up from his chair and said, "The battle that's about to break out will be the most brutal war in the ninja world. I hope everyone will be more cautious and not act carelessly like before. If you're not careful, even a cage-level ninja will be crushed like an ant in this battle. In 2 days, the clan leader will return to personally take charge of the Great Wall, so in the near future, you must bring your men and prepare all the ninja tools that can be used on the battlefield." Then, on the day of the battle, hundreds of giant bells were newly moved to the Great Wall. The bell will ring simultaneously. The moment it rings, you can lead your men to charge directly. In this battle, it is all about hard power. Individual plots and strategies will no longer be of any use. Therefore, strength is what you should focus on most. This struggle is a battle for the clan's survival. Show your best so that future members of the clan will no longer be ravaged by war, so that future generations can enjoy the sunshine, and so that everyone can live a happy life. Go for it. On the last night before the war, we will take over the areas you are responsible for. There will be no battle deployments in this war, only endless fighting. Only by fighting can you survive. Don't even think about escaping. If you are defeated on the battlefield, the Senju clan will not let our clansmen in the rear go. You will only be greeted by a long pursuit. So use all your strength and strive to survive. After saying this, Uchiha Mingdong asked everyone to go back and prepare. Only the remaining 10 bosses were left in the command post to discuss the details of the battle with each other, and discuss which areas they should be responsible for so that they can maximize their strength. During these 2 days, everyone was nervously preparing for the next battle. That not only were the positions below being prepared, but even on the Great Wall, piles of detonating talismans were being transported up. This was to prevent someone from reaching the bottom of the wall and having their ninjutsu not powerful enough. These piles of detonating talismans could just be used for defense. On the other side, Uchiha Madara was traveling at an extremely fast speed, with a large amount of chakra constantly exploding under his feet. Although there would be some ungrateful ninjas who would block his way with bad intentions every once in a while, he was not very strong. He would just increase the amount of chakra that exploded when passing by those ninjas, so any ninja who dared to block his way would be directly blown away by his chakra. Uchiha Madara hurried for a while, looked up at the front, and finally saw a tall stone wall. As his chakra appeared and his Sharingan opened, a gap automatically opened in the stone wall. After entering, the wall quickly returned to its original state. Uchiha Madara sensed the situation around him, determined Yoruiki's direction, and then accelerated suddenly and quickly arrived in front of his tent. He opened the tent and looked at Yoruiki, who was sitting on the ground refining chakra. He said with relief, "Stop practicing. Look what I brought back for you." Yoruiki opened her eyes and sensed Uchiha Madara's presence as soon as he opened the tent. It was not because of his strength, but because Uchiha Madara did not restrain his aura at all. The familiar violent chakra was only possessed by Uchiha Madara, so she did not take any precautions at all. "What is it? What good stuff is it?" Yoruiki asked excitedly. Although he had already guessed that it was a tailed beast, he still couldn't help getting excited. After all, with a tailed beast, his strength would definitely increase a lot. "Uncle Ban, stop keeping me in suspense and show me the way." Uchiha Madara smiled and threw out a scroll, found a seat and sat opposite Yoruiki, with a wooden table between them. It was obvious that Yoruiki always brought a table with him wherever he went to organize materials. "Just sign your name." Yoruiki couldn't wait to open the scroll, and the pattern of the 8 tails appeared on it. His body chakra circulated, and he cut his finger, a little blood seeping out. Yoruiki used the blood in his chakra to leave his name on it. As soon as he signed, Yoruiki felt an inexplicable connection between himself and a huge chakra out of thin air. This is obviously not something that an ordinary psychic contract can do. Uchiha Madara sat across from him and said, "The tailed beast is quite powerful. It can only be used after you can use our Uchiha clan's Suzana. So before that, it's best not to summon it lightly. Although it has been controlled by my Sharingan, I'm afraid it will suddenly lose control and you'll be in trouble." Yoruiki did not answer Uchiha Madara for the time being, but was shocked by the prompt sound of the system in his mind. "Bite, congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, the Bond of the Tailed Beasts. Reward all perfect level sealing techniques except forbidden techniques." A large number of sealing techniques flooded into Yeyi's mind. Yeyi quickly absorbed this knowledge, and then he was pulled into a space by the system. Yeyi hurriedly asked it what was going on. Replying to the host, "This is a space that helps the host quickly master the rewards issued by the system. No matter how much time passes in this space, only 0.1 seconds have passed outside. Next, the host, please master the newly issued sealing technique as quickly as possible in this space. Make it a complete part of the host's strength. Otherwise, even though the memory is there, it will feel a bit unfamiliar when used." In this way, Yeyi practiced the sealing technique in the space for several years. He had completely mastered all the sealing techniques in his mind, and then the system kicked him out of this space. He looked up at Uchiha Madara and said in a trembling voice, "Uncle Madara, take me to a place where everyone can release the tailed beast. I have a method that is more suitable for controlling the tailed beast." Uchiha Madara was silent for a while, and without asking what Yoruiki knew, he took him and the others and disappeared into an uninhabited forest. Yoruiki activated his chakra, formed seals with his hands, and slammed the ground. After a bang, the 8 tails appeared and lay on the ground, sleeping soundly. "Uncle Madara, please protect me. I want to seal him into my body," Yoruiki said seriously. Uchiha Madara nodded, not caring why Yoruiki did this. All the chakra in his body was revealed. The ninjas around who were preparing to investigate withdrew their perception after feeling the clan leader's chakra. As Yoruiki's chakra circulated, a complex pattern appeared on Yoruiki's stomach, and several golden chains emerged, slowly pulling the 8 tails into Yoruiki's body. Time passed by little, and Yoruiki stood up with unsteady steps, obviously having consumed a lot of chakra. After Yoruiki felt a cage appear in his mind, he put his spirit body in and added a few seals. Then he stayed in the same place to recover his chakra for a while before saying to Uchiha Madara, "Uncle Madara, do you believe me?" Uchiha Madara hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Then you summon the 9 tails as well, and I will seal him into your body. That way, you can not only use Suzana to attack him, but also absorb his chakra to fight, which will make you stronger," Yoruiki said cautiously, observing Uchiha Madara's expression as he spoke. When Uchiha Madara heard this, he clapped his hands and the 9 tails appeared in front of him. Yoruiki walked up to Uchiha Madara and said, "Uncle Madara, you have to remember that you don't have to use the Sharingan to control the 9 tails and absorb its chakra. Building a good relationship with it will allow you to access a deeper level of power. When you reach a certain level of tacit understanding with the 9 tails within you, the chakra you use will be golden in color. This level is called a perfect Jinchuriki." Also, don't let anyone extract the tailed beast from your body. Otherwise, without strong vitality, you will surely die. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment and replied, okay, I believe you, kid, but you have to teach me how to get along with this thing. It feels impossible to let me do it by myself. Upon hearing this, Yoriuki burst out laughing. It seemed that even the famous Madara had moments of helplessness. At the same time, he was also somewhat moved by Madara's trust in him. If someone else said this, Uchiha Madara would have killed him without even listening to the end. After Yoriuki recovered almost completely, he asked Madara to open his armor and take off his shirt. A golden chain appeared behind him, and after wrapping the kyuubi tightly with thousands of them, Yoriuki's 5 fingers emerged with chakra, and suddenly pressed them on Uchiha Madara's stomach. The pattern of the sealing technique appeared, and the chain slowly transformed into a stream of energy with the kyuubi and entered Uchiha Madara's body. After sending it in, Yoriuki did not set up any more defenses, but said to Uchiha Madara, Uncle Madara, you only need to use your mental power to enter the place where the 9 tails is sealed. I will not set up any other sealing techniques for you. After all, your strength can easily suppress the 9 tails. Next, I will reply and teach you how to slowly persuade the 9 tails. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara didn't say anything else, but took Yoriuki back to the tent and rested for a while. The two began a long conversation about this matter, and during this time, Yoriuki also told Uchiha Madara about the 6 Paths Sage. Uchiha Madara didn't ask Yoriuki how she knew so much. He just listened slowly to Yoriuki's story about the birth of the ninja world, and how Indra and Ashura were reincarnated into him and Senju. Madara then digested this information as much as possible. At the same time, I also began to slowly sort out the many unreasonable aspects of the war between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Sometimes, when the relationship had just eased, some inexplicable things would happen, making the relationship between the two clans worse and worse, until it became the current life and death struggle. After knowing the existence of Black Zetsu and others, Uchiha Madara just confirmed his desire to become stronger, but not as extreme as in the original. With Yoriuki's company over the years, Madara gradually got over his brother's death. Junjun raised Yoriuki as his son and also as a spiritual sustenance. Yoriuki also showed many abilities that should not exist at this age, and his physique was even more abnormal than Hashirama. Uchiha Madara trusted Yoriuki very much and was willing to believe what Yoriuki said. If Yoriuki died in front of him, it is estimated that Madara would skip a large part of the plot in the original work and turn evil on the spot. After Yoriuki taught him how to fool the 9 tails, the two of them simulated for a long time. Uchiha Madara planned to deploy the battle tomorrow night and then start a long-term verbal persuasion with the 9 tails. If he couldn't do it, he would come to Yoriuki to deal with the matter. They chatted until late at night. Uchiha Madara walked out of Yoriuki's tent and suddenly remembered the clan's stone tablet. The words written on it when he saw it before seemed particularly extreme. Now he finally confirmed that Black Zetsu must have tampered with it. The ultimate infinite Tsukuyomi was obviously meant to resurrect the Otsutsuki Kagaya that Yoriuki mentioned. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped and hurried towards the Senju clan's territory. Uchiha Madara did not restrain his aura at all along the way. Instead, he opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and all the chakra in his body became agitated. Although his momentum stunned many low-level ninjas along the way, at least there were no new casualties. As soon as he stepped onto the Senju position, Senju Tobirama sensed this extremely huge chakra coming straight towards their clan's territory, and quickly used Flying Thunder God to block Madara's path. Before this, there were also cage-level ninjas trying to block him, but they all used a control-type illusion, so he ignored them. Uchiha Madara saw Senju Tobirama flashing on the road, but he did not take action, but just said lightly, "Get out of the way." Senju Tobirama asked seriously, "Are you planning to start a war right now? What are your intentions in entering our Senju clan's territory ahead of time?" Uchiha Madara glanced at him, and then rushed towards the Senju clan's territory again. Seeing this, Tobirama Senju was so angry that his face turned red, but he could do nothing about it. After all, if he faced Uchiha Madara, he would only be crushed. This was not only what Hashirama had told him, but he had also experienced it on the battlefield before. After thinking about it, Senju Tobirama made several Flying Thunder God jumps and returned to the clan territory in a few seconds. With such a long distance, most of his chakra was used up. As soon as he arrived at the clan territory, Hashirama Senju sensed Tobirama's arrival, so he walked out of the room and sat in the hall waiting for his arrival. Senju Tobirama hurried into the hall and saw Hashirama already waiting for him at his seat. Seeing that he was in such a hurry to come back, even consuming so much chakra, Hashirama asked him, "Tobirama, what could have made you rush back so quickly? Could it be that the Uchiha clan has begun their attack?" "Brother, it's more serious than this." Tobirama slowed down and replied gloomily, "I don't know what Uchiha Madara is up to. He is rushing towards our clan's territory with all his strength. Our ninjas can't stop him at all." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's face grew serious, and he quickly asked, "Did he kill his way here, or what?" Tobirama replied, No, He just stunned a lot of our genin and shinin with his aura on the way here. Even a cage-level ninja who tried to stop him just cast a genjutsu to control him and then rushed back this way. When Hashirama heard this answer, he immediately understood that Uchiha Madara was obviously here to find him. He was so anxious that there must be something big going on. Hashirama was also full of questions. Although he and Madara had met privately several times, those were before Uchiha Izuna's death. This was obviously the first time that he came so blatantly in public. After roughly understanding what was going on, he asked Tobirama to rest here and then return to the front line to guard it, while he himself walked outside. Seeing this, Tobirama didn't say much, but just sat down and tried to recover his chakra. After a while, because Uchiha Madara was traveling at full speed, his speed was very fast, and he arrived at the Senju clan's territory after an hour. After sensing a familiar aura, Hashirama hurried forward to greet it. Madara saw that Hashirama was already waiting for him, so he said, "Follow me." Hashirama didn't ask any more questions and just followed. The two of them walked one after the other and soon arrived at the river they used to visit often. Uchiha Madara took out a scroll and activated his chakra casually. A set of tables and chairs appeared by the river. He walked over and sat down, then raised his head to Hashirama and motioned him to sit opposite him. When Hashirama saw this, he was also confused and didn't know what Madara was going to do, but his body movements did not slow down at all, and he quickly sat down opposite him. Seeing this, Madara was slightly satisfied. "Let's chat." Upon hearing this, Hashirama quickly responded, "Talk, talk, talk." Just kidding, this is the first time that Madara has taken the initiative to chat with him, so he has to seize the opportunity, even though he doesn't know what to talk about yet. Madara pulled out another storage scroll from his pocket, took out a compass-like object from it, placed it under the table, and suddenly stabbed his chakra into the center of the compass. A transparent barrier slowly enveloped the small area where the two of them were sitting. From the outside, it looked as if the two of them, along with the table and chairs, had disappeared from the spot, and the scene returned to its previous state of being deserted. After releasing it, Madara said to Hashirama, "You also have a formation in this area, right? Release it and we can have a good chat." Hashirama obediently took out a compass-like object, which was also activated by chakra. A light green barrier flashed by and then merged into the area. After releasing it, Hashirama hurriedly asked, "Madara, what could have happened that would have you mobilized so many troops to come to me, and even go so far as to set up this breath-suppressing formation? This thing is going to be used up every time." Madara didn't answer this question, but stared into Hashirama's eyes and said lightly, "Hashirama, what I'm going to say next is beyond your imagination, do you believe me?" Hashirama was silent for a moment, then gave a positive answer. After Madara got the answer he wanted, he slowly spoke, "According to reliable sources, I understand the origins of the ninja world. I also understand why our two clans often encounter problems shortly after their relationship eases. It's as if there's a dark hand driving the conflict between our two clans. Although you and I have suspected this before, we couldn't find the person behind it. Now I finally understand." When Hashirama heard this, his pupils shrank and he gestured for Madara to continue. "This matter needs to start from the beginning." Ban coughed and said slowly, "First, we have to start with a woman named Kagaya Itsutsuki from the Itsutsuki clan. She was sent by the Itsutsuki clan to our ninja world to plant a tree called the Divine Tree. When the Divine Tree absorbs a certain amount of energy, it will produce a divine fruit. After eating this fruit, you can instantly possess the ability to be immortal and indestructible, as well as powerful strength. After arriving in the ninja world, she fell in love with the prince of the ancestral kingdom. It wasn't long before she fell in love and forgot the mission given to her by the Itsutsuki clan, and lived a happy life. But what was unexpected was that at this time, after the other country launched a war, when he heard that the ancestral country had such a beautiful celestial being, he couldn't help but feel blasphemous. It was also from this moment that Kagaya Itsutsuki changed her life. The Xia kingdom was beaten back by the other country on the battlefield and was finally defeated. Under pressure, the Xia kingdom's prince had no choice but to hand over Kagaya Itsutsuki. However, Kagaya was about to give birth and was very weak. She was able to escape the incident with the help of her maid. How deeply a person loves, how much he will hate in the end. Kagaya, who wanted to take revenge on the world, swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree that was supposed to be a tribute to the Itsutsuki high-ranking officials, and gained the power of the Super Six Paths. In the end, she directly wiped out all the rebels in the world. This was the first time the Itsutsuki took action, and it also gave everyone in the world a new understanding of this woman. But the matter is far from over, and the tragic fate of Itsutsuki Kagaya is not over yet. The moment she ate the fruit of the sacred tree, she had already violated her previous mission, which is a capital crime in the Itsutsuki clan. So after she became the queen of the ninja world, she began to deploy her forces to prepare to fight against the incoming Itsutsuki clan. The price of this idea was that humans at the time were constantly transformed into nutrients for the sacred tree. However, this was not a long-term solution. Because of this incident, she later suffered an even more tragic fate. She had 3 sons. The ones who had grown up at the time were Itsutsuki Higoromo and Itsutsuki Hamura. Itsutsuki Higoromo learned of his mother's actions through the deliberate suggestion of the Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3 sacred sites. He himself could not tolerate this, so he learned immortal arts on Mount Mayaboku and later joined forces with his brother to seal Kagaya on the moon. And Itsutsuki is the legendary sage of 6 paths. He has 2 sons. They are Itsutsuki Indra and Itsutsuki Ashura. These 2 are the 2 of us after our reincarnation. When Hashirama heard this, he raised his hand to interrupt Madara. After absorbing the information with a look of shock on his face, he signaled Madara to continue. Madara looked at Hashirama speechlessly, then continued, these 2 people were very talented, but the ninjutsu they developed was taught to the people below them. Over time, it gradually split into 2 ninja sects, which is the origin of the current ninjutsu. As time went by, conflicts between the 2 ninja clans continued to arise, and one day, a war broke out. Among them, Ashura Itsutsuki was once again guided by Mayaboku-san. After the 2 of them fought, although Ashura defeated Indra refused to accept the defeat and said he would continue to reincarnate to defeat Ashura, meaning the 2 of us. This is why we always have a familiar feeling. At the same time, my personality has become more and more extreme. In addition to the war, it is also due to the subtle influence of this reincarnated soul. Back to the point, after the 2 died, the sage of 6 paths became the first to unlock the true meaning of chakra. With the goal of maintaining peace, tranquility and order, before his death, he split the 10 tails into 9, creating 9-tailed beasts. But he didn't set any constraints on people, so they grew bigger and bigger, and their desires grew with their strength. This started an extremely long era of war. Even now, in the Warring States period, the fighting hasn't stopped, but has become increasingly severe. Among them, there's a man named Black Zetsu, Kagaya Itsutsuki's 3rd son. He can also be said to be the incarnation of her chakra. Although he isn't very powerful, he's very good at stealth. With our current super shadow level abilities, we can't even sense him. This man constantly instigates wars, dragging our 2 clans deeper and deeper into trouble, just to find an opportunity to resurrect his mother, Kagaya Itsutsuki. This is how it all started. After that, the 2 of them fell silent. After a long while, Hashirama said with a righteous look on his face, if all this is true, then after we make it public, can we stop the war? Upon hearing this, Madara sighed and said, you are now too deeply influenced by that remnant soul, which is why you appear so philanthropic. From now on, let's not think about anything else. Let's quickly remove these 2 things from our souls, otherwise we will get deeper and deeper into it, and it will be too late if we delay any longer. Hashirama was about to refute, but since it was such a true story, he had to believe it. At the same time, because of his trust in Madara, he couldn't continue. Madara thought to himself when he saw his expression and thought about what Yoryuki had told him. As expected, Hashirama has great love, but when it comes to war, he seems like a fool. Madara could only helplessly speak again, Hashirama, you are not the only one who wants to stop the war, everyone wants it. But after hundreds of years of war, our clans have long since formed a mortal feud, just like the ideal you proposed. If you want to get an internship, it must be earned through sacrifice. This war between our 2 tribes is inevitable. Only when enough people die and the remaining tribes work hard for several generations can they slowly let go of their hatred. And if we want the ninja world to truly usher in peace, the only way is unification. After hearing this last sentence, Zhu Jian couldn't help but ask, if we all unite to build villages and don't interfere with each other, is peace established? As for checks and balances, wouldn't it be enough to distribute the tailed beasts and intimidate every village? When Madara heard these 2 questions and answers, he realized that, as Yoryuki had expected, Hashirama really had this idea. Madara said with a serious face, the treatment you are talking about is at most the fusion of several clans in the ninja world to form another larger clan, which is what you call a village. As villages appear one after another, they may really be frightened by the tailed beasts you mentioned at first, but war will definitely break out again later. Seeing that Hashirama was about to retort, Madara interrupted the spell and continued, these are all based on facts. Think about the things I just told you, the war between the ancestral country and the other country, the war between the 2 sons of the 6 paths, and then the war between us Uchiha and Senju, as well as the clans of other countries. This is the final manifestation. When we first established our clan, weren't we all developing peacefully? Why did it end up like this? It's because of our own interests. Everyone is fighting for a good living space. As long as there's no unity, we will constantly fight over this. After reunification, although there will certainly be internal friction in the future, there will definitely not be wars as brutal as the ones we have now. Even if we split up in the future, everyone will definitely think about unification. Maybe by then it will be the division of the country and dynasty. Without external enemies, no matter how much we fight, the intensity of the struggle will not be as strong as it is now. Also, as long as we're in power for one more day, we can continue to improve the system and achieve a more lasting peace. The fact that the Itsutsuki clan hasn't come to the ninja world yet proves they haven't discovered us yet. Sooner or later, someone will come to inspect us. For the sake of the ninja world, we can't waste any more time on this kind of thing. We should hurry up and solve this problem, work hard to improve our strength, and always be prepared for the enemy's arrival. Otherwise, what awaits us is the destruction of the entire ninja world. The more Hashirama listened, the more convinced he became by Madara. Madara continued, although there will certainly be sacrifices on the road to unification, at least there will be a better future, just like the village you are preparing to build now. And you don't need to be the one to unify us. As long as we build the village first and recuperate, I will tell you about someone. He is the wonderful person who told me all these things. Hashirama replied, okay, let's do as you say. What should our two clans do next? After absorbing this information, Hashirama was temporarily not so saintly anymore. After knowing that there would be enemies powerful enough to destroy the ninja world in the future, his vision seemed to be forcibly expanded. Just like I said above, we need to consume at least 80% of the members of the two tribes so that we can have a stable life when building the village in the future. Madara said. Just let the two tribes confront each other head on. Forget about tactics. Using them is a waste of time. Hashirama replied with difficulty, okay, let's set a time. Madara pondered for a moment and said, Day 3, the frontal battlefield. Madara and Hashirama stood up at the same time, first clearing the tables and chairs, then they looked at each other, seeing firm determination in each other's eyes. They all said with heavy hearts, for the future. After saying that, the two of them released the barrier, exchanged ninjutsu for a while, and then rushed back to their clan territory. At this time, in the Uchiha camp, Yoruaki was in the tent, thinking about how to survive steadily in the upcoming war. He believed that Uchiha Madara could definitely convince Senju Hashirama that the friendship between the two and the resonance of their souls made them trust each other. Moreover, Madara is not as extreme as he used to be because of the appearance of Yoruaki, and Hashirama's temperament has not been completely influenced by Ashura because Madara has not completely turned evil, so the situation is still developing in a good direction. Yoruaki's mind sank into the place where the Eight Tails was inside his body. The Eight Tails has now been freed from its restraints by Uchiha Madara. When it saw Yoruaki coming in, it immediately roared continuously and a fragrant smell came out of its mouth, but the layers of sealing techniques completely restricted it from taking the next step. Seeing this, Yoruaki waited for a while and then said to it, Jayogui, think carefully about the meaning of the six-paths sage allowing you nine-tailed beasts to exist. When the cow ghost heard Yayi calling out its name, it was stunned on the spot. When the six-paths sage separated them, he said that in the future there would be someone who would get along well with them and would make them truly recognized by people. However, after thousands of years of war, people on this continent kept disturbing them, so everyone gradually forgot about this memory. Now when it is mentioned, they instantly recall the past. It no longer continued to insult Yayi, but just lay there and silently recalled all its previous memories. Seeing this, Yoruaki struck while the iron was hot and said, I had no choice but to capture you like this. After all, my current strength is still weak, so I can only ask the elders in my family to invite you here. Although you are the only one here now, I will definitely reunite you nine-tailed beasts in the future, and I will also make you recognized by future people. When Neogui heard this, he curled his lips and said, What do you know? I don't know if you are fooling me. Yoruaki took over the conversation. Someone is planning to collect you and summon the Ten Tails again, so there is no way to capture you like this. When Neogui heard him talk about the existence of the Ten Tails, he completely believed what he said, because although some people knew about the existence of the six-paths sage, that was only because it was a legend, but the Ten Tails was different. Apart from the six-paths sage, almost no one knew this secret. Since Yoruaki said this, it had no choice but to believe him. Neogui still replied stubbornly, but his body language was not as excited to nonsense. When Yayi saw this, he knew that he had been fooled, so his next action was to make Neogui trust him more. I saw Yoruaki's chakra circulating, and the seals that suppressed the Ushioki were removed layer by layer. After a while, all the seals except one that prevented the other party's chakra from leaking out of his body had been removed. Yoruaki's spiritual world was not a completely empty existence, but could change according to Yoruaki's thoughts, and the space was also extremely vast. So Yoruaki created an environment that the Ushioki liked, so that he would not feel so depressed. After all, he would have to stay here for the next few days, and this environment would allow him to relax a little. It didn't matter if he couldn't go out for the time being, because the tailed beasts were not so active usually. They were completely feared by people before, and they didn't have much living space. Fortunately, they all learned to sleep. After seeing that Yoruaki had taken the initiative to lift the seal, Neogui completely believed what he said. After finding a place to stay in this space, there was no other movement. Seeing this, Yayi finally felt relieved. Although Yayi seemed to have been released from the restrictions, if the cattle demon rioted, the hidden chains around him would quickly control him. After that, the tailed beasts can usually sense what the Jinchuriki is thinking, but it is different for Yoruaki. He can sense what the tailed beasts are thinking, but the tailed beasts cannot sense him. It is completely the other way around. Before the spirit body left, Yayi turned around and said something. Neogui, I hope you can give me more guidance in the days ahead. A big battle is about to begin, and I would be more confident of surviving if I borrow some of your chakra. After saying that, he quickly slipped away. Seeing this, Neogui chuckled and complained casually, Stinky boy. The next day, Uchiha Madara had already rushed back to the position that he ordered the cage-level strongmen to come to the command center for a meeting, and also brought Yoruaki with him. Uchiha Madara looked at the tribesmen around him and said, "Tomorrow, we will start the battle directly. 80% of the ninjas in the tribe will be transferred to the front lines. The remaining 20% will be selected from orphans and some geniuses. Let them stay in the tribe, but we can also leave 2 or 3 cage-level ninjas in the tribe and transfer all the others to the front lines. Tomorrow, when the bell rings, launch a general offensive. No tactics are needed, just a direct frontal crush." After chatting about some more topics, Uchiha Madara and Yoriyuki came to a deserted place. Yoriyuki used the Sharingan and stared at Madara. After a while, Yoriyuki's spirit body entered Madara's spiritual sea. Looking at the tailed beast lying in front of him, Yoriyuki allowed Madara to remove the restrictions. The 9-tailed fox jumped up instantly, and seeing this situation, it immediately thought of releasing the tailed beast ball. Yoriyuki quickly extracted some of the Gyuki's chakra from her body. When the 9-tailed fox sensed this, it stopped instantly. Yoriyuki let it calm down first. Then he released the Gyuki and asked him to explain. What Madara had said before about Jinchuriki not being able to release the tailed beasts was true, but both of them had enormous vitality, and since it was just an optimized sealing technique given by the system, it was reasonable that the side effects would be smaller after releasing it. After the explanation, Kuwabai was no longer so angry. Yagi quickly said, "Kuroma, after this wave of turmoil in the ninja world is over, I will take you away I will take it out from Uncle Madara's body and reunite you with the other tailed beasts. Now I hope you will cooperate with Uncle Madara. Otherwise, when the time comes, other Itsutsuki clan members will capture you and revive the 10 tails, and you will have no place to cry." Hearing this, Kurama instantly became furious. Thinking of reintegrating into the 10 tails, he shuddered instantly. He lay down and pondered what Yoriyuki said for a while, then asked with some doubt, "Other Itsutsuki clan?" "Yes, after a while, the people who sent Kagaya Itsutsuki here will definitely find out that something is wrong with her and will definitely come to the ninja world. At that time, in order to make the new saplings grow quickly, they will definitely catch the 10 tails that split from the original sacred tree and transformed into chakra, and use it as fertilizer to catalyze the new sacred tree." When Kurama and Gyuhei heard this, they were both startled. Their eyes changed when they looked at Yoriyuki. They knew that this secretive person was definitely not an ordinary person, not to mention that he was quite friendly to them. With Madara as a contrast, Yoriyuki could be considered as a gentle persuasion. After Kurama expressed his willingness to cooperate with Uchiha Madara in training, Yoriyuki taught Uchiha Madara to transform his spiritual world to make Kurama's life easier, and then withdrew from the spiritual sea. Back to reality, Madara and Yoriyuki looked at each other and laughed out loud. Then Yoriyuki took out the training method with the tailed beasts that he had written these days and taught it to Uchiha Madara. After Madara finished reading it, he discussed it with Yoriyuki and then went to practice separately. At the same time, Yoriyuki also instructed Madara to capture other tailed beasts if he encountered them. On the other side, Hashirama also issued the same order as Madara as soon as he returned. Tobirama was very confused and ran to Hashirama to ask, but Hashirama didn't say a word, just patted his shoulder, sighed, and turned away. Time quickly came to the next day. Before daybreak, almost all the ninjas in the Uchiha camp walked out of their tents, all dressed neatly, with various types of weapons in their hands. After coming out, there was no noise, but they all waited quietly under the stone wall. As a ray of sunlight shone on the earth, the bells on the wall rang in unison, and holes appeared on the stone wall. On the other side, in the Senju position, flares lit up the sky. Like the Uchiha ninjas, they were all prepared early. Uchiha Madara stood on the wall, chakra attached to his throat, and shouted to the people below, "Go!" The moment the holes in the wall stabilized, all the Uchiha ninjas below rushed out. The two groups started fighting soon. Low-level ninjas continued to fall, and after 3 hours, the war reached a white-hot state, and even the senior ninjas began to suffer casualties. Before they knew it, the first batch of ninjas had run out of strength and chose to retreat. However, the war did not stop because of this, and the second batch of ninjas from both sides rushed forward. When counting the number of people who returned, Yoriyuki also lamented the cruelty of war. At least 40% of the first batch of ninjas died. If this happened in ancient China, the camp would have been destroyed if so many people died in a single charge. However, this was not the case in this world with extraordinary powers, especially since the clans on both sides had a feud that lasted for almost 1,000 years. These clansmen were fighting for a piece of pure land for future generations and for their own family revenge, so everyone was fighting hard and no one held back. Yoriyuki watched the cage-level warriors on the stone wall for a whole day. It was not yet time for them to take action. Once they really took action, it would mean the war was coming to an end. Yoriyuki just wanted to see the situation first and wait for a few days to find an opportunity before taking action, otherwise he would be easily targeted. In this way, half a month passed. The two families fought during the day and at night, but the Uchiha ninjas, with the blessing of the Sharingan, were always in the upper hand. Faced with this situation, Senju Tobirama also asked other vassal clans to join the battlefield. The strength of both sides was equalized again. The Uchiha ninjas were not more numerous than them, but there was not much difference in strength between the two sides. This was the importance of bloodline in the ninja world. The Senju clan did not have any unique characteristics. Some of their ninjas did have stronger vitality than other ninjas, but their numbers were too small, and they could not compare with the Uzumaki clan, so when they were not counted in the overall strength of the clan, it could be summarized in one sentence: better than the worst, but not as good as the best. The Senju clan was able to have such strength because some of the top ninjas were ridiculously strong, but the low-level ninjas were also just average, so their clan leaders had taken in many vassal clans a few generations earlier, which allowed them to fight against the monsters like the Uchiha clan. Yoriuki was on the stone wall, feeling the breath in his body. After so much time of adjustment, he was now able to open his own tailed beast coat with Jyoki. Because of his special physique and the chakra of the Ushiki, he appears to be extremely powerful when using this energy, but being powerful means it is difficult to control. After a long period of adjustment, Yoriuki finally solved this problem. According to Uchiha Madara's test, when he put on the chakra coat, he could fight with ordinary cage-level strongmen without being at a disadvantage. In this mode, Yoriuki can now maintain it for an hour. This is entirely because of his huge chakra. Now that you may think that the time is too short, but at this time Yoriuki is only at the elite Jonin level, and he was forced to squeeze into the cage level because of the tailed beast. This kind of tailed beast coat requires more than just the chakra of the tailed beast, because his body is not strong enough now to support such a huge amount of energy, so simple use is certainly casual, but the chakra coat, which is an advanced use of the tailed beast's chakra, is obviously very troublesome. Yoriuki only managed to use this mode because he had discovered a way within his body that allowed him to reach a balance between his own chakra energy and that of the tailed beasts. He looked at the tragedy below and said silently in his heart, check the properties. After thinking about seeing what his current situation was, I started to join the battlefield. Bite Uchiha Yoriuki age, 5 years old bloodline, Uchiha clan, physique, enhanced immortal body, strength, elite Jonin chakra attributes, fire style, level 6 earth style, level 6 water style, level 6 lightning style, level 6 wind style, level 6 yin style, level 6 yang style, level 6 fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, phoenix fire technique, fire style, great dragon fire technique, fire style, great fire extinguishment, fire style, flame wheel, fire style, great fireball continuation, wind style, sky slashing wave, wind style, big breakthrough, wind style, ultimate tornado, wind style, cyclone, lightning release, chidori, lightning release, slashing sword, lightning release, chidori style, lightning release, thunderbolt, earth escape, return of earth and land, earth escape, earth flow wall, earth escape, earth dragon bomb, water dragon bullet, water style, iron bullet. Cannon, water style, water prison technique, 5 styles fusion combination technique, 5 styles, great linking bomb technique, other, shadow clone 3 body technique, all sealing techniques except forbidden techniques, 8-tail chakra coat, chakra control level 90%, when chakra is fully controlled, various ninjutsu can be performed without hand seals, as hand seals are simply used to facilitate chakra circulation. Tailed beast, 8-tailed bull ghost items, 1 million silver notes, hundreds of detonating talismans, 7 escapes ultimate refining method, blue feather, character description, when he activated the tailed beast chakra coat, he already possessed the strength of an ordinary cage-level Uchiha, and his yin-yang release was about to break through. After seeing the system's description, he also carefully felt the strength of the yin and yang chakra in his body, and found that it had indeed touched a certain barrier and was no longer growing. Only after breaking through this barrier could these two attributes become stronger. Otherwise, now it would only increase in quantity slowly, rather than improving in quality. After confirming, Yoriuki's gaze returned to the battlefield, he extracted the blue feather, touched the stone wall, and walked out of the camp through the cave entrance with the next batch of ninjas going to the battlefield. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he felt that it was not like being on the stone wall. This battlefield felt like hell, with a strong smell of blood and different murderous auras. Yoriuki quickly opened her Sharingan and immediately felt as if her body was stimulated by something. The yin escape technique was constantly increasing in strength and impacting the barrier. Although the speed was extremely slow, Yoriuki was happy that she had found a way. He stopped searching and found a direction, then Yi went to kill him. Yi is now able to form seals with one hand. While rushing towards the opponent, he held the knife in one hand and waved the fingers of the other hand quickly, finally putting it in front of his mouth. Senjutsu fire style, great fire extinguishment. A huge wave of fire rushed forward. In an instant, a small gap appeared on the battlefield. Except for the ninjas in the back who had time to release their defenses, the other ninjas of the thousand-handed ninja in front of Yoriuki were burned to ashes by the terrifying high temperature of this ninjutsu. If Yoriuki hadn't been afraid that the explosion would affect his own ninjas, he would have attacked the enemy long ago. This is art. After releasing this ninjutsu, he waved the blue feather in his hand. Immortal technique, lightning release, sword slash. This time, the blade unabashedly burst out with a powerful lightning, which first knocked down several genin in front of it before returning to the blade. A burst of wind attribute chakra burst out from under Yoriuki's feet, and his speed instantly reached an unprecedented height. He rushed into the crowd, and with every swing of his sword, several ninjas died under his sword. With the Sharingan activated, Yoriuki can fully master this high-intensity attack, so he seems to be very adept at it. In a short while, all the ninjas in this area were killed. The surrounding enemy ninjas wanted to rush up to help, but the Uchiha clan was not a pushover. Seeing that Yoryuki was so brave, the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan came to his left and right to raid the battlefield. They fought like this for a whole day, but the enemy ninjas were unable to do anything to Yoryuki. Occasionally, a few ninjas would hit him, causing just a little damage, but it would recover automatically after a while. This was a completely devastating blow to the morale of the Senju clan. When it was time to change guards, Yayi was alone at the back of the team, escorting his teammates away. Occasionally, there were a few foolish people who wanted to launch a sneak attack, but they were all killed by Yayi with a few flashes. From then on, the other party's idea of a sneak attack was put to an end. As soon as she entered the position, Yoryuki was surrounded by Uchiha Teru and others. "You can do it, kid." You can't see that the faces of the cage-level ninjas on the city wall turned green when we saw them. The other party tried to attack several times, but was stopped by the clan leader with just a look. There was so much chattering that Yayi's head was confused. Hearing that the other cage-level ninja wanted to attack him, he was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Today's performance on the battlefield was indeed quite impressive. But it is worth it, because he has already felt that this battle has broken through all the bottlenecks in his body. Next, he just needs to continue accumulating, and he can smoothly step into the level of shadow. Moreover, he predicted that this time it would not take too long and the transformation could be completed within a week at most. Watching teammates counting the number of people, the inventory was completed in a short while, and the ninjas were allowed to rest first. Yoryuki followed the counting ninja to the pavilion on the stone wall. This place is quite wide. Now the stone wall under your feet has become about 100 meters high and about 50 or 60 meters wide. There is no way to avoid the main feature of this wall being thick, and it is still continuing to absorb the surrounding energy and growing slowly. Yoryuki looked at these cage-level powerful men gathered in this area, and the ninja who was counting the number of people handed the recorded paper in his hand to Uchiha Madara, who was in the main seat. Yayi found a seat and sat down. The cage-level warriors around him did not show any displeasure, but turned their heads to look at Yayi happily. After all, everyone had witnessed his performance today, and they also knew that he had a good relationship with the clan leader. Madara looked at the report on the paper, and the suppressed emotions of so many days were finally released, and finally a smile appeared on his face. He handed the paper to Uchiha Mangwo, who was standing next to him. Uchiha Mangwo reported loudly, "Today we sent out a total of 50 jonin, 500 shuyunin, and 5,000 genin, which is equivalent to a quarter of the clan's combat strength. The other side expects more than twice as many as us. The losses in this battle are extremely considerable. 1/5 of our ninjas were killed, and only 4 of them were jonin. At least half of the enemy ninjas were killed." Although everyone had been watching from the stone wall all day, and had expected this battle to be a great victory, they had not expected the outcome to be so great. The look he gave Yoryuki became even more fiery. Because they knew that without Yoryuki, the battle situation would definitely not be so good. Today, Yoryuki was in the center of the battlefield, which was a dimensionality reduction attack. Although she did not activate the tailed beast chakra coat, her combat power was far above the elite jonin and below the cage level. Yayi felt the fiery gazes of the elders and couldn't help but shiver. She looked at Uchiha Madara with a smile, as if waiting for his praise. Seeing this situation, and considering that he had finally won a great victory, Uchiha Madara praised Yoryuki generously in public. Afterwards, he told Yayi not to go out recently. Today alone, the opposing cage-level warriors couldn't help but take action. That if he went out for a few more days, the opposing team would probably come out in full force. At present, the troops of both sides have not been fully mobilized to the front line, so the fighting is still relatively restrained. In normal battles between the two sides, the death toll on each side is usually only slightly higher for Senju than for Uchiha, far from being as big as the gap today. After all, the enemy has many more people than the Uchiha. The reason they can be equal on the battlefield is that the clansmen who have opened the Sharingan can almost fight 1 against 2 or 1 against 3. After chatting for a while, Uchiha Madara took Yoryuki to the deserted forest. Uchiha Madara said to Yoryuki, "Recently, thanks to the cooperation of the Nine Tails, I have now opened the chakra cloak a little like what you said." As he spoke, Uchiha Madara mobilized the chakra in his body and merged it with the Nine Tails chakra, and a black and red chakra robe was put on him. Yoryuki squinting his eyes, he looked carefully and found that the robe had begun to have some golden color. This means that Uchiha Madara is almost fully mastering the use of the Nine Tails chakra. I couldn't help but sigh, "It's you who deserves it." I thought to myself, he is worthy of being the biggest villain in Naruto Shippuden besides Kagaya at Satsuki. He is indeed a genius. Madara smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's also thanks to you. Ever since I communicated with Kyuubi last time, he has been very cooperative in practicing this mode with me. I think it's also to achieve the sinew and he outlined last time as soon as possible." Yayi also smiled when he heard this. Then the two of them exchanged some ideas on how to use the tailed beast's chakra. After the end, Uchiha Madara also gave Yoryuki some experience on the battlefield. At the same time, let Ye return to the tribe to practice for a few months, and reach the level of Kage as soon as possible when a full-scale war breaks out between the two sides. Otherwise, it would be easy to be ambushed by the sixth brother, Senju Tobirama. Yoriuaki also agreed with his opinion, and said goodbye to Uchiha Hui and others at night, left the first front, and set out on the road back to the tribe. On the road, Ye saw many scenes and gained a lot of insights. Although the tribesmen were heading to the battlefield to die, none of them showed any intention of retreating. Each of them was carrying the hatred towards the Senju clan and moving forward with a heavy burden. I think the Senju clan is the same. Although Yoriuaki came from a different time period, she has lived in the Uchiha clan for so long that she has developed some feelings for this clan. Why was the Uchiha clan originally exterminated in the future? From a conspiracy theory perspective, Yoriuaki sees that the conflict between the hawkish faction and other factions within the Uchiha clan is getting bigger and bigger, but Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, is extremely cowardly that he does not think about how to resolve the conflicts that arise, but in the end he only thinks about solving the people who created the conflicts. This is what made these hawkish factions determined to launch a coup. If Uchiha Fugaku had not been so cowardly during Konoha's high-level meeting, with the strength of the Uchiha clan, it would have been very easy for them to protect themselves even if they could not become Hokage. Although they had been suppressing the Uchiha clan since the time of Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan was not so weak that they would have difficulty protecting themselves. At worst, the entire clan could just leave Konoha, which was also possible. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku constantly made concessions politically, thinking only of self-preservation, and never thought of gaining anything from Konoha, which was established by the Senju and Uchiha clansmen. In the end, the Senju clan integrated into the civilian population, and the Uchiha clan was almost completely wiped out. The two great clans that had not been destroyed during the Warring States period were now dead in name only. Moreover, because of his behavior, the original genius of the Uchiha clan became the biggest traitor. People like Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi and others were brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called Will of Fire. In this ninja world where clans are the core, they enjoy the resources within the clan and even want to destroy the clan for outsiders. Isn't that ridiculous? In order to consolidate his position, Sarutobi Hiruzen constantly cooperated with Danzo, who wanted to become Hokage, and persecuted those powerful people who had won the hearts of many people in Konoha. Later, Konoha was constantly attacked by other ninja villages, but Konoha was not defeated. This shows the strength of Konoha's foundation from another perspective. From the perspective of the Hokage faction, all of Konoha's members belong to the first generation. The first generation is Hashirama Senju, and his younger brother is Tobirama Senju, the second generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a disciple of Senju Tobirama, became the third generation. After that, among Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciples, Jiraiya's disciple Namikaze Minato became the fourth generation, and was also considered his great-grandson. After that, Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju and Hiruzen's disciple, became the fifth generation. Then Kakashi, the disciple of Minato Namikaze, became the sixth generation. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya's disciple and son of Minato Namikaze, became the seventh generation. It seems that only those from their faction can become Hokage. Others who have the hope of becoming Hokage were either sent to the battlefield and died in battle, or were forced to death in various ways in the village. Moreover, after Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, he plundered resources for his clan, the Sarutobi clan. Even his son was sent to serve as a bodyguard for the daimyo. So even the Hokage knows how to develop his own clan, so why don't others understand? The Ino, Shikaku, and Jo clans are also very smart. They never firmly support anyone, but whoever becomes Hokage, they will help him. They completely support the position of Hokage, rather than supporting a single person. This is why their clan is doing well even until the end. Let's talk about the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto. As the orphan of the Hokage, it is reasonable for him to be hated by the people in the village even if he is a Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen, didn't announce that he was the son of Namikaze Minato, saying that the reason was to protect him from being assassinated by people from other villages. Okay. Although everyone in the village already knew that Naruto was related to the Nine Tails, the ninjas from other villages could easily find out who the Jinchuriki was by asking around. Okay, I think this is acceptable to you. What about the legacy left by Minato? As the former Hokage, Minato Namikaze should have been a powerful Kage-level warrior. He could have earned hundreds of thousands of silver bills by completing any mission. Then you made Naruto's childhood so miserable? Every month, even though they knew that he couldn't buy anything, they still hypocritically gave him silver notes, which were not even 1/10,000th of his parents' inheritance. The senior ninjas in the village probably knew that Naruto was Minato's orphan. Not only did they not allow Minato to help the ninjas who had done them a favor, but later on, even the low-level ninjas treated Naruto with hatred. He was made to live in such a depressed situation and was then constantly brainwashed. To be honest, some netizens said before that he was later subjected to Shisui's eye technique, Kodayama Tsukami. Now that I think about it, it is completely reasonable to use this approach to answer the question. When Yayi thought about this, he started to make plans for how things would develop in the future. This time he couldn't let Uchiha Madara leave the village alone like in the original work. The information he had previously told Uchiha Madara also prevented this situation from happening. As long as Uchiha Madara is still here, even if the village is established, the other party will not dare to target the Uchiha clan too brazenly, because both sides have the ability to turn the table over. Since you don't want to talk, then don't talk. Once the table is turned over, a war will break out directly and no one can withstand it. At worst, we'll die together. This is why Uchiha Madara must be in the village. The more Yayi thought about what he had just thought about, the more shocked he became by this conspiracy theory. After all, everyone has a different personality, and everyone has different opinions on anime like Naruto. There are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people. And Yayi must make the worst-case scenario plan and deal with these things in advance. Yayi walked for 2 days, and finally Xian returned to the clan territory and watched as children of his age began to practice ninjutsu in the clan training ground. It also further confirmed Yayi's determination to change the status quo, so that future children don't have to be like them, learning a ninjutsu at a young age and then going to the battlefield to fight. With constant deaths, this ninja world is like a cage. Only by constantly improving your strength can you finally control your own destiny. Instead of moving numbly according to the trajectory planned by others like all other people, there is no time to live for yourself in your life. Even getting married and having children is all for replenishing combat power for the war on the front. These thoughts stimulated Yayi. He came to Uchiha Madara's training ground in the clan territory and sat alone in the center of the training ground. Feeling the chakra of various attributes in the body slowly increasing, he mobilized the natural energy around him and constantly stimulated the chakra in his body. Thus began the practice that lasted for several months. The fighting on the front lines today is as intense as ever. As usual, group after group of ninjas rushed in to fill the vacancies. The two sides once again had a fierce confrontation, but because of Yoryuki's brutal fighting style last night, the Senju clan ninjas were obviously worried today that they had to fight against the Uchiha ninjas, and also had to devote some of their energy to guard against Yoryuki's sudden appearance. This changed the situation on the battlefield into one where the Uchiha was suppressing the Senju. In the Senju position, Senju Tobirama was shocked when he heard the casualty report yesterday, and today he saw his own ninjas beaten like this. I really can't hold back my anger anymore. A flying thunder god rushed to the battlefield. However, Uchiha Madara sensed it when he used flying thunder god, and just stood in the pavilion without going down to stop him. But Uchiha Mingdong's Mangekyo Sharinan appeared next to him. An arrow was shot at Senju Tobirama who just appeared. And then a shocking scene happened. A surge of energy surged out of Uchiha Madara's body, and his hand rested on Uchiha Mingdong. This bright red chakra attached itself to his body. This greatly increases the damage of the arrows it uses. Senju Tobirama, who had just appeared on the ground, relied on his sixth sense developed through years of training on the battlefield to sense an attack coming towards him that posed a huge threat to him. Without thinking, he could only run back in embarrassment. But the arrows didn't stop at all. Instead, he continued to rush forward bravely towards the position where Senju Tobirama was. During the flight, he penetrated a line of defense of Senju, and all the ninjas on this line of defense were reduced to ashes. Senju Tobirama didn't expect that this thing could track him, so he quickly released several water walls to try to block it. However, the bright red chakra attached to the arrow was extremely violent, and it destroyed several water walls in the blink of an eye. And just when the arrow was about to hit Senju Tobirama, Immortal Technique would release wooden ingot wall. Hashirama Senju used Sage Mode to release the defensive ninjutsu from wood release, which narrowly blocked the attack. Looking at Senju Tobirama's frightened expression, Hashirama sighed and knocked him on the head. Why do you have to do this? Tobirama covered his head and replied, I didn't expect Uchiha Madara to find me in an instant. I wanted to find the ninja from yesterday and kill him first to prevent future troubles. Hashirama sighed and said, from now on, don't go anywhere. Stay in the position. If you go out again, I will not care about you next time. Because of the reminder from Uchiha Madara, Hashirama Senju has recently learned several sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan while practicing fairy arts, and set up layers of seals in his spiritual sea. This made him less affected by the residual soul of Ashura, and he also made up for many stories within the clan. As a genius, he learned very quickly and surpassed Senju Tobirama in politics. Although he is still a bit saintly now, he is willing to sacrifice himself for the peace blueprint outlined by Uchiha Madara, let alone Senju Tobirama. When Tobirama heard what his elder brother said, he opened his mouth, but couldn't think of how to refute, so he could only leave happily. Uchiha Madara sensed the appearance of Hashirama, smiled in that direction, and then sat down to continue watching the battle on the sidelines. Move the view to the Land of Thunder in the upper right corner. On the most fertile land in the Land of Thunder, houses stood on it. Looking at the clan's power, although it was not as strong as the two major clans of Senju and Uchiha, its combat power was comparable to that of the Uzumaki clan. In a luxurious house in the center of the town, A ninja with a scar on his face sat at the main seat and he looked at the two ninjas below who had clearly reached the level of cage and spoke slowly. Now the Fire Nation Senju and Uchiha have started a war. What do you think? A purple-haired ninja said, how about we get involved too? As soon as he said it, he was refuted by another ninja. Chief, think twice. Although the two major clans have started a war, their cage level masters haven't started fighting yet. If we want to get involved, now is not the time. The patriarch said, military advisor, please continue. Our family is almost the #1 family in the land of thunder. Why can't we fight? The named ninja continued, chief, you are only responsible for fighting and never pay attention to these intelligence, but we really shouldn't mess with these two clans in the end. Let me give you an example. There are more than a dozen cage level warriors in their clan alone, not to mention that their clan leader is rumored to have surpassed cage level strength. There are only 3 cage level members in our family right now, including you. How can we fight them? We can't even compare to some of the Senju clan's vassal clans. The patriarch suddenly felt overwhelmed. You said we are the most powerful in the Lightning Nation, but when we come to the Fire Nation, we can't even compare to their vassal clans. The military advisor answered honestly, yes, you heard me right, so don't even think about getting involved in this battle. The clan leader was obviously a ninja who listened to advice. He did not doubt the truth of what the military advisor said. He could only slump in the main seat and said listlessly, okay, if you don't want to fight, then don't fight. The military advisor was relieved to see that the clan leader listened to his advice. Then, seeing his state, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, clan leader, we can't defeat the Fire Nation's ninjas, but there are many clans in our Lightning Nation who have tried. When the patriarch heard this, he immediately became excited and said, yes, there are other clans as well. Military advisor, I order you to formulate a detailed plan. We will also begin conquering other clans starting tomorrow. Yes, the military advisor below replied. Then the patriarch burst out with a burst of lightning chakra and rushed out. The aura on his body is obviously among the top ones among the shadow level strongmen. This scene was also presented differently in other countries. At the beginning, some tribesmen wanted to challenge these two major tribes, but after being persuaded by the tribe's think tanks, they all gave up. Everyone was amazed at how powerful the two major tribes of the Fire Nation were. Fortunately, these two are sworn enemies and cannot unite, otherwise who in the ninja world can withstand their attacks? Tobirama Senju sat on a chair in the tent, unable to understand why his elder brother had changed so much recently. When he asked, Hashirama only revealed that he had found a way to peace. He felt dizzy after hearing this. He also thought that Hashirama was being controlled, but when he thought of his strength, this idea was immediately extinguished. If even Hashirama is controlled, can the other ninjas still resist? Thinking this way, he could only finally determine that Hashirama knew some information that he was not aware of, which changed Hashirama's entire state. Although Hashirama no longer has the sunny aura he used to have, his mental state has obviously improved a lot and he is no longer as worried as before. He was like an apostle who had found hope in despair, and his whole body was filled with longing for the future. Senju Tobirama couldn't think of a reason, but he didn't hate his elder brother's current state. All they could do was obey Hashirama's orders and stay in the position and not go out blindly. After all, it is not yet time for a shadow-level battle to arrive on the battlefield. The battle went on like this for another month. That day, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama returned to the familiar stream. Madara was also stunned when he saw Hashirama Senju in such a good mental state. Then he took out a document and handed it to Hashirama. Hashirama also handed a portion of the materials to Madara. The two of them just looked at the information quietly. The above records all the combat power left by our clan after these days of fighting. Time passed by little by little. Madara looked up at Hashirama and said, no, we can't leave the cage level now. There are too few people, and not enough people have died. Hashirama also nodded slightly without saying anything. Madara continued, after our tribe's advisors reminded us that our current battle has been discovered by the smaller tribes in other countries, they are clearly lying in wait, probably waiting for us to be both severely damaged before entering the fray and reaping the rewards. So I was thinking, why don't we both intimidate the surrounding small tribes before the cage level comes to power? After hearing this, Hashirama thought about it for a moment. Okay, let's go now. Ban said, okay, you go to the kingdom of wind and the kingdom of water. Then I'll go to the land of earth and the land of lightning. Hashirama nodded, then took out a scroll and handed it to Madara, saying, didn't you say last time that you knew that because a confidant told you that? Anyone who can have such thoughts is definitely not an ordinary person. Take this. If he can practice it, he can also use it to save his life. For the future development of the village, give him more life-saving methods. Madara took the scroll and took a look at it. He was also surprised to see the words Flying Thunder God Technique written on it. Okay, I'll just let him practice alone and ensure this jutsu isn't passed on to anyone else before the village is built. Right now, the kid is trying to break through to the cage level within the clan territory, so it's relatively safe. Upon hearing this, Hashirama also smiled, stood up and removed the barrier. Shall we go? Madara also removed the barrier, set off. In this way, the two super shadow level strongmen planned to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on the ninja world. Madara summoned the nine-tailed fox and lay on it. After pointing it in a direction, it ran towards that direction quickly. It's a good opportunity to get out and relax, and it's just a matter of bringing one person with you. It's no big deal. Hashirama watched Madara leave. Walking towards the Senju position, looking at Tobirama, who was still thinking about life inside, he walked over and patted him. Okay, stop hanging around here and take me to the Wind Kingdom first. Tobirama came back to his senses when he heard his elder brother's voice. He put a hand on his shoulder, turned into several golden flashes, and appeared in the Kingdom of Wind in a moment. Hashirama sensed the situation in the entire Wind Country, selected the most powerful family, and then rushed there. It didn't take long for Hashirama to reach the gate. After a while, a cage-level ninja came out to look at him and gently scolded him. What are you doing here? Hashirama didn't say anything, he just clapped his hands, and the sage mode instantly emerged, and the chakra in his body was mobilized frantically. Senjutsu would release wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon suddenly pounced forward. The cage-level ninja had no time to react and was directly pushed forward by the wooden dragon. When he wanted to struggle, he couldn't move at all. He was always sucked onto the wooden dragon, and his chakra kept flowing away and being sucked into the dragon's body. After a while, he turned into a tree and evolved into scales on the wood dragon. The other ninjas sensed this powerful chakra and reacted quickly. Seeing the miserable state of their teammates, they all dodged the wooden dragon and released ninjutsu to try to destroy it. Hashirama watched all this and just let his chakra flow again. Senjutsu would release wooden man technique. A huge wooden man rose from the ground. Hashirama stood on top of the man and controlled him to punch the ninja below several times. Those ninjas who were locked in could not resist the attack at all. They had no time to dodge the attack and were immediately locked in by the pressure caused by the fist. The gap in strength was too big that if they were ninjas of the same level, they could still hide, but they could not hide, so they had to release defensive ninjutsu one by one to try to block the attack. But it was obviously a case of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After a few heavy punches, the cage-level ninjas of this family were easily wiped out. Hashirama did not continue to attack the remaining ninjas, but instead summoned the wooden dragon and coiled it around the wooden man, walking towards a family not far away. The other side. Uchiha Madara rode the nine-tailed fox for a long time and finally arrived at the family in the center of the Land of Lightning. Because the nine-tailed fox did not restrain its aura at all, it was noticed by ninjas from many families along the way. The enemy was sensed at the gate of a clan, and the scarred-faced clan leader hurried out to prepare to meet the enemy. Madara let the nine tails go aside, he jumped to the ground, his Sharingan appeared in his eyes, looking at the ninja in front of him. He was also surprised. The strength is okay, but what a pity. When the scarred man heard this, he suddenly exploded and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. But Madara was obviously not interested in getting entangled with him and wanted to end the battle quickly. A huge amount of pupil power surged out of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Secret technique complete form Susanoo. A blue Susanoo covered in armor and with wings rose from the ground. Uchiha Madara stood in the scales in the center of Susanoo's head, looking at the ninjas below, and swept the scimitar in his hand forward. The Scarface ninja was swept back into the clan territory by this attack, but the other ninjas were not so lucky. Many of them, whether civilians or ninjas, fell under this attack. After knocking the ninja away, Uchiha Madara did not stop attacking, but swung again with several consecutive swords. Seeing this, the nine-tailed fox beside him was also interested. Energy gathers in the mouth. Tailed beast ball. With the help of the nine-tailed fox's attack, this area was quickly cleared, and no trace of life was left. Those cage-level ninjas could not withstand such a powerful attack and were easily crushed like ants. Uchiha Madara drove the Gundam and looked at the nine tails. He also smiled, raised his Susanoo hand and placed it on the nine tails. Secret technique, Susanoo, powerful nine-tailed fox. The complete form of Susanoo slowly turned into a stream of energy and attached itself to the nine tails' body, while Madara landed on its head. As Madara pointed out a direction, the nine-tailed fox ran happily in that direction. The ninjas from other clans came behind and saw that this was once the most powerful family in their Land of Lightning, but now not even a corpse was left and the entire family was wiped out. They were so shocked that they were speechless. After a few days, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama slaughtered all the major forces in the 4 countries. Now, among the strongest forces left in each country, there is only one cage-level person at most. Because Hashirama Senju had Tobirama's flying thunder god, he could travel much faster than Madara. After all, Tobirama, the 6th brother, would definitely secretly place those marks in various countries. Over the years, except for the Uchiha clan's territory, his special kunao probably existed in other places. When Madara rushed back to the river, Hashirama had already set up the table and was waiting for him while drinking tea. Seeing Madara coming, Hashirama smiled at him. Madara walked over and sat down directly. The two of them picked up the new formation plate and set it up again. What do you think of your experiences over the past few days? Madara asked Hashirama. Hashirama said calmly, while cleaning up those clans these past few days, I became even more certain of what you said before. I have witnessed many twists of human nature that you can't even imagine what those clans can do to train a die-hard ninja. After a short period of training, groups of children are forced to fight each other. Only those who survive can become the last ninja. To do this, they madly capture civilians from other countries. Do you think this is the end? The surviving ninjas will have to train for another 6 months and then have one more fight. Only those who survive will be truly recognized as ninjas. During this process, there are people who are specifically responsible for brainwashing them. In the end, the ninjas trained in this way are both loyal and powerful. It's just that the probability is too small. There are only about 10 ninjas left out of 1,000 people. This clan is in the water country. I first had Tobirama gather this information before I took action to wipe out this clan. After that, many clans also have different perverted training methods, and all of this is to compete for more resources. Just like you said before, I have also tried to persuade them, but it is of little use. It seems that only unification can liberate the ninja world. When Hashirama said this, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Madara saw it clearly, and understood that what frightened him was not the strength of these people, but their humanity. Madara didn't pay much attention to these things before that he pursued more strength, because the stronger he was, the more obedient his subordinates would be, and no one would disobey what he said. It was also for the sake of peace that he had been pursuing strength all the time before, in order to create permanent peace with his own strength. Hashirama paused and continued, fortunately, we were both born into two powerful clans in the ninja world. Although we also started fighting on the battlefield since childhood, at least our families don't treat their members like they do, wiping out their lives as easily as flowers and trees. Ban also confirmed his statement, indeed, let's first discuss how to proceed with the next battle. Even if the clans of other countries unite, they are not even 1/10 as powerful as us now. This should give us some time to recuperate after we build the village. When Hashirama heard Madara bring up this topic, he became a little excited. After all, this had always been his dream. So far, the depletion of both sides' strength is still within a controllable range. In the past, we were worried about sneak attacks from ninjas from other countries, so both our clans have some ninjas stationed on the borders of other countries and the fire country to guard against them. Now it seems that we can withdraw another 70% from it and put it into the battlefield. When Madara heard this, he thought about it and calculated in his mind, okay, then let these ninjas with hatred fight. Remember, the hatred of the ninjas left behind cannot be too extreme. Based on the current level of ninja consumption, the cage level will be gone in 2 months. It's a bit early to end it now, and it will be difficult to control it. Occasionally, there are some cage level strongmen in the clan who don't fully participate in the hatred between the two clans, but it's only because their friends died on the battlefield, not because their blood relatives were killed. Those cage level ones can be kept, but forget about the others. We'll deal with them quickly when the time comes, otherwise the village won't be stable. When Hashirama heard this, he didn't show any other surprise. He obviously agreed with Madara's words. In recent times, he has not only been destroying the power of other countries, but also learning political means. The patriarch of each family will leave behind a pile of detailed books on this subject after leaving office, let alone a big family like the Senju clan. Hashirama always carries several scrolls with these books sealed inside. He has been digesting these during this period and slowly began to learn how to apply them in reality. Each clan leader has different views on politics. It now seems that Hashirama used to look at the situation in the clan from a relatively optimistic perspective, but what Madara said before severely shattered his idea. Now he has slowly changed again. At least where there is doubt, he will no longer delegate power to the clan leaders as easily as before. When it comes to power, it's called competition when both parties have the same strength, and when there's a huge gap in strength, it's called valuing talent. With his powerful strength, it would be easy for him to regain control of all the power of the entire clan, so he decided to start taking back power when he returned this time, and he would continue as before when it was time to give up power. Madara looked at Hashirama, who was lost in thought, and his chakra exploded, instantly waking up Hashirama, who was thinking. Hashirama smiled and said, I'll give the order when I get back. Let's set the construction date for the beginning of next year. Given the current situation, it's definitely in time. Madara replied, no problem. By the way, what would you think if Tobirama died in this battle? Hashirama was instantly silenced by Madara's words. After waiting for a while, apparently he engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. As long as he didn't die at your hands, I won't pursue the matter. After all, Izumi died at his hands. Even if it was a cage-level person from your clan who did it, I wouldn't pursue the matter. After all, your strength is overwhelming that of Tobirama. At least the situation I described is fair. Madara looked at Hashirama, who had changed so much, and sighed, you've certainly made a lot of changes. You would never have sacrificed your people for this before. Hashirama shrugged helplessly, there's no other way. If we don't change, when that Atsutsuki clan you mentioned attacks us, we'll still be fighting among ourselves, let alone fighting back. By then, the ninja world will be gone, and all this will be meaningless. Besides, the Six Paths Sage is said to be able to resurrect people. At worst, we can find a way to resurrect Izuna and Tobirama at the same time, and then let him stay in the Pure Land for a while. When Madara heard this, he was obviously stunned. Yes, you can resurrect people, your train of thought is quite good, Hashirama. I had completely forgotten about resurrection. I'd thought about it before, but recent events have completely washed my mind away. Luckily, you reminded me. The two chatted for a long time, and soon the sun set over Sawan Mountain. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama ended their conversation happily. He broke the barrier and quickly left the place. The remaining small countries and the other 4 countries dared to come out slowly after the 2 gods returned, and then each clan sent out its own ninja to investigate the situation. The final conclusion was that all the big families were wiped out, and you small families weren't even given a second look, let alone eliminated. After hearing the report, the patriarchs of these small families quickly gave orders to seize territory. In this way, the war broke out again in the 4 countries. Although the ninjas' strength was generally weak, they had the advantage of being numerous, and the fighting made these countries seem extremely lively. The scene shifts to the Uchiha clan territory. He sat cross-legged in the secret room. At this moment, he had obviously reached a critical moment. The natural energy around him continued to flow into his body rapidly. At this time, the 7 types of chakra were being refined in his body at the same time. At the beginning, his body could not bear it, but as more natural energy entered his body, these problems were gradually alleviated. Another day passed in this state. Yi, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His Sharingan emerged, and the Megatama in his eyes kept spinning, and finally gradually formed a new pattern. Although the pattern on his eyes is very similar to Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, the center of his eyes has changed from a circle to a small 5-pointed star pattern. Although Yi's Mangekyo was opened at this time, he did not stop refining. With a few slight sounds coming from his body, his aura suddenly broke through a level and reached a terrifying level. Yoryuki walked out of the secret room, and with a flash of his body, without even forming any hand seals, he appeared in Uchiha Madara's exclusive training ground. He casually circulated the chakra in his body and placed his fingers just below his mouth. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Blue flames gushed out, and soon the temperature here rose rapidly due to this ninjutsu. Seeing this, Yoryuki's chakra stopped and the ninjutsu dissipated. Bite. It has been detected that the host has reached the level of a shadow. Unlock the basic achievement once. Get a movie-level gift package. Please ask if you would like to open. After hearing the prompt, Yi silently said, "Open it." Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items: a would release awakening crystal, and a human race sage mode cultivation manual. Except for books, items awarded by the system can only be used by the host. If used by others, they will automatically become invalid. He was also greatly surprised when he saw the things that exploded. Although the rewards were small, these 2 were absolutely the best of the best. Not to mention the wood release, which is recognized as the #1 escape technique in the ninja world. Just talk about the sage mode at the back. He had never heard of the sage mode special to the human race. It was obviously produced by the system, which literally means that it is more suitable for the human race. He had been worried about how to go to the 3 holy places to repair this thing, and now the system has revealed it to him. It is a reward that touches his heart. Slapped the ground with one hand and shouted, "Immortal technique, earth escape, high walls rise." 4 towering earthen walls quickly appeared around the training ground, and their defensive power seemed to be almost the same as that of the Great Wall on the front line. After dealing with the privacy issue, Yi took out the crystal from the system space. The chakra in his hand spread towards the center of the crystal according to the system's instructions. After a while, a beam of energy came from the crystal. This energy entered his body along with Yoryuki's chakra, and Yoryuki sat cross-legged on the ground. Slowly feel the changes in chakra in the body. 3 strands of chakra were now mobilized in his body. They are earth escape, water escape, and yang escape respectively. The 3 types of chakra slowly gathered together, found the rules according to the tracks in the crystal, and then merged smoothly into one. As more and more chakra poured in, the newly emerged wood attribute chakra quickly grew stronger. At this moment, the large amount of wood attribute chakra remaining in the crystal in his hand suddenly poured in, just like fertilizer for the chakra in Yi's body. It was quickly swallowed up by the wood attribute chakra in Yi's body. Half an hour later, the crystal in Yi's hand turned into dust when its energy was exhausted and fell to the ground in the training ground. Yi felt that the 8 types of chakra in his body had become stable. He also improved the previous refining method when the system balanced the chakra in his body. Yi wanted to take a look at his current panel, so he called out the system. Bite Uchiha Yoryuki, age 5 years old, bloodline Uchiha clan, physique enhanced immortal body strength, shadow level chakra attributes, fire style, level 7 earth style, level 7 water style, level 7 lightning style, level 7 wind style, level 7 wood style, level 7 yin style, level 7 yang style, level 7 5 basic ninjutsu. As long as you understand the principles of chakra in ninjutsu, you can skillfully unleash it. Simply put, you can do whatever you want. Would release ninjutsu, none, 5 styles fusion combination technique, 5 styles, great linking bomb technique, other, shadow clone 3 body technique, all sealing techniques except forbidden techniques, 8-tail chakra coat, chakra control level, 10th level perfection, tail beast, 8-tail bull ghost, bloodline level, Mangekyo Sharingan, bloodline ability, left eye Amanamai Shinra, can control the travel through various spaces. Wherever Yoryuki has been, or whoever he has met, the space coordinates will be automatically marked. making it impossible for others to detect it. Right eye Earth disaster annihilation. This eye possesses an extremely powerful offensive pupil technique that ignores defense in space, and can attack anything marked by the left eye. Items: 1 million silver notes, hundreds of detonating talismans, 8 escapes ultimate invincible refining method, blue feather, human exclusive sage mode cultivation manual, character description, breaking through the shadow. A powerful ninja of this level finally has the ability to protect himself in this cruel ninja world. Looking at this luxurious panel, Yayi felt a little dizzy. After the surprise, Yoryuki did not plan to rest or go to the front line immediately. After all, he is now at the cage level. Even if he goes to the front line, he cannot participate in the battle. It is better for him to stay and study what this sage mode is. Yayi casually mobilized the chakra in his body, and the earth walls around him returned to their original state. He then slowly raised a high platform that reached the sky under his feet. After he reinforced it with a few ninjutsu, the platform stood tall in the clan territory. The remaining ninjas around were only slightly surprised when they saw this, and did not come here to disturb Yoryuki. After all, this was in the clan leader's training camp. Yoryuki used wood release to build a larger platform based on this platform. This is just to better absorb the natural energy around, instead of practicing like Naruto in the original work. After all, Yoryuki has a cheat. When he sits in this very high place, a larger range of natural energy will automatically gather here. After Yayi read the secret book given by the system several times, he successfully memorized it word for word. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a platform forcibly created by chakra. Slowly relax your body. Every muscle in his body gradually relaxed its usual state of vigilance, and now Yayi was completely empty. The natural energy gathered around him was continuously absorbed into his body as Yayi controlled it. This time entering is different from the previous time, and the chakra is gathered. Instead, it merged with spiritual energy, physical strength, the power of the tailed beast in his body, and the all-attribute chakra in his body, and finally reached a balance point among the 5 parties. After finding this balance point, Yayi's immortal body directly operated to its limit, and a large amount of natural energy around him continued to gather here. Finally it merged into his body, and Yayi sat on the platform for 3 days absorbing the energy. On the morning of the 4th day, Yoryuki's appearance began to change. He stood up, and it seemed as if a layer of white light was attached to his body. His skin also became extremely smooth, but when he took out a kunao and slid it across his skin, it couldn't break the skin at all, and the toughness of the skin also increased greatly. At this moment, he was like an immortal in heaven, and his whole temperament had changed. If someone had seen him like this before he traveled through time, they would probably have thought he was a Taoist priest who had practiced Taoism for many years. Yoryuki sensed that the chakra in his body had transformed into a new energy. He stomped on the platform casually, and the entire towering stone pillar instantly disintegrated, turned into dust and was carried away by the wind. But Yayi did not fall, instead he just stood there in the air. This is obviously the flying ability brought by this sage mode. After flying 2 circles in surprise, Yayi tried again and found that his speed had exceeded the speed of sound and reached Mach 3. Looking at the ever-changing scene in front of him, he quickly opened his Sharingan and was able to barely see the changes around him. Soon, he arrived at the Uchiha shore near the sea. After showing the token, he asked the ninjas in this area to stay away for a few days. He wanted to practice his magic here, close to the sea, which was a natural training ground for him. Yayi felt the power that this mode brought him continuously, and as long as there was natural energy around, his mode would not dissipate. It is simply an infinite mode. After all, there is natural energy everywhere in this world, unless someone drags it into another space. At this time he was facing the sea. Clap your hands in front of your chest. A huge amount of energy exploded from him. Senjutsu fire style great fire extinguishment. A dark blue flame spewed out from Yayi's mouth towards the sea in front of him. The terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated the seawater under the fire wave. In the blink of an eye, the sand underneath the sea was exposed. The sand became very dry and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. If a low-level ninja stayed here, it would probably be no different from staying in hell. Yayi stopped spraying, and the tail of the fire wave was controlled by him and flew forward. Soon the fire wave flew to the center of the sea. Yayi flew up and controlled the energy in the fire wave. Burst. A huge mushroom cloud rose in the middle of the ocean. None of the marine life nearby survived the explosion. It took a long time for the mushroom cloud to dissipate. Yayi watched from the air as the surrounding seawater continued to pour into the pit, but was evaporated by the high temperature at the edge of the pit. It couldn't get in at all. It was as if Yayi had built a barrier. Although the aftermath of the explosion was gone, the terrifying high temperature still remained there. Etc. Yayi looked at the waves and suddenly realized that something was wrong, because the explosion caused a tsunami in the ocean, and ran towards the surrounding land. Yoryuki hurried back to the shore where the Uchiha was guarding. Clap your hands again. Senjutsu water style sea rush technique. The sea water on the shore merged into the waves released by Yayi, gradually forming huge waves, and soon, the water escape technique released by Yoryuki merged with the tsunami. With a loud noise, the wave successfully broke through the tsunami. But Yoryuaki did not stop the water escape. Instead, he continued to control one huge wave after another to surge forward. It didn't take long to fill up the huge hole he had just created. Yoryuaki thought about it, and then circulated his chakra again to release the next large-scale ninjutsu. Immortal technique Earth Escape Yuandun Great Wall. A row of mounds suddenly emerged at the junction of the uchiha position and the beach. Soon it became like a small great wall, isolating the beach. Yi felt that it was not perfect yet. He slapped the Earth Escape Technique, Immortal Technique, Sealing Technique, Supersensory Barrier, strands of chakra attached to these Earth Escape techniques, and soon they really formed a formation that looked a bit like the Great Wall on the Uchiha front line. But this is just a smaller version. Yoryuaki called over a cage-level clan member who was still left here. After teaching him how to use this perception barrier, he continued to train ninjutsu at the beach. So in the next few days, gorgeous and powerful ninjas bloomed in this sea. Yi thought about it and released the cow ghost as well. He opened the kaleidoscope and stood on the head of the bull ghost. A large amount of pupil power surged out of the eyes and attached to the body of the cow demon, adding to it the unique energy of Yoryuaki's Sage Mode, which Yoryuaki now calls magic power. Senjutsu, Secret Technique, Susanoo, Powerful Tailed Beast. The first time Yoryuaki released this Susanoo, it was exceptionally smooth. The purple gold Susanoo turned into pieces of armor scales and attached to the body of the eight tails. After a while, it changed its appearance and looked particularly handsome. The cow ghost followed Yi's instructions and headed towards the big high released a tailed beast ball. Judging from the damage caused by the explosion of the tailed beast ball, it was obvious that it was also imbued with Yoryuaki's unique magic power. Yoryuaki was particularly surprised by this. After all, this magic power can be attached to the attacks of the tailed beasts, which means that when Yoryuaki has other means of attack in the future, they should also be able to be attached with magic power. After another experiment, Yoryuaki's eye power was gradually exhausted, and Yoryuaki quickly dispersed Susanoo. After sitting cross-legged nervously for a while, he felt relieved when he found that his pupil power could slowly recover in the immortal mode. In the following days, Yoryuaki continued to practice ninja and thought about developing a seal to store mana that was different from the one in the original work. Through continuous efforts, he finally developed this ninjutsu. He named this ninjutsu Secret Technique, Immortal Fruit Forging. With this ninja, he can convert all the natural energy that is usually floating around him into magic power and store it in his body. A month passed quietly. Yoryuaki was sitting on the largest tree in the forest next to the beach. This forest was constructed by his continuous efforts using wood attribute chakra. In this environment, his magic power can be accumulated faster. After a month of training, Yi's abilities have now reached the perfect level. The magic power accumulated in his body is equivalent to 50 times the chakra in his body, which is the maximum limit of this ninjutsu. But this was enough for him to have the ability to use ninjutsu without restraint. As this secret technique was cultivated to perfection, the small dot on his forehead, which was originally just a small spot, now turned into something like a forehead protector, like a purple gold cloth tied around his forehead. At the same time, he also asked the ninjas in the clan to weave several purple Taoist robes for him. He didn't plan to wear armor now, he would just do whatever was comfortable for him. His current image is that of a man with long hair, a handsome face, and a height of 1.5 meters. He wears a purple Taoist robe and looks particularly ethereal. After all, he is only 5 years old, and 1.5 meters is tall enough, and this is also because of his strong physique. With this outfit, Yi flew towards the front line. The magical power on his body covered the Taoist robe he was wearing, and he flew at the maximum speed. It didn't take long for Yoryuaki to reach the front line. When he just arrived at the front line, those cage-level clansmen immediately stood up and held up Yoryuaki in the sky. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara waved his hand and asked them to sit down. After all, although Yoryuaki's aura had changed a lot, he could still sense a sense of familiarity and immediately thought that it was you, kid. Yi smiled and landed in the pavilion, finding a place to sit down. The other cage-level warriors saw the manjikyo you were using and confirmed that you were a member of the tribe. They all asked, "Who are you?" "A newly promoted Kage. How do you fly? What do you want to do here?" Everyone asked questions at once, and a lot of questions came out of their mouths. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara had no choice but to signal them to be quiet again, and then just looked at Yoryuaki silently. Yi smiled and said, "I'm Uchiha Yoryuaki, and I was recently promoted to Kage level. We're here for the battle later, and I want to participate." When Uchiha Mingdong heard the name, he rubbed his eyes and looked at Yoryuaki, who had changed so much in front of him. "Good boy, you've changed so much I can't recognize you. Even your aura is different." Yoryuaki replied, "This is just a new ninjutsu I learned." After chatting with these tribesmen for a few more words, Madara stood up and came to the deserted forest with Yoryuaki. Madara asked with some doubt, "How come you've changed so much after breaking through to the Kage level? It shouldn't happen like that." Yoryuaki looked at Uchiha Madara, who had become a little more cheerful now, and said with a smile, "Uncle Madara, I have cultivated a unique sage mode. Uchiha Madara continued to ask, Sage Mode. Aren't they from the 3 holy places you mentioned before? Have you contacted them? Didn't you say that the Toad clan exacerbated the conflict within the 6 Paths Sages family? Yuryuaki replied, mine is different. This is my own Sage Mode, which I developed myself. Madara thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, then can I learn it? Although it is still unknown how powerful this mode is, Madara is obviously attracted by its ability to fly. I can learn it, I can learn it. Yayi smiled and replied, but this war has to end before you can perfect your tailed beast chakra coat mode. Both of these are quite difficult that you should learn that one first. After the village is established, I will teach you when I have some free time. Madara nodded when he heard this, agreeing with Yuryuaki's words, so you won't wear armor when you're on the front lines? Are you so confident? Yayi answered confidently, Uncle Madara, try hitting me with a cage-level attack. With that, Yayi jumped to the 30-meter development. Madara thought about it, formed seals with his hands, and released a fireball to try. The fireball quickly flew towards where Yuryuaki was. But the magical thing was that before the fireball touched Yayi, the middle part kept dissipating, and finally gradually turned into 2 smaller parts and smashed around. It's like being separated by something. Madara saw that Yuryuaki didn't move at all, and it seemed that there was an invisible force protecting Yuryuaki. This time, Madara did not release such a weak ninjutsu. Quickly form seals with your hands. An attack that was almost at the level of a cage came towards Yuryuaki. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. This is considered Madara's exclusive ninjutsu. The ninjutsu he releases is different from others, and his ninjutsu is extremely powerful. A huge wave of fire rushed towards Yuryuaki. This time, Yuryuaki took action. Are you kidding? If this can be automatically blocked, then Yuryuaki would be directly at the super shadow level. Defense still needs to be defended. He clapped his hands together and chakra exploded. Immortal technique water release water formation wall. A huge, thick wall of water appeared in front of Yuryuaki. The moment the fire wave hit the water wall, it continuously evaporated the water on the water wall, producing a lot of water vapor. But the fire wave could not break through the water wall and was blocked in front of Yayi. Uchiha Madara increased the chakra release for a while, but the result was still the same, so he had to stop the ninjutsu. Looking at the water wall that was constantly recovering due to the water flow, a hint of surprise appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. He didn't expect that Yuryuaki's combat power would be so strong just after he was promoted to cage level. Now he can rest assured about his safety. When Yayi saw him stop, he also dispersed the water wall. How's it going, Uncle Madara? My ninjutsu is pretty good, right? Madara praised, it's more than good, I can finally rest assured about your safety from now on. Yayi said weakly, well, Uncle Madara, I've developed some new wood attribute chakra, so I can use wood release now. But we don't have any wood release ninjutsu in our clan, can you help me get some? When Madara heard this, he was truly surprised. This was wood release. Many people had seen Hashirama Senju's wood release and had been trying to develop bloodline limits in this area, but they all failed without exception. He looked at Yayi in front of him in shock. The surprises Yayi brought in today were particularly big, each surprise was bigger than the last. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, he said to Yayi solemnly, okay, Uncle Madara will bring you some wood release ninjutsu in a few days. For the next few days, stay in the pavilion on the stone wall and don't go to the battlefield. The cage-level battle hasn't arrived yet, but it's coming soon. When Yayi heard this, he replied happily, thank you, Uncle Madara, I promise to listen to you and stay in the pavilion and not go out. After that, Madara chatted with Yuryuaki for a while, and then he hurried to the Senju clan's territory again. Sensing Uchiha Madara's aura coming from outside again, Senju Hashirama hurried out. The two looked at each other and then ran towards the river in tacit understanding. Seeing that Madara didn't set up a barrier this time and only placed tables and chairs, he didn't think about setting it up. Instead, he asked, what's the matter with you coming to see me today? Uchiha Madara replied, I came to ask you for some wood release ninjutsu, okay? Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise, of course you can, but why do you want this? As he spoke, Hashirama Senju took out a sealing scroll from his pocket and placed it on the table. Madara reached out and took the scroll, without even glancing at it, and put it away. A little fellow in the clan has awakened would release. As he spoke, he tapped his fingers on the table a few times. Hashirama understood instantly. There were countless people who studied his wood release, and the only one who could awaken it was probably the person in his clan who had told him so many secrets before. Hashirama smiled and said, that's a good thing. It proves that my wood release is not unique and can be learned by everyone in the ninja world. After chatting for a few more sentences, a ball of black liquid suddenly appeared in the distant hill. The moment Black Zetsu appeared, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha both paused at the same time. Then he continued to talk, you said it would be great if everyone could live in peace and form a village and live together. Uchiha Madara also showed a longing expression and replied, yes, but unfortunately, this is destined to be impossible for our two tribes. Senju Hashirama suddenly slammed his hands on the table and glared at Madara fiercely. How is it impossible? As long as we enlighten more members of our tribe and give them hope, we will definitely succeed. Uchiha Madara also stood up suddenly and lifted the table with both hands. Do you still think so today? Then there's nothing to talk about. Snort. After saying that, Madara left in a flash. Hashirama just fell back into the chair with a look of disappointment on his face, looking at the river in front of him as if he was longing for something. After a while, Black Zetsu slowly retreated from the mountain. Hashirama seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes were fixed on the place where Black Zetsu left. After waiting for a long time, Hashirama and Madara who had left retracted their chakra, and the large-scale perception ninjutsu engraved under the tables and chairs instantly dissipated. With a sigh, Hashirama also left. Uchiha Madara was on the road, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan in his eyes exuded a strange feeling. After walking for a while, the tables and chairs left by the river became illusory for a while, then turned into dust and scattered into the river. Yoriuaki, who closed her eyes and absorbed natural energy in the pavilion, was easily grabbed and taken away by Uchiha Madara, who turned into a gust of wind. Came to the familiar grove. Uchiha Madara threw the scroll to Yoriuaki from his bag. Yayi took it, opened it, and started reading. After taking a look at the catalog, he suddenly looked at Uchiha Madara in shock. Uncle Madara, is this really given to you by Senju Hashirama? Uchiha Madara spoke with some doubt. Yeah, what's wrong? Yoriuaki showed the catalog to Uchiha Madara. He was silent for a moment, then paused for a moment. I didn't expect that he would take out all these. No one else can learn it, so you're lucky. Yoriuaki could only reluctantly agree with this reason, and then happily read the ninjutsu recorded in the scroll. Would release Basics Spa Level Ninjutsu Encyclopedia Super S Class would release, would Dragon Technique Super S Class would release, the Woodman Technique Super S Class would release, Tree World Advent Series Super S Class would release, The Art of the Bag Super S Class would release, Quan Ruga Chui Shao Ultimate would release, Immortal Technique would release, True Thousand Hand Seeing. This, Yoriuaki swallowed his saliva. This was completely because Hashirama had recorded all the wood release techniques he knew on this scroll. Now I am the only one in the ninja world who can learn it, so it's a good deal for me. After Yayi read it once, he wrote everything down carefully. After thinking about it, he circulated his chakra, and a sealing symbol soon appeared in the center of his palm. Yayi raised his symbolic hand towards the scroll, and with a search, the scroll was absorbed. This is a place that Yayi created on the surface to store things. It is not very big, just a 5 cubic space. In the following days, Yoriuaki continued to study wood release and other ninjutsu. 2 weeks later, he was seen standing before Uchiha Madara. Clap your hands in front of your chest. Senjutsu would release wood dragon technique. An emerald green wooden dragon suddenly pounced towards Uchiha Madara from in front of Yoriuaki. Madara dodged the wooden dragon's attack with a few jumps. After thinking about it, he activated his Sharinan and attacked at close range. But when he felt that every time he touched the wooden dragon, some of his chakra would be sucked away by the dragon, his chakra exploded in his body and he suddenly distanced himself from it. After releasing another fire escape, he broke the wooden dragon. But Yoriuaki, who was standing, smirked. 5 wooden dragons suddenly emerged. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Madara stared at Yoriuaki's smirk, and his eyes surged with power. Secret technique, Susanoo Stage 1. A skeleton body appeared, wrapping around Uchiha Madara, but it only had one skeleton hand. Keep repelling these wooden dragons. Seeing that Mu Long couldn't do anything to him, Yayi clapped his hands again. Senjutsu would release Wooden Man technique. A bulky wooden man appeared, and the remaining wooden dragon flew over and wrapped around the wooden man. Yoriuaki stood on top of the wooden man and controlled him to attack Uchiha Madara. After blocking a few times, Uchiha Madara also tried to attack the wooden man, but this form of Susanoo could not even break the wooden man's defense. He once again increased the power of his pupils. One covered with armorgeous Susanoo appeared, and this Susanoo also wore a Tengu mask and had weapons in his hands. The long sword slashed towards Yayi, but Yayi was not at all panicked as he controlled the wooden dragon to block Yayi's head, and at the same time controlled the wooden man to attack back. Bang! After a loud bang, both sides stopped attacking. Yayi took a look at the state of the wooden man. It was obvious that he was attacked in the crotch, but his defense was also broken. If he were to be attacked a few more times, the wooden man would obviously not be able to withstand it. But this wooden man with the wooden dragon shouldn't be so weak. Yoriuaki changed his mind. The wooden dragon surrounded Susanoo, and the wooden man took the initiative to attack. As the wooden man was constantly attacked, he became somewhat broken. But suddenly, an emerald green light appeared on the wooden dragon's body. Uchiha Madara felt that the chakra that maintained Susanoo was constantly disappearing, so he had to use the chakra in his body to replenish it. At the same time, the wooden dragon seemed to have absorbed some energy out of thin air, and quickly recovered to its original appearance, looking much better than before. Uchiha Madara struggled to control Susanoo, but found that he could not break free from the wooden man, so he increased his pupil power. Susanoo suddenly changed its form. He grew legs and could stand up and run. Susanoo grabbed the wooden man wrapped around his body with one hand and threw it to the ground, then chopped down with the long sword in the other hand, and the wooden dragon instantly disappeared. When Yoriyuki saw this situation, he also showed a helpless expression. After all, he was still a cage-level ninja, not at the same level as Madara. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to kill the wood dragon with Susanoo in this form. Yoriyuki jumped off the wooden man and controlled him to attack Susanoo. After fighting for about 10 minutes, the wooden man was also broken up by Susanoo. Seeing this, Yayi clapped his hands. Suddenly, Senjutsu would release flower tree world arrives. A huge forest emerged from the ground. In an instant, the saplings grew into towering trees, and no sunlight could shine through the forest. Madara's Susanoo kept cutting down these trees, but as soon as he cut down a piece, another one would appear. When the forest was fully formed, beautiful flowers appeared on the trees. The moment the flower blooms, a pile of pollen emerges. Uchiha Madara suddenly felt his body paralyzed. If he did not have the strength exceeding the cage level, he would not be able to break free from the attack. Moreover, the surrounding trees were constantly absorbing his chakra, which was faster than the previous wooden men and wooden dragons. He had no choice but to circulate his chakra, and suddenly exploded, breaking free from the control. Seeing this, Yoriyuki laughed and released the ninjutsu, while controlling the forest to dissipate. Otherwise, the forest would remain here forever, which would be a big obstacle to Yoriyuki's training. Uncle Ban, you lose. Uchiha Madara looked at Yoriyuki helplessly. This wood release is too disgusting, it's really hard to compete with it at the same level. The Susanoo I just used is already the largest form that a normal Mangekyo can open. The ones after that will require the power of the eternal Mangekyo to open. Then I want to be at the level of a super shadow. When Yayi heard this, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, the more I learn this wood release, the more I can feel its power. Now I have finished all the steps except for the last one, which is really 1,000 moves, and I still can't learn it. That ninjutsu is not yet mastered with my current level of wood attribute chakra development. There's no way to learn. Uchiha Madara said comfortingly. You are now at dusk, the moon has entered the autumn season. A slightly chilly breeze blew by. The fighting on the battlefield had stopped for a day. This time, both sides tacitly agreed not to switch defenses and engage in the next battle, but instead cleaned up the battlefield on their own. He returned to their position with the bodies of his tribesmen. A powerful cage-level figure personally came out to activate it. A few more wind-style ninjas came out and used their ninjutsu one after another, finally managing to blow away the blood on the battlefield. But unfortunately, this land is already soaked with blood, and the environment created over several months cannot be changed so quickly. After both sides cleared the battlefield in front of their respective positions, the new ninjas who were ready to go into battle began to prepare nervously in their respective positions. Everyone took out things that they might use to save their lives later, because everyone knew that the next battle would become bloodier and more cruel with the participation of the cage level. At this time, Yayi slowly opened his eyes. His Sharingan emerged, and at the same time, the magic power in his body was attached to the Sharingan, which greatly enhanced the ability of the Sharingan. Yoriyuki stared at the battlefield below, and at the same time, his eyes seemed to see through the forest, staring intently at a silver-haired man sitting on a chair on the front line of the Senju. Then he calmed his breath and released his Sharingan. All this happened in just a moment. Inside the tent, Tobirama Senju's body suddenly gave an automatic warning, as if something was seriously threatening him. He stood up suddenly, and then the murderous intent disappeared. Tobirama walked out of the tent and looked at the high wall of Uchiha. The threatening aura came from the high wall. Apart from Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama couldn't think of anyone else in Uchiha who could pose such a big threat to him. Senju Tobirama stared at the high wall. Although he couldn't see anyone, Yoriyuki looked into his eyes. After a while, Senju Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to flash to a position a little further back. Because he had completely regarded this as a warning from Uchiha Madara. Now Hashirama Senju had not yet arrived at the front line. If Madara wanted to kill him, it would be a matter of a moment, although he knew that Madara would not do it for the time being. But Tobirama planned to avoid the limelight for the time being and listen to his brother Hashirama first, to stay calm for a while and then make plans. After all, the last time he took action seemed to have angered Uchiha Madara. Soon, it was completely dark. There were undercurrents in the positions of both sides. When night fell completely, troops from both sides groped their way out of their positions. The cage-level ninja who fought on the Uchiha side this time was called Uchiha Shunsui. He was a member of the Uchiha clan whose strength was at the early stage. He reached the cage level by developing his chakra attributes and did not open the Mangekyo. If he had the opportunity to open the Mangekyo, his strength would at least soar several levels. It was really a pity. The one coming out from the opposite side is called Senju Damu, who is also a cage who has been promoted through the development of chakra attributes. The strength of the two is basically the same. Yoriyuki watched the two groups groping forward. Suddenly, the other side, the Senju clan, launched a lighting ninjutsu from their position. Yayi's eyes were flashed and he clapped his hands while lying down. Immortal technique, fire style, super large fireball technique. A huge fireball flew out from the pavilion, instantly shattering the lighting ninjutsu, and at the same time flew towards the enemy's position. But it did not fall. Yayi controlled the blue and white fireball and stopped it above the opponent's battlefield at that moment. It instantly illuminated the land. Yayi sensed that the chakra that maintained the fireball was consuming only 1/10,000th of the chakra in his body every minute, which was not enough for the immortal body to recover on its own, which was equivalent to infinite durability. The opposing ninjas below sensed the horror of the ninjutsu above their heads, and some of them cast a few ninjutsu at the fireball, but before they could get close, they were burned by the terrifying high temperature around the fireball. So for a while, the enemy's morale gradually declined. Those senior ninjas simply ignored the fireball. It hadn't fallen anyway, and even if it did, they couldn't stop it. So they continued to charge forward with the leader. After all, with this illuminating fireball, they couldn't hide at all. The two sides collided with each other soon. Uchiha Shunsui took the initiative to form hand seals and released ninjutsu towards the Thousand Hands Curtain. Fire style, dragon fire attack. A fire dragon spewed out from his mouth and flew towards the Thousand Hands Curtain at an extremely fast speed. Senjutama sensed the crisis before the ninjutsu came, and he also formed hand seals. After determining the direction the fire dragon was flying towards, he suddenly activated his chakra. Wind style, super breakthrough. A gust of wind blew out of his mouth towards the fire dragon, but seeing that it still couldn't be blown away, he quickly increased the chakra input. The gust of wind increased with the chakra output of the Thousand Hands Curtain, and finally blocked the attack. Then he threw several shurikens in the direction where the fire dragon was flying, and formed new hand seals in his hands. Wind style, wind cutting shuriken. Several shurikens with wind style jutsu flew over, and Uchiha Shunsui knew that he couldn't withstand them. After all, the sharpness of wind style jutsu was obvious to all in the entire ninja world. He activated his 3 Magneto Sharingan, and the moment the shurikens flew towards him, he determined where they would land. His chakra suddenly burst out, and he dodged to the side. After dodging, he formed seals with his hands again. Fire style, fire song disaster. A fire jutsu was formed that drained 50% of his current chakra. Horrifying spears of fire flew towards the ninja. The thousand-handed curtain's body gave a crazy warning, which was the instinct of every cage-level strongman. The next moment, he released wind escape in front of him to try to block the attack, but he saw that the fire spears suddenly began to fly up irregularly, but the landing point was still here. When the fire spears hit, it was too late for thousand-handed curtain to dodge. He could only withstand the first shot and then roll to the side to avoid it. The scorching flames hit his chest, making him look much more embarrassed in an instant. Senju Damaku was about to fight back, but Uchiha Shunsui didn't give him the chance at all. He took out his ninja sword and attached the chakra-enchanted ninjutsu that Yoryuki taught them, which made the Uchiha clan members who were good at using weapons much stronger. The ninja's sword with scorching flames slashed towards Senju Damaku. He had no time to dodge and could only take out the sword hanging on his waist to block it frantically. After several collisions between the two sides, Senju Damaku's sword was directly cut off by the enchanted ninja sword. With the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan has never been inferior to ninjas of the same level in close combat, not to mention that they have special ninjutsu in this regard. After Uchiha Shunsui slashed a few more times, the cage-level leader of the Senju clan was finally seriously injured. But he was a cage-level ninja after all, so he was not that easy to kill. When he was hit again, he would use ninjutsu to block from time to time, trying to keep some distance. In this way, the two sides fought for another half an hour. This cage-level ninja finally couldn't withstand the next attack. He was killed by Uchiha Shunsui, becoming the first cage-level warrior to die in this official war. Shunsui cut off the unique family emblem belonging to this cage-level ninja, and then killed the Senju ninjas around him. With no one to stop them, these ninjas could not withstand the fierce attack and were beaten back step by step. Soon, the ninjas of the Senju clan were almost pushed back into the position. A cage-level ninja in the enemy's position couldn't stand it anymore and rushed out suddenly. Uchiha Shunsui used his Sharingan to see the enemy who came this time. It was obviously a cage-level ninja who was stronger than him. His chakra was twice that of his heyday, not to mention that he only had 2 or 3 layers of chakra left. He gritted his teeth and didn't think about running away. He was ready to fight back immediately, otherwise his tribesmen would die miserably. At least he planned to try to hold on until the more advanced ninjas in the tribe arrived. And just when the opponent's shadow-level strongman had just left the position, the blue and white fireball in the sky suddenly turned into a spear and fell down. The cage-level ninja of the Senju clan hurriedly stopped and looked at the spear that was hovering in the air because he stopped with a changing expression. He had no choice but to retreat again, because as the spear was coming towards him, every cell in his body seemed to be beating wildly in warning, as if telling him that he was going to die. Seeing this, Uchiha Shunsui and his ninjas continued slaughtering for another 10 minutes, then decided to quit and quickly retreated with his clansmen. Otherwise, once the enemy's new troops come out, these ninjas will die here. Everyone retreated to the foot of the stone wall. The spear in the sky suddenly fell down with a flick of Yes finger. Then a dazzling light burst out. A huge mushroom cloud exploded in the center of the battlefield between the two sides. Although no ninja was affected, both sides were shocked by the power of this ninjutsu. The cage-level ninja from the Senju clan who had just retreated swallowed his saliva and was very glad for his choice. After this battle, the morale of the Uchiha clan was greatly improved, and even the new ninjas who had arrived to prepare for the next battle were all in high spirits. After the mushroom cloud dissipated, the new cage-level ninjas and their clansmen fought again. It's a sneak attack if you want to attack by surprise, and a head-on fight if you want to fight head-on. Just be as cruel as possible. Yoriuaki lay on the chair, looking at the ninjas fighting below, and looked up at the bright moon in the sky, sighed slightly. Then he stood up, jumped onto the top of the pavilion, and sat cross-legged. The natural energy within a radius of more than 10 kilometers gathered towards this side with Yi as the center. As a result, the stone wall underneath automatically expanded much faster, and the quality of the stone wall became better and better. The moonlight from the moon shines on the earth. Yi absorbed a trace of energy from the moonlight and instantly felt that his Yinten chakra was slightly strengthened. There was a slight shock on his face, but when he thought about Kagaya Atsutsuki being sealed inside and that it was probably the energy she leaked, he calmed down a lot. Yi sat cross-legged and at the same time practiced his secret cultivation method, constantly developing the strength of the other 5 chakras. As time passed, Yi meditated here for 2 weeks. The cage-level tribesmen under the pavilion knew that he was practicing, so they did not disturb him. Early that morning, Hashirama Senju also appeared at the front line. Listening to Tobirama's report, Hashirama Senju sat in the main seat of the command center and closed his eyes and thought. There are only 2 or 3 months left until the end of the year. At the end of the year, Hashirama and Madara agreed to have a duel to be performed in front of the clan and the Black Zetsu lurking in the dark. At the same time, all ninjas that may pose a threat to the merger must be eliminated before this duel. After thinking for a while, he realized that at this speed, he would not be able to consume so many people, so he said, starting tomorrow, the number of people deployed on the battlefield will triple every day. When Senju Tobirama heard this, he became excited instantly. Brother, are you planning a showdown with the Uchiha? Are you really ready? Hashirama glanced at him and said indifferently, I will have a battle with Uchiha Madara at the end of the year. Before that, we must deplete his strength. When Tobirama heard this, he and other Senju cage-level ninjas promised that the upcoming battle would definitely not disappoint him. On this side, Uchiha Madara sensed the appearance of Hashirama and also issued an order to increase the number of people on the battlefield. In the 2 big clans, no one would refute what the 2 clan leaders said. After all, they were the clan leaders in recent generations. The most powerful one. He is already powerful enough to easily crush these cage-level ninjas, so his authority within the clan is very strong. It has reached the point where no one can refute anything you say. Of course, if you ask them to unite, they will not refute it either. After all, they can use their strength to force the other party to do so. But the consequence is the same as the peace sign before. There will always be a day when the treaty will be broken. This time, the 2 of them wanted to completely eliminate these concerns, to completely integrate these clans. The clans in the other 4 countries have finally recovered after a period of recuperation. Now that most of the major clans in the country have been wiped out, resources are still relatively sufficient. After those small tribes developed for a period of time, they began to seize the most fertile land on their side. So the war between the 4 countries was ignited all of a sudden. Black Zetsu traveled around and saw this situation, but he was helpless. The bounty house he established in the ninja world slowly developed. More and more powerful people are joining in, and the most valuable bounties now are for ninjas from the Senju and Uchiha clans. But no one would be so ignorant as to assassinate the strong men of these 2 tribes in this situation. If the head of a clan gets unhappy and turns around to take away their bounty, then they won't even have a place to cry out. Look at the big clans of the 4 major countries. They wanted to take part in other people's battlefields, but they were wiped out by those 2 clan leaders with ridiculous strength before they could even start to investigate the situation. It's just terrifying. Black Zetsu was also aware of this situation. He crawled out from the ground and looked at the moon. He muttered, Mother, wait a little longer, I will definitely resurrect you. Damn it, Satsuki Hagoromo. Damn it, Satsuki Hamura. A week later. The one going to the battlefield today is Uchiha Teru, the newly promoted Kage. After several months of fighting, he has been in an awkward position that because of his Mangekyo Sharinan, he can barely be considered Kage level, but his chakra attributes are not developed enough, so when fighting with others, he can only use the Sharinan to bless him. And Yoriuaki told him to use the Sharinan less, so he could only avoid taking action as much as possible. Then the war between the 2 clans broke out. He was classified as a Kage level ninja, so it was inconvenient for him to take action. During this time, he finally developed his water attribute chakra to the Kage level. Uchiha Hui changed into a dark blue armor, handed over to the team that was changing guard, and followed them out. He took a deep breath. It was already daybreak, and the woods on both sides' battlefields had been almost destroyed. The front was completely flat, with only a few walls built by earth escape remaining occasionally. When the wind blew, the land looked extremely desolate, like the barren kingdom of wind. Uchiha Teru opened his Mangekyo Sharinan and saw at a glance where the opponent's Kage level ninja was. He and his troops rushed forward, forming seals with his hands. The opponent also saw his obvious mistake at the first time. After the first cage level ninja died so tragically, the cage level ninjas who came out to fight later all learned to use ninjutsu first. Water style, great waves wash away the sands. A huge wave of water rushed directly towards the cage level ninja. Earth escape, 3-layer combination. 3 earth walls rose from the ground, blocking the waves. With the impact of the waves, the first and second earth walls were directly shattered, but the impact of the waves was also weakened a lot. When they reached the last earth wall, there was a loud bang and the wall became extremely dilapidated, but it also blocked the attack. After Uchiha Terra released this ninjutsu, he rushed towards the ninja. He saw at a glance that he was a ninja from the Senju clan, and the clan emblem was engraved on his armor. Uchiha Terra shouted loudly, "You're the first cage-level ninja I've ever faced head-on. What's your name?" The ninja also answered loudly, "Thousand Hands Tulai, since you are the first one, be careful not to die in my hands." Because in the ninja world, a cage-level ninja can be considered the head of a clan, so they all have their own dignity. It is acceptable for them to report their names in every battle, so that even if they die in battle, their names will be left behind. No cage-level strongman wants no one to know about his death. Remember, Uchiha Hui is the one who will kill you. Ruthless talk between both sides was a common part of the battlefield. Despite a week of fighting, only 3 cage-level ninjas had died, 2 Senju and 1 Uchiha. Cage-level ninjas weren't easy to kill, often ending up in close combat when chakra was exhausted. Otherwise, after a few hours, the ninjas would retreat to their positions and prepare for the next battle. The fighting style of the first battle was merely a prelude. Arrogant. Qian Shao Tu roared and quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth escape, earth-splitting palm. He gathered a layer of chakra in his hands and slammed the ground hard. The earth instantly began to crack and quickly spread towards Uchiha Hui. But Uchiha Hui was not so panicked. Instead, he calmly made a few seals and slapped the ground with his hands. Water style, Great Lake summoning technique. This is a ninjutsu that is unique to him. As water shone out of his mouth, a stream of pupil power spread out from his right eye. Secret technique, Umi Yukihiko. The water escape technique instantly grew larger, and the amount of water sprayed out increased by at least 5 times. A huge lake appeared on the land in a second. When the opponent's earth escape attack reached the lake, it only created a few waves, and then there was no movement. Uchiha Hui stood on the lake, looking at the other party head-on. After the two sides confronted each other for a while, they started a new round of ninjutsu confrontation. 2 hours passed like this. Yuriuaki saw the scene below from the pavilion and realized that the opponent's ninja was beginning to lose to Uchiha Teru. After all, he had not yet started to use the ability of his left eye. Senju Tulai soon discovered that his ninjutsu was no match for his opponent, so he started close combat, took out his ninja sword and slashed at Uchiha Teru. However, Uchiha Teru was originally a master in swordsmanship, and he made rapid progress after receiving guidance. After all, when Uchiha Madara was teaching Yoriuaki, he was there and gave him a few pointers. Just these few sentences were enough for him to improve his strength as an elite jonin. Uchiha Hui took out an attached chakra, and launched a fierce attack on the rushing Senju Tulai. The sword's momentum continued, and each blow slashed fiercely towards the opposite side. This made Senju Tulai confused. If I had known that your swordsmanship was stronger than your ninjutsu, would I have dared to fight you in close combat? As he was beaten back continuously, the situation on the field also changed. In this battle between the two sides, the opponent brought a ninja from the Hyaga clan, who had not shown it before, but suddenly opened his Byakugan during the fight, catching the Uchiha clan off guard, so the Uchiha clan was somewhat powerless. The opponent's Byakugan in front of the kaleidoscope is still considered strong. Moreover, the Uchiha had fewer people than the other side, and now their abilities were similar, so they were being suppressed and showing signs of defeat. If Uchiha Terra doesn't deal with this cage-level ninja, Uchiha will probably lose this battle and can only save face in the next battle. The Uchiha also knew this truth. They consumed the opponent's chakra for several hours just to keep the opponent completely on the battlefield. His left eye rolled wildly, and a surge of pupil power surged out. The remaining water from the water escape technique gathered here. The opponent was directly split apart by his slashing blow. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Hui was standing on the lake again. The surrounding water flows turned into water dragons, constantly turning over in this big lake. With his control, the water dragon suddenly attacked Kinju Tulai. As a cage-level ninjutsu, Senju Tulai also has his own life-saving ninjutsu. He wanted to fight in close combat with Uchiha Terra because he only had this little chakra left. Now that I have never fought in close combat, I can only use this ninjutsu. The last chakra in his body surged out. Earth escape, solid as a rock. The earth around him turned into pieces of armor and attached to his body. Soon, he became extremely heavy as if he was in a mecha. The earth turned into a very hard armor, which wrapped him tightly. It was also attached with the chakra used in this ninjutsu. He turned into a war machine and fearlessly rushed towards the water dragon coming towards him. He punched the dragon head hard. In an instant, a water dragon was shattered. Then he confidently took care of the remaining water dragons with one punch after another. Although he was hit along the way, he felt that the attacks of these water dragons did not break through his defense at all. and only a little impact force was transmitted through. Seeing this situation, he did not think about how to retreat, but bravely rushed towards Uchiha Hui. Yi, who was watching the show upstairs, was amused at how could there be such a talented person. Because of Uchiha Teru's eye technique, the water in this area can be completely controlled by him. Now there is a large lake placed under his feet. Even so, the other party still dared to rush over, which was simply overestimating his own abilities. Uchiha Hui casually waved his hand, and a water dragon that was larger than the previous ones combined appeared from the center of the lake. Uchiha Hui controlled the appearance of a very large water column, and he attached chakra to the soles of his feet and stood on the water column, raising his body. The huge water dragon flew to the top, and after he locked the target, the water dragon pounced down from above his head towards the thousand hands picture. Qian Shao Tulai saw the water dragon rushing towards him, swallowed his saliva, and suddenly sprinted towards the water dragon. The two sides collided in a few seconds, following a huge dragon roar. Qian Shao Tulai was completely exhausted and was constantly attacked by the water dragon. After more than 10 minutes, the hard armor was finally broken by the huge damage caused by the impact of the water dragon, and he himself had been killed by the powerful impact force. After dealing with this cage-level ninja, Uchiha Hui sensed the condition of his body and found that he still had more than 3 levels of chakra and could still fight. He took advantage of the fact that the effect of the eye technique had not yet worn off, and the entire lake under his feet turned into water spears that shot towards the enemy ninjas. Half an hour passed on the battlefield with screams. This time, the opposing senior ninjas were almost all wiped out, but because of the Uchiha's disadvantage before, it could only be considered a narrow victory. The bell on the stone wall rang, and as the 6 bells sounded, the clansmen who had slowly retreated showed respect to Uchiha Hui, and they admired his strength from the bottom of their hearts. After all, he was a ninja who had just been promoted to the cage level. In addition, everyone was unsure when the battle started, so everyone was pessimistic about the battle and had decided to sacrifice on the battlefield. They survived because of Uchiha Teru, and it was entirely his single-handed effort to turn the tide. He deserves everyone's respect. Yoriuki looked at the somewhat embarrassed Uchiha Teru, flew down and casually gave him some magic power. When the magic power was integrated into Uchiha Teru's body, his condition suddenly improved a lot, but his body was slightly glowing with emerald green light. After a while, his injuries were completely healed. The only thing left was his chakra, which needed time to recover. Everything else was fine. When Uchiha Hui saw this magical scene, he didn't ask Yoriuki how he did it, but just smiled at him. Afterwards, the two returned to the pavilion on the stone wall. As soon as he entered, everyone praised him. Even Uchiha Madara praised him rarely, which made him feel that he had no regrets in his life. After all, most of the clan members have always admired and believed in Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan has always been a clan that prioritizes strength. There is no reason why such a powerful person would not be believed in by the people in the clan. What's more, after he became the clan leader, many aspects of the family have improved a lot compared to before. On the other side, the cage-level ninjas of the Senju clan also gathered together. Looking at the battle results reported, they were all sweating with anger. The more Senju Tobirama looked at it, the angrier he became. His face was extremely gloomy, and the temperature in the entire tent seemed to have dropped a lot. Their Senju clan has always been able to tie with the Uchiha clan because of their numerical advantage. Unexpectedly, they failed this time because of the selection of the cage-level ninja. Otherwise, according to his speculation, they should have won this battle. After a short pause, Senju Tobirama and these cage-level ninjas began to discuss the upcoming battle. This time they planned to send 3 cage-level ninjas at once to directly raise the level of the battlefield. Sitting in the main seat, there was no change on his face when he saw the results. Instead, he agreed to Senju Tobirama's plan. The next day soon arrived. As the time for the rotation arrived, the Senju clan sent out Hyaga, Senju, and Uzumaki, with 1 cage-level ninja from each of the 3 clans. Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan on the city wall saw this situation at a glance. He didn't say much, but just picked 3 cage-level ninjas to fight back. Because there are quite a lot of cage-level ninjas this time, both sides plan to wait until they have defeated the remaining mid and low-level ninjas before taking the field, otherwise it would be a huge loss if they were killed by the aftermath. As soon as the ninjas from both sides met, they started to use all kinds of ninjutsu to attack each other. As the fight went on, they started to fight in close combat. They kept fighting like this. One unlucky guy died on each side, and the rest were injured or disabled. Other cage-level ninjas in the clan quickly provided support and brought their respective clansmen back. The moment the cage-level battle ended, the remaining ninja armies of both sides collided with each other. He looked at the ninjas who were brought back, and created 2 clones to transfer magic power to them. They recovered in a short while. The remaining injuries had to be healed slowly and would take a few days to heal. After all, this is the ninja world, where there are beings with extraordinary powers. Broken ribs are just minor problems. As long as they are not immediately life-threatening, they may be able to get better with time. At this moment, because Yi had been maintaining a constant chakra entanglement with the Great Wall formation 24 hours a day, he had almost become one with the formation. As long as he was within the range of the formation, he could sense everyone. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly activated the Sage mode and flew in one direction. Uchiha Madara in the pavilion also sensed something and stood up and ran quickly in the same direction. In a flash, Yoryuki opened the Mangekyo and looked at the three-tailed beast in front of him. The tailed beast seemed to appear out of thin air, and there was no other aura around it. The newly revived Three Tails was extremely irritable. When he saw the sudden appearance of Night One, he said that he was gathering the tailed beast balls. Seeing this, Yayi suddenly released the bull demon in his body. When Sanwei saw the appearance of Ryugui, he also stopped his actions. After friendly exchanges between the two parties, an hour passed. The demon beat him up a few times before he finally obeyed. Of course, this was also because Uchiha Madara was watching the show. When Isabu honestly told him the reason for being here, he gritted his teeth and said, "Originally, I was training in the land of water, but I don't know why." Suddenly a few ninjas showed up, and it sounded like they were fighting for territory. When they were halfway through the fight, they suddenly noticed my presence and stopped fighting to kill me first. That's how it was. They were outnumbered and I couldn't fight them. Then I was beaten to death. After more than 10 years, I finally gathered enough energy to revive, and as soon as I was resurrected, you guys showed up. Isabu felt very aggrieved and shed tears. When Yi heard this reason, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy was just unlucky. More than 10 years ago, he still had some strength in the water country and was beaten up. If it were the 8-tailed fox or the 9-tailed fox, they might have been able to defeat him, but the 3-tailed fox was a little weak, so it was normal that he couldn't win. After the 8-tails' verbal persuasion, the 3-tails also agreed to enter Yoryuki's spiritual sea. A golden chain appeared in Yeyi's hand. He placed his hand on Isabu's head, and slowly, the 3-tailed beast was pulled into the seal on Yoryuki's abdomen by the chain. With a vibration in the spiritual world, a large area of sea was quickly simulated for Gifu to live in. Yoryuki used the same method he used to refine the Ushiki chakra on Isabu. I found that it is also applicable, and the extraction capacity is particularly fast. He instantly activated the Sage mode, and the chakra he sensed automatically merged into his magic power. He clapped his hands and used a water escape technique towards the open space. After sensing it, I found that the damage of this ninjutsu was slightly increased, so I activated the 3-tails chakra coat to feel it. The overall improvement is not as great as that of Ryugui, but it has a unique point, that is, the quality of the water chakra improvement is greater than that of Ryugui. Yoryuki thought so. It seems that each tailed beast has its own unique feature. If he gathered all the tailed beasts, his improvement would be huge. Yoryuki told this discovery to Uchiha Madara. Madara activated the 9-tails chakra mode in front of him and felt it. He said that he had greatly improved in all aspects under this mode, and all his escape techniques including chakra had been improved a lot. When Yoryuki heard this, he said it was normal. After all, it was the strongest tailed beast, the 9-tails. He was shocked because the chakra coat that Madara had opened this time was perfect, which proved that the bond between Madara and Kurama had increased a lot during this period. After both of them finished their experiments, they returned to the stone wall. The end of the year is approaching quickly. The ninjas on both sides were exhausted from fighting. Now all the hawkish figures in the tribe have gone back and forth on the battlefield. On both sides, only the last layer of ninjas remained to be cleared. Today, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama plan to duel directly on this front line and take these remaining warmongers with them. At dawn, both sides followed their respective clan leaders to the battlefield. As soon as the ninjas from both sides arrived on the battlefield, they began to attack the enemy. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood on the battlefield and looked at each other from afar. Wars are often frantic near their end. No one cares about the battle between cage and non-cage level, they simply release all kinds of ninjutsu without caring about their lives, hoping to take away one more life of the opponent. Before going to the battlefield this time, Yoryuki asked Madara to transfer Uchiha Terra back to the clan territory. With his current strength, he was no longer very powerful in this kind of battle, so in order to save his life, Yoryuki transferred him away on the pretext of asking him to go back to guard the border. Yoryuki stood on the stone wall, activated the Sage mode in Sharingan, and watched Senju Tobirama, who was constantly reaping the lives of Uchiha ninjas on the battlefield. He exhaled and activated the tailed beast chakra coat mode and flew towards Senju Tobirama. He punched him hard. Immortal Techniques 5 Escapes 5 Techniques Rock Fist, a 5-style fusion technique developed by Yoryuki, was used, and 5 different chakra attributes were fused together in Yoryuki's hands. 5 colored light appeared on his fist, and a terrifying aura appeared above Senju Tobirama. The moment Senju Tobirama's fist struck down, he used Flying Thunder God and turned into a golden light and flashed to the side. The moment the fist landed completely, a deep hole was created in this small area by Yayi. Senju Tobirama, who dodged, was secretly frightened when he saw the power of this ninjutsu. At the same time, he looked at the skin that had just been scratched by the punch, and was once again shocked by the terrible damage of this ninjutsu. The two looked at each other for a while. This time, Senju Tobirama attacked Yoryuki first. It turned into a golden light and attacked him fiercely. And Yoriyuki also took out the blue feather, and every time Senju Tobirama's attack fell, he could perfectly block it. After several rounds of this, Senju Tobirama found that he could not hurt him at all, so he stopped fighting in close combat. Instead, he flashed to a position several steps behind Yoriyuki and stared at him as if he were a monster. He didn't expect that Yayi could withstand all of his attacks despite such an intensive attack. Even after he had distanced himself from him, the other party didn't catch up with him. He just stood there staring at him. The sharp look in his eyes made him shudder. On both sides, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were also watching the fight between the two, but neither of them had any intention of taking action. When Hashirama Senju saw Yoriyuki appear, he realized that he was the person Madara Uchiha had told him about. After all, he had basically figured out the level of Uchiha Kage, and he was the only one who could fight with Tobirama Senju and be so calm. Hashirama Senju was well aware of the horror of Tobirama's flying thunder god. If his strength had not reached the level of a super shadow, he would not be able to be as calm as Yoriyuki when fighting with Tobirama at the same level. But it's not that he couldn't beat him, it's just that it was difficult to chase him. When Senju Tobirama saw that Yoriyuki didn't move at all, an angry expression appeared on his face. This was a complete humiliation to him and he was not taken seriously. I felt ruthless in my heart and thought, since that's the case, I'll be prepared to pay the price for my arrogance. Quickly form seals with your hands. Water style, great wave impact technique. Like waves of the sea, Senju Tobirama spit out from his mouth towards Yoriyuki. Because of the terrifying strength of the two men, there were no enemies around them at all, and they all moved away from this area to fight elsewhere. Yoriyuki rose from the ground and flew into the air. After flying several heights, a mocking expression appeared on his face. When Senju Tobirama saw this, he felt very uncomfortable. After all, when he saw Yoriyuki rushing towards him from the air, he thought that the other party must have jumped down from a high wall to fly, because he could do it too. There are very few ninjas who can fly in the entire ninja world, but there are still some. Senju Tobirama quickly adjusted his state and slammed his hands on the ground. Secret art, spiritual art, sea summoning art. This man, who was rumored to have a contract with the sea, summoned a sea right where he was. This affected the ninjas fighting around. After Yoriyuki and he looked at each other fiercely, they each took action to deal with the surviving ninjas. Half an hour passed. Only Yoriyuki and Senju are left on this battlefield. There are 4 people, Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Hashirama. There were no living people left in the positions of both sides. When the last one was dealt with, Senju Tobirama suddenly formed a seal. Water style, water spear formation. A formation mark appeared from the sea under Senju Tobirama's feet. Then a very shocking scene happened. Thousands of water spears condensed from sea water appeared and stabbed towards Yayi at an extremely fast speed. When Yayi saw this situation, he did not make any extra movements. Instead, the wind attribute chakra in his body appeared, and his speed increased to a higher level. He kept dodging these attacks. Seeing that he could still dodge continuously, Senju Tobirama increased his chakra output again, and more water spears appeared. The entire area is already filled with tens of thousands of water spears, and Yayi is constantly flying these water spears in the sky, which is very outrageous. Yayi saw that he had summoned so many water spears. He clapped his hands, dodged the water spear's attack continuously, and performed a ninjutsu. Senjutsu's secret technique. Suzanu's 4th form. A Susanoo covered with armor appeared where Yoriyuki was, and Yoriyuki stood in the crystal scales in front of Suzanu's forehead. As soon as Susanoo appeared, Yoriyuki fell heavily into the sea below the moment it appeared. Water spears instantly hit Susanoo. After tens of thousands of water spears attacked, Senju Tobirama was shocked to the extreme when he saw the unharmed Susanoo in front of him. Yoriyuki controlled Susanoo's right hand and swung it, and Lanyu turned into a divine weapon and appeared in Susanoo's hand. A sword slashed towards Senju Tobirama, directly splitting the ocean in front of him, causing the seawater to disperse and form a wide road in front of Susanoo. Senju Tobirama quickly dodged the attack with a flying thunder god move. Looking at the slash that had just fallen, he finally showed a hint of fear. After all, apart from Uchiha Madara, he had never seen any Uchiha as strong as him. Up to now, I have surpassed him in all aspects. After thinking for a while, he released several large-scale ninjutsu at him, and Yayi also kept raising his sword to attack and defend at the same time. And so, the two fought for 2 hours. Yoriyuki's eye power was no longer enough, and Susanoo was also much weaker. Seeing this situation, Senju Tobirama fought even harder. Water style, wave impact. Senju Tobirama circulated his chakra and stomped his feet towards the sea below him, and waves rushed towards Yayi. As for Yoriyuki, after a few final chops, he was hit by the remaining waves. Finally, after withstanding this water jutsu, Yoriyuki's Susanoo dissipated into the air. The moment Senju Tobirama saw Susanoo disappear, he felt the pressure on his body suddenly relieved a lot. He didn't believe that if Yayi didn't even have Susanoo, what could he use to fight him? In fact, Yoriyuki's situation was that he sensed that he only had 3 levels of eye power left, and he had to save it for later in case of emergency to release eye techniques, so he took the initiative to cancel Susanoo. The moment he landed, he attracted the 3 tails in his spiritual sea, and in an instant, the 3-tailed Isebu appeared under his feet. On the other side, when Senju Tobirama saw the appearance of the tailed beast, his eyes suddenly shrank. He tried to mobilize the sea under his feet, and immediately felt that the sea where Isofi was no longer under his control, as if it was suppressed in place by some powerful force. As soon as Isofi came out and saw the enemy, he suddenly attacked with a tailed beast ball. When Senju Tobirama saw the black ball coming, he had a keen sense that he would die if hit, so he panicked and used several flying thunder gods to try to distance himself. But the tailed beast ball suddenly exploded in the air. He still suffered some injuries. His armor was completely blown to pieces by the aftermath of the tailed beast ball, and he also had some relatively minor wounds on his body. He covered his chest and looked at the three tails in front of him. The fear in his eyes became more solid. Their Senju clan also knew about the existence of the tailed beasts, but they never thought that the tailed beasts could be controlled by humans, because their ancestors had tried it, but in the end some died and some were injured. In the end, they confirmed that this was a powerful but uncontrollable monster. So later people gradually stopped disturbing these tailed beasts. After all, as long as no one provokes them, they will usually be in a sleeping state. As for Yoryuaki, he took out a scroll the moment the tailed beast ball flew out. He half knelt on top of Iso Furugai and spread the scroll out on its head. The magic power in his body surged towards the scroll. Immortal Technique, Sealing Technique, Super Large Space Fixed Barrier and Azure Barrier, centered on the scroll, instantly spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed, eventually completely covering the battlefield before stabilizing and absorbing the surrounding natural energy for the next step of reinforcement. Because Senju Tobirama was dodging the attack of the tailed beast ball, he didn't pay any attention to the barrier. When he dodged it and wanted to use Flying Thunder God again, he found that he could not sense the space nodes outside the barrier and could only teleport within this range. He immediately understood that this was the ninjutsu that Yoryuaki used to restrain his Flying Thunder God. At this moment, he turned around and looked at his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama looked at him coldly and continued to look at Uchiha Madara, as if they were communicating something. Although Hashirama appeared indifferent at this time, he could no longer suppress the urge to take action in his heart. After all, he was his own brother. However, when he thought that so many clansmen had died for the subsequent plan, he could only frantically suppress the impulse in his heart. After Yayujian finished the arrangements, he looked at the embarrassed Senju Tobirama in front of him with an extremely sarcastic expression on his face. This made Senju Tobirama fall into silence for a while. He couldn't beat the opponent, and his brother obviously wouldn't come to help him even if he asked for help. Both sides seemed to have pressed the pause button. It was also during this time that Senju Tobirama realized that Hashirama and Madara must have some plan, and remembered the existence that his eldest brother had always wanted to build. All the dead clan members had extreme hatred towards the Uchiha clan. At this moment, he felt relieved. The remaining chakra exploded, and the sea he could control began to mobilize frantically. Sea-style, strangling storm. A terrifying vortex appeared in this area and kept moving towards where Yayi was. When Yayi saw the attack, he sensed the current situation. There is not much pupil power left, but after fighting for so long, there is still 70% of chakra left. Yoryuaki clapped his hands together, and a terrifying amount of chakra burst out of Yoryuaki's body. Senjutsu would release Flower Tree World arrives. A forest quickly grew beneath the land, and immediately a forest grew up. After the vortex broke out in the forest for a while, the water in the area was completely the tree absorbed it, and soon land appeared, and the jutsu dissipated. When Senju Tobirama saw this would release, he was completely frozen, and Yayi controlled the flowers on the big tree to bloom. After Senju Tobirama inhaled a little pollen, he was paralyzed. 0.5 seconds later, he was completely swallowed by the tree. This was because he had completely given up resistance, which was why it happened so quickly. The moment would release appeared, the will in his heart was completely shattered, and he no longer had the desire to live. In this way, the future second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, died and Yoryuaki's would release. After the battle, Yoryuaki did not cancel the wood release, but simply made the flowers in the woods disappear, leaving a large area of trees on the battlefield. The corpses and blood left over from the war in the previous few months also turned into fertilizer, nourishing the land. Let this forest stand forever on this land. When Hashirama Senju saw Tobirama turned into wood by the wood release, his eyes revealed complicated emotions. Yoryuaki put away the tailed beast, nodded to Uchiha Madara, and then hurried back to the clan territory. After a while, the only two people left in this area were Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. They stared at each other for a long moment. He burst out with terrifying speed and arrived at the previously agreed battle place in the blink of an eye. This scene must be complete. The biggest reason for the battle between the remaining two people, in addition to completely venting the resentment of these years, is to be performed in front of Black Zetsu. The two soon arrived at this place, which was later called the Valley of the End. They looked at each other across the waterfall. Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his Sharingan and rushed towards Hashirama. While punching towards Hashirama Senju's face, his left leg was also gathering strength to kick him. Senju Hashirama raised his right hand and used his arm to block the fist, while Uchiha Madara then kicked Hashirama with his left whip kick. Hashirama stepped back in time to avoid the attack, and then punched Madara. As Madara was dodged, he also distanced himself from the enemy. In this way, the two fought in close combat for half an hour. When they collided again, both of them stopped for a moment, returned to their starting positions, and confronted each other across the waterfall again. While they were confronting each other, they sensed the arrival of Black Zetsu, the sixth brother, at the same time through the help of the perception formation left in this place in advance. At this time, Black Zetsu was watching the two of them from a mountain not far away. Black Zetsu was very happy in his heart that everything was going according to his plan, that after the duel between the two and the establishment of the village, his actions would be more convenient. When Hashirama and Madara knew that Black Zetsu was coming, the pressure in their hearts was relieved a little. After all, if the fight continued, without Black Zetsu as the audience, their fight would be a little lacking in passion. After all, the stage was set up for him. The seals in Madara's hands were completed within a second, his eyes began to move, the chakra in Madara's body increased significantly, and the ninjutsu he used was strengthened again. He suddenly spit towards Hashirama. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. A huge wave of fire containing terrifying high temperature rushed towards Hashirama. Hashirama also mobilized the chakra in his body in time and clapped his hands. Wooden escape, wooden spindle wall. A row of brown-green wooden pillars rise from the ground, curved in shape, completely protecting the space between the pillars. The moment the fire wave hit the wooden pillar, the high temperature continued to burn, but the wooden pillar completely withstood the attack. Occasionally, when it was burned to the point of collapse, Hashirama would increase the chakra input, making the wooden pillar strong again. After this went on for a minute, Uchiha Madara stopped his fire escape, and Hashirama walked out from behind the wooden pillar. Looking at the charred wooden pillar, he clapped his hands. Would release, would dragon technique. A brown-green wooden dragon, more than 10 meters long, emerged from in front of Hashirama and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. When Madara was helping Yoryuki practice, he also knew the power of wood release. He did not underestimate this wooden man, and his pupil power surged slightly. Secret technique, Susanoo 5th stage. A blue giant appeared, and Madara controlled the giant to punch the wooden dragon. The wood dragon dodged the attack with a nimble twist, and then it clearly wanted to wrap around Susanoo. Can Uchiha Madara be entangled by him? He raised Susanoo's left leg and kicked it hard, hitting the wooden dragon directly and kicking it more than 10 meters away. Seeing that he couldn't take it, Hashirama clapped his hands again. Wood style, woodman technique. A wooden man of 60 or 70 meters appeared, and the wooden dragon took the initiative to wrap around the wooden man, with the dragon head staring at Uchiha Madara opposite. Seeing this, Madara increased his pupil power. The giant was quickly covered in armor and grew a pair of huge wings. In the center of the wings on his back, a pair of arms were attached. A shield-like object was embedded in the gathering point of the arms, and two swords also appeared in Susanoo's hands. The two of them made no unnecessary movements. Madara directly controlled Susanoo to fly up, drew out the sword with his front hands, and chopped it towards the wooden man. There was no way he could dodge such a large target as the wooden man, so he just raised his fist and punched him hard. However, Susanoo's blade can emit sword energy, and Madara will definitely not give up this advantage. So he first slashed a few sword energies at the wooden man. After a few loud noises were heard on the wooden man, several cracks were cut into it. Fortunately, the wooden man was solid and could withstand this level of attack. For example, the 5 Kage in the original work were all scared when they saw Madara was about to activate his complete form. This also proves the horror of the complete form of Susanoo. After withstanding several sword energies, Madara's broadsword also struck the wooden man's fist. Rumble. After a loud bang, cracks appeared on the wooden man's fist. Seeing this, Hashirama quickly increased his chakra input and restored the wooden man to its original state in an instant. At this time, because they were very close, the wooden dragon on the wooden man moved around and bit Susanoo from behind. Susanoo quickly drew out the giant sword with his hands behind it and chopped at the wooden dragon several times to resist its attack. After Hashirama's wooden figure adapted to the attack in an instant, he clenched his hands, used his main fist, and smashed down on Susanoo with a heavy hammer, carrying the attack. Susanoo couldn't dodge and was hit hard. After shaking for a while, Madara wanted to fly away, but the wooden man punched Susanoo again. Madara looked at the wooden figure and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the attack. After all, he strengthened the input of his pupil power. However, he did not expect that Hashirama's wooden figure was so terrifying and could completely withstand the attack. When he was hit a few times and fell down, he kicked the wooden man with his legs. After using the force to break away from the attack, he spread the wings behind him and flew into the air. Madara was in the air, looking at the wooden man below. After he moved away, the nine-tailed fox in his body appeared at the feet of Susanoo as it was summoned. Hashirama looked at the appearance of the nine tails, narrowed his eyes, and quickly controlled the wooden man to run forward. However, the wooden man's speed was not fast, and the wings of this complete form flew very fast, and it opened up a long distance in an instant, so Madara still had some free time. Madara's pupil power surged, and the huge Susanoo turned into a beam of energy that was draped over the nine tails. Secret technique, Susanoo, powerful nine-tailed fox. Nine tails put it on like this. It took off the armor and felt the power excitedly. Looking at the wooden man coming over, it opened its mouth and sprayed 3-tailed beast balls at the wooden man. After the wooden man took one hit, he found that the damage was too great, so the wooden dragon on his body grabbed a tailed beast ball in its mouth and flew away, where it exploded somewhere else. The wooden man immediately appeared in front of the 9-tailed fox, holding the last tailed beast ball in his hand, and wanted to smash it towards the 9-tailed fox. Seeing this move, Kyuubi thought of the last training when he was hit by Yoryuki like this, and it felt very bad. So he immediately controlled the tail attached to Susanoo and swung it towards the wooden man in front of him with a dragon swing. The wooden man was hit by the tail and flew out. For the first time, Hashirama felt the feeling of a wooden man flying. The tailed beast ball in his hand also exploded. The wooden man's palm was shattered by the powerful explosion. After the wooden man fell to the ground, Hashirama quickly mobilized his chakra to restore the wooden man and stood up. Looking at the 9-tailed fox in front of him that kept spitting the tailed beast ball at him, he could only control the wooden man to jump a few times to avoid the tailed beast ball. After attacking with the tailed beast ball for a while, the 9-tailed fox found that it didn't have much effect, so he pounced directly on the wooden man. Because the communication with the 9 tails was peaceful, Uchiha Madara did not control it to attack this time, but let it fight on its own, which greatly enhanced this ninjutsu. The 9-tailed fox quickly ran to the front of the wooden man, stood up, and slashed at the wooden man with 2 swords in its hands. By the way, the 9 tails is now golden, which means that Madara has become a perfect Jinchuriki, so the 9 tails ability is greatly enhanced in this state. The wooden man was completely unable to withstand the blow of the sword and was cut in half. Seeing this, Hashirama summoned a wooden dragon, jumped on its head, and quickly created some distance between them. Seeing that it was effective, the 9-tailed fox struck a few more times with its sword, and the fallen wooden man completely turned into several pieces of wood. Because Hashirama withdrew the chakra that maintained the wooden man, these pieces of wood also turned into energy and dissipated in the air. When Madara saw that Hashirama was getting closer, he didn't let the 9 tails chase him, but just stood there. After all, he couldn't catch up. This time, the wood dragon summoned by Hashirama was smaller, but extremely fast. Hashirama landed on the ground and clapped his hands at the 9 tails that was 100 meters tall with the blessing of Susanoo. Sage mode is instantly activated. 80% of the remaining chakra in his body was injected into this ninjutsu. Senjutsu would release true 1,000 hands. A 1,000-armed Buddha, 1,000 meters high, rose from the ground. Hashirama stood on the Buddha's head and looked at the tiny 9 tails below. The huge aura on his body reached its peak. When Uchiha Madara saw the Buddha appear, he was also shocked. After all, this was the first time he saw this ninjutsu. But he would not be scared. Instead, he increased the input of his pupil power, and at the same time all the chakra poured into the 9-tailed fox's body, which made the armor on the 9-tailed fox more solid. The pupil techniques of both eyes were used at the same time, turning the powerful 9-tailed fox into a behemoth of 400 or 500 meters. Compared with the original, it was much stronger. The two roared at the same time. Madara! Hassie hot mom! Uchiha Madara controlled the 9 tails and raised his 2 swords to slash towards the Buddha. Each of the 9 tails behind him had a tailed beast ball. Hashirama clasped his hands together tightly, and the last bit of chakra in his body surged out. Senjutsu would release true 1,000 hands top Buddha transformation. Thousands of hands suddenly slammed down towards the 9-tailed fox, and the 9-tailed fox kept slashing at these fists. The tail behind him, carrying the tailed beast ball, continued to resist the attacks, followed by loud noises. The two fought like this for 10 minutes. At the same time, without chakra, these ninjutsu also dissipated in the air. The two fell into the water of the valley of the end below. After using up the last bit of their strength to punch each other, they lay on the ground at the same time. The water on the ground was very shallow. When the two lay down, the water only covered half of their bodies, but did not completely submerge them. After they lay down for a while to recover their strength, they turned around and looked at each other, and then laughed out loud. Black Zetsu, who saw the entire battle from a distance, had a hint of shock in his eyes at this time. He was shocked by the strength of the two men, but after seeing the two men lying down, he just showed an evil smile. He thought that no matter how strong he was just a pawn of his. He looked up at the moon in the sky. He became more certain about his plan to resurrect Kagaya at Satsuki. After all, these two people were so powerful that they couldn't escape his control. Today was just a small episode caused by their strength. Many people in the surrounding area also saw the fight between the two. Although they were curious about who lost, no one dared to go and check. Instead, they quietly returned to their families to warn everyone to reduce their desire to invade the land of fire. It had been several months since the last purge, and there were always some bold families who thought that the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were both defeated, and they wanted to come and reap the benefits. But after seeing the strength of these two clan leaders today, they put their thoughts aside for the time being. No matter which one survives in the end, they will not be able to shake him. Because of the existence of the sage body, Hashirama quickly had the strength to stand up. After he stood up, he looked at the lying Uchiha Madara, bent down and stretched out his hand to him. Madara casually placed his hand on his, and Hashirama exerted force suddenly, supporting Madara to his side, leading him towards the largest mountain in the land of fire. After a few hours of this, both of them had completely recovered more than half of their physical strength and chakra. At the same time, he also stood on the only high mountain in the land of fire. Looking at the fertile land below the mountain, Hashirama shouted into the distance. Said to Uchiha Madara, "Our dream has finally come true. Are you ready?" Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama Senju with hope in his eyes. He turned his head to look at the land below and recalled the years. Since he could remember, there had been constant fighting. The struggle between the two families had lasted throughout his entire life until he knew Hashirama's ideals and finally was enlightened by Yoryuki. He came back to his senses and said in a serious tone, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Although he had already known the ending, Hashirama couldn't help but shed tears when he heard Madara say this. It was not just for himself, but for the clan members who had sacrificed for so many years, and with his longing for the future. This plan made him lose many clan members, and also made him lose his last family member, Senju Tobirama. But now it's worth it. Hashirama said, "Well, let's call our village Kanaha." Spot nodded and said, "Then the chief of our village is called Hokage." The two of them said in unison, "Where the leaves dance, the fire will never cease." The two of them had waited for this day for so long, and it finally arrived. The two said again after discussing the next plan. They identified the most fertile land in the Fire Nation and turned it into the location of the village. Then they went back to explain the situation to the rest of the tribe and began to move. Now with the strength of the two of them, and the fact that all the members of the tribe who had extreme hatred had been completely eliminated, this task was not difficult. The other side. Yoryuki, who rushed back to the clan early, had already subdued all the remaining clan members with his powerful strength. At the same time, he had already withdrawn all the Uchiha clan members guarding the border. Because of the battle between the two clan leaders, the other ninja clans did not dare to move at all, so there was no enemy for the time being and there was no need to be on guard. After Yi overpowered everyone, he told the two clan leaders about their plan to build a village. At first, the clan members jumped up and started to protest. However, with Yi's brainwashing, they all calmly thought about the peace that would come after the village was built, and the younger generations would no longer have to grow up in war. Their desire for peace was also awakened. After all, they were not such extreme people. Coupled with Yi's constant brainwashing, they all accepted the plan after a few days. When Uchiha Madara rushed back to the clan, he saw that Yoryuki had already handled it for him, and he was very happy. A gentle breeze blew. The remains left over from the previous war between the two tribes have been cleaned up. Even the last few large battlefields were restored by Hashirama's wood release. The tribesmen on both sides packed up and began to rush towards the center of the Fire Nation. When spies from other countries saw this situation, they hurried back to explain the situation to their respective families. However, what they reported was that the two tribes were suspected to be preparing for a clan war, and this time even civilians were involved. Time passes by little by little. 5 days later, the tribesmen from both sides arrived at the designated location. When they first meet, some tribesmen always can't help but fight, but they were all severely punished by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. After that, just wait patiently for the next instruction. Yoryuki walked to the middle, circulated his chakra, stomped his feet, and a platform slowly rose from the ground. He held a blueprint above him and began to decree the areas they would be responsible for. While everyone was looking at Yoryuki on the stage, Uchiha Tara distributed a stack of drawings to the cage-level ninjas from the two major clans. Yoryuki spoke like this for half an hour. The Uchiha clan was okay. The moment he finished speaking, they started to take action. The Senju clan and their vassal clans did not move at all. Yoryuki stared down at Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama didn't look up, but stared at the blueprint. When the sound of the Uchiha clan, which was the only one left, began to clear the trees, he raised his head and looked back at his clansmen. "Why are you still here?" When these ninjas heard the words of their leader, they quickly took action. Although they were dissatisfied just now, they ignored Yi even more when they saw that the patriarch did not express his opinion. Now after hearing what the patriarch said, it seemed that he agreed with Yi's plan. Although their patriarch was still relatively good to them, his temperament changed a lot after the decisive battle. Not only was he much more serious in management, but he also had more ways to discipline people. As long as he didn't hurt people's lives, he was simply a devil. After Yoryuki watched the ninjas start to clean up the scene, he called Hashirama and Madara up as well. Wood release formed a set of tables and chairs, and the three of them sat down around the round table. Senju Hashirama said to Yoryuki, "When did you designate this plan? It feels like a formation, full of mysteries." Yoryuki replied, "This is a plan I developed based on a formation called the Bagua Formation, combined with the Uchiha experts who have been working with us on house construction in recent years. From commercial areas, civilian areas, political areas, hospitals and other large-scale buildings, down to the smallest details like water pipes, circuits, and streetlights. Naruto's technology tree has always been weird, but just assume it exists. After all, Naruto already had light bulbs and other things when he was a kid. Everything was taken into consideration, and every aspect was optimized several times before we finally settled on this final plan. And this Bagua formation was also improved by some veteran formation masters from the Uchiha clan. It now has defensive capabilities, absorbs nearby natural energy, makes the land more fertile, and has enhanced perception. Furthermore, attacks below the cage level will be absorbed and rebounded. As long as a ninja other than a super cage breaks into the formation, the ninjas in this village can constantly change their formation, making it difficult for the enemy to break through. Simply put, it's a defensive formation, very suitable for the village. When Senju Hashirama heard the effect of this formation, he couldn't help but praise it. If it has all the effects you described, then this formation is truly powerful. Also, I just took a look at the city planning and couldn't find any faults. Uchiha Madara said to Hashirama with some sarcasm, if you can find fault with this, then this plan is really bad. Hashirama coughed twice, ignored Uchiha Madara, and looked at Yoruaki and asked, have you thought about where to place the members of these two tribes? Yoruaki replied, the center of the Bagua formation can be transformed into a Tai Chi diagram, and the two clans' territories can be planned to be located at the two fish eyes of the Tai Chi diagram. The other small tribes can just plan to be outside the Bagua formation. The Hokage building is the center of the entire Bagua formation. You can find out the rest by looking at the blueprint. When Hashirama heard this, he felt that there was no problem. As for the other small clans, it's good enough that those who cling to the upper hand have a place to stay. What's the big deal? The number of these small tribes has already reached dozens. The vassal clans mentioned on the battlefield before were recorded in detail because they had at least one cage-level ninja at the time, as well as other smaller clans. There is not even a cage-level ninja. Any cage-level ninja can destroy the Uchiha clan. What is the point of recording it? The three of them chatted for a long time. Eventually, the current village management was divided into 7 major departments: the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Economy, the Political Department, the Urban Management Department, the Patrol Department, the Security Department, and the Shadow Guard Department. The Ministry of Education is used to handle all matters related to ninja education in the village. The Ministry of Economy is responsible for developing the economy within the village, establishing a strong economic system for the village, and managing issues such as the living conditions of the villagers in the village. The Political Department is simple and clear. All political aspects are managed by the village, including but not limited to diplomacy, consolidating the core spirit of the villagers, and letting these villagers develop with the village as the core, and other complex tasks. The Urban Management Department is responsible for managing all the hardware in the city, constantly improving urban construction, and carrying out unified management of future urban facilities, daily maintenance, and other work. The Patrol Department has only one responsibility, which is to deal with the disciplinary issues of officials from the 5 departments above, so as not to affect the village. The people's authority over the village was affected, so this department was derived, a department specifically responsible for managing officials. The Security Department is responsible for handling all major and minor security issues in the village, as well as various conflicts and cases. The last Shadow Guard is a department responsible for serving the village Hokage. From big things like assassination and reconnaissance to small things like eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, all will be handled by this department. This department is only ruled by the Hokage, but it is not a designated Hokage. Instead, it serves each Hokage who takes office. Finally, Uchiha Madara said, the bosses of these departments must be at least cage level, and the cage guards must be jonin or above to join. The minimum threshold for other departments is set at shinin. Hashirama and Yoruaki nodded when they heard this and agreed to Madara's request. After all, this is a world with extraordinary abilities. If your strength is too low, no matter how strong your ability is, it will be useless. These rights can only operate with the support of strong strength. Hashirama thought about it and added that the ninja army in the village must be managed in one place, otherwise they would eventually be instigated by their own family. After hearing this, Yoruaki thought about it and agreed with Hashirama's idea. He then proposed that each Hokage must reach the super cage level before taking the position. Otherwise, if the strength is too low, not only will it be impossible to suppress other voices in the village, but it will also be easy to be suppressed by ninjas of the same level. This is the rule that all 3 of them are extremely satisfied with. Otherwise, if a cage-level ninja is allowed to rule over dozens of cage-level ninjas, would the others obey? And only Chaoying can protect the village. The village leader must be a powerful genius, otherwise he will continue to suppress other ninjas in the village to consolidate his own position and eventually make the village his own. P.S. Sorry. The author was so distracted while typing that he forgot to divide this chapter into volumes. Just read this chapter and pay attention to it later. Tomato does not allow changes to the volumes after they are sent out, and the author is helpless about this. Please forgive me. Time flows like running water. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The entire village's houses, barriers, and other infrastructure have been completed. The houses were summoned by Hashirama Senju and Yoruaki using wood released. In 3 days, they used ninjutsu to summon all the houses that needed to be built in the village. The later decoration depends on the personal preference of the owner. Various stores owned by different families have also opened in the commercial street. Among them, the stores of the Senju and Uchiha clans account for a total of 70%. The remaining 30% was given to various small tribes and scattered civilians. During the construction of the village, the 7 departments were fully staffed. The Minister of Economic Affairs is Yayi. The Minister of Education is the patriarch of the Heitei clan, Heitei Tenkong. Uchiha Madara is the head of the political department. The head of the urban management department is Hyaga Bappo. The positions of chief of the patrol department are shared by Senju Hikaru and Uchiha Teru. The head of the shadow guard department is Uzumaki Lumming, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. In the end, the chief of the guard department was divided into three, namely Nara Fuichi, Yamanaka Reiji, and Akimichi Denzo, the three clan leaders. After constant brainwashing, although there are occasional conflicts in the village, they are no longer life and death struggles. The clan leader has ordered the younger members of all ethnic groups not to continue spreading hatred within the village, but to put the interests of the village first. These ministers are at least at the level of a kage, so their deterrent power is quite strong. During this month, Yoryuki kept hinting to Hashirama Senju to bring allies to the village, so even the big Uzumaki clan moved into the village. In addition to Konoha's reputation, some small clans in the Land of Fire also joined. Nowadays, the families in Konoha are divided into several levels. The first sequence, Uchiha clan and Senju clan. Both clans have super cage level ninjas, and the number of cage level ninjas exceeds one hand. The second sequence, the Uzumaki clan and the Hyaga clan. Both clans have at least 3 cage level ninjas, and they are not deeply involved in the hatred war between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Those who have opinions about the village have been cleaned up in time by their respective clan leaders, and even the cage level ninjas are no exception, because they all understand that if they do things behind the scenes, they will only face destruction. The third sequence, the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan, and the Yamanaka clan. Although these three clans have a certain hatred for the Uchiha clan, it has not yet affected the new generation of ninjas. Their attitude towards war has always been indifferent to the village. The three clans are tightly united and have no idea of relying on any big clan. What's more, now that Konoha has been established, they have long decided to focus on helping each Hokage instead of a certain person. In terms of the overall situation, they are very big. Now the heads of the three clans are all at the cage level, and there are enough jonin, and they have been cleaned up several times. The fourth sequence, the Abarame clan, the Inyazuka clan, and the Heitei clan. The patriarchs of these three clans are also cage-level strongmen. The first two are clans that came from the Fire Nation to seek refuge, and the Heitei clan joined Konoha because their patriarch was promoted to cage level because Yoryuki specifically asked him to improve their swordsmanship. Although there are cage-level clan members in this sequence, there are too few clan members of other levels. There are less than 100 people in a family, so it is considered a small clan. The fifth sequence, the Saratobi clan and the Shimura clan. Yoryuki originally wanted to destroy these two clans, but he let them go after Hashirama Senju pleaded for them. However, there are only about 30 or 40 people in these two clans now, and the strongest clan leader is only at the Jonin level. They were able to join Konoha and be listed in the sequence entirely because they were affiliated with the Senju clan. Finally, some very small families that are not in the sequence have no levels. Basically, only the clan leader is a Jonin, and the number of clan members is small, so there are no special benefits. They are just protected after joining Konoha. There are now as many as 600,000 ordinary villagers in Konoha. Basically, all the people who can come from the entire Fire Country have already arrived in Konoha. As for the remaining hundreds of thousands, they did not join Konoha because of the control of the daimyo, but the daimyo did not target Konoha. After all, if something goes wrong, it would be a loss if they lose their lives. All families listed in the sequence can receive respective welfare blessings from Konoha, including but not limited to education, economy, high-level protection, and other functions. After all, this is a ninja world with extraordinary abilities, and equality for all definitely does not exist. After all, among the family members, the main thing is to have good reincarnation skills. However, Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, and Yoryuki also established a set of laws applicable to the village. Ninjas are not allowed to attack ordinary villagers without provocation, and are prohibited from using harmful ninjutsu in the village, except in the training grounds. This is also to protect the stability of the village. Otherwise, if anyone can kill innocent people indiscriminately, it will be chaos. For this reason, Yoryuki learned a ninjutsu called Flying Thunder God. Then he rushed non-stop to a small, technologically advanced tribe in the Land of Thunder. We peacefully exchanged some newly invented technologies with them. Surveillance cameras were installed throughout Konoha except in private residences, all of which were high-definition Blu-ray. Some technological talents were also brought back to Konoha, and a derivative department under the Urban Management Department was established. Today, the new year arrives on time. Everyone gathered in a large open-air venue in Konoha called Konoha Square. Hashirama casually built a platform. The management of each department walked up one by one. Then Hashirama Senju stood in the center. By 8 o'clock, almost everyone in the wood industry had arrived here, and those who couldn't squeeze in were standing on the street. Senju Hashirama turned around and looked at Uchiha Madara and Yoryuki, then took a deep breath. He looked at the people in the audience nervously, as his dream was about to take a crucial step. I saw Hashirama using chakra to attach to his throat. When he opened his mouth, everyone in the audience could hear clearly. Neat, hello everyone. Finally, this exciting day has arrived. Our Fire Nation has finally taken a crucial step on the road to peace. In the days ahead, I hope everyone will work hard to let go of hatred, for a longer lasting peace, and for your future generations to thrive in this wonderful environment. If anyone tries to destroy this hard-earned peace, please learn to take the initiative to maintain it. Where the leaves dance, the fire lives on. For Konoha, for the future, for peace. Hashirama spoke for half an hour, and the crowd below was also excited. After the great war between the two clans, both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have been named gods of the ninja world. Extremely high prestige. The people of Konoha are also working towards the blueprint for the future they have outlined. Yi was on the stage, seeing this shocking scene. They were inevitably excited, and the cage-level ninjas on the field also revealed a powerful aura. One by one, they came forward to speak. Uchiha Madara appeared very calm on the surface, but he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. After all, he had achieved the peace that he had been longing for many years. Hashirama retreated to the chair in the center of the platform and sat down. Madara walked to the front of the stage and mobilized his chakra. Looking at the villagers below, he said domineeringly, "As long as I'm in Konoha, I can guarantee that everyone can live in Konoha without being affected by other forces. Joining Konoha will be your best choice." After saying that, Madara retreated. Several other ministers also stepped forward to speak a few words. Finally, Yoriyuki straightened his clothes and stepped forward. "As long as I, Uchiha Yoriyuki, serve as the Minister of Economic Affairs, I will ensure that everyone has enough to eat, that every Konoha villager has a house to live in, and that everyone can live a more prosperous life in the future." When he finished speaking, there was a burst of enthusiastic applause from the audience, indicating that everyone believed in the minister's speeches and was looking forward to the future. After the meeting, everyone left the square in an orderly manner and returned to their respective jobs. The ministers also organized their subordinates to start building Konoha. Yi planned several commercial streets, where all the stores of various families were located. He then planned several trade routes and prepared for future economic exchanges with other places. Each trade route was managed by dozens of senior ninjas. After several ninjas who wanted to rob were dealt with, the ninjas in the ninja world gave up these little ideas. Since the establishment of Konoha, the other four major countries have also established several large villages, and then many small villages were also established. For a time, the ninja world entered a brief period of peace, and everyone was developing at a rapid pace. That day, Yi was sitting in the office, calling the system with his mind. "System, how many achievement rewards do I have now?" Host now has 2 rewards, would you like to claim them? Come and claim it. Yi was looking forward to what the reward would be. First achievement, the first to kill a shadow-level expert during the war between the two clans. Reward, Konoha Economic Development Encyclopedia. Yi was happy when he saw the reward, but he still had doubts and asked the system, "How come your rewards are always exactly what you need?" System rewards are selected based on the host's current situation and what they need most. If there is nothing needed, the system will conduct a lottery selection. Hearing the system's answer, Yi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, rewarding essential items was quite good. Go on. Second achievement, witness the establishment of Konoha. Reward, Immortal Deo Jade Cultivation Method. When Yi heard about the reward, he immediately sat up straight, extracted it from the system space, and opened it to check. You have to know that the 6 Paths Sage only has an ordinary truth-seeking jade. It is also possible that he thinks the truth-seeking jade is strong enough and has not thought about integrating other powers. Yi looked at the method above and felt his scalp tingling. First of all, the 7 basic chakra attributes must be cultivated to level 10, that is, the 6 paths level, before the Tao-seeking jade can be used. Moreover, the immortal technique seeking jade must be integrated with magic power. When magic power and the seeking jade are combined together, a qualitative change will occur. At the same level, even the power of space cannot break it. In the original work, Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking ball was completely broken because of Kakashi's Kamui, which directly transferred part of the truth-seeking ball's power to other spaces. Yaishi called this the Immortal Path Jade. The Sendo Jade ignores attacks from the same level, and the damage of its attacks is also huge. If Yoriyuki is promoted to the 6 paths and successfully practices this ninjutsu, even the Sage of 6 paths may not be able to break his defense. Judging from the original work, Madara's strength is estimated to have just been promoted to the 6 paths, while Kagaya Atsutsuki's strength should have reached the peak of the 6 paths, but she was sealed because of the restraint of the sealing technique. The Sage of 6 Paths is probably at the peak of the 6 paths, otherwise Naruto and Sasuke would not have been able to seal Kagaya Atsutsuki with just a mark, although Kagaya Atsutsuki was soft-hearted during the battle. Of course, it also records a primitive method of practicing the truth-seeking jade, which is to master the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, and combine the chakra of the tailed beasts with the chakra attributes of the 9th level in the body, and finally synthesize an ordinary truth-seeking jade. Yi was so excited that he quickly wrote down the method and put it back into the system space. After a moment's pause, he exhaled the system's thoughts. View personal attributes. Bite Uchiha Yoryuaki age, 6 years old faction Konoha status current minister of Konoha's economic department bloodline Uchiha clan physique enhanced immortal body strength peak shadow level chakra attributes fire escape level 7 to 8 earth escape level 7 to 8 water escape level 7 to 8 lightning escape level 7 to 8 wind escape level 7 to 8 wood escape level 8 yin escape level 8 yang escape level 8 5 basic ninjutsu. As long as you understand the principles of chakra in ninjutsu, you can skillfully unleash it. Simply put, you can do whatever you want. Would release ninjutsu except for the true thousand hands, all other would releases have been mastered. 5 styles fusion combination technique 5 styles, great linking bomb technique other shadow clone 3 body technique, all sealing techniques except forbidden techniques, 8 tails chakra coat, flying thunder god, chakra control level, 10th level perfection tailed beast, 8-tailed ox demon and 3-tailed zodiac bloodline level, Mangekyo Sharinan sage mode, perfect level, instant sage mode, bloodline ability, left eye Amanamai Shinra, can control the travel through various spaces. Wherever Yoryuaki has been or seen someone, the spatial coordinates will be automatically marked, making it impossible for others to detect. Right-eye Earth Disaster Annihilation. This eye possesses an extremely powerful offensive pupil technique that ignores defense in space and can attack anything marked by the left eye. Items: 300 million silver bills, thousands of detonating talismans, 8 styles ultimate invincible refining method, blue feather, human exclusive sage mode training manual, Konoha economic development plan, sage method seeking the way jade training method, character description, a powerful ninja who has reached the level of Kage and has also cultivated sage mode. Currently, he is at the top of the pyramid in the ninja world. Looking at this luxurious panel, Yayi also felt a sense of satisfaction. He finally made it. After the Warring States period, he will have decades of peaceful development time, so he can finally relax. With the plan given to him by the system, he doesn't have to worry about anything and can just copy it. Although his left eye can travel through space, it consumes pupil power, so he specially learned Flying Thunder God. Yoryuaki has tried it and found that after his left eye automatically marks the spatial coordinates, he can still travel to the same coordinates when using Flying Thunder God. In this way, his Flying Thunder God is greatly strengthened. The following days, Yayi issued new economic directions every once in a while. This makes the economic department the busiest among the 7 departments of Konoha, but everyone enjoyed it. After 3 months of implementation as planned, Konoha's economy had undergone significant changes. The first plan that Yoryuaki chose was the food street. After a street was designated for food, these delicacies not only attracted people from other parts of the Fire Country, come and taste it, and many businesses have also set their eyes on the secret recipes of these shops. However, because they were afraid of Konoha's strength, they didn't dare to rob it by force, so they had to go and talk to Yoryuaki. In this way, businesses opening stores in Konoha only need to pay taxes, while merchants from other countries have to pay franchise fees, and the ingredients have to be imported from Konoha. Konoha also has several ninjas with ice attribute chakra, so there is no need to worry about the dishes going bad. After being frozen, they can be directly stored in sealed scrolls. Each scroll can store 1 ton of ingredients, and the shelf life is up to half a year. Now that the peace period has just begun, the population of the ninja world is about to increase dramatically, and food consumption is also increasing rapidly. Konoha has a special place in the Land of Fire to grow various plants, and Hashirama also directly summoned several wooden men to move the Uchiha castle that was left behind earlier to the vicinity of the farmland. The continuous accumulation of natural energy also makes these vegetables grow better. This resulted in the Chinese delicacies that Yoryuaki brought out alone bringing a significant increase in Konoha's finances. The tax collected in the village is small, but it has reached the level of 200 million silver notes per month. Together with the franchise fees and food sales from other countries, the total monthly financial revenue in this area reaches 1.5 billion silver notes. This is because the total number of people in the ninja world is not particularly large now. In a few years, this figure will increase greatly. The tax revenue in the village is as high as 200 million, mainly because there are many stores, and people from other countries often come to taste the Konoha cuisine. Of course, the reason why so much money is spent is that this food is divided into different grades. The state banquet level food is made by ninjas who pursue the ultimate food. These ingredients are nourished by natural energy when they grow, which makes them more delicious, plus the methods taught by Yayi. And all kinds of seasonings have been made long ago. This means that a dish of state banquet food may cost up to 1 million silver taels, and the store that sells state banquet food is opened by people from Konoha, not a store of other clans, so the money received is directly handed over in full along with taxes. This kind of food is affordable for almost everyone except daimyos from various countries and celebrities from various villages. Occasionally, only some wealthy people will eat it when they entertain guests. It is worth noting that Yoryuaki saw that Kakuzu, the newly emerged bounty hunter, had also tried it once. After trying it, I couldn't stop. It was like I found a place to spend my money, and no longer just saving but not spending like in the original book. After tasting various delicacies in Konoha and completing a number of tasks every month, he would come to Konoha to rest for a week before continuing to do bounty missions. This also led to the spread of Konoha delicacies in the underground bounty circle. In this way, word spread from person to person, and Konoha cuisine directly touched the hearts of all kinds of ninjas who loved food, and a steady stream of ninjas came. There are also delicious foods that the common people of Konoha can afford. Yoryuki saw that there were so many people. A lower price street was immediately marked out, and only Konoha villagers were allowed to enter. Now, every villager in Konoha went to a special party some time ago. This brought together Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara, and Yoryuki to create a new ninjutsu that was used to record the breath of every Konoha villager. Every time a newborn was born, a special ninja would go to record it, and then the data would be transmitted to the information recording office in the Hokage building. This records all the information in a person's body, so no one can disguise it. When the villagers of Konoha enter this affordable street, the Bagua formation will sense it and block them with gentle force. There are also signs explaining the situation when entering this street. This also made more ninjas and civilians want to join Konoha, because this represents the Konoha high-level officials' attention to their own villagers and their high-quality treatment. Today, the ministers of each department are sitting in the meeting room inside the Hokage building. The seats in this meeting room, main seat, Hokage. On the left and right of the Hokage are the minister and deputy minister of the Cage Guard. The remaining ones are 3 ministers on each side of the room. On the left, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Economics, and Ministry of Political Affairs. On the right, Urban Management Department, Patrol Department. Uchiha Teru is in charge of the Patrol Department, and Nara Fuichi is in charge of the Security Department. The clock hanging in the conference room showed 9 o'clock in the morning. This large-scale meeting held every 3 months has officially begun. Senju Hashirama sat in the main seat, looking at the people below, and said with a smile, Konoha has been developing for 3 months now. Can everyone report on their respective situations? Heitake Tenkong looked at Hashirama and said, Hokage-sama, the construction of our Konoha Ninja Academy has been completed and we are officially starting to enroll students. The academy has 2 main colleges which we collectively refer to as the Liberal Arts College and the Martial Arts College. The Academy of Literature has books on ninjutsu theory from various families. We quickly formed a unique system for Konoha. The highest level of theory is raised to the level of jonin. The next level higher is to join various departments as officials or to earn contribution points by completing tasks. The Martial Arts Academy is divided into 6 branches: wind, water, earth, fire, thunder, and special. These 6 branches are designed to more carefully explore the potential of students. After the chakra paper test, students can use it to find the ninjutsu that is more suitable for them to learn. These 6 academies also absorb the ninjutsu of all the families of Konoha, including secret techniques. It was because of the privileges provided by the Hokage that they were able to build a ninja academy unique to Konoha so quickly. Indeed, with the suppression of strength, coupled with the wonderful life in Konoha in the past 3 months, active cooperation is completely understandable. Although there are 1 or 2 blind people, after reporting to Hashirama, Hashirama directly came to the door in person, and the result can be imagined. Our curriculum consists of the theoretical knowledge in the liberal arts school, which all ninjas must learn. After that, there is the martial arts school, which is open at different times. Students can study at their own time, and there are teachers on duty to teach them. The academy opens at 8 a.m. and closes at 6:00 p.m. During this time, students who reach the genin level can freely arrange their studies. Once they reach the chinin level, they can apply for graduation or choose to continue their studies. Each person can stay at the academy for up to 10 years. After hearing this detailed report, Hashirama nodded and said, as for teachers, you should pay more attention to them. Their strength should not be lower than that of a jonin, including theoretical teachers. This is no longer the Warring States period. With the strength of our Konoha, we can fully afford to train Konoha's ninjas in this way. Yoryuki waited for Hashirama to finish speaking, then flipped through the records on the desk and said, ahem. Next, let me talk about Konoha's economic situation. Konoha's expenditure is currently divided into 3 parts: education, military, and urban development. These 3 will each account for 1/3. Since Konoha is now self-sufficient in food and other resources, we have absolutely no costs in this regard. As for the various wages, I will directly include them in the city construction. The total amount of funds currently spent by these 3 is 600 million silver notes per month. Hearing this, Hashirama was a little confused. He didn't expect that the monthly expenses were so high. Just as he was about to speak, Yoryuki continued, because Konoha was just established, the initial expenditure in this area will be so high, but it will gradually decrease later. Unless there is a huge population explosion, there will be an increase. And our income in Konoha in the past 3 months has reached 6 billion silver notes. Among them, the silver notes provided by the food are 5.1 billion. Everyone else present was stunned when they heard this huge number, because according to the Warring States period, the combined annual income of the 2 major clans, Uchiha and Senju, was only 10 billion. Moreover, because of the battlefield, the annual expenditure was just balanced with the income. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Yayi also grinned. This is mainly because we collected a lot of franchise fees in the early stages. Now the entire Ninja World franchise store market is approaching saturation. We charge a one-time franchise fee. Although the franchise fee will continue to decline in the future, as long as we continue to control the export of food ingredients, we estimate that the financial support from this aspect can reach 15 billion per year, and it will be long-term stable. Hashirama quickly asked, are our ingredients so important? Yuriuaki replied, I've opened up a lot of farmland not far from Kanaha, where I grow all sorts of ingredients. Only there can they have these unique flavors. If other franchisees use ordinary ingredients, the taste will be reduced by about 70%. People who are used to eating this kind of food won't buy it at all. When Hashirama heard this, he felt relieved and instructed his shadow guards to send a shadow-level ninja to build a house in the farmland and station there all year round. After saying this, Yuriuaki closed the record and gestured to Madara to continue. Uchiha Madara said, now our Kanaha has carried out diplomatic work with all the ninja villages of other major countries, and the political management within Kanaha is completely on the right track. Hashirama nodded and asked him which countries are willing to establish diplomatic relations. Madara looked at Hashirama with a cold expression, as if Hashirama looked down on him by saying this. In the first month, when my ninjas conducted diplomacy, only a few small villages were willing. The other ninja villages treated it with an attitude of neither refusing nor delaying. In the second month, I took the initiative to talk to them. When Madara said this, his obvious sinister nature was revealed. After my peaceful and beautiful communication, are actively conducting diplomatic work with us, and now they are willing for us to have economic exchanges with them. Our merchants can trade freely in their villages, and they will send ninjas to protect the trade routes in their countries and ensure the personal safety of our Kanaha merchants when conducting foreign trade. Also, all the small villages in the Land of Fire have become vassal villages of our Kanaha, and they hand over various supplies and silver notes to Kanaha every year. Hearing these words, Hashirama smiled and gave Madara a thumbs up, praising him, as expected of a motor, it's incredibly capable. After hearing this compliment, although he didn't show it on the outside, he was obviously happy inside. The next minister, Hinata, reported to Boppo Hokage, all of Kanaha's infrastructure, including the electrical wiring for each household, has been completed. Monitoring facilities have also been deployed. Our department's mission now is to continuously prepare for the next task based on future developments, and to perform maintenance on existing facilities at regular intervals to ensure that no problems arise. After Hinata Boppo's brief report, Uchiha Taro immediately spoke. The patrol department is now fully constructed, and its members are recruited by ninjas from various clans who have signed up and taken exams. And they have all been tested using the ninja stone tablets set up by Uchiha Madara-sama. Although the report was only 2 short sentences, Hashirama was already satisfied enough. The inspection committee is to prevent other officials from making mistakes in the future. Now that Kanaha has just been established, there are not many tasks for them to complete. The ninja steel is a special ninjutsu that can create an illusion to test the ninjas who join the patrol club. The ninjas who are being assessed will undergo 50 years of trials, and after verification by the examiners, those who succeed can join. Finally, Nara Fuchi reported, after the first month of assessment, all ninjas from various clans who are willing to join this department have completed the assessment and started working. In the past 2 months, these ninjas have also mediated many minor conflicts among the villagers. Currently, the public security in Kanaha is relatively good, and no serious incidents have occurred. After listening to the reports from the 6 departments, Hashirama talked a lot about external development with the ministers. The conversation lasted for 5 hours. Since they were all cage-level ninjas, they could withstand the intensity. After the conversation, everyone returned to their respective departments to continue working. Hashirama and Madara walked together to the newly built Hokage Rock and looked at the thriving Kanaha below, feeling particularly happy. Hashirama said to Madara, I followed your plan and implemented this first step, and successfully established Kanaha. Now that Kanaha is developing in a positive direction, our tribe is finally enjoying a peaceful life. Listening to Hashirama's sigh, Madara was thinking the same thing in his heart. Who would want to live in a war environment for years when they can live in peace? The two stayed together for a while before sitting down on the Hokage Rock and talking to each other. When Yoriuaki returned to the department, he called several elite jonin from the Uchiha clan and asked them to go out and look for the whereabouts of the tailed beast. He gave each of them a flying thunder god kunout, but after finding the tailed beast, they should throw it back where it was and come back to tell him, and he would go and capture it. This will be a long-term task. After all, the location of the tailed beasts is still relatively difficult to find out even at the fastest. It will probably take 2 or 3 months to find them all. Kanaha has gotten back on track, and next, Yoriuaki began his boring training time. Half a month later. While Kanaha was developing rapidly, the other 4 countries also built their own villages early on. Among them, the powerful hidden villages in the 4 major countries, their cages are the ones in the original work. Although Madara had once liquidated them, some of these big families had already seen the situation and arranged a group of the most promising ninjas and cage-level people to find their respective hiding places. There are also many smart people in the ninja world. The strength of these first-generation cages has reached the peak of the cage level, and they are only 1 step away. from stepping into the super cage level. But forget about comparing them with the two from Konoha. After all, there is nothing to compare with the Child of Destiny. The first generation of the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning was called the First Reikage. He had no real name, only a code name AI. The first Kaze Cage Re-2 of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind is also the most powerful Kaze Cage of the Sand Village in history. The Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water, the first Mizu Cage, the Ikoran, a powerful cage-level warrior. The first Tsuchikage, Ishigawa, of the Uegakure Village in the Land of Earth. These hidden villages are the most powerful forces among the four major countries now, and they have strong economic support from the daimyos of the four major countries. They have all entered a period of superfast development at the same time, but unlike Konoha, they have just been established, and the daimyos account for the majority of their economic sources, so their development is bound to be restrained. Unlike Konoha, which can develop completely self-sufficiently, the daimyos of the fire country are now very honest because of the existence of Konoha, and dare not make any other moves. At this time, in the Kaze Cage building of the Sand Village, Raito was sitting in front of the window, looking at the barren land, feeling extremely sad. Although the Land of Wind is not entirely desert, all the arable land has been occupied by their sand village, and the food produced is not enough for their village's consumption. He had no choice but to buy food from Konoha with silver notes every once in a while, which took up a large part of the funds of their ninja village. Now the Wind Country has not obtained the One Tail, and the magnetic escape technique has not appeared yet. Although the villagers are also panning for gold, the speed is too slow. He was worried about how to develop the economy of the ninja village. For a moment, huge pressure was placed on this man. The other three ninja villages were fine in this regard, but they also had to constantly buy food from Konoha. After all, the land in the Land of Fire was fertile, so they had no worries about food. Their previous food reserves could not support the newly established ninja village for long, because they had to constantly gather civilians from the big country in order to develop the ninja village, so they had to buy enough food. Konoha has Yoryuki's large formation, and the food grows very fast, so it can be fully supplied. They had thought about buying food from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but the daimyo didn't dare to buy at all. He was afraid of being liquidated by Konoha, so he hid himself completely. Moreover, they have to constantly adjust the politics of the ninja village during their development. Without the suppression of absolute strength, people's hearts cannot be unified and development will be stagnant. After a long period of thinking, they modified Konoha's Will of Fire, added their own ideas, and continued to spread it in the ninja village, intending to slowly brainwash these ninjas. At this time, Konoha had no time to take care of them. Uchiha Madara looked at the busy work and recruited a group of politically talented ninjas to handle the affairs. On the other side, among the ninjas that Yoryuki had sent out, 2 elite jonin had already returned. Seeing them coming, Yoryuki's mood improved a lot. After all, their return meant that they had found the traces of the tailed beasts. The ninja on the left bowed slightly, and then reported to Yoryuki, "Master Yoryuki, I have inquired with the ninjas of the Wind Country and, based on the information, have found the location of the One Tail. The Flying Thunder God Kunao has been placed near it." Yoryuki listened and asked him to step aside for the moment. The ninja on the right then reported, "Master Yoryuki, I found the Vulpix in a cave I found in the Land of Water, and the Flying Thunder God Kunao is also placed nearby." After hearing this, Yae was very happy and said to the 2 elite jonin, "This mission of yours is considered an S rank. Go to the mission department to claim your bounty and have it recorded." After Yoryuki finished speaking, a Chunin came out and handed a token to the 2 ninjas. When the 2 elite jonin heard that the reward was so good, they expressed their gratitude repeatedly. After all, they didn't have to gamble just to find the tailed beast, and an S-level ninjutsu was already a huge reward. After taking the token and taking a look at it, they knew that it was a representative badge for completing a special S-level mission. Hurry up and claim your rewards. You can continue searching. Finding one will count as an S-rank mission. After saying that, Yoryuki handed each of them a Flying Thunder God Kunao. After arranging his work for the next few days, he returned to the Uchiha clan territory in the center of Konoha, prepared himself, and put on the cage-level vest that Konoha had modified. Konoha has transformed armor into defensive vests of different stages. After special treatment, the defensive power of this vest is much better than the original armor of the Warring States period. It is also very light and very suitable for Konoha's ninjas. He activated his chakra, sensed something, and then his figure flashed and turned into a golden light and disappeared on the spot. In the wilderness, a cat was lying on the ground, looking at the sky, with a dull look in its eyes, thinking about something. Yoryuki appeared on the ground 3 kilometers away from him. He activated the Sage mode, rose high into the sky, opened his Mangekaya Sharinan and looked around in the air. After confirming the location of the One Tail, he burst out with an extremely fast speed and appeared in front of the One Tail in the blink of an eye. Yae was a little confused when he saw the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. Before it could attack, Yoryuki summoned the 8 tails. Seeing the appearance of the 8-tailed fox, it stopped raising its palm. Seeing this, Yoryuki stood on top of Yabi and said, "Shikaku, want to talk?" After half an hour after being brainwashed by Yoryuki, Shikaku also accepted what Yoryuki said. Yoriyuki stood in front of it and clapped his hands. Huge golden chains wrapped Shikaku into a ball and slowly dragged it into the seal inside Yoriyuki. Yoriyuki's spiritual world shook, creating a desert, and Shikaku fell into the desert. It looked around and saw Isofi sleeping not far away, who also fell asleep on the spot like it. Yayi looked around, and there was another flash of golden light, and he appeared in a cave in the Water Kingdom. After looking at the terrain, he directly summoned the three-tailed Isabu, sat on the shell, and rushed towards the six-tailed. At this time, the Vulpix sensed the appearance of the three-tails chakra, suddenly opened its eyes, and looked in the direction of Isabu. After another fierce verbal attack, the six-tailed rhino appeared in Yoriyuki's sea of consciousness, just like the one-tailed Shikaku. After returning to Konoha with a flying thunder god, he walked towards his exclusive training ground. This training ground was built for him by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at a cost of 1 month. For the sake of this training ground, the two of them kept coming here at night to reinforce it. Therefore, as long as the strength does not reach the peak of Super Shadow, it is impossible to break the defense of this training ground, and the attack cannot penetrate this venue. Yoriyuki felt the chakra of the four-tailed beasts within her body. Simply try to extract and aggregate together. At the beginning, this energy went out of control and exploded in Yayi's body. Because of the existence of the enhanced immortal body, the injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. Yayi tried for a few more days and finally began to find the balance point. The highest he achieved was 3 successful fusions out of 10. He exhaled, stood up and stretched his body. After leaving the training ground, I went back to the house, took a bath and changed my clothes. A man slowly walked around Konoha. He first walked to the civilian area to take a look. As he walked along, he saw that the villagers' conditions were obviously much better than those in the Warring States period. The houses were decorated and matched by the villagers themselves, and they were also varied. He looked around and saw that the surveillance cameras in many alleys had been installed and did not seem to be damaged. He was quite satisfied with the work of the urban construction department. Continue walking forward and you will soon reach the civilian snack street. As Yayi stepped in, the crystal ball placed at the intersection of the snack street flashed automatically, and he entered this place smoothly. Looking at the bustling scene ahead, he bought some snacks and ate while walking. He also saw that there were several genin in charge of maintaining basic order on this street to avoid dangerous incidents such as trampling. Finally, he came to the high-priced food area. Although the prices here were high, the number of people coming here was no less than that in the civilian area, and it looked very lively. Yayi chose a seafood restaurant, ordered some food, and found a seat to sit down and wait for the food. He sat and looked at the scene around him. After watching for a while, a person came forward. He suddenly opened his Sharingan and stared at him. I saw the guy from the opposite corner staggering towards me, holding a special spicy secret chicken drumstick in his hand. When Kakuzu saw Yoriyuki's Sharingan, he was stunned for a moment, then continued to walk to the seafood restaurant to pick up the food that he had requested to be packed, and walked towards the hotel without paying any attention to Yoriyuki. When Yoriyuki saw this situation, she also closed her Sharingan. The reason she opened it just now was simply to see how much chakra he had. Judging from the situation just now, Kakuzu should have a secret technique now, and his chakra amount is also quite high. His strength has at least reached the mid-level of cage. A cage with 5 lives is also quite strong. In the original work, there were some twists and turns in the way he obtained this secret technique. Lead EuroTMs talk about Kakuzu first. Kakuzu, as an elite of Takigakur, was sent by the village to assassinate the Hokage, but failed. Perhaps Hashirama didn't care at that time, so he escaped all the way back to the village. What awaited him was the stigma of mission failure and severe punishment. This was a very cruel act for a ninja who gambled his life for the village. With strong hatred, Kakuzu escaped from prison, took away the forbidden technique regarded as a treasure by the village, and also took away the hearts of all the superiors in the village. And now, because before the decisive battle between Uchiha and Senju, the two clan leaders massacred the other 4 countries, the ninja villages of other major countries have no other ideas now. They just want to hide themselves completely, develop, and plan to outlast the 2 Hokage, and then make the next move based on the situation. Kakuzu did not join the current Takigakur, but was a civilian ninja before. During the Warring States period, he was sent on a mission by a family he belonged to, and accidentally obtained this secret technique in a cave. Before he took away the secret technique, the family that possessed this secret technique and the family he depended on had been crushed by Mu-Ren with 1 punch. Therefore, the ninjas who escaped from that family were too weak and dared not speak out. They had to spread the news widely to condemn his behavior. As a civilian ninja, he has no sense of belonging to the so-called family at all. It just so happened that all the major forces were liquidated, so he turned into a bounty hunter. Shocked by Konoha's strength, he took on all missions except those related to Konoha. Up to now, he has saved up a lot of silver bills, including some properties he looted from families destroyed by the Senju clan. He has at least 700 million in his hands. Fortunately, no one knows that he has so much property, otherwise, those newly established ninja villages will definitely cause trouble for him. But he is still happy to be a bounty hunter. I don't EuroTMT know why he saves so much money. Maybe he is setting a goal for his life. Now, Yayi admires his speed in making money and is wondering whether he should recruit such a talented person. Now that the order in Konoha has been gradually established and improved, the conditions for outsiders to join Konoha have become much stricter, and there are many people who want to join Konoha. What Yoriuki was thinking about was whether he wanted it or not whether Kakuzu wanted it or not. The status of the two was completely not on the same level. After all, if everyone in the ninja world has a powerful force behind them, they will be much safer, not to mention the behemoth like Konoha. Kakuzu has also been invited by several other ninja villages, but he is still hesitant. He also applied to the ninja in charge of Konoha to join Konoha. Yoriuki happened to meet him and thought about this issue. As I was thinking, the seafood was served. Yayi immediately stopped thinking and started enjoying the food. Halfway through the meal, Uchiha Hui happened to come out for a walk. When he saw Yayi, he immediately sat next to him and ordered a lot of food from the store. Yayi saw Uchiha Hui and asked him with a smile, "How is this position assigned to you? Is it busy?" "Don't tell me, it's still relatively easy now. Konoha has just been established, and no one dares to embezzle." Uchiha Hui is obviously in very good condition now. After a few months, he seems to have completely gotten rid of the depressing atmosphere brought by the battlefield. After replying, Hui looked at Yoriuki, who was peeling shrimps, and took a large shrimp from his plate. "How have you been lately? I heard that you arranged your subsequent work in advance and returned directly to the clan territory. Are you planning to just ignore it from now on?" Yoriuki took a bite of the shrimp and replied, "No, it's mainly because of a breakthrough in cultivation. I need to cultivate for a few days. It just so happens that now is not the right time to take the next step. I will wait and see for a while." Hui nodded and sighed. "I never thought you could bring such an economic development plan to the village. You're quite ruthless. Not only do you profit from franchise fees from other countries, but you also force Konoha to control 60% of the food supply to other countries in the ninja world. And those franchisees are forced to buy your special ingredients. If they don't make changes in the future, as the population grows, you'll only get richer and richer. I admire you so much." Yayi also chuckled when he heard the compliment. Ryuho calls them stupid. After a pause, he spoke again. "Oh, it's not that they're stupid. We have no other options. We've mastered a lot of methods to speed up food growth. Or if you don't TMT by it. T will go hungry." After the two chatted for a while and finished the food together, Yoriuki and Uchiha Teru separated. After walking around for a while, I walked back. Half a month has passed. Yoriuki sat cross-legged in the training ground. The chakra of the four-tailed beasts in the body kept colliding, followed by a series of muffled sounds. A chakra coat composed of 4 colors appeared on Yoriuki's surface. He took a long breath, clenched his fists, and sensed this powerful force. "Clap your hands in front of your chest." Tailed Beast Fusion Technique, Magnetic Water Melt Bomb. A water ball wrapped in magnetic escape technique flew out from in front of Yoriuki and flew towards the special wooden stakes in the training ground. As the water ball was flying, the transparent magnetic force suddenly accelerated, separated from the water ball, and directly wrapped around the wooden stake. If it were a person, they would be temporarily controlled by this magnetic escape. Water polo hits. First, the powerful impact of the water ball knocked the wooden stake back several meters, and then the ability of the rhino dog attached to it came into play. The wooden stake was completely dissolved into a pool of liquid. When the water ball was about to fly backwards, Yayi took the initiative to control it to dissipate. Looking at the power of this ninjutsu, Yoriuki was also very satisfied. This is an attack that combines control, damage, and dissolution. With this dissolving ability, Yayi retracted his chakra coat and tested it briefly. With his flesh body, he reached out to touch the liquid, and his fingers were dissolved until only bones were left. Then he immediately withdrew his fingers, and the Vulpix's chakra blocked the solution that was about to continue corroding upwards, dispersing this force. The powerful vitality immediately took effect, and the finger returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. After witnessing the powerful strength of the tailed beasts, Yoriuki plans to further explore this ability and master it completely. In this way, when the wooden man is summoned in the future, it may be able to use this dissolving ability to attack people. After all, in the original work, even Susanoo couldn't stop the dissolution of the six-tailed rhino. After testing the abilities of this mode, Yayi sat cross-legged again and continued to familiarize himself with the method of fusing the 4 chakras. And so, a week passed. Yayi rested for a while and walked out. "I came to the office I hadn't been back to for a while. Ask the chinin next to you to bring the latest economic development information." After carefully looking at it for an hour or two and assigning a few small tasks, he asked this chinin to go find Kakuzu today. After confirming the mission, the chinin rushed to the hotel where Kakuzu was currently staying. After all, as a ninja who assists Yoriuki with miscellaneous tasks, he has registered and understood the ninjas that Yoriuki pays more attention to, so as long as these ninjas are in Konoha, he will know where they are. "Go into the inn and find Kakuzu's room." I knocked on the door and waited for a while, but no sound came from inside. According to the information, the other party is still in the food court. He went downstairs again and walked to the entrance of the food court. After telling the patrol team about the situation, the other party knew that it was Yoriuki who was looking for someone, so they immediately ordered them to go down and help. Less than 10 minutes later, the team members brought the news that they had found it, and the Chunin followed the captain to Kakuzu. At this time, he was sitting in a barbecue restaurant, with a piece of barbecued meat just in his mouth, when he saw a group of people coming towards him, staring at him. He became alert and immediately grasped the kunao inside his robe with his left hand, but he looked at the crowd that was getting closer and closer. Seeing the pattern representing Konoha ninja on the patrol captain's clothes, he relaxed again. After all, Konoha was still safe. In the past few months of the village's construction, he had never seen Konoha ninja deliberately harm any ninja who had done nothing wrong in the village. Kakuzu believed that he had not made any mistakes in the past few months in Konoha, so he was not panicked at all and took a few more bites of barbecue to calm his nerves. The Chunin behind the patrol leader walked up to Kakuzu and said, "Hello, Kakuzu-sama, our Minister of Economic Affairs, Yoryuaki, wishes to see you. After all, he is a cage-level ninja, so he should show due respect to the strong. As for why he didn't invite her, ahem. There are very few people in the ninja world who can be invited by Yoryuaki, and Kakuzu is not one of them." When Kakuzu heard this, although he was full of doubts, he did not dare to neglect it. After all, he was a minister of Konoha and he could not afford to offend him. He asked the store to pack up the remaining barbecue first, planning to continue eating after the meal was over, and then walked out with the Chunin. After a while, the two arrived at the Ministry of Economic Affairs building. Now each department of Konoha has its own building, and the small departments derived from these 7 major departments are also in the same building as these large departments and are under the control of these large departments. The Chunin knocked on the door, and Yoryuaki looked at the information and called out, "Come in." Kakuzu followed the Chunin into the office that belonged to Yada. After the Chunin brought the person in, he reported and left the office, closing the door. Kakuzu looked at Yoryuaki, who was sitting in the main seat in the center of this luxurious office. I didn't dare say much. After Yayi finished reading the report, he raised his hand and motioned him to sit on the sofa next to him. Kakuzu sat down calmly on the surface, but his mind was working at high speed, thinking about the purpose of Yoryuaki calling him here. Yoryuaki looked at Kakuzu, who was sitting down, and said calmly, "How have you been staying in Konoha lately?" When Kakuzu heard this, his mind raced for a moment, and he immediately replied, "I'm having a great time. I really enjoy Konoha's delicious food." Yoryuaki then asked, "What do you think of Konoha? What do you think of Konoha?" Kakuzu quickly replied, "Konoha is fine. I haven't done anything harmful to Konoha, and I don't have any bad thoughts about Konoha." When Yayi heard this, he knew he had misunderstood and smiled. "Kakuzu, do you want to join Konoha?" Hearing this, Kakuzu's mind froze for the second time and he stopped thinking. After a pause, he said excitedly, I want to very much, Minister, as long as you can let me join Konoha and let me do it. Anything goes. For today's ninjas, if they join Konoha, their safety is completely guaranteed. Although the outside world has become much more peaceful, that is compared to the warring states period. The real situation is still very dangerous. Except for the ninjas of Konoha that the big families dare not touch, other ninjas who are alone and have no power are easy for them to slaughter at will. If Kakuzu's money were ever exposed, he would definitely be hunted down by the other 4 villages. With such a large sum of money, the now impoverished big villages would definitely target him. If he had Konoha, he wouldn't have to worry about that. He would even be willing to pay the money. Having a safe and stable place to stay was a huge temptation for Kakuzu, who had been wandering for a long time. Yoryuaki looked at the excited Kakuzu, took out a wooden sign from the drawer and threw it to Kakuzu. Kakuzu quickly caught it and saw the word "Ya" engraved on it and the Konoha symbol on the back. He looked up at Yoryuaki. "Yeah," he said, "take this wooden sign and go to the security department. Find a director named Uchiha Tera. He will register you when he sees this wooden sign. Remember to tell me about your strength. After you successfully register, you will be a member of Konoha. As for your work, I will arrange it for you later." Kakuzu listened to what Yoryuaki said, thanked her repeatedly, and as Yoryuaki waved, he walked out. I closed the office door with my backhand. There was a golden sign hanging on it. The content on the sign was, Minister of Economic Affairs, Uchiha. Yoryuaki's exclusive office. After walking out of the Ministry of Economic Affairs building, he first asked the villagers of nearby Konoha about the direction of the security department, and then hurried there. And now Uchiha Hui is sitting in the office, looking at the newly submitted reports. After a while, there was a knock on the door. A Chunin in the office opened the door. Kakuzu held the card in his hand and looked at the sign hanging on it, which read exclusively for Uchiha Teru, Chief of Security Department. The office door opened and looked at the person who came in. Uchiha Hui was also stunned, and then he remembered the information he had seen before. This level of ninjas in Konoha had a rough level. Knowing that the other party was a cage-level ninja, he asked in a puzzled tone, "What are you doing here?" Kakuzu walked forward, placed the wooden sign on the desk of the uncontrollable Teru, and replied nervously, "Captain Yoryuaki asked me to give this to you, and then please take me to register and join Konoha." Uchiha Tera was holding Yoryuaki's wooden sign, and after hearing what Kakuzu said, he took out a form and asked him to fill it out. A few minutes later, he looked at the detailed form and first checked his strength. Kakuzu filled in the late cage level for himself. He looked up at Kakuzu and was surprised that this guy's strength was comparable to his. After reading the table, he took out a crystal ball and asked Kakuzu to transfer his chakra into it. After Kakuzu did as he was told, he felt that the formation beneath his feet was no longer particularly wary of him, and the feeling that he was being watched disappeared. After the two of them talked for a while, Kakuzu left. On the way back to the food court, Kakuzu was feeling very happy. I walked to the barbecue restaurant I had left before, asked the boss to take out the barbecue that he had packed earlier, and continued to enjoy the food. Today is definitely his happiest day that he has let down a lot of his guards since he successfully joined Konoha. The next day, after leaving the hotel, Kakuzu went to the political department. It is quite strict for a cage-level ninja like him to join Konoha. Generally, one has to undergo a long period of observation by the guard department before passing the first level of the assessment, but with Yoriuki's wooden token, he passed the assessment easily. The next step was to go to the political department to register again and receive a set of items representing Konoha. He walked into the political department building, walked around inside, and came to the door of a room that he looked up and saw a sign hanging on the wall that read, Uchiha Madara's exclusive office. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Uchiha Madara inside sensed Kakuzu's presence from the beginning, but he didn't care what he came for. At this time, Kakuzu came and knocked on the door, and Madara signaled to his assistant to open the door. Kakuzu walked in and saw Madara, who was hailed as the god of ninja together with Hashirama Senju. All the muscles in his body tensed up and his whole body was straight. Uchiha Madara just looked at him quietly. Kakuzu quickly said, Master Madara, I have passed the assessment of the security department with the recommendation of Master Yoriuki, and will now proceed to the next test. When Madara heard Yoriuki's name, he was instantly interested. Anyone who could be recommended by Yoriuki must have some extraordinary talents, so Madara asked calmly, Kakuzu, right, what are you good at? What can you bring to Konoha by joining it? When Kakuzu heard this, he blurted out, I'm best at making money. If I succeed in joining Konoha, I can make more money for Konoha. As he said this, he took out 90% of his belongings, bowed and handed them to the seated Uchiha Madara. Madara signaled his assistant to take it and count it. Kakuzu also changed the money into a bank card exclusive to Konoha. This bank was recently built by a group of scientific and technological talents under Yoriuki, and it has a complete and unique economic system. Uchiha Madara also smiled as he looked at the 7 bank cards in his hand, each with a maximum limit of 100 million. He didn't expect Jiao Du to be so rich. He handed the bank card to the assistant beside him and asked him to deliver it to Yae. When Kakuzu saw this, he felt relieved and just accepted it. Madara looked at Kakuzu in front of him, tapping the table unconsciously with his left hand fingers. After thinking about it, Kakuzu looked up. Kakuzu raised his head obediently and stared into Uchiha Madara's eyes. Madara suddenly opened his eternal Manjikaya, Sharingan, and with a surge of pupil power, Kakuzu was instantly pulled into the illusion. The scene shows the performance of the characters after they passed through Madara. Kakuzu had no idea that he was caught in an illusion, because Madara was completely crushed against a ninja of that level, not to mention that it was an illusion performed with the Sharingan. Kakuzu spent 30 years in Madara's illusion, during which Konoha experienced times of crisis and also times of glory. Although Kakuzu was a little erratic at the beginning, he never took the initiative to leave Konoha. As the illusion ended, Kakuzu looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him in a trance. Seeing his Sharingan, he knew that he had fallen into an illusion. He felt a little scared. He didn't expect that he had no resistance in front of Madara and was controlled so easily. Madara looked at Kakuzu in front of him and said, Your application to join has been approved. Go out and wait for a while, someone will meet you. After hearing this, Kakuzu bowed to Madara and walked out. He found a seat in the reception hall of the political department and sat down. His mind was gradually calming down from the experience he had just had in the illusion. Thinking of his performance just now, Kakuzu was also a little happy. Although he had thought about leaving Konoha several times, he thought that he had finally joined Konoha and had such a strong backer that if he betrayed and became a rebel, then if he wanted to join other big ninja villages in the future, he would probably have no hope at all. Moreover, he also believed that the strength of Konoha would never be easily destroyed. Even if the 4 major countries were destroyed, Konoha should still stand tall in the ninja world. Relying on this idea, he passed the test. Waited for a long time. A Konoha Jonin walked towards him, holding a scroll in his hand. When Kakuzu saw the person coming, he stood up immediately. Although the person's strength was much lower than his, he was going to confront him after all, so he couldn't be negligent. The Jonin greeted him, then took out a space scroll, handed it to Kakuzu, and said, Lord Kakuzu, congratulations on successfully joining Konoha and becoming a new member of the Konoha family. These are the clothes and house deeds that Konoha has prepared for you, a new cage-level ninja joining Konoha. The clothes inside are all Konoha's most popular styles, and they all have Konoha's unique logo on them. And this house deed is your first house in Konoha. It's already been packed, so you can move in directly. I'll take you to the address later. Kakuzu took the scroll, tucked it into his arms, and followed the Jonin to his new house. After arriving at the place, the Jonin left, letting Kakuzu adapt to the environment on his own, and told Kakuzu that he would be a cage-level ninja managed by Yoriyuki from now on, and that someone would come to him if there were any tasks in the future. Kakuzu opened the door and walked in. Looking at the slightly luxurious house, he sat on the sofa and his tense nerves completely relaxed. After changing into Konoha's clothes, the Konoha logo was vividly displayed on the heart, and a flame pattern was printed on the back. Kakuzu looked at the symbol. Although it was just an ordinary set of clothes, it looked different with the Konoha symbol on it. In addition to his strength, he has always been worried that the ninjas from the other 4 major ninja villages will come to trouble him. Now that he has Konoha as his backing, he finally doesn't have to worry anymore. A burst of laughter broke out from his mouth. After laughing, he decided to reward himself with a good meal to celebrate the day he joined Konoha. He took the bank card with more than 70 million yuan in it and walked towards the luxurious food street. Seeing the state banquet building, he stepped in. The receptionist and some waiters, seeing the Konoha logo on Kakuzu's clothes, congratulated him and gave him a warm welcome. Since Kakuzu came here many times, almost everyone knew him, but they didn't communicate with him much in normal times. Now that he joined Konoha, everyone felt at ease to talk to him. This was Kakuzu's first time encountering such a situation, and he was a little panicked, but he didn't react in any other way. He just responded to the congratulations awkwardly, a typical socially anxious ninja. After ordering a few delicious dishes, Kakuzu started eating. After his dishes were served, the restaurant brought out a few more delicacies that he had never tasted before. After the waiter explained, this was considered a welcome for him. When Kakuzu heard this answer, his sense of belonging to Konoha became even stronger. When paying the bill after eating, he seemed even happier when he heard that the Konoha ninjas could get a 20% discount on all the food in this food court. €1, and just like that, Kakuzu spent the happiest day ever. The ninjas outside who knew Kakuzu saw that Kakuzu had actually joined Konoha and successfully joined. They were all shocked, and some ninjas were very envious of those whose applications were still stuck. Some other ninjas who knew Kakuzu's strength originally had no intention of joining Konoha, but now have some thoughts on this. A few days later, Yoriyuki tried out several ninjutsu in the training ground. Then he thought he had been practicing on his own and now he had no idea what his strength was, so he planned to go find Madara to test the waters. The other side. In the other 4 major ninja villages among the 4 major countries, several cages have successively broken through to the super cage level. Feeling the powerful strength, they felt a little inflated, but thinking that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had broken through much earlier than them, they planned to stabilize for a while before planning Konoha's huge food profit chain. Yoriyuki went to the political department in the afternoon and happened to see Uchiha Madara walking out. With a grin, he brought up the idea of testing his own strength. Uchiha Madara accepted it with pleasure. Yet put one hand on Uchiha Madara and used Flying Thunder God to arrive at an uninhabited forest in the Land of Fire. As soon as the 2 men landed, they engaged in close combat. Yoriyuki suddenly threw his left fist towards Madara's cheek. Madara quickly kicked Yoriyuki away, and then kicked Yoriyuki with a right whip kick. While Yi raised his hand to block with his elbow, he used his legs to pull back and create some distance. Seeing this, Madara also stepped back and quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Sure enough, Yi clapped his hands as he walked out. Water style iron bullet cannon. This time, Madara anticipated Yoriyuki's attack and successfully blocked it. Uchiha Madara, who was hiding behind the earth wall, formed seals with his hands again when the water jutsu came. As the water ball hit the wall, he suddenly appeared from the side, facing Yoriyuki. Fire style, Sea of Fire. This is an S-level ninjutsu that Madara recently created, and it was perfected not long ago. Of course, when he fights with Yoriyuki, he must use the combat power of the cage level, otherwise the gap will be too big. That he is a super cage level peak, and he can't beat Yoriyuki, cough cough. Yoriyuki saw patches of fire coming towards him. The tailed beast chakra on his body exploded. Tailed beast secret technique, chakra coat mode. A set of chakra robes containing 4 colors was put on him in the blink of an eye. He clapped his hands and looked at the sea of fire that was almost reaching his face without any fear. Water style, Taketsubo no Jutsu. A waterfall fell from the sky and blocked Yoriyuki's way. With the enhancement of the 3 tails chakra, the waterfall seemed particularly large. Because all the ninjas from all the families in Konoha have handed over all their ninjutsu except the core secret techniques, Konoha now has a ninjutsu hall that replicates many ninjutsu. As long as you contribute enough, you can learn any ninjutsu in it, including quite a few S-level ninjutsu. After all, it contains the heritage of so many ninja clans. And after seeing the chakra operation methods of many ninjutsu, Yoriyuki simply learned those ninjutsu. Now, Yoriyuki knows at least 800 ninjutsu, if not 1,000. When the sea of fire and the waterfall collided, white smoke emerged. After a while, Uchiha Madara stopped attacking. It was obvious that this ninjutsu was not enough to break through Yoriyuki's defense. The 2 of them released the next ninjutsu at the same time. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. The 2 waves of fire collided with each other, and the surrounding trees were instantly burned to ashes, leaving a large open area. When Yi saw that he couldn't take it down, his magic power surged out. Secret technique, Sage Mode open. Yi's momentum reached its peak at this moment. When Madara on the opposite side saw this, the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan also appeared in his eyes. Yoriuki looked at Madara opposite him and said, "Uncle Madara, next I will test my Susanoo first, and then I will try my wood release." When Madara heard this, he nodded. His body turned golden, and the Nine Tails chakra surged out. Tailed Beast Chakra Coat. A Mangekyo Sharinan appeared in Yaika's eyes, and his magic power and eye techniques surged out at the same time, merging into each other. Immortal Technique Secret Technique Susanoo. The blue and white Susanoo is covered with a light blue film. The blue feather in his hand appeared in Susanoo's hand. He chopped directly towards Madara on the opposite side. Madara's eye power also surged, and a fourth form of Susanoo, exactly the same as Yoriuki's, appeared. Two swords appeared in his hands, and he blocked the blue feather in Yi's hand. Ping! The two knives collided with each other, instantly generating a huge force that exploded from the center of the collision, and all the trees nearby were destroyed by the damage. The two of them controlled Susanoo and chopped each other. Every collision generates enormous energy. Although there is no one in this forest, it is close to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Ninjas from some villages on the border of the Land of Lightning hurried to find their cage to report the matter. Yoriuki and Madara continued to hack at each other like this for about 10 minutes. Although they also hit each other, every time a crack appeared, the power in their eyes would surge out again, restoring the integrity of Susanoo. After trying several times, it didn't work. The blue feather in Yoriuki Susanoo's hand disappeared. Susanoo followed Yoriuki and did the same thing. Clap your hands in front of your chest. Senjutsu Susanoo Lightning Release Thunder Palm Strike. Susanoo's right hand was in a palm position and it slammed towards Madara opposite him. A terrifying bolt of lightning appeared from Susanoo's palm. On the other side, Madara saw this ninjutsu. His aura changed and he became obviously serious. He knew that his current form could not withstand this ninjutsu. The power in his eyes surged out again. Susanoo's armor disappeared, and the bottom part instantly grew legs. The body leaned to the left and the legs stepped up. Lightning struck, and Madara dodged the attack just in time. A huge deep pit appeared where the lightning struck. Yoriuki looked at Madara who was dodging away. Lightning also appeared in the other hand. Both palms continuously struck towards the location where Madara was. Seeing this, the two hands the sword swiftly slashed at the flying lightning, and the footsteps below kept retreating. When the two swords hit the lightning, explosions occurred one after another, like fireworks, exploding in the air. Yoriuki looked at Uchiha Madara who was getting farther and farther away inside. Now his Susanoo can only open the fourth form, and if he wants to go further, it is impossible with the current quality of his pupil power, so he can only try again when the time comes to open the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. After thinking about it, Yoriuki decided to use the last attack of Susanoo in the appearance stage. A huge amount of chakra surged out of his body, merging with magic power. Senjutsu Susanoo Thunderbolt Cannon. This ninjutsu combines the One-Tail's unique magnetic escape technique with the energy of Susanoo, making it an extremely powerful S-rank ninjutsu. The Susanoo on Yoriuki's body disappeared, and finally gathered into a coin-like object that appeared in front of Yoriuki. Although Susanoo disappeared, Yoriuki, who had activated the Sage Mode, was still standing in the air. He slapped the coin with his right hand. A terrifying bolt of lightning blasted towards Madara in the distance. When Madara on the opposite side saw this, he just wanted to dodge, but he found that an invisible energy locked him down, and he couldn't break free at this stage of power. Madara had no choice but to take out the uchiha fan that was hidden behind him. A round fan also appeared in Susanoo's hand. He slapped the flying lightning hard. The situation of being knocked away like before did not occur. The lightning directly smashed the uchiha fan into pieces when it hit it. A mushroom cloud enveloped Madara and he waited for a while. In the air, Yoriuki used his Sharinan to look towards the mushroom cloud. Madara's chakra still exists inside. Yoriuki clapped his hands. A breeze blew away out of nowhere. The smoke soon cleared away. Looking at Uchiha Madara inside, Yoriuki was stunned. At this time, Madara's Susanoo had disappeared, and he was standing there in Nine Tails mode. It looked like he hadn't been hurt at all. Seeing the stunned Yoriuki in the air, Madara smiled at him and shouted, "Boy, if I hadn't unleashed my Super Shadow level ability at the end, I might not have been able to withstand your attack. Your move is quite powerful, it's almost at the Super Shadow level. Do you want to continue trying? Are there any more advanced attacks?" When Yi heard this, he quickly replied, and more, and more. Try would release again. On the other side, the first Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village learned about the attack that broke out here, and after hearing the report from his subordinates, he hurried over here. Upon arriving, he saw this powerful jutsu and was completely stunned, staring at Yoriuki, who he had never seen before, in the air. He was also wearing a garment with the village emblem of Konoha. In addition, he had just seen Madara's Susanoo, which he would never forget in his life. At this moment, he didn't dare to rush in and ask the two men why they made such a big fuss at the border. I could only continue to watch the two people's subsequent fight from a distance. Yoriyuki took a deep breath. He clapped his hands together, and the remaining 3 layers of chakra in his body surged out. A wooden dragon appeared, but Yoriyuki did not control the wood dragon to attack Madara. Instead, he continued to circulate his chakra, fusing the 5th level of chakra with the mana in his body. A wooden man 100 meters tall appeared on the spot. The wooden dragon is wrapped around the wooden man. Yae appeared between the wooden man's eyebrows. Senjutsu would release wood dragon technique. Senjutsu would release wooden man technique. Madara on the opposite side saw Yoriyuki use these two ninjutsu. The power of the pupils appeared again. Secret technique, Susanoo, complete form. A Susanoo that was also 100 meters tall appeared. The wings shook. The forest was completely destroyed. Yoriyuki controlled the wooden man to attack Susanoo, but Madara obviously had no intention of attacking, because his Susanoo in this state had already reached the peak strength of the Super Shadow, and Yoriyuki could not withstand any random blow, so he simply used it as a sandbag to test its power. The first Raikage was looking at the terrifying Susanoo from a nearby mountain. The confidence brought by the promotion to Super Shadow was immediately shattered. He felt the strength in his body and clenched his fists tightly. The lightning chakra in the body turned into lightning and exploded in the fist. Uchiha Madara, who was standing at the center of Susanoo's eyebrows in the distance, glanced over here and then stopped paying attention to him. When Uchiha Madara glanced at the first Raikage, he felt like he was being stared at by something terrifying, and his hair stood on end. And it was not until Uchiha Madara looked away that he suddenly sat down on the ground, breathing in the fresh air. At that moment, he felt as if his blood had stopped flowing, and the first Raikage didn't dare to look anymore. He hurried away from here and fled towards the hidden cloud village. Yoriyuki looked at the Susanoo, which was as tall as 100 meters like herself. It was obvious that Uchiha Madara did not intend to use the 9 tails move. After all, it was a trial, and there was no need to save chakra for the next move, so this time the Susanoo seemed particularly large. The same reason why Yoriyuki's wooden man is taller than Hashirama Senju's before. At that time, Hashirama had to reserve most of his chakra to use the ultimate move of wood release, which was really thousands of hands, so the wooden man was so short, but the quality was stronger than Yoriyuki's wooden man. After all, it was a chakra attribute of higher quality. Yoriyuki first controlled the wooden man and punched Susanoo a few times. At the same time, the wooden dragon continued to attack. After a few minutes of use, I saw that it had no effect at all. The tailed beast chakra on Yoriyuki's body suddenly wrapped around the wooden man's fist. Senjutsu tailed beast secret technique 6-tailed dissolving fist. The wooden man's fist was covered with a solution unique to Vulpix. The magic power in it prevents the solution from harming the wooden man, but instead allows it to perfectly merge with the wooden man's fist. Yoriyuki dispersed the wooden dragon's presence. This makes the wooden man a little stronger. Looking at Uchiha Madara, shouted loudly, "Uncle Madara! Next is my most powerful attack. Don't underestimate it. Be prepared." When Uchiha Madara heard this, he also perked up. He looked at the energy on the wooden man's fist and was ready to dodge in time if an accident occurred. Yoriyuki controlled the wooden man and punched Susanoo in the abdomen. Uchiha Madara stared at the incoming fist. I saw the moment when the fist hit Susanoo. Following the sound of ZZ, Susanoo's abdomen was directly pierced. A big hole was revealed. And this chakra with dissolving ability is still constantly corroding the Susanoo near the cave entrance. Uchiha Madara quickly mobilized the chakra and I power in his body and suppressed this energy. And Yae blasted out a few more rounds. Several large holes appeared. Uchiha Madara had no choice but to disperse Susanoo, and then the chakra in his body exploded in front of him. The whole person hid hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Yae also removed the wooden man. Looking at this powerful force, I feel particularly happy. After all, in the original work, Vulpix's solution has the ability to dissolve Susanoo, and he successfully used this power. This greatly increases the damage of his wooden man. Of course, this is not him defeating Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Madara had raised his sword to attack him at that time, he felt that the wooden man would have been split in half. After all, the two are not on the same level. Yoriyuki used Flying Thunder God to teleport to Uchiha Madara's back, and Ban took a few steps forward and turned around. Looking at Yae in front of him, he asked, "What was that energy in your wooden man's fist just now? Even my Susanoo defense couldn't stop it. Even Hashirama couldn't do it." Yae replied cheerfully, "Uncle Madara, that's Vulpix's ability." "The Vulpix's ability? Do the tailed beasts have other abilities?" Madara asked with some confusion. After all, he had never known about these things. The only 2-tailed beasts he had seen were the 8 tails and the 9 tails, so he didn't know much about this. Seeing this, Yoriyuki put his hand on his shoulder and used Flying Thunder God to take him back to Konoha. The two of them sat in Yes house like this. Yoriyuki took out a scroll and handed it to Uchiha Madara, and slowly said, "One tail, named Shikaku, it has the strongest defense of all the tailed beasts. At the same time, the one tail can use sealing techniques, wind escape, magnetic escape, and some ninjutsu that he has recently learned." Let me first say that in the original work, the ability given by Gaara's mother is the ability to protect the sand itself, not the ability to control the sand. Two-tailed, named Matatabi, specializes in fire escape techniques and is also good at speed-based physical attacks. Three-tailed, named Isabu, it masters water style and wind style, but it can combine the chakra of these two attributes to use the bloodline limit of ice style. For tails, named Sun Wukong, the most powerful of all the tailed beasts, it possesses extraordinary strength and has created its own unique physical techniques. It also possesses the melting chakra that is a fusion of earth and fire chakra, which is also a type of bloodline limit. Five-tailed beast, named Muo, he is the fastest of all the tailed beasts, possessing absolute speed. He also masters the boiling release, which is also a type of bloodline limit. Vulpix, named Rhino Dog, it possesses the power of dissolution, which is also a type of Kekii Genkai. Even Susanoo cannot resist its dissolution. When Madara heard this, he remembered the Susanoo that had just been pierced through by the wooden man's punch. Yoriyuki continued, seven-tailed beast, named Chongming, it is the most suitable tailed beast for support among the nine-tailed beasts. Not only can it fly, but it can also become invisible. The dust it emits can also explode. If used well, it can cause considerable damage. Eight tails, known as the Jyoki, it is the strongest of the tailed beasts, with the second highest chakra output. It can use its tentacles as a stand-in to escape. Another ability is the ink seal, a special sealing technique. In the original story, even Sasuke and Pain couldn't tell the difference between this escape technique and the original. Nine-tailed beast, named Kurama, it has the largest chakra among the tailed beasts, which is almost unlimited. It also has attributeless chakra. When using it, it can be transformed by adding its own chakra. At the same time, it also possesses the ability to perceive good and evil, and can sense the good intentions and evil thoughts of those around it. So each tailed beast has different abilities, and each of their power levels reaches the super shadow level. It's just that I can't bring out their full strength now. Uchiha Madara nodded and said, "No wonder you want to collect the tailed beasts so much. Apart from the 10 tails I mentioned earlier, I didn't expect that these tailed beasts are so powerful." Then he asked, "What is the bloodline limit recorded in this scroll of yours?" "This one." Yoriyuki continued, "In the ninja world, in addition to the 7 basic attributes, these ninjutsu can also be integrated, which can be divided into 3 situations. First, bloodline limit. A bloodline limit is formed by combining any 2 chakra changes into a new one. The combined bloodline limit can be inherited. The second one, bloodline elimination. Bloodline elimination is a combination of any 3 chakra nature changes. It is stronger than the bloodline limit, but it cannot be inherited. The last one is the most powerful Kekii Gora. Kekii Gora is composed of the 7 basic chakra attributes. The power of the ninjutsu used by the Kekii Gora is also the most powerful force in the ninja world. However, similar to the Samsara Eye, Sharingan, and Shikadari, they are all Kekii Genkai, but they are not like the fusion of 2 chakra properties. They belong to a special category. After hearing these words, Madara thought about it for a moment and asked a question that Yoriyuki had not thought of. "Then can we in Konoha use the power of the tailed beasts to create some ninjas with bloodline limits?" When Yayi heard this question, he was also stunned. After thinking carefully for a while, he replied, "You can try, but it won't be 100% successful." Madara stood up, waved his hand, and walked out. "Then try it. From now on, Konoha will help you speed up the search for the tailed beasts. Go ahead and do it. The ninja world will belong to you, the new generation." The first Raikage who escaped back was now slumped in the Raikage building. The previous scene kept replaying in my mind. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan seemed to carry some great terror. The moment it stared at him, he felt endless negative emotions rushing towards him. This was the most terrifying scene he had ever seen in his life. After a long pause, the thoughts in my head were still in a mess. I can't understand why they would show up at the border, simply to show off their strength? Who was the other one fighting with Madara, and why didn't Madara fight back? Just acting for him? Deterrence? It seems that he is not qualified. If he wants to give a warning, he can just come to their door and they won't be able to stop him. After thinking for a while, he urgently summoned all the senior leaders of the Hidden Cloud Village, and a meeting to discuss this incident began. Another month passed. Konoha. Yoriyuki looked at the sky, thinking in my heart, "It's already June in Konoha. Midsummer is coming. Tidy up a bit. Today is the big meeting that starts every 3 months." A golden light flashed on Yoriyuki's body, and she appeared in front of the Hokage building. The 2 guards saw Yoriyuki suddenly appear and were about to stop him. After seeing who it was, he returned to his original position and respectfully greeted Yayi. When he entered the Hokage building, he clearly felt that the building had become more solid, and he probably couldn't break it in his normal state. It seems that Hashirama is constantly reinforcing the building through wood release. He walked to the meeting room and sat in his seat. After waiting for a while, everyone arrived. After reporting the current situation of Konoha to the Hokage, Hashirama Senju, they started talking about the future development of Konoha. First, Uchiha Madara started by bringing up a topic: now we in Konoha have two choices, continue to develop and accumulate strength, or start a war to obtain more resources? As soon as this topic came up, Hashirama, who was in the main seat, had his pupils shrink. He obviously didn't expect that Madara wanted to start a war so early. Then everyone discussed this topic for 2 hours. Come to a conclusion. Konoha is now in a period of rapid development. If a war is started rashly, Konoha's development will stagnate. Moreover, none of the other 4 countries have land as fertile as the Fire Country. And this most fertile land is still in the hands of Konoha, so there is no need for them to fight for new land now. And this rapid development of Konoha will continue for more than 10 years. During these 10 years, Konoha's strength will definitely be higher than that of the other 4 countries. If a war is started, the gains will outweigh the losses. For this purpose, Yi also came up with a plan for sustainable development in the next 10 years. There are endless ways to develop the economy in it, and when this plan was taken out, several ministers around were stunned. Hashirama was even more surprised and said, I didn't expect you to have already formulated a plan for the next 10 years. It seems that it was right to entrust the Ministry of Economic Affairs to you. Yi felt a little guilty when he heard this, and then he thought shamelessly, what the system gave me is mine, so what? Yes, it is mine. Several other ministers also began to discuss how Konoha should develop next. Uchiha Madara said, the total population of Konoha has now exceeded 2 million. In the past few months, not only have some civilians from the Land of Fire come to Konoha, but also many civilians and powerless ninjas from the other 4 major countries have come to Konoha. There are still many who have not joined Konoha. What should we do with these people? Do you have any other ideas? As for my thinking, if you fail the test, you just have to be kicked out. Hashirama thought about it for a while and felt that this was not appropriate, but he could not think of a good solution. At this time, the honest man Heitaki Tenkong said, Ahem, I think we can let them do some of Konoha's chores, so our villagers don't have to waste their time on this. When Yi heard this, the evil capitalist thought emerged and his eyes lit up. Good guy, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I think so. Let those who want to join Konoha but don't meet the requirements do the dirty work. Let's just make it 5 years. During these 5 years, just pay them a certain amount of wages every month, enough for their food and shelter. If they don't make any mistakes in these 5 years, they can join Konoha. When the other few people heard this, they smiled at each other and agreed to this strategy. After everyone discussed what was going to happen next, Hyagabupo said at the end, now that Konoha's infrastructure has been built, it may cost a lot of money to optimize it. This includes but is not limited to Konoha's hospitals, ninja schools, and other large buildings, and a lot of them will have to be built, so we might need a major financial support from Konoha. Upon hearing this, Hashirama, who was in the main seat, waved his hand and said, it's okay, go ahead and build it. As long as it's beneficial to Konoha's development, just do it. Minister Yi has already laid a golden mountain for you. It's up to you to decide how to use it. Back home, Yoryuki didn't rest. Instead, he went to the training ground again. He activated the sealing technique in his body and released all 4-tailed beasts. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the 4-tailed beasts. As his sage mode appeared, he slowly rose into the air. The chakra of the 4-tailed beasts turned into a silk thread and wrapped around his body. Yoryuki continued to refine the chakra of the tailed beast for training. The other side. In the Uchiha clan's territory, there was a group of Uchiha clan members who, although they were not interested in the war at first, still hated the Senju clan. There are only about a dozen people in total. The most powerful one is just an elite jonin. The topic they discussed was how to incite hatred within the clan to intensify the hatred of the Senju clan towards the Senju clan, in order to occupy more resources of Konoha. But what they couldn't see was that there were several tribesmen on the roof staring at them, but they couldn't sense it at all. This scene happened in many clans, but they were all watched by family members. Not taking action is giving them a chance, but if they dare to actually start implementing it, they will be attacked by a dimensionality reduction attack and buried in the ground. There are 2 exceptions. Those are the 2 small clans, Sarutobi and Shimura. Their clan leaders also get together often. These things are also discussed privately, but without exception, no one dared to implement it. Although Konoha was established less than a year ago, the idea of the Will of Fire has already spread, and everyone thinks that Konoha is a whole. And if anyone dares to harm Konoha and wants to make them return to the days of constant war during the Warring States period, they would kill this unjust person even if it cost them their lives. The next day, Yoryuki watched as the ninjas sent out to find the tailed beasts returned, and reported the location of the remaining tailed beasts. After Yoryuki asked her assistant to give them rewards, she packed up and prepared to collect the tailed beasts. A golden light flashed, and Yoryuki arrived at the location of the 2-tail. In a bamboo forest, a big blue cat was lying comfortably on the ground. Many small animals around it were not afraid of it at all and were coming and going around it. Yoryuki also smiled when he saw this scene. After all, the 2-tail is considered to be the one with a relatively mild temper among the tailed beasts, and this scene further confirmed this. Sensing the sudden appearance of someone, Airway rolled over and stood up. It slowly walked towards this side, wanting to see who had entered its territory and was carrying the aura of several other tailed beasts. Looking at the approaching two-tailed fox, Yoryuaki summoned the three-tailed fox. After a friendly exchange, the sealing technique on Yoryuaki's hand emerged. The golden chain dragged the Nibi Matatabi into Yoryuaki's body. Another golden light. Yoryuaki appeared in a group of rocks in the land of Earth. As soon as she arrived, she sensed a battle in the distance. I saw that the first Tsuchikage Ishigawa was very skilled in earth escape techniques. With the help of two cage-level ninjas nearby, he was able to suppress the four tails in the battle. Yoryuaki activated Sage Mode and hovered in the air. Seeing that the four tails even used the melt release, it still couldn't gain the advantage. And his extraordinary strength was also blocked by the two cage-level ninjas on the other side who kept releasing ninjutsu to stop him. It's not very useful at all. Yayi saw that the four tails were about to give up. With a wave of his hand, the golden chain was thrown out, and the five-tailed beasts in Yayi's body appeared out of thin air. When they first came out, they were a little confused, but when they saw the extremely embarrassed Saiwei not far away, they became angry. After all, even if their relationship is not very good, they have been together for quite a long time, and the Six Paths Sage once told them to get along well. After getting Yoryuaki's permission, all five-tailed beasts rushed towards the battlefield. When Tsuchikage Ishikawa saw five-tailed beasts dozens of meters tall appear out of thin air not far away, he didn't think twice and used a ninjutsu to repel the four tails, then quickly fled the scene. The two cage-level ninjas followed closely behind. After the four-tailed fox smashed the earth wall in front of it with one punch, it was also stunned to see Ishigawa running away. When he turned around and saw several tailed beasts appear, he was very shocked. The five-tailed beasts were not as fast as them, so they stopped and released their tailed beast balls in the direction of each other's escape. Including the four tails, six-tailed beast balls appeared out of nowhere. With a loud bang, the tailed beast ball exploded. A huge deep pit appeared on the land in front due to the explosion of the six-tailed beast balls. Among the three opponents, there was a cage-level ninja who was not good at escaping and was also overwhelmed by the explosion of the tailed beast ball and died on the spot. The other two are already on the edge of the tailed beast ball. In addition, he continued to release earth escape techniques, which blocked the attack. After blocking it, he did not stop, but burst out all the chakra in his body and escaped from here. Although Yoryuaki can catch up, there is no need to do so. He is not planning to deal with the forces of the four major countries now, otherwise Black Zetsu will probably have no place to show his abilities. He also had to hurry to capture the tailed beasts, otherwise if Black Zetsu noticed him, he would definitely interfere. Yoryuaki opened his Sharingan and watched Ishigawa moving further away. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his raised hand. Shihi, who was fleeing far away, obviously paused for a moment, and resumed his escape speed when Yayi put down his hand. Yoryuaki landed in front of the four tails, and the other tailed beasts had already persuaded it. Yoryuaki waved her hand and a golden chain appeared, pulling the four tails into Yoryuaki's body. The other tailed beasts also disappeared into thin air and returned to the Sea of Spirituality. The next two beasts, five-tailed King Muo and seven-tailed Shijiki, didn't have so much trouble and were easily taken into Yoryuaki's arms. After defeating the last tailed beast, Yoryuaki flew back to Konoha as the Thunder God. In the following days, Yoryuaki continued to familiarize herself with the chakra of other tailed beasts in the training ground. The Ministry of Economic Affairs doesn't need too much instruction from Yayi. With the plan, they just need to proceed according to it. Even if there are some minor problems in the middle, they can solve them with their abilities. So as long as there is no big trouble, they will not come to Yayi. On the other side, the Tsuchikage Ishigawa who escaped back did not stop to rest at all, but just like the Reikage last time, he went straight to the Tsuchikage building and collapsed in his seat when he arrived, a look of embarrassment on his face. The Tsuchikage, slumped in his seat, couldn't understand why five-tailed beasts appeared out of nowhere. Even from Madara, he had only heard that the other party had one nine-tailed beast and that if there were other tailed beasts, they would have been released long ago during the battle. Unable to figure it out, the Tsuchikage had to keep recovering his chakra at that position. It was late at night. The remaining extremists in each family planned to start an uprising tonight. At least they planned to create some damage and frame the clan they hated. They have a good understanding of each other, and their first target is the high-end food street that makes a lot of money. But when we first arrived here, people from several other clans also came, and the food street was still crowded at night. They were just about to set up the detonating talisman. He was instantly knocked unconscious by the shadow guard who had been following them. After all, he was not a strong man in the clan, and he had no power to resist the many attempts by strong men like Shadow Guard to stop him. That's it. The guards patrolling the streets noticed what was happening. As soon as I walked over to check the situation, I saw the other party politely showing the badge representing his identity as a Shadow Guard. Immediately, the guards helped the other side carry the knocked-out ninjas. Many people around also noticed this situation. Many members of the clan occasionally recognized a few acquaintances. They were not brought to the Hokage. Instead, he was brought before Uchiha Madara. Madara looked at the guys in front of him who were trying to destroy the piece. Have someone destroy the opponent's tendons and veins, making them unable to move, and have someone fix them in the center of the Hokage square. A while passed. Many villagers saw the ninja tied to the stake. Uchiha Madara moved a chair and sat in front of them. The knocked-out ninja gradually woke up. Seeing the villagers watching from the audience, he was about to run away, but found that he could not move at all. Some ruthless ones wanted to commit suicide immediately, but they found that even their mouths were fixed, and they could not circulate chakra. Their meridians were completely blocked by the Hyuga clan's ninjas. They looked at the villagers in front of them with despair. He kept cursing Uchiha Madara, who was sitting in front of him, in his heart. After seeing that they were all awake, Madara asked his assistant to announce their crimes. The villagers below were loudly condemning them, angrily cursing their idea of wanting to disrupt the peace. As Madara's Sharingan appeared, a red light flashed, and in that second, these people were tortured in the illusion for decades. The moment the illusion was resolved, the guard next to him raised his sword and killed all the people on the wooden stakes. Madara walked in front of the platform. Running Chakra said, "Now that the extremists and several families have been eliminated, those two can't even be called small families. Keep your claws in check. If you show up again, you will disappear from Konoha." After saying that, Madara left in a flash. When the patriarchs of the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan heard this, they were extremely angry, but they had no choice but to go back and order their men to behave themselves. After all, with their current strength, they cannot resist Konoha's purge. There is no news in the ninja world yet that Yoryuki has captured all the tailed beasts. So Black Zetsu has no information about what Yoryuki did. Now Black Zetsu is still expanding his underground base. This place was built when he was in the ninja sect. He also collected a lot of powerful ninjutsu when the two sides of the ninja clan ended. During the Warring States period, he also roamed around the ninja world and collected a lot of secret manuals. However, his talent in ninjutsu is not very strong. After so many years, he has only cultivated to the peak of Super Shadow. However, he has very few means of attack. He has no talent in this aspect of ninjutsu. He is only gifted in escaping and hiding. Therefore, his Super Shadow peak is only reflected in the aspect of speed. His biggest advantage is his huge chakra. Therefore, if he were to face either Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, he would be bullied. Not to mention these two, even if he fought head-on with the newly promoted Super Shadows from the other 4 countries in the ninja world, he might not be able to defeat them. Looking at this underground base, Black Zetsu felt very happy. Over the years, he even collected the remaining remains of the Ten Tails, and now they are displayed in this base. He looked at the 100,000 white Zetsu sleeping on the other side. After making sure that there were no accidents, he turned into a black shadow and escaped towards the Water Kingdom. These white Zetsu are all people who were affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi when Kagaya Atsutsuki was around. After being affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi, they were wrapped in the divine tree. If they join the cells of the divine tree, they will be resurrected, and the resurrected people will become white Zetsu. They are all cannon fodder to fight against Kagaya Atsutsuki's enemies. Each of them has greatly enhanced speed and strength, has no emotions, and completely obeys Kagaya's command. The most terrifying thing is that they have no sense of pain. This means that each of them has strength equivalent to that of a Chunin or above. And this sacred tree, also known as the Ten Tails, was difficult for Hashirama to approach, so Black Zetsu extracted the cells of the Ten Tails and created these white Zetsu, who all obeyed him alone. Black Zetsu arrived at the Land of Water soon. With his peak Super Shadow speed, he soon reached the Water Kingdom. He first dived underground and rushed towards the Hidden Mist village. Black Zetsu stopped at the bottom of the Mizu Cage building and sensed that there were only 4 or 5 cage-level ninjas in this village besides the Mizu Cage, the Super Cage. After thinking for a moment, he left a box of detonating talismans under the building and engraved his chakra on them for activation. He didn't expect that the Water Kingdom was so weak during the Warring States period, and that such a powerful village in the Water Kingdom had so few strong people. After leaving the detonating talisman, he quickly fled to the entrance of the Hidden Mist village. Coming out from underground, the guard saw the man who suddenly appeared and immediately sounded the alarm and shouted at him, "Who?" Seeing that Black Zetsu didn't react, they looked at each other and suddenly attacked Black Zetsu. But Black Zetsu turned the 2 men into ashes with 2 fire escape shots. Seal with hands. Activate the detonating tag under the Mizu Cage building. In an instant, the Mizu Cage building was directly engulfed by the huge explosion, and the first generation Mizu Cage Byakuran inside reacted instantly, pulled a few ninjutsu around him and jumped out of the window. Escaped a disaster. When a cage-level ninja appeared at the gate of the Hidden Mist village, Black Zetsu fought with him for a while, then pretended to accidentally leave behind the forward protector with the Konoha logo. After that, he used a wind escape to repel him, laughed loudly and escaped on the spot. The cage-level ninja chased for a while, then gave up when he saw that he couldn't catch up. When he returned to the scene, he saw the forward protector at a glance. He picked it up and saw the Konoha logo, and his expression became gloomy. Back in the village, I saw the destroyed Mizu Cage building and the Mizu Cage Byakuran who was constantly sensing the enemy in the village. He quickly flashed to Bai Lian's side, handed him the forward protector, and said, "This was dropped by the enemy when we just defeated him. I guess he was the one who blew up the Mizu cage building." Bai Lian said with a gloomy expression, "This person is very secretive, I don't even know when he sneaked in." Judging from the current situation in the ninja world, it might really be Konoha, but why? We haven't had any conflicts with Konoha recently, and there's no point in doing this. The cage-level ninja said, "When I fought that guy just now, after he repelled me, he left at a speed even faster than you, the Mizu cage. Even if the opponent is not a Konoha ninja, we still need to be more vigilant. Hasn't Konoha already set up some kind of village protection formation? Let's set up one in the Hidden Mist village as well. At least it can enhance your perception ability and prevent this kind of situation from happening again." Bai Lian nodded when she heard this and let the ninja world handle it. She squeezed the forward protector hard and put it in her bag. In the following days, Black Zetsu attacked villages large and small in the ninja world, and without exception, he left behind Konoha's forward protectors. This action was not intended to frame Konoha, but purely to sense the current strength of other villages in the ninja world. Leaving the forward protector was just a casual act. What if some fool believes it, right? Finally, Black Zetsu rested for a while and came to the vicinity of Konoha. It was evening. He suddenly used ninjutsu, turned into a black shadow, and disappeared into the ground. He had refined this ninjutsu for nearly 1,000 years and it had become very perfect. Even if he was underground, with his perception, he could still be aware of his surroundings. Soon he arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory in the central area of Konoha. 3 people in Konoha opened their eyes at the same time. The mental power of Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Yoryuki has always been connected to the Bagua formation. Therefore, their perception ability was maximized in Konoha, and because the tailed beast in his body greatly enhanced his perception of the chakra of each other in the ninja world, he also discovered the black absolutely. However, he is now activating the breath-retaining ability of his sage body to the maximum extent, so that the chakra of the tailed beasts does not leak out at all, so Black Zetsu did not discover the tailed beasts in Konoha. Sensing that they had arrived in the Uchiha clan's territory, the 3 of them met in the Hokage building and looked at each other. Continue to observe what the other party wants to do. Soon, Black Zetsu opened a secret room under the house where the Uchiha clan worshipped their ancestors and left a stone tablet. Very carefully, he connected the passage of the secret room to the floor of the house. Just like that, after completing it, Black Zetsu quickly escaped from Konoha. The 3 of them finally relaxed. Yayi immediately suggested going to see what the other party had left behind. A flying thunder god took Hashirama and Madara to the clan territory. The 3 of them walked back and forth in the ancestral temple. The secret room was soon discovered. After walking in and seeing the words on the stone tablet, he smiled. It only says, "The Megatama Sharingan can only be opened after a member of the Uchiha bloodline has gone through severe pain." The same is true for the Megatama Sharingan evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan, but from this stage onwards it requires the owner to have considerable talent. The next eternal Mangekyo Sharingan requires the fusion of the Eye of the Destined. Finally, there is an even greater power beyond the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's called Samsara Eye. The condition for opening it is to obtain the power of the all-seeing, and it can only be opened when the blood of the 2 merges. Uchiha Madara and Yoryuki opened their Sharingan and read all the information. Hashirama, who was standing next to him, couldn't see anything at all, so he had to understand through Yoryuki's words. Madara had seen this stone tablet before, and it was from it that he learned how to advance the eternal Mangekyo. However, he never looked at the stone tablet again after the advancement. Unexpectedly, Black Zetsu moved the stone tablet from the former Uchiha territory. He looked at Yoryuki. When Yayi saw Madara looking at him, he slowly told the origin of the stone tablet. The person who left this stone tablet behind is the legendary sage of 6 paths. In order to prevent Indra's descendants from going astray, he left this stone tablet to guide them. Hopefully, it can put them on the right track. Everything recorded here is correct, including the Rinnegan, but this Rinnegan was indeed added by Black Zetsu. Furthermore, this stone tablet will only reveal its contents when one's pupil power reaches the required level for each stage, so only we, the Uchiha clan, can see it. The fact that Black Zetsu can modify something is probably because he separated from Kagaya's body and gained some of her power. Madara looked at Hashirama next to him. Hashirama grinned at him, and he silently averted his gaze. Then he asked Yayi, "What is this all-encompassing power?" Yoryuki replied, "It's the cells from Hashirama's body. This must have been carved by Black Zetsu. If your 2 powers can be combined, it is possible, because you are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. If it were someone from another tribe, it wouldn't work, so this method is obviously used against you. I guess he will create conflicts in the village and make you quarrel, but if it weren't for what I told you, you would definitely leave the village and be deceived by him." Madara and Hashirama listened to what Yoryuki said, and kept simulating the scene in their minds, and they both felt a cool breeze blowing on their backs. Madara slowly asked, "Since this person is so insidious, why keep him around? With our combined strength, we should be able to take care of him." Yoryuaki used Flying Thunder God to bring them to the Hokage Rock and looked up at the sky. I still don't know whether the Sage of Six Paths is still alive, and our enemy is too powerful. Even Kagaya Atsutsuki, the most powerful ninja in the ninja world, did everything to resist the opponent's arrival. Our most powerful force now is only at the Super Shadow level, that you must hurry up and step into the Six Paths of Strength so that you can protect yourselves. Konoha's current development does not require us to interfere too much. As long as we maintain our absolute strength, we can easily suppress any problems that arise. Madara and Hashirama both nodded. Yoryuaki turned back to look at the two of them. Tomorrow I will take you into a laboratory. It now has the most powerful medical facilities and medical knowledge reserves in the ninja world. When the time comes, you two can transplant each other's cells, and after a period of training, you will be able to enter the Six Paths level. The two looked at each other and agreed. Then Yoryuaki asked them to what extent their chakra properties had been developed. They all have one answer: it's like something is blocking our way forward. Our chakra has already been developed to the point where it can't be any stronger. If there is no other way, I guess we will have to stop here. Yi nodded and said, the ninja world is still based on bloodline after all. It's okay. As long as you combine your abilities, you will definitely go further. Indeed, the ninja world is all about bloodline. Those who have reached the pinnacle of the ninja world all have the bloodline of the Atsutsuki. Let's not talk about the Atsutsuki clan that invaded the ninja world. Take Kagaya Atsutsuki for example. Although she became so powerful because she ate the fruit of the sacred tree, she would not be able to unlock so many abilities without the Atsutsuki bloodline. After all, the sacred tree has always been controlled by the Atsutsuki clan. The two children she gave birth to, Atsutsuki Hamura and Atsutsuki Hagoromo, also reached the Six Paths level and are also of the Atsutsuki bloodline. The two sons of Atsutsuki Hagoromo, the Six Paths sage, Indra and Ashura, also have Atsutsuki bloodline. After that, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were the reincarnations of those two. The same is true for Naruto and Sasuke in the end. Although they are not from that clan, they are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, and also possess the power of blood. To sum up, the ninja world is nothing more than an internal fight within the Atsutsuki clan. He was not worried that his progress would be stuck in this world. After all, he had a system, so he didn't have to worry at all. After Black Zetsu left, he went straight back to his underground base. Looking at the remains of the 10 tails in front of him, he placed his hand on it, feeling the powerful force. With his eyes closed, he whispered unconsciously, "Mom, I will revive you soon, just wait a little longer." Right away, Reikage AI is very happy now. After returning, he paid close attention to the economic projects that could be developed in the village. This is a shocking sight. He actually found it. In his village, there is a small tribe that has a special kind of cattle. These cattle are specially bred by them, and the breed is excellent, so the meat tastes very good and is rich in nutrition. He immediately after the small tribe handed over the method, they began large-scale breeding, and the name of the cattle was called Unyu. The current sales channels are to daimyos in various countries. After these daimyos tasted the beef, they went to Konoha to process it, and it became a very delicious delicacy. After continuous promotion by the Reikage, a super cage level ninja, the cloud beef became a hot seller and became an important source of income for the hidden cloud village. At the same time, it also raised the processing fee of a small part of Konoha. After seeing that the hidden cloud village had found an economic source, several other ninja villages also found several resources that were unique to their villages. The sand village is in a bit of a miserable situation. Apart from some rare minerals, they couldn't think of anything else to develop, so they were completely supported by the daimyo. In this way, the ninja world entered a long period of peaceful development. No one was fooled by Black Zetsu's previous plan to destroy all the villages in the ninja world, except that those with strong abilities set up different perception formations to guard against this old six. The gold exchange founded by Black Zetsu also has a steady flow of wealth. Time passes. Soon it was the beginning of the 5th year of Konoha. During these 3.5 years, the ninja world was basically at peace. As the power of the cages of several villages grows stronger day by day, it is now difficult for Black Zetsu to sneak into the large ninja village with a barrier without leaving a trace. Hashirama and Madara also transplanted each other's cells. When the two cells successfully fused, their strength, which had been stuck for a long time, began to slowly improve. After all, it is the 6 paths level, so it will take relatively longer to reach this level of strength, which is normal. Everyone has hope of advancing, so just go slow. Others won't even have the chance to improve. Take Black Zetsu for example. If he had the ability to improve, why would he make so many plans? He should have seized the opportunity to improve his strength long ago and then smashed the moon with one punch. Konoha now controls 50% of the economy of the ninja world, but compared to the entire ninja world combined, Konoha is not as rich as one village. And the benefits of this economy are: the villagers of Konoha live better and no longer have to worry about financial matters. This led to a significant increase in the number of ninjas. In addition, Yoryuaki opened many factories outside Konoha, allowing more people from the ninja world to come here to work. The villagers of Konoha just need to work within the village. In addition, the population of the ninja world began to grow explosively due to peace. The number of people in the ninja world has begun to exceed 100 million. The population of Konoha has officially exceeded 30 million, because every village is trying its best to provide welfare. Therefore, these ordinary people can have children again and again without worrying about not being able to support them, and the children can be raised to provide for their retirement. Basically, they all hold this idea, which is why the number of people has exploded so quickly. Konoha is intentionally controlling the current number of people, so some workers working in factories outside the village are not counted in Konoha's population. The approximate statistics are: Fire Country, 50 million people, Konoha accounts for 30 million. Water Country, population of 10 million, of which 5 million are from the Hidden Mist village. Land of Earth, population of 10 million, of which 5 million are from Iwagakure village. Land of Lightning, population of 20 million, of which 7 million are from the Hidden Cloud village. Land of Wind, population of 10 million, of which Sand village accounts for 4 million. Of course, ordinary people and newborns account for more than 99.9%. Although there are few ninjas, that is because there are many newborns. Once they all grow up to a certain age, I believe the number of ninjas will increase significantly. Let's talk about the strength of each ninja village. The super shadows in the ninja world are still the same, with basically no changes. The number of shadow level villages has increased significantly. With the increase in population and the strength of ninjas, some small villages have begun to have minor frictions over resources. But no one will turn their attention to Konoha now. After all, everyone knows that Konoha is rich, but they don't know how rich it is. The strength brought by wealth is immeasurable. What's more, Hashirama and Madara are still in good health, so other ninja villages dare not act rashly. In recent years, Black Zetsu has opened several gold exchange offices, resulting in an increasing number of bounty hunters. But Konoha has a mission maniac, Kakuzu. So every time they ran into Kakuzu during a mission, they could only leave secretly thinking it was bad luck. After all, this guy was not only powerful, but also had stronger backing. Let's talk about the shadows of the other 4 major ninja villages. Except for Reikage AI, the others have reached the middle stage of Super Shadow, and Reikage AI has reached the late stage of Super Shadow. This was due to the fact that he often went to the Thunder Valley to train his body. An unexpected discovery made him feel that the environment there was very suitable for physical training, so after crazy training, his strength improved so quickly. Of course, even if they all advance to the peak of Super Shadow, they still cannot be compared with Hashirama and the other 2. After all, people cannot be compared with each other. How can they compare with the Son of Destiny in the ninja world? Go take a shower and go to bed. Another more important one is, now all 4 of them are very interested in the tailed beasts. But even with so many people sent out, not a single tailed beast could be found. It's just very strange. They also inquired whether they had been taken away by Konoha, but Konoha didn't answer them, so he didn't answer. They had no choice but to investigate on their own, but some ninjas in Konoha village had never heard of anyone else having a tailed beast except Uchiha Madara, who had the 9-tailed fox. Those who know the inside story also pretend to be confused. The scene changed. In addition to the 5 major countries in the ninja world, there are also many small countries. At present, people have not thought about breaking the rule of the daimyo, so the ninjas from the major villages basically will not provoke the daimyo's village. In the ninja world, except for the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the other daimyo are all very arrogant and no one dares to mess with them. And among these small countries, a big event happened in a small country called Bird Country. This small country is located between the territories of the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. One day, a ninja guarding the royal family of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Birds accidentally picked up the banana fan, one of the 6 paths ninja tools. When the daimyo learned the news, he immediately blockaded the entire country. The daimyo had their country's only cage-level ninja experiment with the basho fan. It was discovered that this fan could allow people to use the 5 basic attributes of ninjutsu even if they did not know the art of escape. And each strike was equivalent to a full-strength strike from this cage-level senior. The daimyo awarded the weapon to the cage-level ninja on the spot. Greatly increase its strength. There are no villages established in these small countries, so except for the daimyo, they are basically a mess. With this artifact, the daimyo took advantage of the situation and supported this cage-level ninja to establish a small village called Basho Village. Then it began to absorb domestic citizens on a large scale. After all, this era is based on villages, so any powerful daimyo will support a village, and the daimyo and the village are mutually beneficial, equivalent to one body. The loss of either one will be a huge blow to any of them. Daimyo represents the economy, and the village represents with strength. This kind of thing is also happening in other small countries. The 6 paths ninja tools continue to appear in the ninja world, and 5 different types of ninja tools fell into the hands of different daimyo. From a god's perspective, it seems like it was intentional. After developing for a period of time, the daimyo who possessed the 6 paths ninja tools gradually became inflated. Finally, one morning, some small countries started a war that had been stopped for several years in the ninja world in order to gain larger territory and more resources. The only good news is that this situation only exists in small countries. After all, they basically have only one village in each country. There are several ninja villages in the 5 major countries, and now everyone is still in the stage of friction and trial, and has not really fought. Sometimes a village cannot withstand the temptation. The consequences can be imagined. Black Zetsu, hiding under the ground of the rain country, laughed crazily, his completely black face looking particularly creepy. It started. Let's make a mess, it's better to make a mess, ha ha ha. Yoryuki, who had been meditating in the training ground, suddenly felt his aura surge. An extremely powerful aura instantly pressed towards the surroundings. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in Konoha reacted instantly and immediately mobilized the Bagua formation to completely cover up all the aura of Konoha. He rushed to the training ground in an instant. Other cage-level ninjas in the village also sensed this aura and quickly rushed over. But no one went in to disturb them, as they all knew who was practicing inside. In this way, more than 90% of the village's cage-level ninjas gathered around the training ground to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. After all, it is not so easy to break through the super shadow level. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few people in the ninja world. A major breakthrough like the super shadow usually takes several hours to adapt to the power, and if someone attacks you during this time, something bad could happen. Of course, if someone comes to attack Yoryuki, one Susanoo will be enough to kill him. Control power? I will just lift the floor off your head. So these ninjas in Konoha just don't know the truth and are simply concerned about their own family. Yae opened his eyes. A flash of blood-red light passed by. The Mangekyo Sharinan in his eyes spun wildly. The pupil power contained in the eyes increased wildly. The originally limited pupil power instantly became extremely huge due to Yae's huge mental power and chakra. Finally, it slowly slowed down. Successfully advanced to the next level. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. Bite the system's voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the Super Shadow level ninja and completing the basic achievement. Reward: Atsutsuki Sensing Technique, exclusive one-time consumable cheats. When Yoryuki heard that the system reward had the word Atsutsuki in it, he hurriedly read the introduction. Atsutsuki Sensing Technique can unilaterally sense people with pure Atsutsuki bloodline, including but not limited to reincarnation, reproduction, etc., ignoring the other party's space, distance, and strength. The sense person cannot reversely sense the host. Although this thing is aimed at the Atsutsuki clan, it is just right for Yoryuki. After all, in addition to the Atsutsuki clan who have not yet arrived, there are also a few old 6s hiding in the ninja world, so the reward for this ninjutsu is just right. He took out the secret book and gently tapped it against his forehead. The secret book turned into a stream of light and merged into Yae's spiritual seed. A large amount of knowledge continued to emerge from his mind. Let him master this ninjutsu directly. He circulated his chakra and instantly sensed all the Atsutsuki people in the world. Apart from those in the ninja world, according to Yoryuki's perception, the other Atsutsuki are still very far away from them, so there is no need to worry for the time being. As for the ninja world, he sensed two on the moon. In the ninja world, he looked towards the direction of the land of demons and saw the remains of the 6 paths sage there, but not in the same space as Yoryuki. Instead, it was in another place that Yoryuki had never seen before. It felt like the place where the dead stayed. It should be the legendary Pure Land. Finally, he sensed 2 wisps of residual souls in Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, as if they were tightly stuck to the 2 men. After learning ninjutsu, he breathed a sigh of relief. With this ninjutsu, he could also guard against the Atsutsuki clan. He even sensed Black Zetsu's location. After calling out the system, he wanted to check his own panel. Bite Uchiha Yoryuki. Age 6 to 10 years old. Faction Konoha. Status Current Minister of Konoha's Economic Department. Bloodline Uchiha Clan. Physique Enhanced Immortal Body. Strength Super Shadow. Early Stage Chakra Attributes: Fire Escape Level 8 to 9, Earth Escape Level 8, Water Escape Level 8, Lightning Escape Level 8, Wind Escape Level 8, Wood Escape Level 9, Yin Escape Level 9, Yang Escape Level 9, Keikei Genkai, Magnetic Escape, Ice Escape, Melting Escape, Boiling Escape, Dissolving Escape, Burning Escape, Storm Escape, and Explosive Escape have all been trained to level 7-5 basic ninjutsu. As long as you understand the principles of chakra and ninjutsu, you can skillfully unleash it. Simply put, you can do whatever you want. Would release ninjutsu. Would release has been fully learned. 5 escape fusion combination skills, free combination, 6 paths ninjutsu, seeking the way jade. You are not yet ready to begin training. You must have reached the 9th level of yin and yang escape techniques, and the chakra attributes to be integrated must be developed to the 9th level before you can begin practicing. Other all Konoha ninjutsu, all sealing techniques, tailed beast chakra coat, flying thunder god, and other forbidden techniques, Itsutsuki sensing technique, chakra control level, 10th level perfection, tailed beasts, 1-tail shikaku, 2-tail matatabi, 3-tail isabu, 4-tail sungaku, 5-tail muon, 6-tail rhino dog, 7-tail chongming, 8-tail oxki, 9-tail karama, bloodline level, eternal mangekyo sharinan, sage mode, perfect level, sage mode can be activated instantly. Bloodline ability, left eye Amanamai Shinra, can control the travel through various spaces. Wherever Yoryuki has been or seen someone, the spatial coordinates will be automatically marked, making it impossible for others to detect. Right eye Earth disaster annihilation, this eye possesses an extremely powerful offensive pupil technique that ignores defense in space, and can attack anything marked by the left eye, items, hundreds of millions in banknotes, tens of thousands of detonating talismans, 8 styles ultimate invincible refining method, blue feather, human exclusive sage mode training manual, Konoha economic development plan, sage method seeking the way jade training method, character description, the most powerful super shadow level ninja in the ninja world. Aside from the 2 ninja gods, the rest of the super shadow level ninjas can only fight you to a draw at best. This is the result of his practice over the past few years. Not only did he master the same escape technique through the bloodline limit of the tailed beast, he also developed some more powerful bloodline limits, such as storm escape, explosion escape, etc. He has developed all the bloodline limits that can be developed, and he has also developed the bloodline limits above that I have only mastered would release, the others have not been developed yet. And these bloodline limits have also been cultivated to the level of Cage. He also perfectly mastered the power of the tailed beasts, and tried to frequently add the chakra of the tailed beasts to some outstanding ninjas in the village and taught them how to use it. Among this group of people, there were also many who successfully mastered the bloodline limit, so Konoha also successfully had ninjas who could inherit this powerful power. It increased Konoha's overall strength significantly. The 9 tails was given to Yoryuki by Uchiha Madara after he collected the other 8 tailed beasts. After all, the absence of the tailed beasts didn't affect him much. This also makes Yayi's training more perfect. Because of the addition of the 9 tailed beasts, he absorbed the chakra of the 9 tailed beasts into his body and fused it with his own chakra for training. This allows his attributes to continue to increase. Today, because of the successful breakthrough in Yin Dun and Yang Dun, his eternal Mangekyo Sharinan was also successfully awakened. The improvement of Yang escape technique also affected Wood escape technique, while the improvement of Fire attribute chakra was the result of him paying more attention to improving this attribute first. That's all. Next, he spent the next few hours adapting to his current strength and gaining complete control over his body. He walked out of the training ground gate. Those cage-level ninjas didn't say much to him, they just greeted him and left. Next, Yoryuki, Madara and Hashirama came to the Hokage Rock. With a wave of his hand, Madara conjured up a table and chairs. The 3 of them sat down, looking at Konoha below, taking in the beautiful scenery. The 3 of them enjoyed the breeze for a while. Hashirama spoke first. I feel like I've been getting stronger recently. Now I can vaguely sense the residual soul of Ashura. Ban also said, indeed, me too. Besides, I feel like I'll be able to naturally break through to the 6 paths in a few years. Yoryuki looked at the bustling scene of people coming and going in Konoha below, and replied leisurely, that's normal. After all, Ashura and Indra probably didn't break through to the 6 paths before they died. As your strength grows stronger and you gradually surpass them, you should be able to wipe them out. But beware of the 6 paths sage. I recently awakened an ability in my Sharinan called the Itsutsuki sensing technique. This ability is only available to me in the entire ninja world, so I know the approximate location of the Itsutsuki clan in the ninja world now. When Madara heard this, he glanced at him and said lightly, that's a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about being attacked by them anymore. Hashirama didn't say anything, thinking about something in silence. Yoryuki continued, it's okay, everyone, don't worry so much. I can sense that the 6 paths sage's location has not changed. He might be in the legendary Pure Land, he probably hasn't awakened yet. After all, it's been so long that if he had any bad intentions, he would have acted long ago. Since he hasn't made any moves, it means that he is either asleep or his strength has declined a lot, so he can only do something in the form of planning. Besides, Black Zetsu's plan hasn't even started yet, and the other Itsutsuki are very far away from us right now. So we still have decades to develop, it's still in time. Madara and Hashirama felt much more relaxed after hearing this, and then Hashirama said, by the way, the Raikage of Kumagakure is planning to hold a 5-cage tournament. Do you think I should go? Madara thought for a moment and said, go ahead, I'll go with you and see what the other party wants to do. Yeah, he said, it's okay. Let them do whatever they want in the ninja world for now. In another 10 years, when this generation has all started training, there will be no force in the ninja world that can stop us. Konoha is now on the right track. We just need to ensure that there are no problems internally. Everything else is trivial. Hashirama nodded in agreement, then spoke, then Madara and I will go to this 5-cage tournament he organized. Just stay in Konoha and guard against Black Zetsu. Ever since he changed the contents of the steel last time, he has been inactive. I don't know what he's planning. Yeah, Yi nodded when he heard this. The 3 of them sat for a while and then left. Yoryuki was strolling on the streets of Konoha. watching the peaceful scene of villagers overflowing with happiness. As time passed, everyone gradually came out of the wars of the Warring States period. I also began to find my future life. Before, I just lived to survive, but now I try to live a better life. That's the gap. Yoryuki wandered into the ninja academy again. When they reached the gate, the guard saw Yoryuki and quickly saluted. Yeah, he nodded at him and walked in. After walking around the entire academy, I found that everyone was studying this hard-earned knowledge very seriously, and everyone was also learning those low-level ninjutsu. No one was aiming too high. It was as if they were trying their best to obtain all the resources they could, as if they were afraid that they would suddenly disappear one day. After watching for a while, a flying thunder god returned home. After circulating the chakra, I found that Black Zetsu was still moving. After observing for more than an hour, I found that the other party was constantly moving in the ninja world, and I didn't know what he was doing, but obviously we need to be on guard. So Yoryuki did not stop the ninjutsu, but input chakra all the time. The next day, Hashirama and Madara set out on their journey. This time we are going to the border of the Fire Nation. The other party built a big wooden house over there. Because of their strength, they arrived at the destination in no time. I walked in and saw Reikage AI who had arrived earlier. Hashirama greeted the other person and found a seat to sit down. After all, it's a round table, and there's no such thing as a main seat. Madara stood next to Hashirama and had no intention of sitting down. After a while, the other three shadows arrived one after another. However, they were all stunned when they saw Madara next to Hashirama. Then he sat down obediently. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Reikage AI coughed twice and then said, "It's an honor for me that everyone can get together. I believe everyone has noticed that the legendary Six Paths ninja tools have suddenly appeared in those small countries recently. This thing has caused wars to suddenly break out in several places. Do you have any ideas?" Fangying Lita said, "Six Paths ninja tools? Those small villages are also worthy? Otherwise, just take it down directly." The water shadow by Lien beside him also echoed, "Exactly 5 pieces, one for each of our 5 major ninja villages." Sachika Jishigawa did have this idea. After learning about the abilities of these ninja tools, they were also planning how to obtain these ninja tools without being targeted by other ninja villages. Now that someone has brought it up, that's certainly the best. After the 4 people were sure, seeing that Hashirama hadn't spoken yet, they stared at each other, waiting for the other party to speak. The seated Hashirama said nothing, while Madara, who was standing next to him, said, "Okay, you guys go and grab them, and then we can just take the banana fan from the 5 ninja tools." The other people were unhappy when they heard this. "What do you mean we have to rob them? You can just take one of them?" Such arrogant words immediately aroused dissatisfaction among the other 4 people. After all, the 4 of them have had contact privately. Maybe he would be afraid of Konoha when he was alone, but now all 4 Kage are here, and their confidence is overflowing. Don't we believe that Konoha can still fight 4 alone? Seeing the dissatisfaction of several people, no expression, just standing there quietly. The Reikage took a deep breath and said to Hashirama, "Aren't you the Hokage? Can he speak for the entire Hokage?" When Hashirama heard this, he smiled. "What he said is what I wanted to say." "How? Are you very dissatisfied?" The current Hashirama is not like the Hokage who bowed his head for peace in the original work, but a powerful ninja god. Like Madara, he has the courage to look down on the world. Konoha is protected by Yoryuki, and the 2 of them have no weaknesses. Why do they need to agree with these ninjas who are weaker than them? Madara then said arrogantly, "Coming to participate in this bullshit 5 Cage tournament is just a courtesy to you. Do you think you are such a big shot?" When the 4 shadows heard this, the chakra in their bodies suddenly came out and exploded on the outside. The momentum of the 4 people reached its peak. Staring intently at the man who was speaking, Reikage AI said with a gloomy face, "From what you 2 said, do you want to start a war?" When Madara heard this, he chuckled softly. Then his chakra suddenly exploded, his whole aura changed, and he directly crushed the other 4 people. The 4 people on the opposite side immediately stood up and confronted Madara. Seeing this, Kaze Kage Raito threatened Madara, "We know you are strong, but can Konoha withstand the simultaneous attack of our 4 villages?" Hashirama, who was sitting and watching the show, stood up suddenly and clapped his hands when he heard this. Sage mode, on. With full momentum, Hashirama looked at the 4 people opposite him expressionlessly and said, "Did you just say you wanted to move Konoha?" Fangying Lita's body stiffened, and he instinctively felt that something bad would happen if he continued, but for the sake of face, he still said, "I say, even if you 2 are strong, but your Konoha is right there, can you withstand the simultaneous attack of our 4 villages?" Hashirama casually waved his hand forward. With style, with spike impact, dozens of wooden sticks with sharp front ends emerged from the ground and attacked Lido in front of them. Lido pushed hard on his feet and jumped to the side. The wooden spikes directly penetrated a large hole in the wooden wall in front. As Lido jumped away, he formed seals with his hands. Wind style, rolling blades, several sharp gusts of wind flew towards Hashirama like a tornado. Hashirama stomped his foot. Wooden escape, wooden spindle wall. A row of wooden columns bend from the ground to form buttresses that protect the spaces between the columns. The Raikage next to them saw the two men fighting and suddenly attacked Uchiha Madara. The Mizukage and the Tsuchikage jumped to a distance to watch the battle. Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan emerged. At this moment, the Sharingan in his eyes was red with a hint of purple. The Raikage who rushed over used his own unique ninjutsu, Thunder Release, Thunderstorm Fist. Uchiha Madara's eyes surged with power. Secret technique, Susanoo, first stage. A set of Susanoo-like exoskeleton appeared. Madara controlled Susanoo's fist and smashed it towards the returning Raikage AI. When the opponent saw this, he stopped rushing towards Madara and punched the falling fist of Susanoo. When the two attacks collided, the wooden house collapsed. Madara controlled Susanoo and continued to attack the Raikage, and Hashirama next to him clapped his hands, looking at the wind shadow in front of him. Wood style, wood dragon technique. With Hashirama's current strength, the wooden dragon this time was 100 meters long, that he did not plan to summon a higher level wooden man for this battle. After all, that could kill people with hammers. He just wanted to use this ninjutsu to teach them a lesson. As the wooden dragon completely flew out from in front of Hashirama, the Kazekage looked at the powerful wooden dragon in front of him and was completely stunned. Now Hashirama's wooden dragon is not like before. The wooden dragon now carries a pressure that seems to be from a higher level of life, and the spirituality of this wooden dragon is getting better and better. Fengying Lidu took a deep breath and quickly formed seals with his hands, wind style, suppress. The ninjutsu with powerful wind pressure immediately attacked the wooden dragon in front of him. With a loud bang, Mulong shook off the sawdust that was beaten off his body. It swung its tail towards Lida. Seeing this, Lida quickly tried to hide to the side, but the dragon's tail quickly attacked him. He failed to dodge and was hit head-on towards the distant mountains. A muffled sound. Rocks on the top of the mountain were constantly shaken down. Lido, who hadn't recovered yet, quickly formed a seal, wind style, ultimate breakthrough. The strong wind instantly turned all the boulders falling towards him into dust, and he sensed the chakra in his body. Just from that one hit, the wooden dragon absorbed a layer of chakra from his body. It's just terrifying. Fortunately, the other party did not want to kill him. At this time, Hashirama was still standing there, watching the battle between Raikage AI and Madara. After fighting for a while, the Raikage was unable to gain any advantage. After taking another blow, he retreated a distance with the help of inertia. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who was still standing in front of him, he felt furious. Hashirama did the same, and he did the same, as if he completely despised them and regarded their attacks as mere trifles. Raikage AI thought to himself that they must pay the price for their arrogance. Make seals with both hands. Lightning release, thunder spot difference. A black panther rushed towards Ban. When Ben saw this, he dispersed his Susanoo. His hands clapped like Hashirama's. He spit out a wave of fire directly in front of him. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. The Sharingan in both eyes rotated a circle, and instantly two energies were added to this ninjutsu. The huge wave of fire instantly engulfed the rushing thunder leopard. Following a burst of crackling thunder, the thunder leopard was directly decomposed by the terrifying high temperature and dissipated in the air. The Raikage looked at the waves of fire that were still rushing towards him. Complex marks formed on his hands. Cloud hidden secret technique ninjutsu thunder release body protection. In an instant, the Raikage's physique was strengthened and he was covered with a robe of lightning. When the wave of fire hit him, he remained motionless. After dozens of seconds, Madara stopped attacking. The Raikage, who was originally standing, was breathing heavily. He collapsed on the spot, and the lightning clothes on his body turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. He raised his head and looked at Ben not far away with terrifying eyes, full of fear. He felt that if Madara had held on a little longer, he would not have been able to dodge this ninjutsu with his speed and would have ended up being seriously injured. I didn't expect that Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu, enhanced by the Sharingan, would be so powerful. He turned around and shouted at the water shadow and the earth shadow, "What are you still looking at? Are you waiting for me to be beaten to death?" The two men heard it and formed hand seals towards Madara. Water style, great waterfall technique. Earth escape, mud bull charge like a waterfall. At the same time as the water ball rushed towards Madara, a giant bull made of mud rushed towards Madara from below. Madara didn't hide either, but just circulated his chakra again. Melting style, molten ashes technique. This is a ninjutsu that was successfully created after Yoryuki taught him how to integrate the lava escape technique. It has a high temperature like molten lava, and it seems that it can dissolve everything. The ninjutsu collided in the blink of an eye. The big water ball was immediately offset by the terrifying high temperature and turned into white smoke. The mud cow below suffered the same fate and turned into ashes. After blocking two ninjutsu, the lava release did not stop and continued to fly towards the positions of the Mizukage and the Tsuchikage. Seeing this, the two men immediately burst out at their fastest speed and dodged to both sides. Look at the other side. Knowing that he had little chance of winning, Kazekage Raito mobilized 70% of his chakra and released his last large-scale ninjutsu with the wooden dragon flying in the air. As for why he didn't attack Hashirama, he was obviously smart and knew that Hashirama still had more powerful ninjutsu that he hadn't used yet. He just wanted to teach him a lesson that now he wanted to try whether he could smash the wooden dragon. Sand hidden secret technique wind style all dust and wind stop. Note, ninjutsu lightning release body protection, the technique used by the 3rd and 4th Raikages. Lightning release strengthens the body, cloaking it in lightning and enhancing defense. The 3rd Raikage's lightning release body protection was so powerful that it could withstand even Naruto's wind release Raisin Shuriken and the 8-Tails tailed beast ball, earning it the nickname, the strongest shield. The 4th's lightning release body protection emphasizes speed, allowing him to dodge Sasuke's Amaterasu, which was so fast it surpassed visual speed, making him one of the fastest humans. A terrifying gale blew out from Fengying Lidu, slowly rolling up the rubble in the area. The unique sharpness of wind attribute chakra makes the gravel as sharp as a weapon, and at the center of the gale, there is a prototype of an energy that can decompose everything. Hashirama didn't move, but looked and felt the power at the center of the jutsu. It felt like the dust release that Yoryuki had told him about before. However, this is just a prototype and has not been fully developed yet. With Lidu's control, the strong wind blew towards the wooden dragon. With a roar from Malong, Raito's ninjutsu hit Malong hard. In Hashirama's opinion, this ninjutsu has reached the advanced level of Super Shadow, but it is still not good enough for him. Every time this ninjutsu destroyed a layer of the wooden dragon's body, the wooden dragon would recover instantly. In the end, the strong wind blew for more than 10 minutes, gradually dissipated. Lido looked at the unharmed wooden dragon and collapsed to the ground. When Hashirama saw this scene, he activated the chakra in his body and blood flowed out of his mouth. After making sure Raito saw it, Hashirama immediately turned around to look at Madara next to him and reached out to wipe away the blood. Seeing this scene, Raito was secretly delighted and thought that the wooden dragon was not damaged just now because Hashirama relied on the powerful chakra in his body to replenish it. And there are quite a few. He was vomiting blood. If I practice for a while longer, I will definitely be able to tie with him. Thinking of this, Raito felt much better and forced a smile. The fear of being crushed by Hashirama disappeared in an instant. Madara watched as the Mizukage Byakuren and the Tsuchikage Ishigawa continued to unleash ninjutsu at him. Exhaled. The power in his eyes surged. Secret technique, Susanoo, 5th form. The artifact twin swords appeared in the hands of the blue giant. He swung his knife at them. The two men looked at the terrifying sword energy flying towards them and quickly released ninjutsu to block it. Water style, iron water wall. Earth escape, solid enchantment. In an instant, a shield formed by Earth attribute chakra was put on by Lien's water jutsu. When the sword energy collided with the defense, it paused for a moment, and then directly cut through the ninjutsu. However, the Mizukage Byakuren and the Tsuchikage Ishigawa also took advantage of this time to escape. The Raikage, who had slowed down in the distance, also rushed towards Madara in an instant. Madara saw the Raikage AI still rushing towards him. He shook his head helplessly. Directly control Susanoo to continuously chop towards the three people. Sword chi flew out. They felt a terrifying aura attached to it. Each of them burst out at the fastest speed in their lives. Each of them moved swiftly to avoid the sword energy. Seeing this, Hashirama just smiled. The Fengying sitting on the ground recovered some strength and stood up, but did not continue to attack. He just watched them fight. The three of them felt they couldn't go on like this. Gather together and make hand seals. Water style, whirlpool water prison. Earth style, earth dragon bullet technique. Lightning style, 10,000 thunder spear. These jutsu also quickly used up all their chakra as they rushed towards Madara. A water prison instantly controlled Madara. At the same time the earth dragon bomb hit him. The lightning spear gathered in the hands of Raikage AI also shot quickly towards Madara. They all knew that it was not a life and death fight, so they confidently released all their chakra to use these ninjutsu. After Madara withstood the attack of the earth dragon bomb, Susanoo seemed to be disintegrating. As the thunder spear hit, a sharp sound was heard. Before Madara's Susanoo disintegrated, he forcibly swung a sword, breaking both the water prison that trapped him and the thunder spear that attacked him. The other three were breathing heavily due to the lack of chakra, looking at Madara who had his back to them. Madara looked at Hashirama in the distance with an expressionless face. Seeing him making faces all the time, she helplessly circulated her chakra to stimulate the internal organs. A mouthful of black blood spit out forward. The three people behind obviously saw the scene. However, unlike the others, the Mizukage had a complicated expression. Looking at the two idiots next to him who both looked happy, he shook his head helplessly. No words. After a while, the five of them sat once again in the wooden house that Hashirama had newly created. Looking at the silent crowd, the Raikage took the initiative to speak. Even if Konoha is powerful, you two should have seen it just now, so don't be so arrogant. The five people then talked about a lot of policies. The other four ninja villages secured more food supplies for Konoha, but they still had to pay for it, just at a lower price than before. Konoha has more selling privileges in other ninja villages and enjoys better treatment. They talked a lot about military advisors, and finally each of them decided on a small country to go and collect the 6 paths ninja tools. And after the 5 cage conference ended, Madara and Hashirama both smiled. The other 4 shadows don't know the horror of economic warfare, so they don't care about it and think they have made a lot of money. They also acted in order to build up their confidence so that they could be wiped out in one fell swoop when the war broke out. It's not just a performance for them, but it is the Atsutsuki clan hiding behind the other side. In the village, Yoryuki was originally sitting on the Hokage rock feeling the baptism of nature's energy. Suddenly he opened his eyes, looked towards the part of the village near the forest. I sensed a dark shadow rushing in from inside. Yoryuki smiled. He looked calmly at the location where Black Zetsu was. He first went in and used illusion to control a senior ninja from the Uchiha clan. The Senju clan once again controlled a Jonin. After all, there is a huge difference in strength, and these 2 senior ninjas cannot stop Black Zetsu's control at all. Then, after Black Zetsu controlled the 2 Jonin to clash on a stage, he quietly left Konoha without a trace. There is a slight desire to look back. The whole process was very fast and full of confidence in my own abilities. After Yae sensed that he was far away, seeing that the 2 senior ninjas were about to start using ninjutsu from the original hand-to-hand combat, he teleported to the street with a flying thunder god move. He had left his mark on all the streets of Konoha. Moreover, during the construction of Konoha, some public facilities also bore the unique mark of Yoryuki Hiroki, the god of thunder. So in Konoha, he can reach any place instantly. The Sharingan appeared in his eyes. He used his eye power to shock the 2 senior ninjas. In an instant, the eyes of the 2 Jonin regained clarity. The Black Zetsu who was going away also felt that his ninjutsu was broken, but he didn't care that he thought it was broken because the 2 people were knocked unconscious. He hadn't expected the 2 Jonin to cause any trouble in Konoha, just to attract the attention of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, but he didn't expect that there was another Yoryuki in Konoha who was not weaker than him. The 2 senior ninjas who had regained their consciousness saw that they had suddenly appeared here. Then he looked around at the damage caused by their fighting. Seeing Yoryuki in front of him, Yoryuki shook his head at them. The 2 of them understood instantly and didn't say much. After restoring the surrounding environment and compensating the villagers, the 2 followed Yoryuki to the Hokage building. Several cages dragged their injured bodies back to the village. Even though Madara and Hashirama didn't attack much, they were still injured due to the depletion of chakra and looked rather embarrassed. But among the 4 shadows, except for the Mizu shadow, all of them were very happy. The Mizu cage sat in the building, recalling the entire process. He noticed that Madara and Hashirama hadn't attacked much during the entire battle. Although they didn't know whether the more powerful mode that was circulated before was true or not, the 2 of them didn't use it. And the vomiting of blood might have seemed realistic based on the scene at that time, but when they think about it now, it feels very fake. They didn't vomit blood, so why did those 2 people vomit blood after being beaten by them? The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. The strength of these 2 people seems to be unfathomable, and they are deliberately showing weakness. I don't know what they are plotting. He stood up and looked at the scenery outside the window. Feel the beautiful side of the hidden mist village. My mood also eased a lot. At least this time we got more food, and brought more vendors to the village, providing many workstations for the villagers. He looked at it for a while, then said to the air, "Go, keep an eye on the new merchants in Konoha and don't put them in danger. See what they need and provide it to them as long as it's not too much." As he finished speaking, a pool of water in the corner flowed out of the building. Soon, the water outside the building turned into a person. This person is none other than the future second Mizu Kage, Hojiki Genjutsu. He quickly gave instructions to his ninjas and personally went to intimidate the restless clans in the village. Soon, the official organization of the Hidden Mist Village started to operate and began to cooperate with Konoha merchants who came to build factories or sell goods to choose locations, and actively helped them solve the initial food and accommodation problems. After the Raikage returned to the village, he did not immediately assign tasks, but went to the land of lightning to vent his anger first. His whole body was shining with lightning, and he was releasing chakra wantonly, constantly creating holes in the Thunder Valley. More than 10 minutes passed. He returned to the building. On his way back, he saw the vendors who had already arrived in the village. He did not ask the village ninjas to receive special care beyond the agreement like the Mizukage did, but simply asked them to proceed according to the agreed plan. When he saw the businessman, he just glanced at him and walked into the building. The merchants of Konoha saw this scene but said nothing, just a gleam in his eyes. Recalling that before coming out, Yae, the Minister of Economic Affairs, had a special conversation with this group of businessmen who came to build the project. You can fight back based on the other party's attitude towards you. Don't be afraid. Konoha will be your strongest backing. Konoha is one big clan, and you are the warriors of the clan. You will bear the burden of Konoha. This time, you may face humiliation, bullying, threats, etc. But don't be afraid, my dear people. When you are in any danger, remember to recite my name silently in your heart. No matter where or when, I will be there immediately. Be brave and take root in other villages, trying hard to absorb nutrients they don't know about. To minimize casualties in future battles, you will charge into the enemy village in a different way, just like a frontline ninja. I believe you will succeed. When Konoha's branches protect the entire ninja world, it's the day you return. On the other side, the Kazekage Raito and the Tsuchikage Ishigawa of the Sand Village and the Uegakure Village had also become quite inflated, but they knew that the help that Konoha merchants brought to them was enormous. Because the place where they live is relatively barren, this is the only way to prevent anyone in the village from starving to death. This is no longer the Warring States period that if the distance between countries were not so long for ordinary people, they would have run away to the Land of Fire long ago. At present, the bridges and roads in many places have not been completed. Except for the merchants in Konoha who can travel to every corner of the ninja world unimpeded, it is still difficult for other people. Of course, ninjas are not among them. Although these two shadows did not meet with the businessmen, they also asked their subordinates to cooperate with their work. The perspective returns to Konoha. At this time, although Yoryuki had already cleared Black Zetsu's illusion, but he was a little worried, so he planned to take them for a deeper examination. After all, Black Zetsu has been able to live for so long and is so confident in his own strength, he must have some special skills in this area. He had the two Jonin sit on the chairs. Yoryuki stood behind the two of them. He placed his hands on their heads. Sage mode is instantly activated, and used the perception enhancement ability of the Bagua formation. His mental power is now exceptionally strong because it has integrated the mental powers of the nine-tailed beasts. Yoryuki controlled his mental power and continued to explore the heads of the two senior ninjas, check their souls and spiritual seas layer by layer. And so, half an hour passed. Just when Yayi was almost sure that there was no problem, he suddenly felt that there was a white object in the spiritual sea of both of them. Yayi wrapped the two white objects with his mental power, slowly pulled it out, put it on the table. After giving the two senior ninjas some time to recover, he let them retreat. Yayi was observing what this white object was. The tailed beasts in his body were all agitated. Yoryuki noticed this and let them all out, but they are all scaled-down versions. This is one of the abilities these tailed beasts have developed in recent years. The principle of sealing technique was applied. Very convenient. They stood around the white object and looked at it for a long time. Finally they looked at each other. Everyone looked towards Kurama. Julama was silent for a while, then spoke to Yayi. This has got the white branches of the tree control the offerings. It has the ability to strengthen illusions and enhance mental abilities. When Yayi heard this, he was silent for a while. He didn't expect that the branches of the sacred tree would have such an effect. It seems that there are still many things in the ninja world that he doesn't know. You have to be more careful in the future. Don't get cocky just because your strength increases quickly. You're not invincible yet. If you get tricked, you'll be screwed. Yoryuki thought about it for a moment. Raise your hands towards the two sacred tree branches. The sealing technique in his hand flashed by. The two branches were sealed in another space. Unless someone forcibly breaks the space here and finds where the branches are, no one can get this thing. Now Yayi hasn't figured out what to do with this thing, so he has to seal it first. I'm afraid that if it's ruined now, Black Zetsu will notice it. After Yoryuki finished dealing with the thing, he walked out of the building. Looking at the bustling streets, Yoryuki didn't feel irritated. All I saw was Konoha becoming more and more prosperous. He took a deep breath, released the pressure brought by the branches of the sacred tree, and stopped thinking about it. As she walked, Yoryuki saw the towering Hokage building in the central area of Konoha. He suddenly let go of his tension. Yes, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the two big backers, are only a few years away from a breakthrough. Why is he so nervous? He is not specifically responsible for fighting. What's more, now the two of them have a unique trust in Yoryuki. It's no longer going to fall apart like it will in the future. So why is he still so worried? Yayi, who was thinking about it, had a big appetite. I just happened to visit the food street. He glanced at the number of banknotes in the system space. Walk into the street happily. In the hidden mist village in the land of water, the first Mizukage, Byakuren, already knew that the 7-star sword, one of the 6 paths ninja tools, was in the bear country. After receiving the news, he sent a ninja in the village, Hojiki Genjutsu, who had reached the peak level of Kage, to snatch it. At the same time, the same thing happened in other villages. Basically, they made the move on the same day. The daimyo of these small countries had not yet realized that these ninja tools not only brought them strength, but also brought huge threats. The ghost lantern moon turned into a pool of water and quickly merged into the sea. The speed has been increased by several levels. Because he hasn't reached the super shadow level yet, his chakra is still relatively limited. When he was almost out of chakra, he recovered on several small islands. This went on for 2 or 3 days. He finally set foot on the land of the bear country. After arriving at the place, he didn't rush to find the other party. Instead, he stayed at the best hotel in the bear country. The next day, after fully recovering, Gui Deng Huanyu walked out of the house. When I arrived at a restaurant, I saw that the restaurants adjacent to it on the street were packed, while the others were a little empty, so I looked up. Sure enough, it's a chain restaurant in Kanaha. These are all. He looked at it enviously for a while, then queued up to have a meal. Half an hour later, he sat at the dining table, looking at the few people in front of him who were sharing the table with him and had carefree personalities. Because he didn't like this kind of occasion, he was about to burst out his chakra when he suddenly remembered that this was a restaurant in Kanaha, so he stopped the next step. I remembered the purpose again. I started chatting with a few people about the latest situation in the bear country while eating. The news I heard was completely consistent with the intelligence. These 6 ninja tools, like several other places, suddenly appeared near the daimyo. At first, a guard wanted to keep it for himself, but he suddenly died a few days later. In the end, this ninja tool somehow ended up in the hands of the daimyo. Afterwards, it was given to the village that had been supported. Star Hidden Village. The leader of this village, Mo Guan Zhanshi, is known as Xingying. I heard that there is a meteorite in their ninja village, and their ninja village also has its own unique secret technique under development, but it has not been completed at this stage. After eating, he found out the information he wanted to know, and after asking about the location of the Xingyian village, Gui Deng Huanyu set out on the road to the Xingyian village. At this time, Mo Guang Zhangzi in the village was constantly experimenting with the 7-star sword in the village training ground. He has been experimenting for several days. I don't understand the real use of this thing. Although he was already very powerful just by adding chakra, he always had a hunch that this thing was not meant to be used in this way. I've been experimenting for several days but haven't figured it out. 10 minutes passed. Ghost Lantern Huanyu, who turned into a pool of water, successfully sneaked into the Xingyian village among the grass. After sensing the chakra, he successfully arrived at the training ground. At this time, Mo Guang Zhangzi, who possessed the strength of a high-level shadow level, suddenly sensed his arrival. Holding the 7-star sword, he swung it towards Gui Deng Huanyu's location. A sword energy flew away quickly. However, Gui Deng Huanyu did not move, and the pool of water was cut into 2 halves, and then automatically merged into one piece. Seal with hands. Water style, heavy strike 9-fold wave. 9 huge waves surged towards the direction of Mo Guang Zhangzi. Looking at this huge water escape, Mo Guang Zhangzi was not panicked. Before he built the village, he was a sword master in the bear country. Now with the existence of the 7-star sword, he has become even more powerful. In the past few days, he has tried every possible way to test the power of this sword. Although he still hasn't figured it out, he discovered that this sword is extremely powerful and he can't destroy it no matter what. Coupled with his swordsmanship, his strength was completely raised to a higher level. This is normal. After all, the 6 paths ninja tools can be combined with another 6 paths, which means that at least these things are super shadow level ninja tools. Moreover, if their abilities are added, the combination can barely reach the 6 paths level. This is also the reason why he cannot destroy this ninja tool. Look at these waves. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly in his right hand. He rushed towards the waves in front of him. Swordsmanship, step forward and slash. Relying on inertia, the first sword he swung was the most powerful one, instantly splitting the 2 layers of waves in front. Then he continued to swing his sword, and the sword energy was continuous throughout the whole process. With the last sword energy breaking the waves, he swung a sword flower and slashed towards Gui Deng Huanyu again. Swordsmanship, speedy stab. He raised the sword and pointed it at Gui Deng Huanyu. While rushing towards Gui Deng Huanyu, his arm stabbed at the opponent at a high frequency. Sharp purple sword energies flew towards him. I saw the next hand seal formed in his hand. Water escape. Water formation wall. A water wall was erected. Although it could not completely block the sword energy, it weakened the damage and flying speed of the sword energy. Then Gui Deng Huanyu dodged with a few flashes, and seeing that Mo Guang's sword energy that rushed over was ineffective, he destroyed the water wall with a few chops and looked at Gui Deng Huanyu, who was dodging the sword energy. Judging from the other party's aura, he knew that this was a ninja stronger than him. If he didn't have the 7-star sword, he would never have acted rashly against him. After all, he was able to survive from the Warring States period to the present, so he was considered to be quite cautious. On a larger scale, he was lucky and escaped the disaster. When Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were carrying out the purge, they did not consider these small countries at all. This is why the strength of the cage in their ninja village has reached this level. Gui Deng Huanyu did not make any further move. Seeing this, Mo Guang asked, "May I ask where you are from, Excellency? I don't remember any conflict between me or our ninja village and a strong man like you. Why did you come to sneak into my Xingyian village?" Gui Dang Huanyu looked at the 7-star sword in his hand and said coldly, coming on behalf of the Hidden Mist Village, I'd like to borrow your village's sacred artifact, the 7-star sword. Hearing this, Mo Guan Zhangzi instantly became furious. What does borrowing mean? It also represents the Hidden Mist Village. This is basically using the Great Ninja Village to suppress him. If he refused to obey, even if the Mizukage came in person, he would probably not be able to use the 7-star sword. Although he could fight back and forth with Hojiki Huanyu with this thing, as time went on, a talented ninja like him, whose strength was about to enter the super shadow level, could not beat the opponent at all. After weighing the pros and cons, he sighed. The hand that was originally tightly gripping the 7-star sword slowly relaxed. Throw it in the direction of Gui Dang Huanyu. Gui Dang Huanyu caught the 7-star sword, felt it, and felt instantly happy. Apparently, this thing felt pretty good on the surface. And judging from the fact that it was able to cut through his water escape technique just now, this thing is quite outrageous, even though it was enhanced by the opponent's swordsmanship. He bowed towards the other party and said, Mo Guang Zhangzi is indeed worthy of being called Xingyin, that he is a very generous person. I will take my leave now. The hand seal that had been held with the other hand was immediately released, and the water flow left by the water escape immediately disappeared. It seems that he has prepared some large-scale ninjutsu but has not yet released it. After untying it, he put the 7-star sword into the storage scroll and quickly fled towards the Water Kingdom. Seeing this situation, Mo Guangzhan was frightened. Obviously he also saw what the other party had up his sleeve. He sighed again. Call a Chinin and ask him to report the situation to the daimyo of Bear Country. And he went back to develop their secret techniques. Sitting next to the meteorite, feeling the meteorite constantly radiating a special chakra around it, he quickly got into the state. Tsuchika Jishigawa sent a top-level cage-level ninja named Iwakawa Nozomi to seize the 6 paths ninja tools from Taki no Kuni. Because the distance was not far, he arrived at his destination quickly. Although the national strength of Taki country is not as strong as the 5 major countries, but their village of Takinan is exceptionally powerful. Although the Taki country where Taki village is located is surrounded by the Earth country, Grass country, Fire country, and Frost country, the location of Taki village is hidden behind a waterfall that not only is the location very secretive and difficult to detect, it is also an excellent location that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Therefore, even if a war breaks out around them, they have not been invaded by any country since the Warring States period. Moreover, Taki country, which is surrounded by Shikoku, has one side facing the sea. In addition, there is a large waterfall at the entrance of Takigakur. Even if the ninjas of Takigakur really encounter an irresistible enemy, they will have a great chance to escape into the sea. Therefore, although Taki country's national strength is difficult to compare with the 5 major countries, Takigakur can use its superior geographical location to become one of the 6 major ninja villages. In addition, although they only have one treasure now, because they failed to obtain the 7-tailed fox and the secret earth grudge this time, their strength has been greatly increased by relying on a treasure called the Water of Heroes. Although this thing is rare, it is enough for the strong men in their ninja village to use. Heroes Water, an heirloom that allows a ninja to increase their chakra dozens of times. In addition, the absence of war means that their ninja village now has a peak level cage, and his chakra is exaggeratedly large. Although he has not broken through to the super cage, the amount of chakra has been fully reached. Although the hero's water is scarce, as long as a ninja with extremely high talent appears in the ninja village, Taki village will give it to the other party. Over the years, there are a total of 4 cage-level ninjas in their ninja village, but the amount of chakra they have is ridiculously large. Because it is ultimately a problem of resources, the appearance of a ninja who breaks through to the cage level is a surprise to them. After all, there were not many cage-level ninjas in the clans that were previously affiliated with Hashirama's clan. Although they are the entire village, they are relatively rare in the ninja world. After all, they do not have very advanced chakra refining methods. It is already considered a genius that they can improve to this level by relying on these rubbish chakra refining methods. Because he was not sure about the opponent's strength, but with a cautious attitude, Iwaka Jishigawa still sent out a peak cage level person. However, the intelligence work was not in place after all. After all, this ninja village had very little information to the outside world. Nozomi Iwakawa stood outside the waterfall and wanted to use perception ninjutsu to sense how many people were inside, but every time the perception ninjutsu touched the waterfall, a kind of energy would break up the ninjutsu and it could not extend into the waterfall at all. Seeing this, he thought it was a small ninja village, because the information he received was that Taki country had obtained the red gourd among the 6 paths ninja tools. Although he didn't know what it was used for, he knew that the other party had handed this ninja tool to Taki village. So he came to this small ninja village that he had never heard of with a contemptuous attitude. Make hand seals facing the waterfall. Earth escape, earthquake. I saw that this ninjutsu quickly attacked the rocks on both sides of the waterfall. With a shaking, several huge rocks rolled down from the mountain. Obviously these places have been reinforced, so they were not destroyed by his ninjutsu. A high-level ninja at the cage level rushed out from inside, looked at Nozomi Iwakawa in front of him, and formed seals with his hands. Wind style, wind cut. Iwakawa Nozomi sensed the other party and obviously sensed that the other party had the same level of chakra as his, or even more than his. He hurriedly retreated and formed seals with his hands. Earth escape, floating shield. The rocks rolling around immediately floated up and blocked his way, blocked the attack for him, and Nozomi Iwakawa took the opportunity to retreat. Shouted, I didn't expect there was a strong man like you in Takanan village. Tell me your name. Looking at the retreating Nozomi Iwakawa, the ninja who released the ninjutsu replied indifferently, Takaguni village ninja Haru, who are you and why are you attacking my Takaguni village? After the collision of the two ninjutsu just now, Nozomi Iwakawa also felt the opponent's ability. He simply sensed that the other party's chakra attribute strength was obviously not as high as his. After all, this is what the cage level pays attention to, but he can't understand why the other party has so much chakra. Is it a special trait that has never been seen in the ninja world? After a brief thought, Nozomi Iwakawa said, I am here on behalf of the land of Earth. I have come to retrieve the red gourd, the 6 paths ninja tool, which was left in your ninja village. When Hong-chan on the opposite side heard this, he showed an expression that said, as expected. As expected, you are the one who covets this ninja tool again. There have been no less than 10 people like you here recently. How can we trust the Uegakure village you mentioned? After saying that, without waiting for Iwakawa Nozomi to answer, he released the next ninjutsu. Wind style, tornado wave. A huge tornado, driven by Hong-chan's huge amount of chakra, flew towards Iwakawa Nozomi at an extremely fast speed. When Iwakawa Nozomi looked at this ninjutsu, she instantly knew that this ninjutsu was at least an S-level ninjutsu. Although it seemed like a trick, wind escape had always been the sharpest ninjutsu among all the basic escape techniques, so Iwakawa Nozomi could only avoid the sharp edge temporarily. He burst out at the fastest speed and fled far away, but found that the tornado could still be controlled. Moreover, as Hong-chan injected more chakra, the tornado became faster and bigger. The suction force of the tornado ninjutsu gradually pulled him. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Iwakawa Zijian quickly stopped mobilizing the chakra in his body, quickly formed hand seals, and released several ninjutsu in succession. Earth escape, Lonju spear, earth escape, earth flow wall. After releasing this ninjutsu, he first began to retreat rapidly. Seeing that he had blocked the speed of the tornado, he released the next ninjutsu. With chakra attached to his right hand, he moved towards the direction of the tornado. He slapped his face suddenly. Earth release, big split palm. This powerful ninjutsu created several cracks in the ground, and it continues to extend. This eventually destroyed the ground that contained the tornado behind the earth wall. In an instant, the tornado lost its support point and turned into gusts of strong wind and dispersed. And this spreading gale also contains great power. Seeing this, Hong-chan immediately controlled the scattered strong wind and turned it into sharp blades and continued to fly towards Iwakawa Nozomi. Nozomi Iwakawa had no time to release her ninjutsu and could only dodge around in a panic at full speed. He didn't expect that he could still control this thing even after the tornado had dispersed. While dodging, Nozomi Iwakawa formed a complicated seal. Earth escape, rock and earth domain. Because there are many mountains, rocks, and soil here, it is very suitable for this ninjutsu that belongs only to Nozomi Iwakawa. Chunks of rock and dirt rose from around his feet. Finally, the 7-meter radius around him turned into a strange domain. In this area, rocks and soil work together, and with the blessing of earth attribute chakra, they appear particularly hard and heavy. Nozomi Iwakawa controlled these rocks to continuously block the strong winds. In the end, the two fought like this for a few minutes, and finally all the wind blades were used up. When Hong-chan wanted to release the next ninjutsu, Nozomi Iwakawa directly controlled a large amount of rocks and soil and shot them towards the opponent. Hong-chan was able to dodge at first, but every time he tried to form a seal, the opponent would interrupt him. This is the top ninja at the cage level who emerged from the Warring States period. Although I don't have as much chakra as you, I can still chase you and beat you if I seize the opportunity. Gradually unable to hold on, Hong-chan, who had been hit by several rocks, looked particularly embarrassed. The sharpness of the rock caused him to be wounded every time he was hit, and thick mud would then hit the wounds near the rock attacks. It caused his blood to ooze out continuously. Just as Nozomi Iwakawa was gradually gaining the upper hand. In addition to Taki Cage, 2 other ninjas in Takigakure whose strength was in the middle stage of cage level and whose chakra volume was in the late stage of cage level came to support after receiving the notice from the sentinel. Iwakawa Nozomi, who was concentrating on dealing with Hong-chan, didn't notice someone flying towards him. These 2 cage level ninjas are called Taki Nizu Tsuki and Taki Nizu Hai. They are a pair of siblings. Seeing Hong-chan's miserable appearance, they all angrily used ninjutsu against Iwakawa Nozomi, who was controlling the ninjutsu from a distance. Fire style, great fire breath. Wind style, wind rising technique. With the auxiliary ninjutsu of wind escape, this highly offensive fire escape appears even more terrifying. Suddenly a ball of fire rushed towards Iwakawa Nozomi, and Nozomi Iwakawa's sixth sense gave a crazy warning. He looked up suddenly. Look at the direction where the flames are coming from. He first waved his hand, and a pillar of mud knocked the embarrassed Hong Chun away. Then he clapped his palms together. A huge wall of mud and rocks stood in front of him. The terrifying fire escape empowered by wind escape hit the giant wall. In an instant, Iwakawa Nozomi's chakra gushed out crazily. Attached to the giant wall, it avoided being broken. After a while, stopped. Iwakawa Nozomi took a deep breath. I saw that the two men had helped Hong Chun up and brought her to their side. Looking at the two people who were about to form seals again, he shouted, I advise you to hand over the 6 paths ninja tool, the red gourd, immediately. Otherwise, our Iwagakure village will send several more cage-level warriors like me to attack us on a certain day. By then, it will not be something that can be solved by just a red gourd. After hearing this, he looked at the injured Hong Chun again, thought for a while, and stopped attacking. Because they didn't know whether the other party was telling the truth. If they really sent a few ninjas like this, their Takaguni village would probably be destroyed. Taki Shuiyu shouted back in a cold tone, wait here, I'll go back and find our Taki cage to talk to you. After saying that, he took Hong Chun with him and the three of them returned to Takanin village. After handing over Takigakure to the ninja in charge of medical care, he hurried to find Taki Gage Gazang, who was experimenting with the ability of the red gourd in the training ground. After explaining the situation, Gui Zhang frowned and called the ninja responsible for collecting intelligence. Asked for information about the Iwagakure village. After all, they don't engage in war with the outside world, so apart from him as the cage, only Takamizuki recently went to the intelligence department on a whim to check on the latest situation in the ninja world. The other ninjas didn't care about these things. Even Gui Zhang only paid attention to them in the early days of the village's establishment. After knowing that there was Kana, the most powerful ninja village, he saw that the other ninja villages had no intention of competing for dominance in the ninja world, and he no longer paid attention to other ninja villages. That's why Takamizuki didn't act rashly. There are also several restaurants in Takigakure and Kanahata. When these merchants first came, he wanted to get rid of them to prevent their information from being leaked. After learning that they were merchants from Kana, he stopped attacking and let them open shops in the village. That they were not in great need of food, so they were not in urgent need of finances. In the early days of the village, the civilians of Takigakure saw that Taki Cage brought these merchants and let them taste these delicacies, which further consolidated Takikage's reputation and gave him the reputation of caring about people's livelihood. In this regard, Taki Cage was completely relieved about the merchants in Kanaha. After reading the intelligence, Gui Zhang learned about the 5 major villages and learned that there are now 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, all of which have super shadow level strength. Although he didn't know how strong this strength was, he had been to the place where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fought, and saw the traces of the battle, which seemed particularly terrifying. That it was completely impossible for him to do it with his strength. So when he saw in the information that super shadow was at the same level as Madara and Hashirama, he looked at the red gourd in his hand, thought about it. Since no function can be developed, there is no need to bring war to the peaceful Taki country because of this. He threw the gourd to a senior ninja next to him and asked him to teach him. He stopped moving and sat in the training ground, not knowing what he was thinking about. Nozomi Iwakawa, who was outside, relaxed when she saw that the other party did not go back. He recovered his chakra on the spot and kept an eye on his surroundings. Waited for a long time. He wasn't impatient this time. Hear what the other party said just now. It is obvious that there are more powerful ninjas in Takigakure. I wonder if they have reached the level of Iwakage of their village. Because they have very little information about Taki country, where there has never been a war. We can only act with caution. At first, he thought that Hong Chun was the strongest, so he despised the other party. After successfully suppressing the other party, he still wanted to rush into the Takigakure village to rob. Now it seems that he was stupid at the beginning. A while later, he sensed a Jonin came forward. He was not careless this time. Looking at the red gourd in the other person's hand, he felt a little excited. After all, completing this task can be exchanged for a secret technique in the ninja village. That's why he took on this task. The senior ninja looked at him, confirmed that it was the symbol of the Iwagakure village, threw the red gourd to him, and quickly hurried back to the Takigakure village. Nozomi Iwakawa, who was standing, dodged and caught the red gourd. His fingers, filled with chakra, suddenly grasped the gourd. See no loss at all. He turned around and rushed back towards the Iwagakure village. After a while, a black shadow appeared at the place where the battle had just taken place. Looking at Nozomi Iwakawa, who was walking away, the smile on his face became more and more creepy. Just now, Black Zetsu had launched another surprise attack in the Hidden Star village. Although no damage was caused, he attacked using the same ninjutsu as Hojiki Genjutsu. He withdrew from the village before the other party saw him. Look at where the waterfall is. He circulated his chakra. There is a large earth escape towards that side. After the release, he escaped underground and headed towards the Kingdom of Thunder. At the same time, evil laughter was heard. The Reikage also sent a cage-level ninja named 8AO to the Kingdom of War to seize the 6 paths ninja tools of the Hororo Golden Rope. This Ed Ching is a ninja who is good at lightning escape, and his strength has reached the advanced level of Cage. He also developed his own set of offensive ninjutsu, and at this time, Ed Ching has arrived in the kingdom of martial arts. This small country is a neutral country and there is no village here. There is no one who practices ninjutsu in the entire Iron Kingdom, they are all samurai. Samurai existed before chakra appeared and before the ninja sect was established. It was even a major fighting force that existed before Kagaya Atsutsuki came to Earth. Later, with the emergence of the ninja clan, everyone learned how to use chakra, which led to the gradual elimination of the samurai in the Land of Iron. But they did not give up, but instead adhered to the principle of joining if they couldn't beat them. They developed a method of using chakra that was unique to them. It has been optimized since the Warring States period. There are many powerful warriors in this Iron Kingdom. However, these warriors did not reveal any information except to the high-ranking daimyo of the Iron Country. This also led to the intelligence collected by the Land of Lightning containing huge errors, just like the Land of Earth. However, this blue ninja Ed was still relatively cautious. After all, before he came out, the think tank of the Hidden Cloud Village also analyzed the situation carefully and finally told him to be careful. After all, the Iron Country, which has been able to stand firm since the Warring States period, may have some backup plans. And Ed Ching stepped into the territory of the Iron Kingdom. The moment he set foot on the land of the Iron Kingdom, there is a secret room in the Imperial Palace where the daimyo resides. An old man opened his eyes instantly. A fierce murderous aura filled the entire secret room. He called a guard. The situation was reported to the daimyo, and after the daimyo knew the situation, looking at the golden rope on the table, he instantly understood the situation. The other party should be here for this as well. He taught this thing to the warriors of the Iron Kingdom and tested it. Even a cage-level ninja would find it difficult to break free after being tied up by this golden rope. Therefore, this thing can also provide good auxiliary capabilities to their warriors. This daimyo was very confident. He felt that even if it was Konoha, it would not be so easy for them to come to the Iron Country. After all, in their Land of Iron, even in a big village like the Hidden Cloud Village, there is a Cage who has reached the super Cage level. It's the old man in the secret room. After thinking about it, he handed the golden rope to a guard and asked him to give it to a samurai named Gangzan. Compared with the ninja, the samurai has already reached the peak level of Cage. After obtaining the golden rope, the guard followed the daimyo's instructions, taught him how to use it, and left. After trying it a few times, Steel Slash was quite satisfied. At this moment, Ed Ching was gradually approaching the place where the daimyo of the Iron Country was. Because according to his intelligence, there were no villages in the Iron Country, so he came directly to the daimyo. After Gangzan sensed the other party's breath, he did not attack first. Just as the other party was about to step into the palace area, a warrior slashed directly at Ed Ching. Sword skill, cutting iron. A white blade energy flew directly towards Ed Ching. Seeing this, Ed Ching made the seals with his hands ready at any time. Lightning release, lightning net shield. A fishing net made of lightning blocked the sword energy. He also quickly retreated to an open area. At the same time, the next mudra is also prepared. After landing, he saw a warrior in black armor walking out of the city wall. He said, "I represent the Hidden Cloud Village and have come to retrieve the Six Paths ninja tool, the golden rope, which was left behind by you. May I ask who it is?" The other party replied indifferently, "Inan, what about your golden rope? Come and take it if you want. Do you think we, the Iron Nation, are easy to bully?" The moment he heard this, Ed Ching knew that there was no room for negotiation. The other party must know about their Hidden Cloud Village, but they were so arrogant, so they must have some backup plan. Now he instantly became cautious and kept an eye on the other party. Chakra surged out instantly. Lightning release, thunder attraction. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck towards the other party. And Daoan was holding a big knife in his hand. Slash directly at the falling lightning. Swordsmanship, slash. This sword combines half of Daoan's power. The lightning was split directly in the middle. When the lightning finally fell, it also landed on both sides of him. Edward Ching on the other side was also shocked when he saw this situation. After all, his ninjutsu relied on the power of nature, so the power of lightning must be greater than what he used. I didn't expect it to be split so easily and the sword was not broken. This is normal. The Land of Iron and the Land of Craftsmen have a long-term cooperation. The other party will create a ninja tool that is unique to them, which is completely suitable for their strong men to use and is also suitable for chakra guidance. So both parties are still cooperating happily until now. After splitting the lightning, Daoan did not stop, but rushed towards Ed Ching. He exerted force with his right hand holding the knife and slashed at the opponent several times. Sword technique, serial slash. Ed King looked at the flying knife energy, which was extremely fast, and knew that he couldn't dodge it. Just faced it head on. Lightning release, lightning spear. A spear made of lightning appeared in his hand. After he fired a gunshot, he stabbed towards the flying knife. The first wave of flying sword energy was eliminated in just a few moves, but Daoan continued to slash a few more times. After Ed Ching solved the problem, the distance between the two was already very close. Both of them stared at each other fiercely, and after looking at each other for a moment, swordsmanship, hidden power, thunder escape, spear technique, point break, knife blade and gun head collision together. A powerful energy exploded in the middle. After the collision, Edking felt that in addition to the first force from the opponent's swordsmanship, there was a new energy that destroyed his lightning spear. He quickly increased his chakra to maintain it. Fortunately, this is not a real thunder gun, otherwise his ninja tool would probably be destroyed by the opponent's swordsmanship. And Daeon also felt a sharp damage exploding in front of his sword. It was like a knife that wanted to pierce through him and then go straight through him. After both sides saw that they had not hurt each other, the next wave of offensive began again. Sword skill, cut. This time, Aina used all his strength and chakra to slash at the opponent. And Edking also felt the power of this knife. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Thunder release spear technique, heavy spear. It slammed down towards Daeon. Bang! The energy exploded again. But this time, it was clear that Edking had the upper hand. Then the two fought again. In this way, in the following battles, Daeon was completely suppressed. And Edking seized the opportunity, and at the moment of repelling Daeon, he used chakra to throw out the lightning spear. Thunder release, spear technique, flying spear technique. The lightning spear flew towards the exhausted Daeon. However, Edking noticed that the other party did not show any fear. I felt something was wrong instantly. Gangjeon, who had been watching the battle, drew his sword and attacked instantly. A sword slashed at the lightning spear flying towards Daeon. When the sword energy hit the lightning spear, it disintegrated instantly. The exploding lightning was also directly suppressed into nothingness by this sword energy. After landing, Daeon looked at Edking in the distance, smiled, and said, "Okay, you're strong, just take your time." After saying this, he returned to the city wall. At this time, Edking ignored what he said and stared at Gangjeon, who suddenly appeared. Sensing the other party's powerful aura, he thought about it. He directly used his most powerful lightning escape technique. Thunder escape, thousands of thunders from heaven. A huge dark cloud covered the sky. Lightning flashed from time to time in the dark clouds. With Edking's control, several bolts of lightning struck towards Gangjeon, but Gangjeon didn't even look at the other person. Holding the sword in his hand, he looked at the lightning striking towards him. Just as the lightning was about to strike him, he just made a move in an instant. Just the simple chakra attached to the sword is enough to split lightning. It's not on the same level as Daeon at all. And Edking saw that the other party was so relaxed. He mobilized the last chakra in his body and used the last ninjutsu. Secret technique, thunder escape, thunder dragon. The instantaneous lightning in the dark clouds turned into a dragon. He rushed directly towards Gangjeon. At the same time, after using this ninjutsu, Edking quickly retreated and tried to escape. Gangjeon laughed, and while looking at the dragon, the golden rope wrapped around his arm flew out of his hand and flew towards the other party. How could the escaping Edking possibly outrun the Six Paths ninja tools? He was tied up in an instant and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Daeon was very tactful and caught him back. And gripped his sword tightly. Look at Lei Jiao. Close your eyes. The momentum on his body reached its peak. After all, this is a ninjutsu that relies on the natural power of the ninja world. This is also the reason why the Raikage sent him out. Only he can use this unique ninjutsu. Most peak level cages cannot withstand this ninjutsu. The moment the thunder dragon fell, the steel slashed towards him fiercely. Sword technique, sword 1. The dark golden sword energy instantly slashed at the thunder dragon, and the thunder dragon's momentum instantly dropped a level. Then he swung out several swords in succession. Sword technique, sword 2. Sword technique, sword 3. Sword technique, sky splitting. After several consecutive sword strikes, the thunder dragon instantly dissipated in the air. The dark clouds in the sky were also split apart. The sun is shining. The sky returned to peace and tranquility again. After finishing the job, Steel walked towards the tied-up Edking. Although the other party had his eyes closed, his body was still exerting strength in an attempt to break the golden rope. With a light chuckle, Gangjeon untied the golden rope and chopped it with his sword. In an instant, Edking's left arm was cut off. Steel looked at Edking, who was screaming on the ground, and said, "For the sake of the Hidden Cloud Village, I'm not going to take your life. Go back and tell your Raikage that if it happens again, the consequences won't be solved with just an arm." After saying that, he kicked him away. As for his arm, Gangjeon thought about it, and when the tip of the sword touched his arm, the sword energy exploded and it was instantly decomposed into nothingness. Then he returned to the palace and no longer cared about what happened to Edking. Daeon looked at his miserable appearance, smiled, and followed Gangjeon, listening to his teachings and reviewing the battle just now. And Edking, who was kicked away, crashed into a tree. He circulated his chakra and stopped the bleeding wound. He endured the severe pain and hurried back to the Hidden Cloud Village. On the other side, the Kazekage Raito of the Sand Village took action personally. After all, he had no choice but to do this in order to preserve the strength of the village. After all, their village was poor, and at this time, they could not afford to suffer casualties just because of obtaining a ninja tool. In addition, he obtained detailed information during this trip. Knowing that the other party's 6 paths ninja tool was a gourd, any ninja whose name was called would be sucked into it as long as he responded. This time he made full preparations, headed directly towards the Kingdom of Rivers. At this time, the daimyo of Kawanakuni, looking at the lake purification bottle in his hand, looked out from the cave entrance at the ninja struggling below but having no way to break the ninja tools and escape, and laughed. After obtaining the 6 paths ninja gear, he asked the ninjas around him to capture all his enemies that he knew how to use it because when he picked up the gourd, there was a note with the method written on it, as if the gourd was taking good care of him. Kaze Kage Ritu has already arrived at the daimyo imperial palace. I walked in through the main gate and saw the daimyo sitting in the main seat. In his hand he was holding the gourd that he was trying to steal. Smiled. He then knocked away several ninjas who tried to stop him. Shouted, "You are the daimyo of Kawanakuni, right?" The daimyo sitting in the main seat looked at the other party wearing a wind shadow hat, and then looked at the gourd in his hand. He instantly felt that something bad was going to happen, but he did not panic. Instead, he replied, "That's me. I wonder what brings you here, Lord Fengying." Kaze Kage Rito continued, "I want to borrow the gourd from the Lord's hand." Although he said it was a loan, his tone was very stiff. Seeing this situation, the daimyo directly handed the gourd to the guarding ninja next to him. The ninja lifted the gourd and channeled his chakra into it. Shouted loudly, "Lido," but Lido ignored him. When he saw the other party taking action, he immediately formed a seal. Wind escaped 1,000 blades. Wind blades flew out, instantly killing everyone except the daimyo. Then he flashed over and caught the falling gourd. He rushed back to the sand village. The daimyo sitting in the main seat saw this and slammed the table in front of him angrily. "But there is nothing we can do. The other party did not kill him, it was purely the rules of the ninja world. Basically no ninja would kill a daimyo. This is what these daimyo have always done. Every time a daimyo was killed, they would use all the power of the ninja world to hunt down the other party. And now there are villages, except for the situation of Konoha. Other ninja villages have to rely on their economy to survive. Therefore, the protection of daimyo became increasingly strict, and the daimyo's reputation was also thoroughly established. Fengying Lita rushed back, opened the gourd, looked at the person inside, thought for a while, and did not let the person out. Instead, he released a wind escape technique towards the person. After completely dealing with the people inside, chakra controlled the gourd, and all the corpse debris inside flew out directly, completely emptying the internal space of the gourd. After packing up, he returned to the sand village. Edward Ching rushed back and fell in front of the wreckage. After explaining the situation, he fainted completely. Looking at Edward Ching, who was missing an arm in front of him, Wreckage AI's face was gloomy, and he had him taken away for treatment. After directly ordering the village to be under martial law, planning to take action personally. Just like that, a super shadow set foot on the territory of the Iron Kingdom. Not long after he left, a black shadow appeared. With the explosion of a ninjutsu, Edward Ching, who was lying on the hospital bed, died instantly. After killing him, the black shadow disappeared again. The doctor who came in to check the situation screamed when he saw the other person's death. The ninja in charge of guarding immediately sealed off the house and sounded the alarm of the ninja village. In an instant, the hidden cloud village fell into chaos. The wreckage, who had already arrived in the land of iron, was unaware of this. Along the way, the wreckage did not restrain his aura. The old man in the secret room of the Iron Country Daimyo's palace has walked out of the secret room, and Gangjan felt a powerful aura rushing towards him. I also saw the old man coming out, so I didn't hold back. He drew his sword and launched his strongest attack at a black spot from a distance. Secret art swordsmanship White Rainbow. As his sword slashed out, an extremely fast white sword energy instantly hit the wreckage. After a loud bang, Wreckage AI punched out from the dust that had just been kicked up. The dust cleared instantly. Look at the wreckage again. A piece of armor made of lightning appeared on his body. After the sword energy cut a gap, it was filled and restored by lightning. Seeing this scene, Gang Zhan sighed and retreated to the rear somewhat unwillingly. The old man walked out of the city gate and looked at the wreckage at the foot of the city gate. And Wreckage AI also stopped. Looking at the old man opposite him, it was obvious that he had the aura of a strong man of the same level as him. His eyes became serious. Neither side said much. Just take action. Lightning release, thunder spot difference. A black panther appeared and pounced directly at the old man. The old man grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist, looked at the black panther, and unsheathed it in an instant. Sword skill, Liao Huo. A flame shot out from the battle blade. Attached to the sword energy, it rushed straight towards the black panther. The moment the two sides expanded, the black panther exploded, turning into lightning and flames on the spot and causing an explosion. The old man then drew his sword. Sword skill, Wandering Dragon. He was like a dragon, running towards the other party as fast as swimming in the water, and his pace was unpredictable. and the Reikage activated Reg AI. Cloud hidden secret technique ninjutsu thunder release body protection. The whole body is protected by lightning. Reikage AI kept punching and colliding with the opponent's sword energy. Then he hit the old man again. But the other person's figure revealed something strange. He dodged it immediately and then slashed towards the Reikage again. In this way, the two sides fought for 4 or 5 hours. Gangjan had recovered long ago and was watching the fierce battle below from the city wall with the daimyo's guardian warriors. They could feel that as long as they went down to join the battle, even without the other side deliberately targeting them, the aftermath alone would be enough to kill them several times. Swallowed. No one present could see the two people's attacks clearly, and as the battle lasted longer, the attacks of the two became more fierce and faster. After this confrontation, the two finally distanced themselves from each other. Reikage AI shook off the dust on his body, and Leikai had already dispersed. Looking at the old man, he said, "I recognize your strength. A strong man like you can't remain anonymous forever. Tell me your name." The old man straightened his clothes and said, "My name is Ziyufeng Mingli." Upon hearing the other party's name, Reikage AI was stunned. Obviously he knew this person. "Are you the powerful warrior, Ziyufeng Mingli, who once unified the entire Iron Nation with his swordsmanship? So many years have passed, and I haven't heard from you at all. I thought you were gone. I never expected that you were still alive and had become so powerful. I came here this time, firstly, to avenge my men, and secondly, to secure the golden rope of your Iron Nation. Your Excellency, do you wish to continue the fight?" Ziyufeng Mingli said slowly, "We each make a move. If we can tie, I will hand over the golden rope of the Iron Nation to you, and all our grudges will be settled. How about that?" When Lei Ying Ai heard this, he was not happy at all and was about to refute, but Ziyufeng Mingli continued, "Your Kumagakur village has only been established for a few years, right? If you go to war with our Iron Country at this time, and the other 4 major ninja villages take this opportunity to put pressure on you, what will happen to you?" After these words were spoken, Reikage AI fell silent. He was arrogant, but not stupid. He was not sure that he could defeat the old man in front of him. If the other party started a war, although he believed that he would not lose, if the other villages also attacked, they would suffer a powerful blow. In the end, he agreed with the old man's method. The two of them distanced themselves. At the same time, used the most powerful killing move. The lightning attribute chakra in the Reikage's body suddenly became violent, continuously exploding, and finally continuously condensed on his fist. He directly gathered these lightning bolts with his powerful physique. If a ninja who didn't practice physical skills came here, he would probably be injured by the lightning. After gathering together, he punched the opponent directly. Lightning release, heavy flow explosion. Ziyufeng Mingli sensed the power of the ninjutsu on the opponent's fist, and his eyes became sharp. Hold the knife handle tightly with both hands. The whole body's strength flows into the hands as the muscles surge. When his momentum reached its peak, he took a few steps forward and chopped down fiercely at his opponent. Sword technique, great returning flame, fire attribute chakra exploded on the blade, and the two men collided in the blink of an eye. Violent thunder and lightning and raging flames swelled together. Another big explosion sounded. The two were instantly blown away by the explosion. After landing, they used defensive ninjutsu on each other to block the explosion and prevent the destructive range from expanding. The few warriors who were watching the fight were already blown away by the residual power of the battle between the two men. After all, you are blocking actual damage, not this thing. It took a long time. It finally calmed down. The two looked at each other. Ziyufeng Mingli shouted, "Gangjan, give me the golden rope." When Gangjan heard his shout, he directly controlled the golden rope and it fell into his hands. Ziyufeng Mingli looked at the golden rope in his hand and threw it directly to the Reikage AI opposite him. After obtaining the ninja tools, Reikage AI bowed to the other party, said nothing more, turned around and ran back towards the hidden cloud village. At this time, Yoichi and Kanaha looked at the banana fan in his hand, thinking about who to give it to. Want to ask how he got it? When he appeared in the bird kingdom as a flying thunder god, directly summoned a wooden man. Sitting on the wooden man, he found the cage-level ninja. The other party looked at the wooden man that was 100 meters tall and immediately gave up resistance. After all, he has used this thing to conquer the most fertile land in the bird kingdom in the past few days and collected a lot of resources. Seeing that the person on the other side hadn't made any movement, Yi jumped off the wooden man. The person opposite looked at the pattern on his body representing Kanaha. He looked at the palm leaf fan in his hand again. My heart skipped a beat. He threw it directly to Yoryuaki. After getting the fan, Yoryuaki didn't say much and directly returned to Kanaha with Flying Thunder God. Nowadays, all the 6 paths ninja tools are in the hands of the 5 hidden villages in the ninja world. Among them, Kanaha got the banana fan, the hidden cloud village got the golden rope, the hidden mist village got the 7-star sword, the hidden rock village got the red gourd, and the hidden sand village got the amber bottle. A month has passed since they obtained the 6 paths ninja tools. This month, the golden rope obtained by the hidden cloud village has been studied thoroughly by the other party. They also know that this thing can tie up the enemy and make the enemy say a catchphrase, but they don't know what the use of saying this catchphrase is. In the end, the Raikage did not give this ninja tool to his subordinates, but chose to use it himself. As for the Hidden Mist Village, they still haven't discovered the true use of the 7-star sword and just regard it as a powerful weapon. The Mizukage Byakuran is a master of ninjutsu, but not proficient in swordsmanship, so he gave it to the most powerful sword in the village except for him, Hojiki Genjutsu. Hojiki Genjutsu also took some time to adjust to the strange shape of the 7-star sword. After all, there are all kinds of strange shapes of swords in the ninja world, so it's not surprising. The Uegakure village suffered the most. They had no idea what the red gourd was used for, and no matter how they experimented, they found nothing useful. The Iwaka Ishigawa was so angry that he wanted to destroy it directly, but after several consecutive ninjutsu, the gourd was safe and sound. He had no choice but to seal this ninja tool in the treasury of the Uegakure village. The Sand Village is the most powerful of the 4 ninja villages. The 6 paths ninja tool amber purifier bottle was personally snatched by the Kazekage Raito, and he has already witnessed how powerful the tool is, so he chose to carry this ninja tool with him and use it. During this month, Yayi did not give the banana fan to anyone else. Instead, he threw it in the corner of the office. Although the other ninjas knew about it, they didn't say much. After all, they knew that their lord Yoryuaki no longer needed the blessing of this thing. As for who would get the thing, they all had a vague guess. In the evening, a ninja with blue eyes and wearing a black robe with many patterns on it walked into the gate of Kanaha. Several jonin standing guard around greeted him. Kakuzu-sama, welcome back. Kakuzu-sama, I believe you have completed the task with ease again this time. Hearing these compliments, Kakuzu did not show any impatience. Instead, he smiled happily at them and walked towards the mission building. Those jonin were used to it and were not offended by the other party's lack of response. After all, the other party is already a powerful cage-level warrior, and this level is considered one of the top masters in Kanaha. Moreover, according to the observations of these ninjas over the years, Kakuzu was a bit introverted, but after a few years of getting along with him, he gradually became more sunny. After all, Kanaha is now in a very peaceful and stable environment. It is not as full of darkness as other villages, so whether it is ordinary people or ninjas living in Kanaha, things are getting better and better. However, if someone wants to destroy this hard-won piece, these lower-level people will probably be in an uproar on their own without the words of the higher UPS like Yoryuaki. Other villages have more or less some political conflicts, etc., because the ninja village has just been established and has the power of the cage to suppress it, so nothing can be seen now, but once the replacement is not strong enough, these villages will be manipulated by Black Zetsu. After completing the mission, Kakuzu returned to his house, took a brief rest, removed the protection under his black robe, put on casual clothes, and prepared to go to the hot spring in the village to relax. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he sensed a senior ninja rushing towards him quickly, and it was obvious that he was coming for him. After thinking about it, he stood there and waited to see what the other party wanted to do. In addition to the Kanaha logo, the ninja also had a badge representing the Ministry of Economic Affairs. This is a new thing that came out a few years ago. In order to better distinguish the departments, each department has a different badge pattern, and it must be hung on the chest so that everyone can distinguish it. When Kakuzu saw the badge, he instantly became serious. The jonin saw Kakuzu already standing there waiting, so he said to him without any further ado, Kakuzu-sama, Yoryuaki-sama wants you to go to the Ministry of Economic Affairs. After answering, Kakuzu turned into a beam of black light and fled towards the Ministry of Economic Affairs building. After all, it's black clothes, and when you run fast, you look like a black light. He arrived in a short while and walked to Yayi's office. He knocked on the door first. After the assistant inside opened the door, he walked in. Yoryuaki looked up at Kakuzu. After several years of transformation, although there were many missions, Kakuzu took them all on his own initiative. Even so, Kakuzu looked a lot younger than before he joined Kanaha. Putting down the documents in his hand, he motioned Kakuzu to sit down and said calmly, if I remember correctly, you seem to have mastered the 5 basic attributes of ninjutsu now, right? Kakuzu replied, yes, Master Yoryuaki. Although I used to be best at earth-attributed ninjutsu, after acquiring this secret technique, I am now quite proficient in all 5 forms of ninjutsu. Yoryuaki continued, we have seen your efforts over the years, and Kanaha hasn't given you anything. Before Yoryuaki could finish, Kakuzu said anxiously, Master Yoryuaki, Kanaha has given me so much. Not only is it a huge backing, but it also has powerful ninjutsu for me to learn. I am now so powerful thanks to Kanaha. Yeah, he smiled when he heard this and continued, don't worry, I'm sure you've heard about the news that several of our ninja villages were trying to steal the 6 paths ninja tool some time ago. When the assistant heard this, he took the palm leaf fan from the corner and placed it in front of Kakuzu. That's great. Although your secret technique is powerful, your true form is still a little lacking. You also lack a suitable ninja tool. This banana fan can allow you to further enhance the power of the 5 ninjutsu you release. When Kakuzu heard this, he was stunned for a moment, put his hand on the handle of the banana fan, and instantly sensed the power contained in the 6 paths ninja tools, and then looked up at Yoryuaki. Seeing this, he waved his hand. Although there are several people in Kanaha who are proficient in the 5 elements ninjutsu, you are the most powerful among them and have contributed more to the village. Keep this banana fan. Zhao didn't say anything else. At this time, Yoryuki stood up. After letting Kakuzu raise his hand, he circulated his chakra and pointed at the palm of his hand, and a sealing technique appeared. Kakuzu circulated his chakra and aimed it at the banana fan in front of him. With a flash of light, the banana fan entered the space that Yoryuki had opened up in Kakuzu's palm. Afterwards, Yoryuki left here with a flying thunder god. Kakuzu was silent for a while and did not stay any longer, but his inner bond with Konoha became even deeper. He silently swore in his heart that he would never let Yei down. It was already night when I came out. He was on the street, looking up at the bright moon in the dark night, clenched his fists. The next day, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Yoryuki, the three gathered again, still on the Hokage rock, with still another set of chairs. However, this time, three different formations appeared under their feet, completely concealing the auras of the three people. In addition, many ninjas were dispatched to the vicinity of Hokage Rock today to prevent anyone from breaking in. After everything was ready, Senju Hashirama spoke first. I've been sending people to investigate the ninja world for a while now, and I discovered that when Madara and I purged the four major nations, we only purged a few of the big families. There were also some who had been hiding and we didn't take the time to find them. So, although there aren't many super cage level ninjas in the ninja world now, there should still be quite a few. Uchiha Madara nodded and said, as my power grew, I actually sensed a powerful chakra eruption from the moon one night. Also, I left the village a while ago and saw that many other ninjas from the ninja world were constantly sneaking into the land of fire. Although no battles broke out, they were simply infiltrating, but they definitely had bad intentions. Yeah, he looked at the two people in front of him who were becoming more powerful than before, thought for a moment, stopped talking, and slowly said, the ninja world is more complex than we thought. I only briefly mentioned the enemies of the Itsutsuki clan before, but I was a little careless and forgot that there are still some places in the ninja world that have survived for a long time and have a strong foundation. First, there are some families other than Konoha that have special abilities. 1. The Kagaya clan. This family seems to have some connection to Kagaya Itsutsuki. They possess a hereditary Kekii Genkai called the Shikatsumai. However, this family was conquered by our Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. At that time, they fled the land of fire with the remaining fire. They now live on the continent to the upper right of the land of water. The opponent's Kekii Genkai is a special kind, and its power is extremely strong. It's a pity that all the clansmen who awaken this power will suffer from the blood disease. Only those who have cultivated to the level of Kage can suppress it a little. 2. The Hojiki clan has now surrendered to the Hidden Mist village. They don't have a bloodline limit, but they have a special genetic inheritance that allows them to transform their bodies into water. They are largely immune to physical attacks. Even if they are hit by the tailed beast balls, they can recover quickly. Their only known weakness is their lightning release ninjutsu. If they didn't have this weakness, they wouldn't have any problem building a large village of their own. 3. The Night Moon clan. This clan is the clan to which the Raikage of the current Cloud Village belongs. The members of their clan will experience a significant increase in physical strength as they grow up, making them more suitable for practicing ninjutsu and lightning release than ordinary people. This is why they are so powerful. 4. The Blood Pond clan. This family is located in the land of lightning. It's a very small family. They were once massacred by the Uchiha during the Warring States period. Their illusions are almost comparable to those of the Uchiha of the same level. They can also use blood to perform various ninjutsu. They are still under the surveillance of the Uchiha. 5. The Jugo clan. This clan is born with the power of immortals, but they also have flaws. Otherwise, this alone would allow them to have a place in the ninja world. Because they have been influenced by natural energy since childhood, they are often extremely irritable and very cruel and bloodthirsty, loving to kill. However, when they are quiet, they become taciturn and love small animals. This is the dual nature of this clan. This clan is located on a piece of land directly below the Kagaya clan. The above 5 families are all relatively threatening, but they have very small numbers of people. Although some other families with bloodline limits pose some threats, they are relatively mediocre. After all, in Konoha, apart from other things, there are a lot of powerful families now. Second, the issue of the 3 holy places. These 3 holy places probably existed before the Itsutsuki clan came. 1. Mayaboku Mountain is inhabited by a group of toads. The strongest is one called Toad Sage. His peak strength should be at the level of half-step 6 paths, which is about the same as your current level. However, he has entered the aging stage and his strength has begun to decline significantly. Aside from his prophecy technique, which remains intact, he is no longer suitable for fighting. At the same time, besides Black Zetsu, he was also the one who interfered during the conflict between Kagaya Itsutsuki and his family, causing one party to obtain Sage Mode, further escalating their conflict and ultimately leading to the current outcome. 2. Wet Bone Forest. I believe Uncle Hashirama should be familiar with this. He learned his Sage Mode from there. There are a group of slugs living there. They have powerful healing abilities. The slugs split up, and each clone attaches itself to a ninja. They can also restore the ninja's physical strength and chakra, and can also act as a sensory eye. 3. Longdi Cave. The Sage Mode of this holy land is very powerful, but obtaining their Sage Mode techniques is much more difficult. First, you must gain the approval of the White Snake Sage. Only after gaining approval will you be taught Sage Mode by his subordinates. If you don't gain approval, forget about leaving. You will be turned into food for the White Snake Sage. Even if you gain approval, if you fail to cultivate Sage Mode, you will also become nourishment for Longdi Cave. The strength ranking of these 3 holy places from lowest to highest is Mayaboku Mountain, Wetbone Forest, and Ryokai Cave. But if a ninja who hasn't reached the 6 paths level tries to provoke them, the final outcome will probably be very tragic. After all, the 3 holy places have existed for thousands of years, so there's nothing to fear from any strange methods they possess. My opinion of Mayaboku Seinaven: if there is some kind of formation, the strongest one can only reach the peak of Super Shadow, but if you go alone, you will probably still be defeated miserably. As for the Wetbone Forest, the most powerful being is the legendary slug Immortal. It said that the slug you summoned is just one of his many fragments. In other words, no one has yet been able to summon the real slug. What we've seen is only 1/10 of the slug Immortal's body. It's also possible that the entire Wetbone Forest is carried on the slug Immortal's back. To summon it, one should be at the 6th path level. Moreover, this Wetbone Forest is the most gentle of the 3 holy places. After all, everyone knows the slug's temper. The last dragon cave is quite outrageous. The survival law of the fittest prevails in this dragon cave. The survivors are all geniuses. Among them, the white snake Immortal should have evolved into a dragon and can now transform into a human form. At the same time, there are genius snakes transformed into 3 young girls below it. Their strength should be extremely terrifying. According to my speculation, if someone without a 6 paths level goes looking for this thing, they'll probably die miserably. Hashirama and Madara looked at each other, quickly digesting the information. After a while, they signaled Yoryuki to continue, while constantly deducing the next plan in their minds. Yae was silent for a while, then spoke again. You must have been curious about why the once powerful Hyuga clan suddenly became a small clan overnight. That you should know that at their peak strength, even if they can't confront our 2 major clans head-on, they can still contain them. Hashirama replied, indeed, during that period, the Hyuga clan suddenly lost many people, and the strength of the entire clan dropped several levels. From then on, the other party went from being an ally of our Senju clan to a vassal of our clan. At first we were worried they had some kind of conspiracy, but as time went on, it seemed like they were simply seeking protection, looking for a big backer to survive. Yae smiled and said, that's because a large part of their clan has already gone to the moon. Although I haven't found the passage yet, the chakra explosion that Madara mentioned before should be the fight between the main and branch Hyuga families on the moon. Without waiting for the 2 to ask questions, Yoryuki continued, based on the current situation, the battle above is over. As for why they fought, it was just a desire from a Hyuga clan member to evolve his Byakugan. When Madara heard this, he instantly became interested. Can the Byakugan evolve? Hashirama also asked, is it the same evolution as the Sharingan? Yeah, he answered their questions. The evolution of the Byakugan and the Sharingan is different. The Sharingan evolves in stages, while the Byakugan reaches its peak directly. When the Byakugan's pupil power reaches its peak, combined with the pure Hyuga bloodline, the Byakugan will evolve into an equally legendary eye, the Samsara Eye. These are the eyes that Kagaya Etsutsuki possesses. Their abilities are different from those of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is known as the Eye of Skill. It is an ability that relies heavily on skill to function, and it mostly serves a supporting function. But the Samsara Eye is different. It's called the Eye of Power, and the name itself clearly shows its difference. The Samsara Eye possesses extremely powerful offensive eye techniques, and the damage it inflicts is terrifying. By now, the one on the moon should have been collecting pupil skills, but this plan will definitely fail in the end because they don't have pure bloodlines. Even the purest among the other side can't withstand the side effects of that huge pupil power. Hearing this, Hashirama and Madara felt relieved. At the same time, he was also frightened by the fact that there were so many terrifying existences in the ninja world. He originally thought that apart from the Etsutsuki clan, there was nothing in the ninja world that could suppress them. Unexpectedly, there were so many hidden threats. Yoryuki glanced at them, turned his head to look at the scenery of Konoha below, and said slowly again, the dangers in the ninja world are more than just these. There are many strange ninjutsu and people who can pose a threat to Konoha. So we can't relax from now on. We have to work harder and speed up our training. Yoryuki turned to look at Hashirama and Madara and said seriously, only when both of you break through to the 6 paths level can we guarantee our future battles and the implementation of our plans. Otherwise, the final result will surely be destruction. Seeing how serious Yoryuki was, Hashirama and Madara nodded solemnly. The 3 of them chatted for a long time and finally dispersed at night. But Yae did not go home. Instead, he went to where the Hyuga clan was. He walked slowly like this without using Flying Thunder God, and the Hyuga ninja saw him, greeted him respectfully, and then hurried to report. When Yoryuki reached where the clan leader was, the gate was already open. The current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Bappo, was already dressed and kneeling in front of the chopping board, waiting for Yoryuki's arrival. Yae walked in and sat cross-legged opposite him. Since Yae was wearing casual training clothes, there was nothing wrong with his posture. Hinata Bappo asked politely, excuse me, what brings you here to me at night, Minister? Yeah, he said something shocking, and opened his mouth directly to reveal his cards. I want your Hyuga clan to abolish the branch family system. Hearing this, Hyuga Bappo instantly jumped up and opened his Byakugan fiercely, but when he saw the 9-tailed beasts on Yoryuki and his huge amount of chakra, he was silent for a while, then sat down. Why is that? Yeah, he said, now Konoha has begun to teach children from a young age that they must contribute to the village. No family, including the Senju and Hashirama clans, can hinder the progress of the village. Your system is forcibly treating the members of the branch family as resources of your own family. From the moment they joined Hyaga Konoha, they no longer belong to a certain family. Hearing this, Hinata Bappo also fell silent. Yes. When joining Konoha, Hashirama had already emphasized that the family could not be larger than Konoha, and with the help of Madara, he was still very powerful. They were also given the right to choose freely. Those who disagreed would be asked to leave. The final result was obvious, they all stayed. Hinata Bappo still asked, can you give me a reason why you suddenly? He didn't finish his words, but Yoryuki understood what he wanted to say, your Hyuuga's eyes can evolve. Hearing this, Hinata Bappo became excited instantly and did not doubt Yoryuki's words because the other party had no reason to lie to him. Yoryuki continued, to evolve, one needs extremely pure blood. Although Hinata doesn't have it yet, it will definitely appear in the future. Now, if I were born in a branch family, I would be like a caged bird. Hinata Bappo's eyes widened instantly. If only. Then the Hyaga clan will lose the possibility of further progress. Think about it carefully. Still hesitant. Next, Yagi talked with him for several hours, and during these hours, even the development of their family was planned. At this point he finally agreed with this statement. If the Hyaga clan wasn't from Konoha, do you think Yoryuki would still be wasting his time talking? Hyaga Bappo directly called all the Hyaga elders to inform them of this matter. As expected, everyone disagrees. But then Yagi no longer tolerated them and directly summoned a 50-meter-long wooden man to beat them up. Finally he behaved himself. All the caged birds that were separated from the clan were released overnight. This method was modified by Yagi for them. After all, they only had the disease and had no way to remove it. All the branch families were ecstatic late at night. They didn't expect that on such an ordinary day, such a big surprise would hit them in the face. Their feelings for Konoha became even deeper. But some people in the Zone family were unhappy. But, the same principle applies. This time, Yagi didn't even need to take action. The people from the branch family rushed forward and defeated the other party. Finally, in one night, the Hyaga clan's 1,000-year-old system of separate families was abolished, and the serious atmosphere within the clan was also broken from tonight. This is the effect of absolute power and huge benefits. The Iron Country. Inside the Daimyo Imperial Palace. At this moment, all the top-level experts of the Iron Country gathered here. The daimyo sat in the main seat, looked at the warriors below, sighed, and said to the most powerful one, Ziyufeng Mingli, I still have to trouble you to come out. Shiyufeng Mingli lowered his head slightly, if there's anything I can do, just tell me. The daimyo continued, please lead these warriors to build a village. When these words came out, the people below were about to speak, but the daimyo held his hand and continued, now the ninja world is the era of villages. If my Iron Country continues like this, it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. And with a village, we can better establish relations with other villages. After getting to know you over this period of time, I know that you are a great addition to our Iron Nation, and your strength is among the best in the ninja world. At the same time, the establishment of the village can also provide the citizens of the Iron Country with a safer environment and better develop the Iron Country's economy. Hearing this, Shiyufeng Mingli no longer refused, but bowed his head to the daimyo, and led these strong men to follow the daimyo's guards to the territory that the daimyo had designated for them. Obviously, the daimyo had already asked ninjas to build houses and other structures in this area, and they have now been completed. Following Ziyufeng Mingli's order, these warriors began to spread the word everywhere and led their families to move to the warrior village. In this way, the strongest village among the 5 major villages came into being. When the establishment of the village of war was announced, the daimyo of the land of Iron sent diplomatic envoys to cooperate directly with the most powerful Konoha. The Iron Country provides Konoha with some special materials every year, and in exchange, Konoha will send some merchants to the Iron Country to carry out a series of business cooperation to provide more jobs for the villagers of Wu Village. The Takigakur village also began to actively establish diplomatic relations. He began to establish contact with several surrounding ninja villages and no longer hid. Obviously, Taki and Gazang knew that something would happen if he hid any longer. When people learned of the existence of Takigakur village, some people with bad intentions went to explore. But when Taki Gazang showed his powerful strength, they all restrained themselves. After the 6 Paths Ninja Tools incident, many hidden ninja villages emerged, and they continued to communicate with each other, which soon turned into a complex diplomatic incident. Time passes. 3 months passed like this. During these 3 months, Black Zetsu did not stop his actions. Instead, he wandered around various ninja villages. Constant provocation. Finally, one day, in the Bear Country, Mo Guang Zhangzi of Xingyian Village finally developed a secret technique that was unique to them. He named it Peacock Magic. And better, Black Zetsu knocked out a senior ninja from Konoha who came out to do a mission. It was dropped near Xingyian Village. Mo Guang Zhanshi happened to encounter it, and when he saw the Konoha ninja suddenly appear, he did not make any extra movements. After a while, the Jonin slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the stranger in front of him, he instantly jumped away and put some distance between them. Seeing that he didn't move, the Konoha Jonin slowly retreated and finally disappeared here. Mo Guang still did not make any unnecessary movements when he slashed his breath, but thinking silently in my heart, this kind of thing has been happening more and more recently. As soon as I developed the peacock magic method, someone came out to cause trouble. It seems I'm being monitored. The more I think about it, the more I think about it. Finally he shook his head. After returning to the village, he immediately recalled all the star-hidden ninjas and strictly ordered them to stay in the village to practice. It looked like something big was about to happen. 3 holy places. Mt Miyamu, in a stone cave. The Toad Immortal, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. The little frog serving nearby immediately rang the big bell. After a while, several high-end fighters from Mayaboku Mountain arrived in front of Toad Sage. Just wait silently. Finally, the Toad Immortal closed his eyes and slowly said, "A dark shadow." Throughout the ninja world, the chaos is resurfacing. The ninja world will enter a chess game that will last for several years. Only the child of destiny can lead the ninja world out of the chessboard. From today on, Mayaboku Mountain will look for people with predestined relationships and bring them back to Mayaboku Mountain for training. Without waiting for other toads to ask questions, the Toad Immortal fell asleep again. The toads looked at each other and dispersed. Start walking towards the ninja world, looking for the destined person he mentioned. The strange thing is, the other 2 holy places did not take any action. Even the 2 immortals didn't say much at this time, but a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I don't know what he is planning. The Hidden Mist Village. After Mizukage Balian finished his work for the day, come to the training ground, continuously releasing one ninjutsu after another. Finally, in a moment, his momentum suddenly rose to a higher level. It is obvious that the strength has increased again, and Gui Deng Huanyu, after adapting for several months, he has completely mastered the 7-star sword. His powerful water escape technique combined with swordsmanship greatly increased his strength. The chakra training intensity that had been stuck for a long time also slowly broke through. This situation put him in a good mood, because this means that he is only a few years away from breaking through to the super shadow level. After that, he began to practice harder. On the moon, an old man in white clothes with completely white eyes, holding a young child. Originally, this scene should have been beautiful, but there were corpses lying all around them. The 2 of them kept moving among the corpses. Roll your eyes. And the big eyeball that moved with them behind him continuously absorbed the pupil power from the white eyes in their hands. The old man has also been silently sensing the situation, as the last pair of white eyes were sucked receive, but there was still a little bit of pupil power missing to fill the big eyeball. Finally, he glanced at the child. The old man laughed and thrust his hands into his eyes. As the blood flows out, he actually pulled out the pair of white eyes and absorbed them. The big eyeball stopped instantly. As time goes by, the old man sensed that a particularly powerful pupil power was being born inside. He laughed out loud. Follow the guidance of the young child. They left the room, returned to their residence. The child slowly wiped the blood off the old man's face, but the old man didn't care about this. Instead, he said to the child in an even more frantic manner, "Shiren, remember, when the pupil power in this eyeball reaches its peak, you will absorb it immediately. Ha 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 ha. It is an honor for those stubborn Hayaga people to contribute to this glorious evolution. Ha 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 ha." Loud laughter echoed across the entire moon, and inside the moon, a powerful chakra suddenly erupted from a woman who had been sleeping. A green light appeared instantly. He placed his hand on the seal in front of him. This chakra was suppressed in an instant. He raised his head, as if looking through the room in front of him, and saw the huge white eyes directly. No unnecessary movements. It disappeared here again. In the past few months, Kakuzu, like Hojiki Genjutsu, has been constantly honing the 6 paths ninja tools in his hands. After releasing this ninjutsu, Kakuzu couldn't help but smile at the powerful power created by this ninjutsu, and his puppet left the training ground satisfied. After a rest, Kakuzu arrived at the mission building. The ninja working inside saw him come in and received him very warmly, and listed all the high-level tasks that are currently available. Kakuzu thought for a moment, took away 5 tasks. Here are respectively: Nejiro Habara, who has the strength of an early cage. Ning Guangqing is a mid-level actor with great potential. 2 high-ranking cage-level players, Jugo Tenjutsu and Kagaya Terra. The top actors in the film industry include Jin Zufan. Kakuzu took a look at the detailed information written above. The first 2 attacked many Konoha ninjas who were out on missions and stole their property. The last 3 are more serious. Not only did he kill the ninjas, he also constantly attacked some Konoha merchant caravans. Although Konoha is strong, But there are always some young and foolish people in the ninja world, and these young and foolish people don't care about the changes in the outside world. Still doing my own thing. After thousands of years in the ninja world, some of these free ninjas have become powerful. So this situation happened. Kakuzu noted down the places where the target of the mission had appeared recently. So he left here. He had never questioned Konoha's intelligence, because Konoha's intelligence work is under the charge of the Shadow Guards. There are countless powerful ninjas from Konoha, especially countless ninjutsu in this area. Therefore, except for being inferior to Black Zetsu, Konoha's current intelligence work is basically the most powerful in the ninja world. Every time Kakuzu went out on a mission, the information Konoha provided was almost the same as the information exchange in the dark corners of the ninja world. Moreover, he always maintained a cautious attitude, which enabled him to complete his tasks almost perfectly. Kakuzu looked at the seal mark on his palm. He changed into a black robe, walked out of Konoha again. As time goes by, he reached the border between the Fire Kingdom and the Rain Kingdom. Although the current ninja world has the concept of a country, it does not have the idea of guarding national borders. During the Warring States period, it was based on families, and now it is based on villages. So no matter how things change, they have never thought of destroying or occupying a country, which makes these countries eternal in a sense. Kakuzu quickly reached the approximate location in the Land of Rain. A wretched ninja was eating and drinking alone in a gourmet chain restaurant in Konoha. Kakuzu walked away, and when he passed by the ninja, he was obviously stunned. Then he left here in a hurry. Kakuzu didn't chase after him either. Instead, he took out the token and showed it to the boss. The boss took him to the kitchen. He also said that the wretched ninja was the Habura Nejiro he was looking for, and that he had been hanging around in this area recently. After obtaining accurate intelligence and determining the target, Kakuzu left the shop. The boss put on a human face mask and continued to go out to receive customers. When Nejiro Habura sensed that the other party didn't seem to catch up with him, the sense of crisis in his heart eased a little. He had just sensed that the other party's strength was simply unfathomable. Remembering Konoha's wanted notice for him, he suddenly regretted killing those Konoha ninjas. After thinking about it, he didn't go back. Instead, it burst out at an even faster speed and moved away from here. Finally, after half an hour, he arrived at a cliff crack in the Rain Kingdom. He looked around and sensed the situation nearby again. When he didn't see anyone, he jumped down carefully. Soon it landed on a few branches growing on the cliff, and with a flash, it came to the cave blocked by the branches. In the cave, he finally relaxed his tense heart and lay down on the shoddy bed in the cave. Slowly fell asleep. At this time, on the cliff, a man in a black robe walked out from the darkness. Seeing that the other party didn't notice him, he secretly thought that the new breath-concealing ninjutsu he learned was really powerful. At least those at the early shadow level can no longer sense him, making it easier to track the enemy. Kakuzu looked at the branch below and jumped down without hesitation. A thin layer of chakra was attached to the feet. Kakuzu quickly landed on it. There was no sound at all. Kakuzu just stayed on the branch, but the branch didn't shake at all. Kakuzu did not take out the palm leaf fan. After all, it was easy for him to deal with this little karami. Kakuzu quickly landed directly at the entrance of the cave. After waving his hand to summon two puppets, powerful chakra exploded. Nejiro Habura inside was instantly surprised. Without thinking, he formed seals facing the cave entrance without even opening his eyes. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A wall of earth appeared. At this time, Kakuzu's two puppets had also released ninjutsu. Fire style, sea of fire, burning sky, wind style, wind tension. Because Kakuzu's contribution value was very high, he also successfully learned a lot of advanced ninjutsu, which allowed him to master more of the 5 elements ninjutsu, and his strength also improved a lot. The huge flames quickly engulfed the earth wall in front. This earth wall cannot stop this fire escape at all. Seeing this, Nejiro Habura hurriedly released ninjutsu one after another and thought about how to escape. However, the wind escape released by the puppet engraved with the word wind soon played a huge role. The strong gale pushed the fire escape forward. The further you move, the bigger the fire gets. Following the sound of cracking earth walls, Nejiro Habura gritted his teeth and released his last ninjutsu. Earth escape, earth dragon spin. A 2-meter-long earth dragon appeared. He focused his eyes, sat on the head of the earth dragon and wanted to go out. But he obviously underestimated Kakuzu. The power of the combined ninjutsu was swallowed up by the fire escape at that moment. His earth dragon hardened and shattered, and he was instantly killed by the fire escape. Kakuzu stopped his ninjutsu and walked in. I saw the burnt body of Nejiro Habura. He took out the quest scroll and put the body inside. Just walked out of the cave and thought about it. He took out the palm leaf fan and waved it casually. This cave was directly destroyed by the powerful chakra. No trace was left. Kakuzu once again transformed into a black shadow and ran towards the nearby land of grass. In the land of grass, Ning Guangqing wandered in the forest. As one ninjutsu after another was released, a ninja fell to the ground. Ning Guangqing breathed a sigh of relief. He threw out a few more shurikens to test, but saw no response. She went forward and began to touch the body. Turn the body over. I saw the mark of the hidden rock village on the other person's chest. She covered her forehead and thought to herself, why is it another ninja from a big ninja village? I just want to rob some money. It's either Konoha or Sand Village, and now there's also Uegakure. It seems that we can't take any further action. Even better, now that we've gathered enough money to buy weapons, let's go buy them and find a place to hide them for the next 10 or 8 years. I just don't believe that after such a long time, these ninjas can still find me. After looting, she quickly left the place. She came to a small village, bought the ninja sword she liked from the blacksmith there, and then left quickly. She had also thought about robbing the blacksmith directly. However, she gave up the idea when the blacksmith raised a hammer-like ninja tool and beat her half to death. The moment Kakuzu set foot in the land of grass, a ninja appeared near him. Kakuzu took the initiative to go up to him. The man bowed to him, took out a piece of paper, and left. Kakuzu looked at the information above and found out Ning Guangqing's recent location, so he quickly rushed over there. Because it says that the other party is fleeing, so Kakuzu had to hurry up and deal with the opponent. At this time, Ning Guangqing was walking at a moderate speed, but she suddenly stopped. Then he burst out at the fastest speed and fled in one direction. At this moment, Kakuzu pulled the corner of his mouth, which was hidden by his black robe, and revealed an evil smile. I got you then. Kakuzu suddenly increased his speed and flashed in front of the opponent. Ning Guangqing looked at the black-robed ninja who suddenly appeared in front of her from behind, and she immediately stopped. He took out the ninja tools he had just bought and stared at the other person. Kakuzu looked at Ning Guangqing, who was as cautious as a frightened mouse. He waved his hand and 3 puppets appeared. Ning Guangqing looked at the puppet that suddenly appeared, a look of fear on her face. After a moment, she reluctantly questioned, "Are you Keku Kakuzu?" Kakuzu didn't answer the other party, but just laughed and suddenly used ninjutsu. Water style, water prison technique, earth escape, seal the wall, thunder release, thunder pool. Several earth walls rose up instantly, blocking all directions except the front. At this time, 2 other ninjutsu also flew towards her. She thought about it. He used all his strength, tightly gripped the ninja sword in his hand, and slashed towards the thunder pool of the water ball that was flying towards him. Wind style sword technique, sword cutting. A stream of wind attribute chakra attached to the ninja sword, directly and fiercely splitting the thunder ball and water ball. The sharpness of the wind escape allowed the ninja sword to cut the 2 balls in one stroke. She was just getting happy and ready to run away. The broken water ball exploded instantly. The water ball turned into a cage and trapped her inside. She was about to struggle. The exploding thunderball merged into the water dungeon. Lightning exploded on her body. After a while, as Kakuzu increased his chakra output, Ning Guangqing fainted in the water prison. Seeing this, Kakuzu immediately released his ninjutsu. He put away the puppet and walked over. Looking at Ning Guangqing, who had fainted on the ground, Kakuzu picked up her ninja sword, gently swept it across her neck, and stabbed it into her heart. After a few rotations, the opponent quickly lost her life. He took out the mission scroll and put the other party's body into it. Kakuzu looked at the ninja sword in his hand, felt it, and instantly realized that the other party was robbing money just for this ninja sword. This ninja sword is really good. At least it is enough at the movie level. Whether it is chakra conduction or sharpness, it is first class. Kakuzu was delighted to have obtained an expensive trophy and put away his ninja sword. This time I didn't care about the environment. I left here directly and rushed to the next mission location. Time passes. Within a few days, he arrived at the Frost Kingdom. The cold weather didn't bother him. He was still wearing a black robe, which was not stained with blood from the battle, nor did it show any signs of damage. Obviously, this is a special ninja uniform produced by Konoha. The Frost Kingdom is slightly larger than the previous 2 small countries. The population is also a little larger. Walking on the street, people coming and going didn't pay much attention to Kakuzu. After all, there are many ninjas in the ninja world who wear strange clothes. No one would offend a ninja for this. Kakuzu first found a booth and sat down, drinking hot mutton soup, and the owner of the store replaced the person. He took out a scroll from his pocket, handed it to Kakuzu cryptically, and left. After quickly drinking the mutton soup and a few gulps, Kakuzu left. First I found a hotel to stay in. In the hotel, he first used his chakra to sense it and found that no one was spying. Then he opened the scroll. There is some information about Jinzufan written on it. It's probably golden bead sale. Male ninja. Possesses the bloodline limit of ice escape. Chakra reaches the peak level of cage. Resident in the Kingdom of Frost. Behind it is the support of the daimyo of the Frost Country. This gave him the courage to continue plundering the Konoha merchant caravans coming to the Frost Country. The specific changes occurred only in the last month. Apparently there had been a sudden shift towards Konoha from within the daimyo's palace. After investigation, it was found that a coup had taken place in the daimyo of the Frost Country, and the daimyo has now been replaced. This daimyo's family was once destroyed by the Uchiha clan of Konoha during the Warring States period. Therefore, he has a strong hatred towards Konoha. Seeing this, Kakuzu also understood the other party's situation. After putting away the scroll, he fell asleep. The next day, it was still dark. Kakuzu had already packed up and walked out. He walked towards the Frost Ninja village in the Frost Country. This ninja village has just established diplomatic relations with the Hidden Mist village, but this news has not leaked yet, so now no one in the ninja world knows about it except the leaders of the two families. Kakuzu quickly arrived in front of the ninja village. The guarding ninja saw the Konoha logo on Kakuzu's black robe and immediately sounded the alarm. Jin Zufan, who lived inside, woke up immediately. Feel it. I found that the other party's strength seemed to be about the same as mine. He hurried out. The two met. No one said much. There was no fight in the Frost Ninja village. When Xuanying, who had rushed over, saw this situation, his heart instantly rose to his throat. Jin Zufan left the Frost Ninja village first, and Jiaozi followed behind him. Frost Shadow saw the two of them leave, and his heart was instantly relieved. Came down. After having the guards lift the alarm, he left and headed towards where the daimyo was. Jin Zufan took Jiaozi to a very flat place. The two looked at each other from 20 or 30 meters away. Jin Zufan sighed and said, "Why bother? You're looking for death again." Kakuzu laughed. "Don't be arrogant." 5 puppets appeared instantly. The banana fan in the ceiling technique also appeared in Kakuzu's hand. Kakuzu held the palm leaf fan tightly. There was no living person within 100 meters around the two of them. Jin Zufan took action instantly. Ice release, ice blade, ice release, ice blade. Kakuzu's fire attribute puppet instantly released ninjutsu to resist. Fire style, high temperature wall. This ninjutsu is a fire attribute defensive ninjutsu that he specially learned. It pursues extreme high temperature and is very suitable for blocking ninjutsu such as water escape. A blue and white wall of fire appeared. Several ice blades have not yet hit the wall of fire. It was instantly melted by the high temperature it emitted. Seeing this, Jin Zufan retreated while releasing the next ninjutsu. Ice release, ice shattering needle. Thousands of them shot towards Kakuzu. But the strange thing is that at least 70% of the ice needles fell on the ground near Kakuzu. But those 3 layers didn't get through the firewall after all. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and glanced at the ice needle lying on the ground. The wind attribute puppet opened its mouth and spit out fire at the wall of fire in front of it. Wind style, great breakthrough. A gust of wind directly shattered the wall of fire. It blew directly towards the golden bead sail with flames. The flames grew bigger and bigger with the wind, and the high temperature of the flames also brought a heat wave to the strong wind. Jin Zufan's eyes narrowed. Quickly form seals with your hands. Ice escape, cold current. A gust of wind with extremely low temperature blew in front of Jin Zufan towards Kakuzu's ninjutsu. 2 different gusts of wind collided with each other. In the center of the gale, huge energy erupted due to the collision between the two sides. Seeing this, Kakuzu and Kinjahan stopped their ninjutsu. The strong wind soon dissipated in the air. But this area seems to have created a different time and space. It was still freezing cold where Jin Zufan was, but it was as hot as summer where Jiaoda was. Kakuzu took out his palm leaf fan and fanned it fiercely. Wind style, tornado. A tornado was blown out from the fan. The wind attribute puppet released another ninjutsu again. Wind style, wind domain. The intensity of the tornado increased again. Jin Zufan thought about it, looked at the tornado, and decided not to confront it head-on. After releasing a ninjutsu casually, he dodged to the side. Ice release, icicle. A huge icicle fell from the sky and stood directly in the center of the tornado. The tornado was stopped right where it was. However, the intensified tornado did not dissipate. Instead, with each rotation, the icicles were forcibly turned into fragments. The residue was in the vortex of the tornado, further increasing the power of the tornado. Kakuzu controlled the tornado and rushed towards the opponent. He used another ninjutsu. Earth-style water-style fusion ninjutsu Great Swamp. 2 ninjutsu came out of the puppet's mouth. It shot directly onto the ground near Jin Zufan. Jin Zufan was paying attention to the tornado and didn't pay attention to it for a while. He was directly trapped in the swamp created by this ninjutsu. The tornado soon swept in. Seeing this, Jin Zufan gritted his teeth. With a wave of his hand, a thick icy escape enveloped him directly. Ice release, shield ball. The thick ice wrapped him up like a big ice ball. The dark blue ice made it impossible to see what was inside. Just like that, the tornado swept through for more than 10 minutes. It naturally dissipated in the mouth. The swamp also turned into a pile of mud and collapsed on the ground. Kakuzu gripped the palm leaf fan tightly. I can sense that the vitality in the ice ball on the opposite side is still strong. Jin Zufan and the ice ball sensed that the attack outside had stopped. I sensed the chakra in my body and found that one layer had been consumed since the battle began. He hadn't even released any major ninjutsu, but his energy was already being consumed so quickly that he knew that if he delayed any further, it would definitely be disadvantageous. Thinking of this, his eyes turned fierce. He slammed his hands towards the puck. The ice ball instantly turned into fragments. A powerful chakra suddenly burst out from his body, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. Ice release, ice and snow world. A cold wave quickly passed by, coupled with the environment of the Frost Kingdom. This large area, including the corners, instantly turned into a cold plain. He formed seals again. Ice release, ice shattering torrent. The shattered ice ball flew towards Kakuzu. Just when Zhao was about to take some defensive measures, the broken ice that had just been scattered around him also stood up suddenly, shooting towards the corners from various directions. Kakuzu's expression remained unchanged beneath his black robe, his eyes fixed on the shards of ice. Grin. Earth escape, four-sided wall. 10-meter-high earthen walls rose from the ground, blocking the corners inside. Then, a high temperature spread from the fire puppet. Fire style, resist aura. The flames are centered around the golem, suddenly spread out in all directions. The nearby broken ice was directly melted by the high temperature, and Kakuzu jumped, standing on the high wall. Jin Zufan didn't notice this and continued to control the countless pieces of ice in this ice and snow world to shoot continuously towards several earth walls. The corners were watching from above, and it felt like the broken ice was like rivers hitting the earth wall. After a while, the earth wall is about to collapse. Kakuzu breathed a sigh of relief. Thunder release, swiftness. A unique ninjutsu was used. A flash of lightning appeared from under Kakuzu's feet. It rushed directly in front of Jin Zufan like a cannonball. Then he suddenly grasped the palm leaf fan and fanned at the other person. Jin Zufan was startled and subconsciously blocked it with his hand. However, the wind attribute chakra on the banana fan exploded, directly knocking him away. But Kakuzu did not stop attacking. With a wave of his hand, 5 puppets instantly appeared in the 5 directions of the opponent. Earth escape, earth pillar formation. Water style, water prison technique. Fire style, great fire breath. Wind style, wind blade. Lightning release, demon subduing thunder. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Jin Zufan, who was flying in the mouth, also used a sealless ninjutsu and waved his hand towards Kakuzu. He was overwhelmed by ninjutsu. Several earth pillars were thrown towards him, and he was smashed to the ground in the mouth. Jin Zufan was about to resist. The water ball exploded on his body, turning into a cage that firmly fixed him inside, and then the flames continued to burn the water prison. The water in the dungeon immediately boiled, and the scalding hot water burned the other party. Wind blades kept flying, causing a series of wounds. Finally, several bolts of lightning fell from the sky, combining with this water prison, directly dealt huge damage. However, Jin Zufan did not die immediately after being attacked. Instead, he consumed the 3 layers of chakra remaining in his body to protect himself. The reason why he only had 3 levels of chakra left was that the unsealed ninjutsu he released during the flight consumed more than half of his chakra in one go. The entire ice and snow world transformed into a series of attacks flying towards Kakuzu. If it were the former Kakuzu at this moment, he would probably have given up attacking Jin Zufan. But now Kakuzu no longer has the protection of the puppet, still has the power to protect itself. Kakuzu held the palm leaf fan in his hand, and every time he swung it, a powerful ninjutsu was unleashed. With every slap, Jiaoru took a step back. Finally, he retreated to the edge of the ice and snow world. The puppet's black string was also extremely long. If a cage-level ninja were to attack the black line of his secret technique now, he would probably have to run away. Fortunately, when he took action, some Konoha ninjas in the Frost Country had already blocked the surrounding environment in advance. Although the daimyo of the Frost Country wanted to protect the Golden Pearl Sail, but looking at this large group of Konoha ninjas, he finally did not take action. He could let the other party kill the Konoha ninja secretly, but he could not openly prove that it was his signal, otherwise it would be an excessive challenge to Konoha's authority, and if someone was sent to kill him directly, it would not be worth the loss. Because according to the information from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Konoha does not take the daimyo seriously at all. They are just cooperative partners, completely unlike other ninja villages. Now that things have come to this, he suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have allowed Jin Zufan to maliciously kill the Konoha caravan. Seeing such a big commotion inside, he clenched his fists and squeezed them so hard that he didn't even notice the blood flowing out. Finally, he sighed and returned to the palace. Kakuzu had been worried about accidents, but now that he had successfully retreated to the edge of the ice and snow world, he felt relieved. After all, they are ninjas of the same level. If he did not master this powerful secret technique and possess the 6 paths ninja tool, the Bazena fan, as well as various other ninjutsu, he would definitely not be able to defeat the opponent. Kakuzu stood at the edge, watching the ice and snow world turn into ice blades and attack him head-on. There were no attacks from the surrounding areas because they were not in the area, so now Kakuzu only had to deal with the frontal attacks. He left a layer of chakra. The remaining chakra continued to flow into the banana fan, and then before the ice attacked. Fan out suddenly. Wind style, 5 dragon scrolls, fire style, blazing powder, then he stomped his foot. Earth escape, earth wall. The 5 tornadoes were filled with high temperature flames. It transformed into 5 large fire tornadoes and flew towards the ice and snow world, continuously burning the area. The temperature began to rise continuously. The ice attack was blocked by the earth wall before it could reach Kakuzu. Half an hour passed like this. The puppet also returned to Kakuzu. The entire ice and snow world was eventually broken due to the rising temperature. Kakuzu put away his puppet and breathed heavily. The black robe was not scratched, but there were some bruises on his body from when the icicle knocked him down. He untied these ninjutsu somewhat shakily and walked towards Jin Zufan's body. Kakuzu looked at the corpse in front of him, which was still there because of the opponent's chakra, but the opponent couldn't hold on after all. He couldn't withstand the puppet's attack before his chakra ran out. Looking at the corpse in front of him that had turned into charcoal, Kakuzu took out a scroll and put him in it. I could sense that there were many people around and were constantly rushing towards this side. He looked from afar. The first thing I saw was a group of Konoha ninjas. He walked over somewhat unsteadily. It can be seen that this battle was quite exhausting for him. After all, it's a battle of the same level. However, it can also be seen that with the support of the great ninja village, these ninjas are generally no match for them. The team of ninjas quickly left with Kakuzu. The ninjas from the Frost Ninja village who arrived looked at the ninjas from Konoha and wanted to take action several times. Just as a cage-level figure from the Frost Ninja village was about to take action, he felt an extremely dangerous aura locking onto him. Finally, he stopped making seals. Watching the Konoha ninjas leave here. The person watching in the dark was Yoryuki, who came based on the Flying Thunder God mark on Kakuzu's body. Just now, the Konoha ninja appeared outside the ice and snow world. It activated the mark that Yoryuki left for every ninja who was lurking and observing in other ninja villages. Yae sensed it and rushed over like a Flying Thunder God. After the ninja explained the situation, he appeared nearby after Kakuzu finished fighting. When he saw the opponent's shadow-level player was about to make a finishing move, he did not make a move. Instead, he opened his Sharingan and stared at the other person in the dark. The reason for not taking action is also very simple. Because Black Zetsu was rushing here, it was obvious that the gold exchange here also informed him of the situation here. After scaring the other party away, Yoryuki appears next to Kakuzu again. The surrounding ninjas looked at the person who suddenly appeared and were about to take action, but after seeing Yae clearly, he stopped. Yoryuki placed a hand on Kakuzu, said to several ninjas, "You did a great job this time, keep it up. Your lurking is the key to bringing peace to Konoha. After your next shift, you can go to the mission center to claim your A-level mission reward." As he spoke, Yae threw out a few wooden signs. He then turned into golden light and teleported to Konoha with Kakuzu. Several ninjas held the wooden signs in their hands and quickly left. As peace returned here. When Black Zetsu arrived here, both sides had left. Black Zetsu went to the place where the battle had just taken place. Feel it. Apart from possessing the aura of the 6 paths ninja tools, his combat level is only at the cage level. After knowing the reason based on the information from the gold exchange, Black Zetsu grinned. It's finally going to get chaotic. Then he turned into a black shadow and left. Kakuzu, who was brought back to Konoha by Yoryuki, sat down on the sofa in Yoryuki's office. Although he was tired, he could not hide the joy on his face. Seeing this, Yae smiled and said to him, "Go ahead. As long as you communicate with the Konoha ninjas within the borders before each mission, you don't have to worry about being ambushed by higher-level ninjas, or being taken advantage of after the mission." After hearing this, Kakuzu bowed to Yoryuki and was about to say something. Yoryuki let him out. Seeing this, Kakuzu rushed back to his private training ground, feeling the chakra in the body rising again, constantly recalling the previous battle. In this way, we practiced for a few more hours until it was evening. Kakuzu opened his eyes. Feeling the chakra strengthen his body become a little stronger, he is in a very good mood now. I didn't expect this mission to bring such an unexpected gain. The corners are all practicing at the same time. The ninja world has already experienced quite a few unexpected waves, because of Kakuzu's powerful attack. Because there has been no movement in Konoha in the ninja world in recent years, the ninjas who were planning to secretly attack Konoha caravans have once again gone into hiding. They are all waiting to take action after this incident based on the situation. The other 2 targets also knew about this. They rushed back to their respective families without stopping. As for the ninjas that were following them, they ignored them. After all, something has happened. If we take action again, maybe Konoha will directly send super shadow level ninjas to attack them later. Before they boarded the ship, they would throw a few scrolls into the dark to track them. That ninja. The ninjas took a look. There were a lot of treasures inside, at least more than what they had robbed from Konoha, and it was obvious that they had robbed a lot of other people as well. The ninjas looked at each other. They all rushed back to Konoha and handed it over to Madara. Madara was thinking about whether to take any action. After hearing Yaruaki talk about the two clans before, he didn't say that they wanted to attack each other now. And Konoha is still developing. After thinking about it, he asked these ninjas to change their tasks. The level was changed to B, but the mission requirements are indeed unacceptable for those at the shadow level. This is also because the two of them hunted relatively few Konoha merchants. They were not targeted, but they robbed everyone. The rest will be considered later. Anyway, the other party is near the water country. You can't run away. There's no rush. And after the task is updated, the staff of the mission building also went to Kakuzu in time to retrieve the mission scroll, and took away the other 3 task scrolls and registered them. At this point, Kakuzu had 2 more S-level tasks and 1 SS-level task on his resume. After finishing his training, Kakuzu finally took a deep breath. He took off his black robe, showing off his strong muscles. Looking at a pile of bruises, he thought about it. Still walking towards the Konoha clinic, the medical ninja also saw him. After checking him, I found no extra internal injuries. A senior ninja used one of the few medical ninjutsu available in Konoha. After a while, the bruises slowly disappeared, and soon, Kakuzu no longer felt any pain. Although Konoha currently has few medical ninjutsu, there are still many that are in the process of development. Just like the ninjas of Konoha. In the next 10 years or so, Konoha will usher in a wave of explosive growth. Moreover, this is a crushing blow to the entire ninja world. After all, Konoha now possesses half of the resources in the entire ninja world. The advantages brought by the economy. Many rare ninjutsu or items from other places are slowly flowing into the land of fire. This enriched Konoha in all aspects. Konoha's technology is also constantly improving. The strength of ninja tools is also increasing. Fortunately, although other ninja villages know that Konoha is rich, they do not know that Konoha can occupy half of the resources of the ninja world. Otherwise they would definitely unite. Even with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, it wouldn't work. Because of this situation, no one can suppress it. Iwagakure Village. The first Tsuchikage, Ishigawa. Now I am in an inexplicable state. Sudden. At a certain moment, his momentum grew. A look of excitement. He felt the new strength within him. Can't wait to try it. He first came to an empty space where no one was. Think about it. This force is transmitted and operated according to a certain Earth escape mark. With both hands facing the distant mountains. Just see. A beam of white light shot out. The mountain instantly turned into particles and dissipated in the air. No residue was left. Ishikawa looked at the power created by this jutsu in shock. Think about it. He decided to name this power Dust Release. Dust Release was created by him in recent years by continuously fusing the wind, earth, and fire in his body. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the cage-level ninja who was conducting experiments with him. After some questioning, the other party said that his 3 types of chakra could not be fused at all. After thinking for a while, he wrote on the Dust Escape Manual, Dust Release, combination of wind, earth, and fire attributes. According to Konoha, this is the legendary blood elimination and cannot be inherited. Therefore, all future Tsuchikage must possess these 3 attributes and successfully cultivate to the level of Super Kage before they can ascend to the position. Then, I wrote down some of my experiences. He handed it over to the Umbu of their Tsuchikage. Soon, the Jonin level training in Iwagakure began, and all the ninjas knew the newly established rules. Moreover, after Shaihi personally demonstrated the power of Dust Release, they were all conquered by this force and stopped resisting. Shaihi then began to practice alone on the barren land. After this incident, his heart is even more inflated than that of the previous Reikage. After all, the power of Dust Escape is really too strong. This is also inevitable. And the ninja world, including Konoha. The other 4 major ninja villages all knew that the Tsuchikage of the Iwagakure village had cultivated a new escape technique, and its power was also witnessed by their spies. Their attitude towards the Iwagakure village has become much better in other aspects. Yi also knew the news. With eyes closed, thinking silently, looking at the 9 miniature-tailed beasts in the training ground, he thought about it. Konoha is not short of Kekei Genkai, but there is almost no blood elimination. So he opened a scroll. He wrote down a number of bloodstain elimination combination methods on it and gave it to Hashirama. When Hashirama took a look, he saw that some peak-level cage-level ninjas who were about to break through were gathered inside. Show them these combinations. This also creates an additional path for Konoha. In addition to the single chakra strength, the future super shadows of Konoha will be multi-attribute ninjas. If they can successfully practice one of these combinations, their strength will be greatly increased within the super shadow level, and, according to Yayi's estimation, Konoha can produce quite a few super shadows. Konoha has strong teaching resources and high-quality soil, which has attracted many talented civilians, and geniuses from various families are emerging in an endless stream. If it weren't for the future, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo messing around, would Konoha be in such a miserable state? Every time a powerful ninja appeared, they worried that their position would be lost. A powerful ninja who constantly harms the village. Moreover, even so, Konoha can watch the battle at the same time as several other large villages, which also shows the strong foundation of Konoha. Now that I have Yayi, this hidden danger no longer exists. I believe that in the future, many powerful ninjas will appear in Konoha and shine with their own light. Hidden Cloud Village. The Raikage is still in constant training, only to see their Umbu brought him a message. After he learned that Ishigawa had developed dust release, my head suddenly became big. According to the other party, even he couldn't take his dust escape head-on. The Raikage had a gloomy face in the Valley of Thunder, feeling the power in the body. His chakra test paper only showed lightning style and water style, but he usually didn't practice water style, and when he entered the super shadow level, he no longer cared about water escape. Now see the old man's situation. Although the opponent is a combination of 3 attributes, but he had never tried to combine lightning release and water release. He remembered the information about Kekii Genkai and blood elimination that Konoha had previously announced. Think about it. He began to combine lightning and water styles on the spot. With the strength of a super shadow, his control over chakra is not low. After a few days, after continuous experiments, he finally made it together. He named it Storm Escape. He tried to test the power of storm release. Raikage AI discovered that the lightning, which had been violent and difficult to control before, had suddenly become stronger with the appearance of storm release. It can be controlled perfectly. Moreover, the power of this storm release is surprisingly strong. The Raikage who discovered this, it didn't spread, because according to Konoha's information, this is a bloodline limit and can be inherited. Moreover, when he was practicing, he also called his confidants to help him, and eventually he discovered it. Only when you start at the shadow level can you try the combination. Eventually, his confidant Daradian also possessed storm release. At the request of Raikage AI, he did not spread it. He didn't even tell anyone who was a member of the Dara tribe. To be able to become the confidant of the Raikage, he understood that he must be loyal to him. If he doesn't, he will definitely be eradicated. Moreover, with the consent of the Raikage, he was allowed to leave offspring. This means that storm release will be inherited by his lineage in the Hidden Cloud Village. Konoha did not work as hard on his own as they did. After all, even if you are a cage-level strongman, it is very troublesome to practice blood limit. The success of Daradian's training was largely due to the contribution of Raikage AI, whose super shadow level strength allowed him to finally control these chakra attributes. During the refining process, Raikage AI continued to give guidance. Finally, the practice was successful. If any cage-level cultivator could successfully cultivate it, then Kekii Genkai wouldn't be so rare. It's good that Konoha has the tailed beasts. They can analyze the power of the tailed beasts and continue to experiment. Finally, they combine to form one bloodline limit after another. Madara and Hashirama looked down upon the blood-stained elimination, so they didn't go to practice. If Yoriuaki wants to combine, he can do it at will with his perfect chakra control, so Konoha does not have to worry about being surpassed by other ninja villages in this regard. The reason why we treat the Sand Village better is that the other party will not cause trouble, otherwise they will become arrogant and act recklessly. Then, cough cough. 5 years have passed since the Warring States period to the present village era. The ninja world has basically adapted to this model, but there are always exceptions. On the 2 continents to the right of the Water Kingdom, the Yugo clan and the Huya clan each occupied a continent. After several years of development, some fishermen also began to settle there. It brought vitality to the 2 areas. However, the Kagaya clan is fine. Apart from the blood disease, they can control their words and actions, so they get along well with the fishermen. But the same cannot be said for the Shigeo clan. When they go berserk, they can easily harm these civilians. Finally, the patriarch of the Shigeki clan, Shigeki, moved the cage-level clan land a distance inward, and built a series of solid stone walls, and he chose a continuous mountain as a place for cultivation. In this way, even if affected by natural energy, the loss can be minimized. Kongyu lowered his hands and looked at the cultivation method that had been continuously improved since the Warring States period. My heart is filled with endless sadness. So far, this practice method has been perfected to the level of a shadow. Moreover, after the Jugo clan relies on this method to cultivate to the level of Kage, they will not be affected at other times except when they can actively control their rage during battle. However, this is not the case for those below the cage level. The lower the strength, the easier it is to lose control. This also led to the fact that the number of people in the Shigeo clan was small. It's so sad that they are born to absorb natural energy but have no way to control it. As the patriarch of the Kongyu clan, Kongyu Chuishao is also trying his best to practice. His clansmen have also been to the 3 holy places before, but the final result was failure. Their cultivation methods were not suitable for the Kongyu clan. Moreover, the method of practicing them will not only make them animal-like, but the degree of violence will also further affect the mind. At this point, they can only develop it generation after generation. Now, his strength has reached the peak of the cage level. Coupled with the existence of natural energy, compared with other people in the Jugo clan, as long as they are at the same stage, they are all at the top of the combat power. Shigeo lowered his hands and watched the sky darken. An idea suddenly popped into my mind. He heard that among the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha was the most powerful and had 2 ninja gods. Maybe I can help them solve the problem, and their Shigeo clan is also a strong fighting force. I believe Konoha will not refuse. However, he thought of the bad things that Yugo Tenjutsu had done recently. After thinking about it all night, he stood up. After dealing with the recent affairs of the clan, he decided to go to Konoha in person. If the other party has any major requests, as long as it can solve the current situation of their Shigeo clan, he will definitely do his best to do it, even if it means sacrificing your life. As the head of a clan, he has the responsibility to lead his people out of suffering. He still remembered the words that the previous clan leader, Kongyu, had said before he died, entrusting the clan to him. "Lower your hands, I will hand this clan over to you." This old man's life. Some things I did were wrong, and some were right. I have done good things for my people, but I have also done harm to them. However, I have further researched and developed this improved cultivation method in my generation. At least it can ensure that the cage level can maintain their combat effectiveness. I will not be dominated by that violent force, although it can be a little hard to control once you're stimulated. But, this is the mission you, as the clan leader, must accomplish. As the head of a clan, you have only one responsibility, that's family. You have to be responsible for them, and the burden on you will become as heavy as a mountain. You must live your whole life for your family. Your life will no longer belong to you, but to this family, to every member of the Shigego clan. Tell me, can you do this? Chuishao was still young at that time, in his early 20s, and had just broken through to the cage level. Looking at the old man's sharp words, he didn't hesitate at all. Firm words came out of his mouth. I promise that I will lead my people out of suffering. I will do my best. As long as I am the head of this clan, I will be responsible for this clan. I will lead my people forward until we break free from the shackles of this power. I swear in the name of Kongyu Chuishu, my whole life will belong to Shigego. My whole life is dedicated to leading my family out of suffering. My life will be spent ensuring the healthy growth of my family's young people. The old man looked at Shigeo with his hands lowered and said these firm words. He passed away with a hint of expectation, a hint of regret, and endless sadness about the current situation of his family. Kongyu knelt beside the old man's bed with his hands hanging down. He watched the old man who had taught and raised him since he was a child pass away. He shed tears for the last time. After burying the old man, Shigego Chuishao is now 50 years old, and he has not shed a tear in the past 30 years. He desperately led his family of less than 100 people to fight their way out of the ninja world. Finally, they found this sparsely populated but extremely vast continent, found a place to live for the family. Afterwards, he did many things for the advancement of the family. Now, the Jugo clan is under his leadership. It has become a small family of more than 300 people. Although in the ninja world, this number of people is enough for even a small family. After all, any family has hundreds of civilians and ninjas combined. However, their Kongyu clan belongs to a clan where only the strong have hope of survival, which leads to the continuous death of clan members with average talents. In the end, these powerful but helpless ninjas were left behind. Therefore, if a war breaks out with other ninjas, even the Sarutobi Danzo clans at their peak times may not be able to defeat them. Beat them. This is what has allowed their clan to survive to this day. Kongyu lowered his hands and came back to his senses. He once again confirmed his inner thoughts. Over the years, he has been running around all his life for Shigeo, but he doesn't regret it. Every member of the clan who was born in Kongyu received the protection of the family. Everyone has the responsibility to lead the family to a higher level. In the ninja world, although they are disturbed by natural energy, they are better off than some independent people. At least they have protection and will not be killed at will. So, no regrets. Shigego lowered his hands and boarded the fisherman's boat early in the morning. After several days of traveling, he continued along Konoha's trade route. At the same time, he did not restrain his powerful strength. So, there were no so-called ninjas coming to snatch it. The ninja world is so vast that there are always places that Konoha cannot take care of. So if a merchant is killed in a distant place, they can only offer a reward, although it will be resolved soon. But there are always ninjas who are not afraid of death and will take action. This time, these merchants have the presence of Kongyu Chui Xiao, so it went very smoothly. In order to thank him, these merchants suggested that he return to Konoha with their caravan. Seeing this, Shigego lowered his hands and agreed. Although the other party kept refusing, he still gave some money. He is a ninja who focuses on strength, so he is not that fast. He arrived in Konoha within a few days by riding in a caravan's carriage. Anyone who wants to enter Konoha needs to register. He was also very cooperative. After registering, he successfully entered Konoha. Looking at the busy streets of Konoha, he took a deep breath. After asking for directions, he walked towards Konoha's political department. After a while, he arrived at the door of the political department building. The guard saw this, sensed his strength, and invited him to the waiting area. Then he went to report to Madara. After all, only Madara can be responsible for ninja diplomacy of this strength. After hearing this, Uchiha Madara was a little confused that he could sense that a powerful cage-level person suddenly appeared in the building, but he didn't expect that he was from the Yugo clan. After thinking about it, he asked the guard to bring people over. After hearing this, the guard brought Chugo to Madara with his hands hanging down, closed the door, and returned to his post. Yugo lowered his hands and looked at Uchiha Madara opposite him. Although he had restrained his aura, he could still feel a considerable pressure. This is not caused by strength, but is affected by the difference in life levels. But even in terms of strength, Madara crushed him, so he kept a very low profile. Madara sat on the chair and motioned for the other party to sit down as well. Then he asked coldly, "What's your name? What are you doing here on behalf of the Jugo clan? Before, how do you plan to deal with the matter of your family's Kongyu Tenyu?" 3 questions in a row made Yugo's nervousness rise again, especially Madara's third fatal question. After organizing his thoughts, he replied, "My name is Kongyu Chui Xiao. I am the head of the Jugo clan. This time, I came to ask Konoha to deal with the problem regarding the physical condition of our Jugo clan. I'm sorry about what happened to Jugo Tenjutsu. It was because I didn't manage it properly that this happened. If Konoha has any requests, please feel free to ask. Our Jugo clan will definitely compensate for the losses. If Konoha can solve our Yugo's physical condition problem, we would like to apply to join Konoha." Hearing this, Madara raised an eyebrow. Said, "There are many families who want to join Konoha. What makes your Jugo clan so special?" Kongyu lowered his hands and quickly replied, "Our Jugo clan is born with the ability to absorb natural energy, so our combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas." He was afraid that Madara didn't know what natural energy was, so he explained again, "And this natural energy is the power used in Sage Mode in the 3 Holy Lands." Madara had known about the existence of this natural energy from Yoryuki a long time ago, but he had been busy advancing to the 6 paths recently, so he had not spent any time to practice it. Although he already knew about the specialness of the Yugo clan from Yoryuki's last conversation, letting the other party say it out loud was just enough to see his attitude. Madara then asked, "So, is there something you want us in Konoha to solve?" Kongyu lowered his hands, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said with some sadness, "Although our clan has great power, but this power also brought us suffering that was almost equivalent to genocide, because we have been able to absorb natural energy since childhood, but this is beyond our control. So after absorbing too much, the mental state of our Jugo clan members will be affected, going berserk. In this state, we become very bloodthirsty and enjoy killing. It's just not in our nature. Because of this factor, some members of our tribe often become unable to change back after being affected, so we have no choice but to deal with them ourselves. After so many years of development, our clan has begun to gain some control. However, you need to cultivate to the level of Kage to be able to control it, and it will still have a slight impact during the battle. We also tried to seek help from the 3 Holy Lands, but ultimately failed. Many talented people in our new generation of clansmen, including Shigeki, have been killed by their own people due to this influence. If this continues for a long time, our Jugo clan will definitely disappear from the ninja world." As he said this, Chugo dropped his hands and suddenly knelt down in front of Uchiha Madara. This shocked Madara a bit. After all, even though he is the clan leader, he also has the strength of the peak Kage level. He actually gave up his dignity for the sake of the family and was not deceived by the powerful strength. "Think about it." Madara said, "Yes, we in Konoha welcome you to join us. You can go now and move your family to Konoha. We will send someone to go with you to avoid any accidents." When Yugo heard this, he became excited. Although Madara did not directly say that he would give him a solution, he said that he agreed to let them join Konoha. But this means that Konoha must have a way to solve their problems. Otherwise I wouldn't be so confident. Shigego stood up with his hands hanging down and thanked him repeatedly. Then he followed Madara's assistant to a hotel in Konoha and settled down. Madara walked from his office towards where Yoryuki was. After telling Yoryuki about the situation of the Jugo clan, Yae was also a little confused. Unexpectedly, during this period, such a clan leader appeared in the Shigeo clan. After thinking for a moment, he told Madara to let the people of Yugo's clan move here first, and he would deal with their problems later. After hearing the reply, Madara sent several cage-level teams from the Uchiha and Senju clans to escort them. It is obvious that they attach great importance to this action. When Kongyu heard the news, he was also very excited. He led the team and quickly boarded a boat to the mainland. And suddenly there were many more boats. The Hyuga clan also noticed this situation. I immediately rushed back to report to the patriarch. With his hands down, Yugo led the Konoha ninjas and quickly arrived at the Yugo clan's territory. But upon arriving, he saw several Chunin clan members going berserk due to the influence of natural energy. I felt sad that if they couldn't hold on this time, I would have no choice but to kill them. In the Konoha team, a cage-level ninja named Uchiha Torikyo tried to use illusion to control the opponent. However, he immediately found that it didn't work. Because the opponent's mind was now full of violent thoughts, the illusion was directly broken by this emotion as soon as it was used. After trying a few times, he stopped, turned to look at Kongyu and asked, since they're out of control, why not just knock them out? After rubbing his temple with one hand, Kongyu said, this situation can only be resolved through their willpower. If an outsider intervenes and knocks someone unconscious, the interference of natural energy will directly penetrate their brains and cause substantial damage to them. After being knocked unconscious, they will lose the last bit of consciousness they have left. So there's no way to resist. This means that we can only watch the other party go berserk if they still haven't recovered after a certain period of time. We have no choice but to kill them. This is also the reason why the Shigeki clan is on the verge of extinction. I've tried everything I could think of, but it still can't be solved. Shigeko sighed and stared at his tribesmen who were constantly destroying the mountain in front of him. After a while, their eyesight gradually became clear, and finally they collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, he finally felt relieved. Afterwards, he summoned all the tribesmen and explained the situation. Everyone seemed to see hope and followed the Konoha team onto the large ships. Among them, Kongyu Tianyu showed a somewhat embarrassed expression, walked to the clan leader, and asked in a low voice, Konoha won't hold me accountable anymore. Will I bring Konoha's hatred to my family? Yugo lowered his hand and placed it on the young man's head. Rubbed it. The hoarse voice soothed the young man. The way Kongyu looked at him with his hands down was just like the way the old man looked at Chui Xiao. Tianyu was only 17 years old at this time, which was not considered young in the ninja world. After all, the average age of ninjas in the ninja world was only 30 or 40 years old. Unless one's strength breaks through to the cage level or above, the life level is considered to have broken through, and lifespan will not be affected by chakra. Kongyu Tianyu also calmed down because of the comfort from Chui's hand. Looking at the blue ocean, he also had some new insights in his heart. After a while, suddenly several boats came towards them. The ninjas of Konoha and the Jugo clan instantly became alert. When the ship approached to a certain distance, the other party stopped, and Konoha's fleet also stopped. I saw a person walking out. After lowering his hand to see the other person's appearance clearly, Kongyu snorted coldly, what are you doing here, Kagaya Kongsheng? Kagaya Sosei is the current patriarch of the Kagaya clan. He didn't have an answer to his question. He first sensed the fleet, and after sensing several cage-level ninjas, his body stiffened. Then he saw the ninja standing next to Yugo's drooping hand, dressed in black with the mark of Konoha on it. When Uchiha Boking saw the other party looking at him, his Mangekyo Sherinan instantly appeared, and a powerful aura rushed towards the other party. See the Sherinan appear. Kagaya Kongsheng quickly replied, I noticed your entire tribe suddenly moved, so I came to inquire about the situation. Kongyu lowered his hands, narrowed his eyes, and said in a somewhat gloomy tone, ask whatever you want to ask quickly, we don't have much time. That's right, if we arrive in Konoha later, something unexpected might happen. Kagaya Kongsheng asked, are you joining Konoha by migrating like this? Kongyu lowered his hands and replied, thanks to Konoha for liking our clan, I have successfully joined Konoha. After getting the answer, Kagaya Kongsheng didn't say anything else, but waved to Shigeo and left the deck. After seeing this situation, Shigeo notified the fleet to continue moving forward. Because it is Konoha's fleet, this time they can go directly all the way to the vicinity of Konoha. And this is the Grand Canal opened up by Konoha's Water-style ninja and Earth-style ninja. It is specially used for fleet navigation and is very convenient. As Konoha's fleet set sail, the Kagaya team behind them did not leave, but followed them from a distance. Seeing this situation, the Konoha ninjas didn't care. After all, the other party didn't dare to do anything. When Shigeo saw this situation with his hands down, he instantly understood what the other party wanted to do. Over the years, the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Yugo clan has been neither good nor bad. Occasionally, cage-level ninjas from the two clans would act together. After all, they are two groups that share the same suffering. The reason why we didn't communicate properly just now was because Shigeo had his hands down and didn't want to waste any time at all. Now take a look. The other party also wants to join Konoha. Follow them, probably want to go to Konoha together. He explained the situation to the Senju and Uchiha cage-level ninjas. After communicating for a while, the other party agreed. Let the Kagaya clan's fleet be closer to their fleet, otherwise there will be trouble when they dock later. After all, the ninjas stationed at Konoha's port are quite powerful. They are 2 top-level ninjas at the cage level who master boiling release and melting release respectively. After getting permission, Kagaya Kongsheng was stunned for a moment, then walked out of the boat and looked at Shigeo with his hands hanging down. The other party just snorted coldly and turned his face away. Kagaya Kongsheng chuckled and showed a flattering expression. Obviously, the two of them also have a story. In this way, time passed slowly. The 2 fleets docked. When the 2 cage-level warriors stationed in Konoha sensed the aura of a group of cage-level warriors, they instantly appeared at the port. After seeing that some of them had the mark of Konoha, and after some communication, he felt relieved. The people on the fleet quickly got off the ship and headed towards Konoha in groups. The entire team has nearly 400 people. A large-scale team was arranged by Konoha's ninjas, lived in Konoha's territory. Yugo lowered his hands and looked at the territory that Konoha had allocated to their clan. I felt relieved too. Seeing this, you know that Konoha has accepted them, but I still have some worries in my heart. After all, their family problems have not been resolved yet. And just after they arrived at the territory, a cage-level ninja came to his side. Nothing said. He was simply handed a scroll. After Shigego took the scroll with his hands down, he opened it and examined it on the spot. But the more I read, the more shocked I became. Finally, he quickly found a place to practice. Because the territory allocated to them by Konoha is near the forest, so the natural energy content is still very high. He began to practice according to the instructions in the scroll. First, I experimented with the chakra operation rules several times. So I tried to actively absorb natural energy. Then he suddenly realized that his appearance had changed. The whole person was stained with a hint of light purple light. As the amount absorbed increases, he still didn't notice any problems with loss of control, and he could operate these natural energies more smoothly than before. He was shocked and thought to himself that it was indeed worthy of being Konoha, the largest village in the ninja world, as they had come up with this set of skills in just a few days. After the experiment, he immediately gathered all the tribesmen and taught them the skills. As time goes by, a month passed. Since they started practicing this technique, their clan has not had any more violent problems. To this, the members of the Shigeo clan hugged each other, and countless people cried with joy. The problem that had troubled them for many years was finally solved, and the children were very happy. After solving the problem, they finally don't have to worry about losing control and hurting those around them. That they can make friends with different people like normal people and experience one friendship after another. At the same time, they also have a great sense of belonging to Konoha. This is not the case for a very small number of people, but all of Shigego's clansmen, because only they themselves know how much harm and loss this violent question has brought them. Konoha, it's worth it. The clan leader Shigego took charge of the renovations during this period. The strength that had been stagnant for a long time also showed a slight weakening. To this, the Jugo clan solved the problem of losing control. Konoha now has a lot of powerful people who are born with the ability to use natural energy. Shigego lowered his hands and looked at the name on the scroll, revealing a smile he hadn't seen in many years. Cultivation method of Juwa Sage mode. In this regard, he once asked the ninja of Konoha why they were called this name. The final answer is, this is based on the natural conditions of your clan, Master Yoryuaki. I modified my own technique and created one suitable for your practice. At this point, Shugo lowered his hand and memorized the name Uchiha Yoryuaki in his heart. After a month of observation, Kagaya Sosei and his men discovered that the violent problem of the Jugo clan had not only been solved. At the same time, their people are naturally kind-hearted, so they were quickly accepted by the villagers. Not only the younger generation of the Jugo clan, but also the clan leader has made some friends of the same level in Konoha. Kagaya Kongsheng also wants his people to be like them. But I think of the hatred between the Kagaya clan and the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. I couldn't help but have a headache again. This problem is difficult to solve. Just when he was still hesitating, Shigego walked up to him with his hands down. Looking at the dazed Kagaya Kongsheng, he stepped forward and patted his shoulder. What are you thinking about here? Haven't you thought about it yet? Kagaya Kongsheng followed him to a tea house and sat down. He sighed and said, you also know the grudge between our clan and the Uchiha clan. If we join Konoha, will the Uchiha clan allow it? Hearing this, Kongyu lowered his hands and smiled. Look, the Senju and Uchiha are still sworn enemies, yet they still founded Konoha together. Looking at the Kagaya Kongsheng in front of him, he couldn't help but continue. However, if this news of yours gets back, there will definitely be a coup in your Hyaga clan. If you have made up your mind, you must prepare in advance. Hearing this, Kagaya Kongsheng nodded. Although there are few people in the clan who still hate Uchiha, their strength is among the best in their clan. After all, if they didn't break through to the cage level before the blood disease became life-threatening, then they can only accept this fate. After breaking through to the shadow level, one must continue to make progress. At least one must reach the high shadow level to be considered free from the life shackles of the blood disease. However, if one fights frequently, one is prone to sudden death. Their bloodline limits give them extremely strong combat power, but if they are not geniuses, they will eventually perish. The number of people in the Hyuga clan is only around 200 now. In the end, Kagaya Morisuke and Shigego stayed together until the evening, when the two finally separated. Kagaya Sosei saw many young children from the Yugo family running around curiously on the streets. Finally, he made up his mind. Walked towards Madara. After a friendly exchange, Madara agreed to their joining, but with one condition. That is, they have to deal with the problems within their family. In this regard, Kagaya Kongshang also agreed. Then he talked about the blood disease problem of their clan. Madara thought about it and didn't make any promises, but just said that he would try his best to help them solve the problem after the other party joined Konoha. When Kagaya Kongshang heard this reply, he didn't say much. After all, they have conducted experiments on this blood disease problem for thousands of years. In the end, it was not resolved. Just like Chugo, he can only rely on the improvement of strength and the evolution of life level to suppress. The next day, he walked through the streets of Konoha, looking at the places he had visited over the past month. Following Konoha's ninja walked slowly. Soon they arrived at the clan land that was directly allocated to them by Madara. Looking at this location, he smiled bitterly. It was also in the forest, and this clan's land was right next to the Shigeo clan. The members of the Yugo clan watched as the Konoha ninjas continued to cut down trees here, and finally cleared a piece of open space. The Konoha ninja brought several blueprints for Kagaya Kongshang to choose from. Looking at the various styles of houses on hand, he finally chose a simpler style. I decided to use the Kagaya clan's property to decorate it when I returned. Some of Shigeo's little friends had already run over and were looking at them curiously. Some of Konoha's ninjas rubbed their heads and drove them back, keeping them away from the construction site. Kongyu walked over from the clan territory with his hands hanging down, holding Kagaya Morisaki's shoulders. Explosion was much stronger than him. Kagaya Morisaki's physique was not small either, but because of the existence of the blood disease, she naturally could not compare with the strength-based Jugo clan. Shigego lowered his hands and said with a smile, "Have you decided?" Hui Kongshang nodded, with some inexplicable emotions in his tone. "It's decided. Joining Konoha is probably the only way out for our clan. And in recent years, besides Konoha, our two clans have robbed too many ninja villages. After this month of reflection, I've come to a set of conclusions. Although other ninja villages have also issued arrest warrants for us, due to some issues, they have not yet taken our existence seriously. If one day they have free time, they suddenly start targeting us. I estimate that with our strength, we won't be able to hold out for long, so joining Konoha is our only option." Kongyu held his shoulder with his lower hand and squeezed it, then said in silence, "Yes, it's the only way out." Another few days of sailing. The people of the Kagaya clan came to Konoha. After Konoha's arrangement, they all moved into a new home that belonged to their clan. And that night, Konoha's professional medical team came to observe their condition. Combined with what their clan leader Kagaya had said about their family's thousands of years of experience in fighting the blood disease, after each person collected a small bottle of blood, they went to Konoha's most technologically advanced laboratory for testing. After several years of development, not only has Konoha's ninjutsu improved, but its technology has also improved. After half a month of analysis and testing, combined with the documents of all the families in Konoha, they reached a final conclusion. The blood disease of the Kagaya clan is caused by the use of the Kekii Genkai, the corpse bone vein. When hearing this, Kagaya Kongshang, as the clan leader, was a little disappointed. After all, they had known this for a long time. But when these doctors said the following words, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. When you use the corpse bone vein, it consumes the vitality in your body. This is because although your bloodline limit is powerful, it requires a strong physique to sustain the consumption. But this isn't the kind of physique you get from normal training. Based on our speculation over the past half-month, finally, I added Yangten Chakra to your cells. When it was first added, the entire cell was immediately filled with vitality, almost the same as a normal person's cells. So, we think it's because you only have the power, but lack the method to practice Yang Dun, which is why you consume your vitality every time. As he spoke, the leading doctor took out a scroll and handed it to him, saying, "This is the Yang release training method that the Hokage gave us after we explained the situation to him. Take it and try it to see if it works." Because there are really too few secret manuals for practicing yin-yang release in the ninja world, there are not many in Konoha, and there are also very few families that know about yin-yang release. We are lucky, because the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan both have some. Kagaya Kongshang took the secret book and thanked the doctor repeatedly. After that, the doctor took the Konoha ninjas away. After Kagaya Kongshang gathered his clansmen, he explained the situation. He began to try to practice this secret book in front of everyone, as the chakra continues to circulate. After a while, The cells in his body extracted the yang attribute. The moment when the yang attribute chakra was born, Kagaya Kunshen's body trembled. A few more hours passed. He opened his eyes. The eyes of the Hyaga clan members were all focused on him, and when he opened his eyes, they were all full of expectations. He said with a trembling voice, "Feasible. The practice technique works." When the yang attribute chakra filled my body, I could feel that my body, which had always felt a little weak, was no longer affected by the corpse bone veins, as if it's like returning to normal. After hearing what the patriarch said, they were completely excited. Kagaya Kongsheng stood up and called all the ninjas above the Jonin level to the front. He first taught them the cultivation techniques together. After they have all learned it, we will teach them one level at a time. That's all. Another month passed. The Hyaga clan is just like the Yugo clan. Their own light immediately blossomed. No longer looks gloomy. The corpse bone veins used no longer absorbed their vitality, but yang escaped chakra. Although their strength had declined slightly, they were no longer affected by the blood disease, which made them feel it was worth it. Moreover, the strength reduction is only a small amount, not particularly much. The Hyaga clan has been strengthened overall. Why the reduction? Can the consumption of your vitality be compared to yang done? It's equivalent to a life-threatening bloodline limit, so of course it's powerful. The Kagaya and Jugo clans were originally allies. It seems that both sides have solved the problem that has troubled them for a long time. The people of the two tribes quickly developed a deeper relationship, and the two tribes felt that they shared the same suffering. So everyone cherishes this hard-earned happiness. And just at this moment, when the two tribes were gathering, a ninja appeared outside the door, walked into the venue. He came to the two patriarchs and said a few words. The two looked at each other. Let one person from each clan follow the ninja out. A while. The two came to the Ministry of Economic Affairs building, following the ninja into Yoryuaki's office. Yoryuaki leaned back in his chair and looked at the two people who were brought in. There was no extra emotion on his face, but both of them were a little uneasy. After all the strangers have left, Yoryuaki's assistant opened the information book. Read softly, Kongyu Tianyu, Kagaya Ping. Their strength is at the high level of Cage. Before joining Konoha, they often joined forces in the ninja world to plunder a lot of resources from the 5 major ninja villages and other forces. We attacked Konoha twice, killing a total of 6 merchants. We didn't pursue the other merchant ninjas when they fled, but simply plundered their finances. Hear this. Although the assistant's tone was very light, but sweat began to form on both of their foreheads. Hui Yeping quickly spoke. We returned the resources the last time we returned to the island, and it happened only twice, and it never happened again. We accept any punishment. I just want to ask you not to implicate our family, okay? Shigego Tinayu, who was standing next to him and was not good at speaking, also nodded in agreement. Yoryuaki looked at the two people's panicked behavior. He said, now that you've joined Konoha, you're a part of Konoha, even though you have made mistakes before. If you join Konoha, other ninja villages will come after you. We will not abandon any of you when the time comes. However, you must take responsibility for the mistakes you made to Konoha before. Now I have only one request for you. Having said that, Yi paused. Kongyu Tianyu said naively, any request is fine, even if it means taking our lives. Yi waved his hand, what's the use of me taking your lives? From now on, you will continue to complete the tasks within Konoha. Missions can be picked up in the mission building, but apart from the basic money, there won't be much substantial reward for completing these tasks until you complete the goals I set for you. After hearing this request, neither of them refused, but both expressed that they would work hard to reform. That's all. At the same time, Konoha gained 2 powerful clans. There are 2 more task maniacs who are similar to Kakudu. For a while, the enthusiasm of many Konoha ninjas was also aroused. At this time, the other 4 major ninja villages learned about the 2 new clans that had joined Konoha. I also looked in detail at the mistakes made by the other party, but they all tacitly agreed not to cause trouble. This is the ninja world. The strong prey on the weak. When you have a backer, no one will hold you accountable even if you have made mistakes in the past. After all, life in the ninja world is like grass, and anyone with a little power can harvest a lot of it casually. This made Yi, who traveled through time from the Warring States period, change some of his ideas. In the past, it would probably be that those who kill will be killed. Now in this disorderly era, only values can survive. As for Konoha, it is already very good in terms of equality. After all, in other places, killing is just killing, and there is no compensation. Besides, who would kill 2 cage-level fighters for a few ordinary people? Therefore, it will take more than a day or 2 to resolve the chaos in the ninja world. In this world where supernatural powers exist, complete equality is simply impossible. All Yoryuaki could do was ask the ninjas to be nicer to ordinary people, but the ninjas of Konoha were very obedient. This also makes Konoha one of the attractions for civilians. Time flies. More than 9 years passed. The time now has come to the beginning of the 15th year of Konoha. During this period, all villages in the ninja world have passed a period of rapid development. Development is no longer surging. Instead, it has steadily entered the accumulation period. During this period, everyone worked hard to digest the previous development achievements. And after Ye's attention, in Konoha, the 3 famous ninjas have been born. Yoryuki looked at the red mark on the form, looked out the window. It was just written on the form. 20 years old, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utane Koharu, Mito Kato N, Shinura Danzo. 19 years old, Sarutobi Lake Biwa. The above 5 people form a team. Because the number of people in Konoha is gradually increasing, the team has changed from 3 to 5 people. 5 years old, Kato Dan. 3 years old, Uchiha Kagami. 2 years old, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade Senju. These are the characters who were popular when Yoryuki watched Naruto before. Some of them are strong, while others are not. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo have reached the level of Elite Jonin, and both are almost able to break through to the level of Kage. The other 3 members of the team are ordinary Jonin. Yoryuki wanted to kill them several times, but after thinking about it, she felt that it would not affect Konoha, so she gave up. After all, killing the ninjas in the village without any reason would still cause some damage to the reputation, but not much. In the past few years, Yoryuki has been keeping almost all aspects of surveillance on the Sarutobi and Shinura clans. When the evidence collected reaches a certain level, we will directly eradicate the problem completely without leaving a single one alive. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo did not become disciples of Senju Tobirama as they did before, because Senju Tobirama was no longer around. However, the 2 are the young patriarchs of the 2 small tribes. Over the years, the tribe has almost exhausted all its resources to push them to this level. When they were 20 years old, they both became the patriarchs of their 2 tribes and, similarly, had always been taught by the elders of their tribe. Their hatred towards the Uchiha clan increased rapidly. It has reached a point where the fight continues until death. Many families in Konoha are aware of this situation, so they are unwilling to associate with them. This resulted in the alliance between the Shinura and Sarutobi tribes becoming even closer, and they could only rely on each other and had no other allies. Yoryuki sensed the situation in Konoha. Both are pretty good. Then a flying thunder god came to the peace building built by the Senju and Uchiha clans. At the top of the building, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were training. Looking at the 2 people's appearances, they have changed a lot. Yei understood that they would break through to the 6 paths level tonight. So, he went to the Hokage building again, summoned all the high-end combat forces in the village. I made some arrangements to prevent anyone from causing trouble at this time. At the same time, he sensed that Black Zetsu was still under the rain country and did not make any unnecessary movements. Yi felt relieved. Back to the training ground. Sense the power in the body. Call-out system. View personal attributes. Byte Uchiha Yoryuki age, 10 to 20 years old faction Konoha status current minister of Konoha's economic department bloodline Uchiha clan physique enhanced immortal body strength super shadow peak chakra attributes fire escape level 9 earth escape level 8 to 9 water escape level 8 to 9 lightning escape level 8 to 9 wind escape level 8 to 9 yin escape level 9 yang escape level 9 keikei genkai magnetic escape ice escape melting escape boiling escape dissolving escape burning escape and storm escape have all been cultivated to level 9 blood elimination, dust release level 9, would release level 9-5 basic ninjutsu. As long as you understand the principles of chakra and ninjutsu, you can skillfully unleash it. Simply put, you can do whatever you want. Would release ninjutsu would release has been fully learned 5 escape fusion combination skills, free combination, 6 paths ninjutsu seeking the way jade, perfect grade, other all Konoha ninjutsu, all sealing techniques, 9-tailed beast fusion chakra coat, flying thunder god and other forbidden techniques, Itsutsuki sensing technique, 8 gates ninjutsu chakra control level, 10th level perfection tail beasts, 1-tail shikaku, 2-tail matatabi, 3-tail isabu, 4-tail Sungaku, 5-tail Muon, 6-tail Rhino Dog, 7-tail Chongming, 8-tail Oxki, 9-tail Karama, Bloodline level, Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, Sage Mode, Perfect level, Sage Mode can be activated instantly, Bloodline ability, Left Eye Amanamai Shinra, can control the travel through various spaces. Wherever Yoryuki has been, or seen someone, the spatial coordinates will be automatically marked, making it impossible for others to detect. Right Eye, Earth Disaster Annihilation, this I possesses an extremely powerful offensive pupil technique that ignores defense in space, and can attack anything marked by the left eye, items, hundreds of millions in banknotes, tens of thousands of detonating talismans, 8 styles ultimate invincible refining method, blue feather, human exclusive Sage Mode training manual, Konoha economic development plan, Sage method seeking the way jade training method, character description, a super shadow level ninja with the most profound background in the ninja world. He also possesses the 6 paths ninjutsu seeking the way jade, and his strength is invincible within the super shadow level. Yayi sat cross-legged, his body suspended in the air, not on the ground. The tailed beast's chakra code emerges. The power of the 9-tailed beast slowly overflowed. With the addition of Yoryuaki's chakra, 9 pitch-black truth-seeking jades appeared behind Yoryuaki, forming a circle like a halo. Sage mode appears. Yayi's entire aura instantly subsided. Her long hair has turned light pink. 9 Megatama appeared at the collar of the robe. Except for the fact that his eyes haven't turned into the Rinnegan, he already looks like a member of the Atsutsuki clan. The eyes are still a little different now. He absorbed the energy silently, and the people in the village. It was a period of mobilization of troops and martial law, and preparations were made at night. Nearly 10 years have passed since Kagaya and Yugoro joined Konoha. After they joined Konoha, Konoha announced that it would no longer accept new clans. After a series of integrations, except for the Shimura and Sarutobi clans, the resources obtained by other clans in Konoha have been greatly increased. There were also many powerful ninjas among the civilians. These years have passed. Not only the strength, but also the population of major countries has increased dramatically. But there is constant friction between the ninja villages of various small countries. Many wars broke out again. They didn't want the 5 major ninja villages to have such a long period of growth. So for resources, the war has begun. Several small countries suddenly returned to the war period, but it has not reached the level of tragedy during the Warring States period. The other 4 major ninja villages have some interests involved with these small ninja villages, so they also had some minor frictions with each other. There are already some shadows of the First World War, but there is still the suppression of Konoha. They are all somewhat restrained. There is not much difference in strength between the 4 major ninja villages. Let's talk about the Hidden Cloud Village first. Those at the Super Shadow level are the first Raikage AI, and the Peak Super Shadow level. The second generation Raikage has been confirmed by voting within the village. Yayu AI, who is in the early stage of Super Shadow. Because he has been confirmed to be the second generation Raikage, his name has also been changed to AI. There are 7 people with the strength of Shadow, 1 at the peak, 1 at the advanced level, 2 at the intermediate level, and 3 at the elementary level. Jonin, including Elite Jonin, more than 100. Chunin, more than 300. Genin, more than 600. Overall, the strength is still good. The reason for this data is that before the establishment of Konoha, the 2 ninja gods cleansed the ninja world first. The big families disappeared and soon united. The population explosion led to a lot more ninjas. Sand Village, Super Shadow level, the first Kaze Cage Raito, the peak level. Preliminary Kaze Cage Saemon initial cage level, 1 at the peak level, 1 at the intermediate level, and 3 at the beginner level. Jonin, 70. Chunin, more than 200. Genin, more than 400. Hidden Mist Village, Super Shadow, the first generation Nizu Cage Byakuren, the peak level. Pre-selected Water Shadow Hojiki Huanyu, early stage. Shadow level, 6, 1 peak, 1 advanced, 2 intermediate, and 2 beginner. Jonin, more than 80. Chunin, more than 300. Genin, more than 500. Iwega Core Village, Super Shadow level, the first Tsuchikage Ishigawa, the peak level. Pre-selected Tsuchikage no, elementary level. There are 5 at the shadow level, 1 at the peak level, 1 at the advanced level, 2 at the intermediate level, and 1 at the beginner level. Jonin, over 70. Chunin, more than 200. Genin, more than 500. The strength of the cage of the 4 hidden villages has reached the peak level of Super Cage. After all, we are at the same level and are constantly improving. The Super Shadow level is the accumulation of chakra. Therefore, it is normal for everyone to reach the peak level, but there are still differences in strength. The most powerful among them is Tsuchikage Ishigawa, because he masters the blood elimination dust release, a ninjutsu that even the powerful body of the Raikage cannot withstand. The second is Raikage AI, who is good at lightning release and storm release, and is also very powerful. The third Kaze Cage Ritu and the Mizu Cage Byakuren are similar in that they both have a single chakra attribute without the existence of the tailed beasts. They also have some special secret techniques, and their strength is not much different. The overall strength of the ninja village is supported by resources, so they can gather so many ninjas. However, the population of ordinary people has increased a lot. The population of the entire ninja world reached a terrifying 400 million people. Among them, the Land of Fire has a population of 150 million, and Konoha has a population of 100 million. The Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Earth, and the Kingdom of Water each have more than 30 million people, and each hidden village has about half of that, which is 15 million. The Land of Lightning has 60 million, and the Hidden Cloud Village has 40 million. There are more than 100 million people in other small countries. Every ninja village is expanding madly, especially the 4 major ninja villages, whose territories almost occupy half of the land of the 4 major countries. But Konoha is different. In addition to expanding the village, Konoha also built small villages and divided it into several areas. The growth of ordinary people is normal, but not many can become ninjas, so ordinary people can only undergo primitive training, and at most be used as cannon fodder when a war breaks out. At last, Konoha's strength, those who are about to break through the 6 paths level Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Super Shadow level, Peak level, Uchiha Yoryuaki. Early stage Uchiha Mayato, Senju Dan, Kagaya Kongsi, Yugo Chuoshao, Uzumaki Ashina. Shadow level 40, Peak 10, Advanced 5, Intermediate 10, and Elementary 15. Jonin more than 600. Chunin more than 4,000. Genin more than 50,000. There is no way. Konoha has a large population and a very perfect education system, which has led to a sharp increase in the number of ninjas, and this number continues to rise. This was all achieved by the Konoha families who actively contributed various ninjutsu. Konoha's school has the most complete physical training system. As long as you are talented enough, you can reach the level of Jonin upon graduation and no longer have to worry about resources. That you can even choose the chakra refining method that suits you best. However, other ninja villages are different. They are not so generous. Basically, you have to graduate after reaching the level of genin in the ninja school. That you can only buy ninjutsu by completing tasks. Although the same is true in Konoha, the requirements for exchanging ninjutsu are much lower. Therefore, the students taught in this way by Konoha are not only numerous but also very strong. They also have special practical training classes and often go to strangle bandits from the land of fire. Over the years, the environment in the Fire Nation has become much safer. Overall, Konoha can definitely fight 4 at once. However, other ninja villages are not aware of this data. They only know that there are many ninjas in Konoha. After all, it is very difficult for them to secretly collect information about all the ninjas. Therefore, they think that if they unite, they don't have to worry about Konoha at all. There are also many more families in Konoha. The first order is still the Uchiha and Senju clans, there is no doubt about that. The second order, the Uzumaki clan, the Hyuga clan, the Yugo clan, and the Kagaya clan. The third order, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Akimichi clan, and Heite clan. Among them, the Heite clan has developed in recent years, and Konoha has learned many more swordsmanship, which has greatly increased the strength of the sword-using clan, so Konoha has upgraded it to a higher level. The fourth order, the Abarame clan and the Inyazuka clan. The fifth sequence, the Namikaze clan and the Might clan. These two small clans were specially added by Yoryuaki. Originally, these two were civilians, and together with their relatives, the entire small family had no more than 20 people. In the original work, there were only 1 or 2 people left, probably because they were killed in several ninja world wars. After Yei specially added them to the sequence, these two families, which were not considered surnames, relied on the order resources of Konoha and grew directly to the point of 100 people. Through observation, Yoryuaki discovered that although the Namikaze clan does not have any geniuses now, their members have stronger reaction nerves than ordinary people. If a genius emerges, their strength will be very good. The Might clan is even worse off than the Namikaze clan. There are only 10 of them, and they can only be considered a family. None of them have any talent for ninjutsu, but in terms of perseverance, they are stronger than many people. Konoha has developed a lot of forbidden techniques now, and the 8 gates has also been developed, so Yoryuaki gave this ninjutsu to them. As for their fate, it depends on themselves. Anyway, after being listed as an order, at least their generations will not be interrupted, and there are many who will take the initiative to come to the door for marriage. Seeing that Yei attached so much importance to these two families, other families also took care of these people. As for the Shimura and Danzo clans, they were directly kicked out of the order by Yoryuaki. Without the support of order resources, the two families had to control their population and were constantly looking for ways to make money. There are quite a few small families in Konoha. Being listed as an order means that Konoha will have a wave of resources dedicated to supporting them, because these families have special powers, and this power is very useful, so they will be valued. Although some other small families will not have more resources, they can enter the ninja academy like ordinary people, which is much better than before. If a genius emerges among the civilians, the ninja academy has a complete reward system, and it is directly managed by the Ministry of Education, so there will be no insider information. And as Konoha grows bigger, the law also came into being. With this set of shackles, Konoha will not be dragged down by some scum and can be dealt with in a timely manner. Where there is light, there is darkness. What the higher UPS can do is control the size of the darkness. No matter which world it is impossible to completely eliminate these. Human nature is inherently complex. Someone may be very kind in the last second and become extremely vicious in the next second. What's more, there is no ninja in the ninja world who does not kill. Because of Konoha's powerful strength, the law quickly covered all the villages in Konoha. No one dared to resist, because anyone who resisted would become a corpse in the next moment and eventually turn into ashes and scatter in the ninja world. Night falls. Yoryuaki flew into the peace building like the thunder god and looked at Madara and Hashirama, who still had their eyes closed. He was still floating in the air with his legs crossed. The Itsutsuki sensing technique constantly scans the movements of the Itsutsuki clan in the ninja world. It was sensed that these people were still in the same place and were not affected, that they were all covered by the Bagua formation in Yi, so there was still no unnecessary movement. As time goes by, the momentum of the two reached its peak. Changes began to appear on Madara's body first. 6 robes were formed from chakra within his body, forming a black and red robe. Hashirama next to him also changed. Because of the existence of wood release, the 6 paths robe turned into a long turquoise robe. Yoriuaki looked at the two of them and was about to open his eyes. He stepped forward and placed his hands on their shoulders, and the power of the tailed beasts in his body surged into their bodies. Megatama instantly appeared on the robe. Yoriuaki poured chakra into them again, driving the circulation of their respective attribute chakras. Madara and Hashirama could sense Yoriuaki, so their bodies worked very well together. 10 minutes later, 9 pitch-black truth-seeking jades appeared behind the two of them. Because the truth-seeking ball in the ninja world must have the power of the tailed beast to be condensed, it doesn't necessarily have to be all of it, even a part of it will do. If not, the truth-seeking ball cannot be condensed at all. If it weren't for Yi's help, the two of them could also condense the Dao-seeking jades, but 9 would be impossible, only 1 or 2 at most. After all, neither Madara nor Hashirama are all attribute ninjas. Even if they have acquired attributes, they have not reached the 6 paths level, so it is impossible to forcibly condense all the truth-seeking orbs. With the appearance of the Dao-seeking jade, the aura of the two men increased again. Yujian condensed it, withdrew his hand and returned to his original position, and Madara slowly opened his eyes. The eternal Mangekyo Sharinan spun rapidly, eventually forming a pair of purple threads. Just as it was stabilizing, a sudden change occurred, and a trace of chakra from each tailed beast appeared in the truth-seeking jade and merged into the Rinnegan. Final. Madara's spiral Rinnegan turned into the Megatama Rinnegan. At this time, because he had just entered the 6 paths, his strength was unstable and only one Megatama was rotating. I believe that as his strength grows stronger, he will eventually evolve into the 9 Magatama Rinnegan. This time, the truth-seeking jade has also enhanced the potential of Madara's Rinnegan. Madara sensed the powerful force and was about to laugh, but he turned his head to look at Hashirama, who still had his eyes closed beside him. He silently absorbed the powerful force on the spot without any unnecessary movement, because he was afraid that he would not be able to control his strength and would directly interrupt Hashirama's breakthrough. When Yi saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile. It turned out that the relationship between the two was still good. Having also seen the Megatama Sharinan that had just appeared, Yoriuaki also understood that the power of the tailed beasts was separated from the body of the 10 tails of the divine tree, and there must be some functions that he didn't know about. Hashirama continued to sit cross-legged. More than 10 minutes passed again. He opened his eyes. Yi was also very curious when she saw that his appearance had hardly changed. After all, they are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, and will not become the same as Itsutsuki. Only those who inherit the power of the fruit of the sacred tree will become completely like that. Although their chakra also comes from the sacred tree, the transformation after thousands of years is not too obvious. The two of them just had their skin become much whiter, and they didn't grow horns. After feeling the power in his body, Hashirama said without waiting for Yoriuaki to ask. After advancing to the 6 paths, my wood release changed from blood elimination to blood net. The 7 chakra attributes in my body can all be integrated into wood release, making my wood release extremely powerful now. Also, after advancing to the 6 paths, my physique has also changed. Now I don't need to absorb natural energy on purpose. This natural energy is actively flowing into my body. In other words, my normal state is sage mode. Ban also said, my Sharinan has become the Rinnegan. In addition to the 2 original eye techniques being strengthened, there are 6 new eye techniques. They are Infinite Tsukuyomi, Tenkai Shocking Star, Aim no Gaku, Ten Shuriki, Rintaku Babyu, and 6 Paths Chibuka Tensei. Let me tell you the detailed function. Infinite Tsukuyomi, I can, after a long period of accumulation, project the power of the Rinnegan, called Infinite Tsukuyomi, onto the moon, achieving the effect of hypnotizing everyone. Heavenly Shock Star, I can pull a shock star from outside the ninja world to attack the enemy, and this shock star is composed of meteorites and is extremely powerful. Aim no Michu, using this move, can pull others into other dimensions, where almost all spacetime ninjutsu are ineffective. Heavenly Hand Power, a powerful substitution technique that allows you to swap places with any object or person within a certain distance. Wheel Graveside Prison consumes a huge amount of my physical strength and chakra, relying on the power of the Rinnegan to drag the person into an illusion. Within this illusion, the opponent will be attacked by invisible shadows, and the damage caused will also cause real damage in reality. 6 Paths Chibuka Tensei, an extremely powerful sealing technique. The Itsutsuki Kagaya you mentioned was sealed by this technique. When Yi heard this ability, he was instantly surprised. Unexpectedly, Madara could only awaken 2 ninjutsu originally, but after evolving into the Megatama Sharinan, he was able to awaken 4 more. Yoriuaki looked at the two of them and asked, can you sense the presence of the remaining souls of Ashura and Indra now? The two used the power of the 6 paths to sense it and both nodded. Then just grab it. He forcibly pulled the remnant soul out of his body. Yoriuaki thought about it and asked Madara and Hashirama to throw the residual soul away. After they did so, according to Yayi's perception, the two residual souls flew towards the Pure Land at a rapid speed, and then it stopped there. It should be waiting for the next reincarnation. After taking out the residual soul, Madara and Hashirama's momentum rose again, and now they finally belonged completely to themselves. Next, the three of them began to discuss how to solve the problem next. After chatting for a while, Yayi first went to lift the martial law, then come back and continue chatting. Uchiha Madara, now that we have all broken through to the 6 paths level, should we continue to hide or should we start unifying the ninja world right away? Senju Hashirama, before I broke through, I read the information provided by the secret guards. Now, even if Konoha and the entire ninja world were to open it at the same time, it would probably be enough. Yeah, he thought for a moment and said, there's still a chance of an accident. Let's wait a little longer until I break through the 6 paths. I feel like I'm almost there. After all, Etsutsuki Hamura and Etsutsuki Higoromo are still in the ninja world. Both of them can be resurrected, one is now in the Pure Land, and the other is on the moon. Another thing is that Kagaya Etsutsuki is still sealed on the moon, so her strength should be quite high. 3 are at the 6 paths level, and we don't know the opponent's strength, so it's better to be safe. Madara and Hashirama nodded, agreeing with this statement. Uchiha Madara, then how can we hide? We have just expelled the remaining souls of Ashura and Indra. You said they've already fled to the Pure Land. Isn't that old guy Etsutsuki Higoromo there too? He won't be able to find them? Senju Hashirama also took over the topic. Besides these few, do we have any other enemies at this time? Also, he is in the Pure Land now. Can he interfere with the deceased there? After sorting out his thoughts, Yayi said, the residual souls are unconscious. It's just that the grudge between them and their extremely powerful strength, coupled with the fact that Etsutsuki Higoromo added a trace of the power of the 6 paths to their residual souls, have allowed them to retain their residual souls and reincarnate. After reincarnation, Indra will regard Ashura's reincarnation as his enemy, while Ashura will always try to reconcile with him and prevent him from making any mistakes. This has been subconsciously influenced since childhood, and the two will definitely be entangled for the rest of their lives, just like you two. Madara and Hashirama looked at each other, then silently looked away without saying a word. Yoriuaki continued, Etsutsuki Higoromo is indeed in the Pure Land, but he cannot control the Pure Land. The reason he is in the Pure Land is because after a person dies, if his soul does not enter the Pure Land, it will be constantly worn down by the power of the ninja world. Only in the Pure Land will it be immune to harm. I don't know what's inside after entering. Maybe you can be reincarnated, or maybe there's another world. And with Etsutsuki Higoromo's strength, he's definitely planning something. You should also be able to feel how vigorous your vitality is after reaching the 6 paths level. It's almost like you've reached immortality. Perhaps there is some treasure or power in the Pure Land that allows him to be so willing to sacrifice so much, and he can't possess others at will. Instead, he relies on the power of the 6 paths that remains in the ninja world. If anyone is infected with this power, he can use a ninjutsu to pull them into an illusion and use their strength. Whether he can use it to attack is hard to say, but it is probably possible. We only have these 3 enemies right now. The other Etsutsuki are still far away and show no signs of coming this way, so there's no need to panic. When the time comes, just declare Hashirama's death fake. As for Madara-kun, why don't you create a clone? Anyway, with current technology, we can clone a very weak version of you, attach your consciousness to it, and control it to meet Black Zetsu. Madara nodded upon hearing that. They acted immediately and the 3 of them moved quickly. Hashirama used natural energy and seemed to have become one with nature, without showing any sign of life. Madara randomly found a clone and attached it with the Rinnegan, while his real body returned to the top floor of Peace Building. The clone opened its eyes, and a pair of purple Rinnegan appeared. After Madara adjusted to his body, he walked out. Yoriuaki thought about it and transferred some of the power of the 9-tailed fox into this body. Combined with Madara's eye power, this body was not something that other Super Shadow level beings could deal with. After all, the eye technique of the Rinnegan could kill them instantly. Just before Madara left, he used a special Konoha puppeteer that was captured during the Warring States period, which allowed the puppet to take away 4 layers of the user's life force, completely transforming the clone into Madara's special puppet. With his strength plus the Rinnegan, he has at least twice the strength of him. Don't underestimate these 2 layers. It can be used to fight against those top-level shadows of Reikage. It can also be considered as disguising as Madara himself. That's all. The next day, news spread from Konoha that Hashirama had passed away and Madara had left. For a moment, the entire ninja world was shocked, but no one took action against Konoha because they were not sure whether it was true or not. The funeral was held by Yoriuaki. Almost all the ninjas in Konoha went to the Hokage Square to participate in the funeral. Then, Yoriuaki placed the crystal coffin on the top floor of the Peace Building and sealed it according to Hashirama's will. Then, some bad guys from the families in Konoha also jumped out. Without even looking at the conditions, he wanted to fight for the position of Hokage and more benefits. However, there was a high-level meeting after the funeral. After Yoryuki arranged Hashirama's position and cast a few sealing and illusion techniques, she walked into the Hokage building. The sealing technique is to prevent the body from being stolen, while the illusion technique is to cover up Hashirama's body so that Black Zetsu can see it when he comes in, but cannot take it away, even though Hashirama can kill him in an instant. As Yoryuki walked in, everyone stopped talking. Only ninjas at the cage level and above can come in and speak. Everyone just watched Yayi silently as he walked towards the front step by step. When he reached the position of the Minister of Economic Affairs, he paused and looked at the chair in front of him made of wood release. He took a deep breath, walked forward, and sat on it. One at that time, most of them were shocked. The rest are those who know the relationship between Yoryuki and the two ninja gods. As Yayi sat down, the secret guards came in. A cage-level secret guard first took out a wood release token, and then announced the villagers' votes for the second Hokage that had been counted in the past few days. From the token came Hashirama's will. Now for the vote for the Nidaime Hokage. I'm voting for Yoryuki as the first Hokage, 1 vote. The vote is initiated by the ministers of the 7 major departments, who each cast their own vote, and finally combined with the public election to select the next Hokage. The people voted online, and the official website was managed by all the best cybersecurity ninjas in the Dark Guard. Moreover, over the past few years, identity cards have become popular. Now Konoha is developing both technology and ninjutsu. The technology may be very weak in weapons, but the functional technology is almost at its maximum, even more developed than before Yoryuki traveled through time. Therefore, the real name system and other functions are very complete, the laws on the network have long been promulgated, and the infrastructure of each base station has been built, which can fully guarantee fairness. Each person can only cast 1 vote. The achievements of all the ministers above have been displayed, and only ministers can serve as Hokage. Yayi said from the main seat, I voted for myself as Minister of Economic Affairs. Then he looked towards where the ministers were sitting. Due to Madara's departure, the political department was taken over by Uchiha Mingdong. This old man came out again because he was relatively old. He still had not broken through to the super cage level after so many years, but he had already gone a long way on the road to the peak of the cage level. Uchiha Mingdong looked at Yoryuki and smiled kindly. To be honest, it was he who watched Yoryuki step by step through the war to reach this position. He spoke slowly. As the head of the political department, I cast 1 vote for the night. The 3 or 4 cage-level ninjas inside were frozen at this moment. Looking at the other ministers, he thought to himself that things were not going well. These people are hidden extreme haters. It is impossible to eliminate all of them in a few wars, but fortunately, their number is small and they are monitored by secret guards, so they are not a big threat. So he ignored them. Yoryuki knew of their existence, but he didn't care much. He planned to send these people as cannon fodder when Konoha started a war. Hinata Bappo looked at Yoryuki, who was sitting in the Hokage's position. He remembered what Yoryuki said to him that day, and how Hyuga had prospered in recent years after the abolition of the system of separate families. Every member of the clan was working hard to develop the family, and there was no longer the intrigue and estrangement as before. He began to speak. As the Minister of Urban Management, I cast my 1 vote for the night. Senju Hikaru and Uchiha Teru looked at each other. Chien Shao Guang said, as the chief of the picket department, I cast my 1 vote for the night. Uzumaki Ashina, the head of the Shadow Guard and the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, is also an old man. He didn't have much contact with Yayi, but judging from the minister's usual work ability, he deserved this vote. As the Shadow Guard minister, I vote for Yoryuki, 1 vote. The last one is the security department. The 3 of them discussed it and all agreed. Finally, Nara Fuichi was the representative. As the Minister of Security, I vote for Yayi, 1 vote. The result came out just like that. The votes of these ministers are not only for the purpose of selecting the Hokage, but more for recognizing whether the work done by the candidates as ministers has been recognized by them. So even if you get enough votes, other ministers may not vote for you because they think another competitor is better than you. But in this election, except for Yoryuki, other ministers had no intention of running for election, so only Yoryuki was left. The votes cast for him were considered as recognition of the work he did during his tenure as Minister of Economic Affairs. The ninjas on the field couldn't help but applaud when they saw Yoryuki getting 7 votes. Applause resounded throughout the hall, and then the secret ninja adjusted the screen in front of everyone. The public support rate for the above is as high as 95%. That is to say, except for some people who chose to abstain from voting, the rest of the people cast this precious vote. Some ninjas were still a little confused, especially those haters, who seriously suspected a behind-the-scenes operation. But before they could ask any questions, next, an introduction about Yoryuki appeared on the big screen. The entire background is a combination of gold and red, and Yoryuki's recent appearance also appears on it. He had light pink hair, fair skin, and wore a purple gold Taoist robe. He had a handsome face that had just gotten rid of its childishness, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes was full of intimidation. Naruto candidates name Uchiha Yoryuki gender male height 2.3 meters strength super cage peak position. Konoha's first economic minister resumed. The first year of Konoha, he single-handedly provided all the recipes for Konoha's delicacies and proposed the new concept of chain stores. In the third month after the establishment of Konoha village, Konoha's total income was 6 billion silver notes, which laid the foundation for Konoha's economic boom. During the same period, the other four major ninja villages were all in deficit and could only barely maintain their daily expenses by relying on the daimyos of various countries. Year 5 of Konoha cuisine successfully spreads throughout the ninja world, including but not limited to every village. By this time, Konoha's annual revenue reaches 50 billion silver notes. During this same period, the combined annual revenue of the four major villages reaches 20 billion silver notes. That same year, a development plan for the next 10 years is established. Konoha's 10 years, Konoha's cuisine entered a stable period and no longer saw significant growth. While all the plans in the plan had been deployed. This year, the economy reached 80 billion per year. During the same period, the four major ninja villages developed, with a combined annual output of around 70 billion. The 15th year of Konoha's various development measures deployed according to plan grew rapidly, all projects were smoothly implemented, and the annual income reached a terrifying 150 billion. In the same year, the four major ninja villages were established, and the total amount added up to about 80 billion. The above is a rough description. For details, please visit the official website www.12345678998765432.nb. At the same time, he was the first person to contribute to Konoha's high grain production. It was he who set up a special formation when Konoha was first established, which led to a rapid increase in crop yields. It was he who made the food we eat in Konoha better than in other places, and allowed the average height of Konoha to grow from 1.6 meters to about 1.8 meters after the age of 18. At the same time, he is also the creator of Konoha's protective formation, the Bagua formation. After seeing this information, if the villagers of Konoha were a little slow and didn't understand what to do, they would just pack up and leave the land of fire. At the same time, this announcement also made many people realize that being able to eat enough and eat well is the time to be grateful. The ninjas in the auditorium were also shocked by the series of resumes. At the end, they only wanted to express their feelings in one word: evildoer. He is simply not a human being. Those ninjas were completely confused. How could they refute him? If they did, their bodies would probably be scattered in the sky of the ninja world the next day. Just like that, witnessed by Konoha's top fighters. Uchiha Yoryuki put on the conical hat that represented the Hokage. Then a ninja from the secret guard walked up to Yoryuki and said to the ninjas, "The enthronement ceremony will be held early tomorrow morning. The platform has been built at the Hokage Square. I hope everyone can arrive on time tomorrow to witness the birth of the new Hokage." After saying that, Yayi waved his hand and let everyone disperse, and went to prepare for work in the new year. And so, everyone walked out of the auditorium. Back in the family, the news spread, and on this day, everyone witnessed the legendary birth. And Yoryuki returned to the Uchiha clan territory that night. All Uchiha ninjas above the rank of Jonin gathered here. Madara left nothing behind before he left. It's just that several Uchiha elders have decided on the next clan leader. So now the news has not been revealed and everyone is speculating. When Yayi appeared in the clan territory, the elders walked towards him. At this moment, everyone instantly understood who would be the next clan leader. Uchiha Mingdong took out a ring, handed it to him. Yoryuki took the ring and saw a red gem in the center of the ring, and in the center of the gem was a pattern representing Uchiha, a round fan. As soon as Yoryuki put on the ring, everyone cheered. Then Yayi was obviously prepared and took out several plans and handed them to several elders. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the elders, he said, "This is a plan for Konoha's future development, suitable for the next few decades. This arduous task is entrusted to you elders." Several elders reacted instantly, hurriedly took the plan, and looked through it on the spot. The more they read, the more shocked they looked. Finally, after everyone had a good chat in the clan territory, Yayi gained a new identity tonight, and at the same time, a new responsibility was born: Uchiha clan leader. The next morning, Yoryuki was already dressed, wearing a golden and red robe with the Konoha seal on the front and the Uchiha fan on the back. There are several Megatama printed on the collar, and an Uchiha ring on his hand. The sage mode is maintained uninterruptedly. The whole person's temperament is like that of a sage. The Sharingan in his eyes is open, and his momentum has reached its peak. As time goes by, the ceremonial music sounded. Yoryuki hovered 3 centimeters above the ground and floated towards the stage. The surrounding ninjas set up a gorgeous red carpet. Yoryuki quickly reached the stage. After a simple ceremony, Yoryuki stood on the stage wearing the Hokage hat and was about to speak. Detonating tags appeared in the hands of several sneaky ninjas in the audience. Just when they were about to do something, they suddenly felt a force coming and suppressing them directly. The secret guards reacted quickly, arranged a second alert, and took these people away. Yayi circulated his chakra, and the sound instantly rang in everyone's ears. Today is an important day. I'm honored to be recognized by everyone and to be in this position for years, even decades, to come. As long as I am in this position, I will be responsible for Konoha to the end. As long as I am in this position, no one in Konoha will suffer from hunger or cold. As long as I'm in this position, everyone's life will only get better and better. As long as I am in this position, any villain who dares to invade Konoha will be made to pay a heavy price. A simple speech expressed what everyone wanted to hear most and addressed the issues that the grassroots people are most concerned about. In an instant, cheers broke out in the Hokage Square. As Yoriyuki pressed his hand, the villagers suppressed their excitement and stopped making noisy noises. Yae continued, the best thing about Konoha being able to achieve what it is today is unity. In this great ninja village, there are still families, including me, who is also a member of the Uchiha clan, and these families enjoy special treatment in Konoha. I know that some people, once their lives get better, start pursuing vain things, but you must remember one thing, this is a world where strength is supreme. The families that have received treatment all have special abilities, and their strength is definitely above yours. Without them, even if you have more wealth, it will still be taken away by others in the end. Maybe we in Konoha have given you some illusions. What Konoha welcomes is a group of people who identify with and believe in Konoha. It's only been a few years, only a few years of peace. After eating and drinking enough, you start to lose your sense of self? I tell you, Konoha's ninjas are not only bound by their own families, but also by Konoha's ninja laws. When someone deliberately stirs up trouble, I can only tell you that they deserve to die. Konoha has been so good to you. I hope some of you will understand this, that if you don't want to stay, you are welcome to cancel your ID card and leave Konoha. Yeah, he said this with a stern look on his face that some time ago, he heard a lot of people talking about the treatment of the family, that it was obvious that someone was deliberately spreading rumors, and some people believed them. Without these families, let alone any treatment, they wouldn't even have a bite to eat. How could they not believe in Konoha at this time? If you trust the enemy, then you might as well die. What Konoha has never lacked is people. This passage quickly irritated everyone. Many people remembered that they had heard people talking about Konoha from time to time recently, but more than 10 years of peace made them forget that there was still a war outside. They foolishly believed any random person's instigation. It seemed that those people were complete idiots. Just like that, Yoriyuki's speech ended with this paragraph. Combined with the ability she had used before, it was considered to have intimidated other forces in the ninja world. With the cheers of the crowd and the subsequent work arrangements, Konoha officially entered the era of Yoriyuki. When the cages of several large villages received information about him, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Another tough opponent. Then they secretly found a place to communicate. The four shadows sat down to discuss again. However, this time the target is Konoha. Reikage AI, do you think that Senju Hashirama's death is true or false? Suchikage Ishigawa, it's not clear yet. We can observe for a while. Mizu Cage Balian, then don't take action for now. Lie low. Kaze Cage Raito, alright, let's pause the operation for a while and observe whether Hashirama's death is real or not. Suchikage Ishigawa, what do you think of the new Hokage? Reikage AI said disdainfully, he just relies on the Fire Nation's good resources. Do you really believe that he could come up with such a complete plan a few years ago? Mizu Cage Byakuren, I've also analyzed it. Based on his current age, that means he would have reached the cage level when he was 8 or 9, and then reached the super cage level when he was 14 or 15. Now he's 20 years old, at the peak of the super cage level. I think not only is his resume fake, but even his strength is fake. Reikage AI, according to my intelligence, the opponent has hardly shown any other powerful strength except for the difficult point of Flying Thunder God. Feng Ying Ri too, indeed, that's what I know, but I can't rule out covered action. Reikage AI, if he is really that talented, how can we compete? Since the Warring States period, nearly 1,000 years have passed, and we've never seen someone so strong at such a young age. If he were really that strong, wouldn't we all be at the peak of the Super Shadow stage? Even if we were 4 against 1, wouldn't we still be able to defeat him? What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, can he be stronger than the 4 of us combined? Hearing this, the other 3 agreed. The departure of Madara and Hashirama, coupled with the growth of their strength in recent years, has made them much more arrogant. However, the Mizu Cage Byakuren still said, my suggestion is that while observing whether Hashirama is dead, we should also observe this Yoriyuki. We still have to be cautious when dealing with the behemoth that is Konoha. Although Reikage AI looked disdainful, he also agreed with Bai Lian's statement. In this way, the alliance of the 4 major ninja villages made a unified decision to observe for a period of time before making further plans. After all, it is impossible for anyone not to be tempted by such a big piece of cake. Madara's real body was now in the same room as Hashirama. After Yoriyuki